Zhang Sen had never felt such excruciating pain before. Before his eyes were the enormous razor-sharp fangs of a beast still clinging with shreds of flesh, whether his own or someone else's he could not tell. His right leg had been brutally torn off, the stench of blood and carrion filling his nostrils while the roars of the beasts relentlessly battered his eardrums. His chest had been ripped open by sharp claws and his throat was bitten through, leaving him utterly incapable of making a sound. He gazed in despair at the truck pulling away before him. At the rear of the vehicle, 4 people were huddled together, celebrating their escape from death. They were his uncle's family of 3 and his girlfriend, Chen Tiantian. He couldn't understand. He had protected them for 8 long years in the apocalypse. For their sake, he had brushed shoulders with death countless times, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Without him, these 4 would have perished many times over. Just moments ago, he had fought his way through the horde of beasts, shielding them and sending them onto the truck. But they had pushed him off the truck at this very moment. Zhang Sen stared fixedly at the rescue vehicle, growing smaller in the distance, where Chen Tiantian and his good cousin Zhang Heng were tightly embracing. Echoes in his ear reminded him of the whispers he had heard more than once, that Zhang Heng and Chen Tiantian's relationship was far from simple. But he had never believed it. Zhang Heng looked at him, a mocking smile curling on his lips. At that moment, Zhang Sen seemed to understand what kinship and love truly meant. Half of his face with flesh torn away twisted into a bitter, self-deprecating smile. His consciousness gradually faded away, a flash of white light streaked by, and he finally closed his eyes in exhaustion. Ding! Super space activated. Binding in progress. A sudden voice echoed in his mind, and Zhang Sen jolted awake. His heart still filled with the panic of being besieged by a horde of beasts. But the scene before him was utterly unbelievable. This was his bedroom before the apocalypse. Hadn't this place been destroyed long ago? Zhang Sen was dazed for a few seconds, then suddenly realized something. He grabbed his phone from the bedside table and checked the time. May 18th, 2043, 6 in the morning. He had been reborn. Having survived 8 years in the apocalypse, he had been reborn 7 days before the end. Space binding successful. The robotic voice in his mind continued. Space. A flash of white light before his eyes, and his consciousness entered a strange space, vast and white. Was this a spatial ability? This space was enormous. He recalled that in his past life, in the 2nd year of the apocalypse, humans began to evolve. A small number of survivors awakened abilities, and among them some awakened spatial abilities. Compared to other abilities, spatial ability was the most useless. Even if one wanted to stockpile supplies, there was no way. After all, it was already several years into the apocalypse. Unless one was reckless enough to steal from others. Otherwise, the meager food earned through desperate struggles was barely enough to survive, let alone stockpile supplies. Spatial ability could neither fight on the front lines nor provide self-defense. At best, it could serve as a support role. Most spatial ability users had a space volume of less than 1 cubic meter, helping other ability users carry equipment or medicine. Much like a personal assistant carrying bags. Of course, these were just Zhang Sen's current thoughts. Given his past lives' experience and knowledge, he had only seen spatial ability users who simply used it as a storage space. Staring at the endless space before him, Zhang Sen suddenly felt that the apocalypse might not be so terrifying after all. He let his consciousness roam around the space and found a thick, white mist at the edge. Beyond, the mist seemed to be blocked by an unknown force. He did not forcefully break through the fog. He figured that with his current ability, he couldn't achieve that. But he had a feeling that the area hidden behind the mist would surely bring him a greater surprise. Over the next hour, to test the space's functionality, he began to move objects from his room into the space using his mind. At first, small items like cups, phones, and tablets, then larger items like sofas, beds, wardrobes, TVs, and refrigerators. The space accepted everything, taking in all movable objects from the room. Just as he was about to take everything out, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Gold item detected. Used for space upgrade. Zhang Sen was stunned, his gaze falling on a deep red box on the coffee table. It was a 48-gram gold bracelet he had bought for Chen Tiantian's mother's 50th birthday. So gold could be used for space upgrades. Zhang Sen was ecstatic. Upgrade. The moment he spoke, the gold bracelet instantly turned into a faint golden light rushing into the white mist. He carefully observed the space. There was no change around him. Only the white mist seemed to have receded a little, becoming slightly thinner, but still hiding what lay beyond. Although the upgrade effect was modest, Zhang Sen was not discouraged. Knowing how to upgrade was enough. After all, in the apocalypse, gold was worth less than a sausage, and it wouldn't be hard to obtain. He used his mind to return all items in the space to their original places. The process was incredibly smooth. Zhang Sen felt a surge of joy. It was a pity to awaken spatial ability after the apocalypse. But now it was no longer a pity. With such a huge space, if he stocked it full of supplies, he could live more comfortably than anyone else in the apocalypse. After all, time inside the space was frozen. No matter what was put in, it would come out exactly as it was when stored. Having grasped the basics of using the space, he began to prepare for stocking supplies. He checked his account balance, which still had 3 million yuan. 6 years ago, his parents died in a car accident, leaving him this house, a factory, and a total of 6 million yuan in deposits and compensation. He was still young at the time, and the factory was managed by his second uncle Zhang Jianjun. Within 2 years the factory went bankrupt. 3 years ago Zhang Jianjun asked him for a loan to buy a house. Back then, wanting to live close to them, he generously lent them 3 million yuan. He helped them buy an apartment on the 10th floor of the same building he lived in. To this day, not a single cent of that money has been repaid. In his past life during the downpour, he had no food at home and went down to borrow grain from them. But he didn't even get a single grain of rice. They said they had nothing left, and he foolishly believed them. Every time he went out to search for supplies, he gave most of them to his family. Now he recalled how gaunt and hungry he had been back then. Yet this family, before heading to the survivor base, all had rosy cheeks. How could they have been short of supplies? He was just stupid, always thinking they were his only family in this world. So he gave them his heart and soul only to end up like this. But it didn't matter, since he was reborn. He would exact every debt they owed him one by one. Not only them, but also Chen Tiantian and some neighbors who had betrayed him in his past life. These beasts, he would not let a single one of them off. Recently, high-temperature red alerts have been issued across the country. Citizens are advised to take precautions against heat stroke. In some commercial areas, electricity usage is restricted to ensure normal supply for residents. The news played on the television while Zhang Sen ate his takeout, half listening to the broadcast. His phone suddenly rang, an alarm reminding him of his interview. His memory was pulled back to this very day in his past life. He had left at 9 o'clock preparing to go to the interview. On his way downstairs, remembering the high-temperature warning, he stopped by Zhang Jianjun's place to remind him to avoid the heat. Unexpectedly, he saw Chen Tiantian wearing pajamas having breakfast with their family of 3. At the time, he felt something was off, but Li Yun explained that she was about to call him down for breakfast and had also invited Chen Tiantian over. Chen Tiantian also lived in the same residential complex. Zhang Sen had originally planned to let her stay at his place, but Chen Tiantian claimed her mother wouldn't allow her to live with him before marriage or give herself to him before marriage, hinting that Zhang Sen should rent an apartment for her. The fool marveled at his girlfriend's purity while generously paying for a 2-bedroom apartment in Building 5 across the street. It was precisely because he trusted the Zhang Jianjun family and Chen Tiantian too much that Zhang Sen was deceived by them time and again. In his past life, faced with such an obvious flaw, he paid no attention and merely reminded everyone to avoid the heat before hurrying off to his interview. But now this was the perfect opportunity to collect his debt and extort them while he was at it. He quickly stuffed the last 2 soup dumplings into his mouth, grabbed an old phone and a fruit knife, and headed to the 11th floor. Zhang Jianjun lived at 1002, same layout as his own. A 160 square meter 3-bedroom, living room apartment. The door to Zhang Jianjun's home used a keypad lock. A while ago the family had gone on a trip to escape the heat and wanted to replace their air conditioning, asking him to supervise the installation. That's how he knew the code and could enter directly. It was a little past 7 in the morning. Li Yun had probably gone out to buy groceries. Zhang Jianjun and Zhang Heng were both still in bed. As soon as he entered, he saw Chen Tiantian's high heels by the door. Zhang Sen sneered, just as I suspected. He took out his phone, opened the recording function, and walked to Zhang Heng's bedroom door. Finding it locked from the inside, he didn't hesitate. Kicked the door open, switched on the light, all in one fluid motion. What met his eyes was a pair of naked adulterers, his girlfriend of 3 years, and his cousin, whom he had spoiled for over 20 years. Zhang Heng and Chen Tiantian had clearly gone through a night of passion, their bodies covered in traces of debauchery. Seeing the sudden appearance of Zhang Sen and the phone in his hand, they were both stunned for a moment. Once they came to their senses, they frantically pulled the blanket over themselves. Zhang Sen's cold gaze swept over the two. Zhang Heng, you'd even sleep with your sister-in-law. Are you even human? Brother, it's not what you think. Honey, let me explain. The two scrambled to make excuses. Just then Zhang Jianjun from the master bedroom heard the commotion and rushed over. Seeing his son and nephew's wife caught in the act, and his nephew holding up a phone recording everything, his head was about to explode. He deliberately pointed at Zhang Heng and cursed, "You beast! Why is your sister-in-law here?" Zhang Sen turned his head and swept a glance at Zhang Jianjun, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Despite the scorching heat, an inexplicable chill rose in Zhang Jianjun's heart. This fool of a nephew always had a smile on his face. Why was he looking at him like this today? Zhang Sen said nothing more. He returned to the living room and sat quietly on the sofa. He saved the video, sent it to another WeChat account, then deleted the record. Zhang Jianjun's cigarettes were on the coffee table. In his past life, Zhang Sen didn't have a smoking addiction at this point. Later, when the apocalypse arrived, he joined a survivor base. Going out to search for supplies, he found a batch of well-preserved cigarettes. His team leader at the time was a heavy smoker. He looked at those cigarettes like they were his long-lost father. Not only did he smoke his fill, but he also generously shared them with all the members. Zhang Sen didn't have an addiction, but seeing that everyone looked momentarily relaxed after smoking, he started smoking too. Later, cigarettes became increasingly scarce. If he had some head, take a couple of puffs to numb his frayed nerves. If not, he didn't think about it further. But now, seeing these cigarettes, he inexplicably felt a longing. He picked one up, put it between his lips, and lit it. Zhang Jianjun walked quickly out of the room and saw the cigarette in Zhang Sen's mouth, momentarily stunned. Then he put on the air of an elder. Xiao Sun, when did you start smoking? That's not a good habit. Put it out. Zhang Sun ignored him and took another drag. Seeing this, Zhang Jianjun didn't press the smoking issue further, since there were more important things to resolve. Xiao Sun, don't overthink this. I asked your younger brother. He was drinking with friends last night and happened to run into his sister-in-law. The two came back together both dead drunk. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Don't worry, your uncle will definitely teach your brother a lesson. In a bit, it'll make him kneel and apologize to you. Zhang Sun didn't even look at Zhang Jianjun, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Uncle, that 3 million you owe me. Isn't it time to pay it back? Zhang Jianjun was taken aback, then smiled awkwardly. Xiao Sun, it's not that your uncle doesn't want to pay you back. It's that money is a bit tight lately. Give me some more time, okay? Besides, you know your uncle has always treated you like his own son. Don't let the stupid things your brother did make you distant from your uncle. Just then Zhang Heng and Chen Tiantian walked out. Chen Tiantian's eyes red. You beast. Kneel before your brother. Zhang Jianjun pointed at Zhang Heng and bellowed. Zhang Heng was reluctant, but knelt down anyway. Zhang Sun gave Zhang Heng a cold look, then turned to Chen Tiantian. Chen Tiantian, as if encouraged, ran to Zhang Sen's side, knelt down, and held onto his leg with both hands. Honey, I don't know what happened either. All I remember from last night is being forced to drink until I was drunk. Is that so? Zhang Sun had a faint smile on his lips. They were going to use drunkenness as an excuse. So Zhang Jianjun had already come up with an excuse for them after he left. Indeed, the older the fox, the craftier. Chen Tiantian's tears fell instantly, looking utterly pitiful. It's true, honey. Otherwise, how could I betray you? Last night, I wasn't even with a Hung at first. We ran into each other later. He heard someone at my table bad-mouthing you, took offense, and started a drinking contest, drinking himself silly. I know how much you care about a Hung, so I couldn't just leave him alone. I thought I was going to your place. Who would have thought? We ended up making such a terrible mistake. Zhang Sun watched Chen Tiantian's sobbing display and inwardly admired her. If she didn't win an Oscar for Best Actress, he wouldn't accept it. He said flatly, I remember you never touch alcohol. Chen Tiantian explained, I don't like drinking, but hearing them talk about you like that put me in a bad mood, so I couldn't help it. You have no idea how badly they were talking about you. Zhang Sun watched the righteous indignation on Chen Tiantian's face and sneered inwardly. She wanted him to ask what they had said. He refused to follow her script. He just stared at her coldly. Under that icy gaze, Chen Tiantian felt as if all her lies and pretenses were being seen through. In her memory, Zhang Sun had never looked at her like this. Not a trace of affection, only resentment. Honey. Chen Tiantian tried to say more, but Zhang Jianjun cut her off. Xiao Sun, this is also your uncle and aunt's fault. We went to bed too early last night. If we'd seen them come back together, none of this would have happened. Zhang Sun let out a light laugh, his gaze fixed directly on Zhang Jianjun. Uncle, stop putting on a show with me. We're all busy people. I'm here to collect my debt. I just want the 3 million you owe me. He stubbed out his cigarette, his face turning ice cold. And I'm getting that money today no matter what. Zhang Jianjun felt deeply unsettled. His nephew, who had always treated him with filial piety, had suddenly turned so sharp-tongued, it was utterly unbearable. Yet he refused to hand over 3 million yuan to the young man without cause. Over the years he had doted on this nephew, tending to his every need and offering him the warmth of family. Surely that was worth far more than 3 million. Still, Zhang Jianjun relied on Zhang Sun for many business dealings, so calming the young man down was now imperative. With that thought, he stormed toward Zhang Heng and delivered a thunderous slap across his face. Wretch! Look what you've done to your elder brother. Just then Li Yun, returning home from grocery shopping, witnessed the entire scene. Li Yun rushed forward to shield Zhang Heng. Zhang Jianjun, why are you striking my son? Zhang Jianjun's headache intensified. You dare protect him? Ask him yourself what disgraceful act he committed while drunk. He was determined to pin everything on alcohol-induced recklessness. Zhang Sun stood silent, watching the farce unfold with icy detachment. To Li Yun, Zhang Heng was her most cherished son. Seeing him struck had momentarily shattered her composure. Only now, observing the tense expressions in the room, did she grasp the truth of what had transpired. She deliberately struck Zhang Heng twice on the back. You wretched boy, what on earth have you done? Once the performance concluded, Li Yun, eyes glistening with tears, turned pleadingly to Zhang Sun. Xiao Sun, your younger brother is still so young. Whatever he's done wrong, I as his second aunt beg your forgiveness on his behalf. Will that suffice? Zhang Sun ignored her and fixed his gaze on Zhang Jianjun. Second uncle, whether or not this incident occurred today, debt demands repayment. That is the immutable law of heaven and earth. Let me state it one final time, I am here solely to collect what is owed me. As for how you choose to discipline your son, that is your affair. There is no need to perform it before me. Li Yun stared at Zhang Sen's unyielding demeanor, fury boiling within her. This insolent brat. After all the care their family had lavished upon him these past years, how dare he behave so brazenly in her own home? Yet she was ever the smiling tiger, even in seething rage her lips curved into a practiced smile. Xiao Sun, child, how can you speak to your second uncle like that? Doesn't that wound his heart? Your second uncle has treated you far better than he ever treated my own son Ahang. Zhang Sen let out a cold, hollow laugh. Yes, better. Deliberately bankrupting his factory, tolerating his son sleeping with his girlfriend. After the apocalypse betraying him again and again, abandoning him, then engineering his gruesome death. Was that kindness? Li Yun continued, voice softening. Besides, we are all one family. What do you mean by owing you, or owing me? Among kin accounts cannot, and should not, be tallied so precisely. We've treated you well these past years, your second uncle, and I. Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow. So you're suggesting that the 3 million yuan I lent your family has effectively become yours. No repayment required. Is that your position? Li Yun smiled warmly as she sat beside him. Xiao Sun, you've just graduated. You haven't entered the workforce yet. You don't know how fiercely difficult it is to earn money nowadays. Where pray tell could we possibly scrape together 3 million? Moreover, if you hadn't insisted on living near us, we'd never have purchased this apartment. And had we not bought it, your second uncle's company wouldn't have suffered cash flow collapse, losing several major projects with losses exceeding 3 million. Yet he feared you'd blame yourself, so he never once mentioned it to you. As Li Yun spoke, she dabbed at her eyes with a tearful gesture, as though she bore some unbearable injustice. Zhang Heng chimed in eagerly. Exactly. Brother, you were the one who insisted we take your 3 million to buy this place, so how can you now claim we owe you? Zhang Sen laughed, a bitter, mirthless sound, and strode toward Zhang Heng, delivering a brutal kick to his chest. Though his current physique paled in comparison to his former self, the blow carried full force. Zhang Heng clutched his ribs, instantly gasping for breath. Zhang Sen, what are you doing? Zhang Sen, are you insane? Do you intend to murder him? Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun leapt to their feet, lunging forward. But Zhang Sen met each with a single precise kick, sending them crashing to the floor, writhing in pain. Zhang Sen surveyed the three sprawled on the ground, and Chen Tiantian kneeling pale-faced beside the sofa, with undisguised contempt. Truly, I'm awestruck by your family's shameless audacity. Zhang Jianjun clutched his abdomen and staggered upright. Zhang Sen, have you lost your mind? I am your second uncle. Dare you strike me and escape divine retribution? Zhang Sen snorted coldly, seized Zhang Heng by the collar like a helpless chick, and drew a fruit knife from his waistband, pressing its blade against Zhang Heng's throat. Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun shrieked in unison. Zhang Heng trembled violently. Brother, what are you doing? Zhang Sen clenched his teeth. No more nonsense. Zhang Jianjun, I warn you, I will have my 3 million today, or you'll have no son left. Zhang Jianjun roared, madness. Zhang Sen, you're truly mad. Even if you disregard fraternal bonds, will you flout the law itself? Release your brother. Your second uncle promises to repay you as soon as possible. Zhang Sen tightened his grip. A thin crimson line welled instantly along Zhang Heng's throat. Li Yun screamed, no. Xiao Sun, calm down. Don't harm your brother. Brother? Is this what you call a brother? Zhang Sen bellowed. Zhang Heng, I ask you plainly, how many times have you slept with Chen Tiantian? Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun finally understood the source of his fury. Zhang Heng shuddered. Brother, you misunderstand. It was only last night, just once. I was utterly drunk. I know I've erred. How many times? Zhang Sen's voice rose raw and edged with manic intensity, his hand pressing harder. Do you think I stumbled upon this by chance? I've heard whispers of your sordid affair countless times. Indeed, Zhang Sen had heard rumors, from friends in his past life, that Zhang Heng and Chen Tiantian were entangled. A university classmate had seen them emerge from a hotel together long before the apocalypse. But Zhang Sen, the eternal fool, had believed his actress girlfriend's denials and severed ties with that friend. For times, Zhang Heng stammered, face ashen, confessing outright. Do your parents know? Zhang Sen demanded. Speak the truth. If you lie, I'll kill you right now. Yes, they know. Hear that? A ghastly sorrow-drenched smile twisted Zhang Sen's lips. This is my beloved younger brother, sneaking behind my back with my fiancée, and my esteemed second uncle and aunt, fully aware, yet still performing this charade. Zhang Jianjun, one final warning, either I slaughter your entire family and surrender myself to justice, or you repay me now, and we sever all ties forever. Xiao Sun, where am I to find such funds today? Grant me time, I'll raise the money. No, either the money arrives today, or we all die together. This world holds nothing left worth my staying. Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun had only this one son, and seeing Zhang Sen behave like a deranged killer, they dared not risk his losing control. Reluctantly, they transferred 3 million yuan. Upon receiving the bank notification, Zhang Sen released Zhang Heng. The apocalypse had not yet arrived. He would not commit murder. Relief washed over Zhang Jianjun as Zhang Heng staggered upright, though murderous rage burned beneath his calm exterior. Still constrained by Zhang Sen's terrifying display, he suppressed his fury. Xiao Sun, your brother acted foolishly, yes, but the money is now repaid. Can't you, for the sake of our blood ties, delete the video and let this matter fade? Rest assured, your brother will sever all contact with your fiancée immediately. Zhang Sen arched a brow. You want to silence me? Consider it a plea from your second uncle. Zhang Sen paused, then replied coolly, the price for silence. 5 million yuan. What? 5 million? Have you lost your mind? I don't have 5 million to give you. Not now, not ever. Zhang Jianjun roared, losing all composure. Zhang Sen smiled faintly. 1 million for sealing Zhang Heng's mouth, and 4 million for your deliberate bankruptcy of the factory my father left behind. Uncle, did you truly believe I knew nothing? Father entrusted that factory to you. Yet within 2 years it collapsed utterly, leaving me not a single coin. Then you swiftly opened a new factory, hiring the same staff, using the same supply chain, serving the same clients, leveraging the very network my father built, only revealing its existence a full year later. Wasn't that precisely to avoid working for me? For a million. When I sold the factory back then I received far more than that. Tell me, am I mad, or are you? Zhang Jianjun's face paled, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. Zhang Sen continued calmly. I'm asking for this sum alone out of respect for our blood tie, that you're my father's own brother. I've spared you humiliation. Otherwise, the moment I step out this door, I'll go straight to the police. Zhang Jianjun scoffed in disbelief. Don't bluff me. If you had evidence, you'd have gone already. Zhang Sen's lips curled into a cold smile. It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. When opportunity knocks, you refuse to grasp it. Then let us begin with how your family has systematically oppressed the orphan son of your elder brother. For 3 million, I'll hire an army of online commentators. Soon, every corner of Nanyang will know your deeds. And when public outrage surges, I imagine even the police will accelerate their investigation. Oh, and those business partners you're currently working with. I'm certain they still remember my father and me. They were his lifelong confidants, men forged in decades of loyalty. They chose to cooperate with you solely out of respect for him. Otherwise, why would you keep dragging me along to dinners with them again and again? As he turned to leave, Zhang Sen cast one final glance at the house. Uncle Aunt, enjoy your last days of affluence. Soon I'll reclaim everything you stole from me. By the way, Aunt, does the village house still stand? Please tidy it up in advance. Your family will need somewhere to live. Zhang Jianjun's face darkened. Zhang Heng trembled with suppressed fury. He longed to lunge forward and strike Zhang Sen dead, yet dared not move. He sensed unmistakably that Zhang Sen had meant to kill him just moments ago. Xiao Sun, do you truly disregard our uncle-nephew bond? Zhang Jianjun no longer dared gamble. Even without concrete evidence, the truth of what his family had done to Zhang Sen, if exposed, their reputations would shatter irreparably. The factory he'd seized through ruthless effort would crumble overnight. All he could do now was weaponize kinship against Zhang Sen. Yet Zhang Sen only laughed, a low, mirthless sound. Zhang Jianjun, after all you've done to me, dare you speak of uncle-nephew affection? With no alternative, Zhang Jianjun acquiesced, agreeing to transfer the remaining 5 million by noon tomorrow. Emerging from his uncle's home, Zhang Sen hurried back to apartment 1602. Time was collapsing. Only 7 days remained before the apocalypse. Supplies were vast, seconds precious. No moment could be squandered. He powered on his laptop and began drafting a survival inventory. In his past life, extreme heat had heralded cataclysmic typhoons, then acid rain, torrential downpours, and finally lethal frost. Natural disasters cascaded without pause. The pharmaceutical list alone spanned 3 dense pages. Many drugs prohibitively expensive, nearly impossible to procure. There was no time to scour pharmacy after pharmacy. Instead, he contacted a high school classmate now working as a pharmaceutical sales representative and sent over the list. A friend needs these medicines. Delivery required within 3 days. Can you manage it? 5 minutes later, his classmate called. Brother Son, the volume on this list is massive. What on earth do you need so many drugs for? Are you serious? Or joking? Dead serious. My friend is launching a charitable initiative. The sole condition, delivery within 3 days. I'll pay a deposit. How much do you suggest? No need. I'm calling to verify the drug's intended use. I happen to have another batch whose expiry dates are nearing. Less than 6 months remain. If this is for charity, best to skip it. Zhang Sen's pulse quickened. Expiring stock. He possessed a spatial artifact. Eternal preservation guaranteed. He had to secure it. Deliver that batch tomorrow too, alongside the rest. Without further exchange, he ended the call and transferred 2,000 yuan. Deposit, balance payable upon delivery. His bank account now held 1 million, including the 3 million recovered from Zhang Jianjun, plus the imminent 5 million hush money totaling 1 million. Yet even this sum fell woefully short of his survival procurement needs. Why demand precisely 5 million? Because he knew it was the maximum Zhang Jianjun could mobilize swiftly. Any more, and his uncle would panic, lash out recklessly. Given Zhang Jianjun's cautious nature and obsession with face, this amount would still feel tolerable, perhaps even advantageous. To spend 5 million acquiring a factory generating several million annually. He might even consider himself fortunate. Had there been no apocalypse looming, Zhang Sen could have filed a formal report, letting authorities conduct methodical investigations until every stolen asset was reclaimed. But now there was no time. A rapid mental calculation confirmed his inventory requirements dwarfed current funds. More capital was imperative, and ideally secured before day's end. Staggering procurement and fundraising simultaneously would waste irreplaceable hours. After submitting loan applications across multiple lending platforms, he shifted focus to his residence. He retrieved the property deed and stepped outside, grabbing a quick meal at a nearby restaurant before driving his modest BMW toward the bank. Yuyuan residential complex occupied central Nanyang, built 8 years prior. His unit measured 160 square meters internally. At current market rates, over 500 yuan per square meter, he could fetch over 8 million selling outright. But needing liquidity, the bank offered only 6.5 million. With no time for negotiation, he accepted the 6.5 million and departed. Combined with the 1.3 million secured from digital lenders, his total stood at 17.9 million. These loans, both online and mortgage-based, were effectively risk-free extractions. Once the apocalypse arrived, all debtors vanished, and all digital traces dissolved with the collapse of networks. Even those compromising photographs he'd taken would vanish entirely from the world. So, there was nothing to fear. By 3 in the afternoon, the temperature outside had reached 48 degrees Celsius, making it feel as though one were standing in a steamer. Zhang Sen's t-shirt was completely soaked with sweat, yet he dared not delay. He drove to a used car dealership and sold his small BMW for the low price of 1,500, then immediately rented a van. Just after getting in the car, he received a phone call. It was from an old acquaintance, Lu Hao, whom he had bumped into while having lunch at the entrance of the residential community. Lu Hao, a 21-year-old retired soldier, worked at a renovation company not far from Yuyuan, where he rented a room. Zhang Sen had known him in his past life, as he had overseen the renovations for many homes in the community. Lu Hao was in charge of 1603, which was next door to Zhang Sen's house, although they were not familiar before the apocalypse. They only became acquainted while searching for supplies together later on. Both of them were of similar age and rather straightforward, allowing for easy conversation. Lu Hao was a good and honest person, knowing that Zhang Sen had many people to support, often looking out for him and sharing more supplies. On one occasion, when their supply team clashed with other survivors, Lu Hao even took a blow meant for him. Zhang Sen had always been grateful to him, but not long after that he had not seen Lu Hao again. Perhaps he had perished. After all, death was far too commonplace in the apocalypse. Encountering Lu Hao again stirred feelings of nostalgia in Zhang Sen. Though he had sworn to himself that in this life he would not easily trust anyone, he also disliked being in debt to others, and he intended to find a way to repay Lu Hao's kindness. Lu Hao called to inform him that he had already found workers and materials, and he was ready to help Zhang Sen with the renovations at any time. Zhang Sen had already contacted several renovation companies while at home today. However, his requirements were rather specific, and the companies were reluctant to take on the job. After all, it was just a matter of replacing a window, adding a security mesh, and a front door along with a few fireplaces. Moreover, the materials he wanted were unique, leaving little profit margin. With the weather this hot, even if they accepted, there would be a long waiting period. However, Zhang Sen couldn't afford to wait, so he handed the task over to Lu Hao when he encountered him. He promised to pay him 200 yuan as a reward for getting the job done. Alright, how many days will the construction take? Zhang Sen was surprised by Lu Hao's efficiency. His expectation was 2 to 3 days, but Lu Hao managed to get it done in just a few hours. 1 day is enough. It's just replacing the bulletproof glass and security door plus installing 4 fireplaces. It'll be quick. Zhang Sen greatly admired Lu Hao's capability and realized that he indeed needed an assistant. After all, one person's efficiency was simply too low. He recalled Lu Hao mentioning before that due to the recent heat, the commercial area was experiencing power restrictions, and he had been working from home. So he asked, Lu Hao, would you be interested in a part-time job? Lu Hao paused. A part-time job? Yes, it would be like my assistant. Work for half a month, and I'll pay you 5,000. 5,000. Lu Hao was thrilled. At his renovation company, he earned just over 1,000 at most, and sometimes only 5 or 6,000. To receive 5,000 for just half a month's work was quite tempting. However, having worked for a year or two and being from the military, he understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. This person wouldn't ask him to do something extremely difficult for that amount, would he? After learning that the job mainly involved running errands, and that he could directly refuse any unethical tasks, Lu Hao happily accepted the part-time position. After hanging up, Zhang Sen immediately transferred 200 yuan to him as an advance, which was part of his salary, with the remaining 300 to be settled after half a month along with the renovation fee. Lu Hao was an honest person and didn't dare to take too much. Since he was already acting as an assistant, he had no reason to accept the tip. Zhang Sen didn't say much more, sending him the address and the door lock code, so he could quickly come with people to take measurements. While it was still light out, Zhang Sen drove to the largest comprehensive wholesale market in Nanyang. He drove around, eventually finding the largest grain and oil store. He spent over 1 million completely emptying the store's stock. Just the salt alone amounted to 5 tons. Salt is extremely important for the human body. Without it for a long time, one simply cannot endure. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, he had witnessed someone trade a bag of salt for 10 pounds of food. The heat was unbearable, and the owner didn't want to stay open, so he was eager to clear the stock, treating Zhang Sen almost like a long-lost brother, giving him a 5% discount. He was also willing to send someone to help Zhang Sen with the loading. Zhang Sen figured that with so much stock it would take several hours to transport it himself, so he asked the owner, "Is there a warehouse for rent nearby? I want to buy some more items." "There seems to be one in that village near the market. Let me ask for you." The owner quickly returned, sweating profusely after just 2 minutes. "Little brother, I checked for you, and indeed there is one over 500 square meters. When do you need it?" "Right now," Zhang Sen replied as he handed the owner a cigarette. The owner took the cigarette. "Let's go. I'll take you there now." The person renting the warehouse was the owner of a nearby mineral water shop, and Zhang Sen conveniently bought all the mineral water from his shop, both small bottles and large containers totaling about 100 tons. There's no way around it. After the apocalypse, acquiring water has become exceedingly difficult. In addition to this water, he needed to stock up further. He also purchased 105-ton water storage barrels and purification tablets, preparing to store water day and night in his space. Now that he had storage space, there was no need to suffer making snow water. He then went to the vegetable wholesale area, meat wholesale area, seasoning wholesale area, grain and fruit seed wholesale area, instant food wholesale area, electrical appliance wholesale area, and tissue wholesale area, spending over $3 million in total. He rented the warehouse and arranged for the goods to be delivered there. Just in time, Lu Hao had finished measuring the dimensions, and they would start work directly tomorrow. Zhang Sen called Lu Hao to come collect the goods and inform him when everything had arrived. By the time he left the wholesale market, it was nearly dark. He drove to the largest outdoor goods store in the city. Coincidentally, the mall was holding a clearance sale. Everything was discounted with some items marked down to as low as 30. This store was already known for its high cost-performance ratio, and now it was an absolute steal for him. Disaster emergency kits, tents, fire axes, climbing ropes, binoculars, radios, waterproof flashlights, ultra capacity, solar chargers, diving suits, oxygen tanks. He bought everything he could think of without exception, and all of the highest quality. After all, these were life-saving supplies. Zhang Sen also ordered 10 inflatable boats and 10 rubber boats. He had originally wanted to purchase some extreme cold-resistant clothing, but unfortunately this store didn't have the kind he wanted, which could withstand temperatures as low as -60 or 70 degrees. Fortunately, the owner helped him contact a colleague from another region. Zhang Sen examined the cold-resistant gear at that store and ultimately acquired 10 complete sets for himself from top to bottom. He opted for express delivery, ensuring they would arrive the next day. The boss finally encountered such a significant client, prompting everyone in the store to work overtime to assist Zhang Sen in loading all the goods onto the truck. Within 10 minutes, they had completed the loading. Zhang Sen drove away, finding a secluded place to park, and stored all the goods into his space. At that moment, Lu Hao called, informing him that all the goods in the warehouse had arrived and the quantity was correct. Zhang Sen hurried to the warehouse. Seeing the mountain of supplies stacked inside, he felt a surge of security. These supplies would be enough for him to last 30 years in the apocalypse. "Zhang, why are you hoarding so much food and drink?" Lu Hao asked, confused by Zhang Sen's sudden purchase of such a large quantity of grain. "I plan to open a supermarket." Zhang Sen casually provided an excuse and sent him off for the day. Once Lu Hao left, Zhang Sen locked the door and placed his hands on the supplies. The warehouse, which had already been filled to half capacity, suddenly felt empty. Zhang Sen looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but laugh. His account had less than 7 million left. He had received a WeChat message from Zhang Jianjun, who was very cautious, insisting that Zhang Sen go to his house tomorrow to sign various confidentiality agreements before he would transfer the money. Zhang Sen didn't mind and agreed immediately. Right now, he only cared about the money and was not interested in the factory in Zhang Jianjun's hands. After all, when the apocalypse struck, his factory would be the first to be submerged. It was nearly 10 o'clock. It was time to acquire some weapons. Driving to the western suburbs, Zhang Sen spent over half an hour searching before he found a place among a cluster of single-story houses. This store appeared to be a small supermarket, with a woman in her 30s wearing a floral sundress, smoking a lattice cigarette, sitting behind the counter. Upon seeing Zhang Sen enter, the woman merely glanced up before lowering her head to continue playing a mahjong game on her phone. This store was one Zhang Sen had heard about from a big shot during the first year of the apocalypse. On the surface, it was a small supermarket, but in reality, it held many secrets. Zhang Sen approached the counter saying, "A pack of huazi, please." The woman didn't even lift her head, asking, "Hard or soft?" "The hardest kind," Zhang Sen replied. The woman paused her card playing for a moment, finally raising her head to reach under the counter and pull out a pack of hard huazi, tossing it onto the counter. 45. "So cheap. Isn't it 174 a pack outside? Or is this not hard enough? Do you have anything harder?" Zhang Sen looked into the woman's eyes. She narrowed her eyes, suspiciously asking, "Who introduced you to me?" "Brother Depao." Brother Depao was a big shot Zhang Sen had met in the apocalypse. They had gone to the base together and encountered another faction on the way, leading to a confrontation. Although Brother Depao had firearms, they were outnumbered. At one point, he was overwhelmed and attacked. In a moment of crisis, Zhang Sen charged into the crowd and saved him. Consequently, their relationship grew closer, and during their journey to the base, Brother Depao often recounted glorious tales from his days navigating the underworld, during which Zhang Sen learned about this store and the secret code. Upon hearing Brother De Pao's name, the woman's expression relaxed. "Follow me," she said. She got up first, closing the shop door, and then walked towards the back room. In the corner, she pulled aside a metal panel, revealing a staircase. The woman said little, heading straight down the stairs. The basement was piled with various goods. She approached an iron door and knocked in a rhythm of 323. 5 seconds later, the door was opened by a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. This man was the boss of the place. The woman stated, "Sent by De Pao." The boss nodded, glancing at Zhang Sen, and immediately sensed that this young man was not to be trifled with. Though he appeared clean-cut, his eyes told a different story. Calm and cold. His hands must have been stained with blood. "Come in," the bearded man said, turning to enter the room. Zhang Sen followed him inside as the woman closed the door behind them. "What do you want?" the bearded man asked. Zhang Sen looked around. The room contained few items, just a wall lined with crossbows without even any common weapons. His gaze fell upon a compound crossbow hanging in the corner. It was entirely black, and its smooth lines exuded a deadly aura. Zhang Sen had seen someone use this type of crossbow in the apocalypse. One arrow had pierced the head of a mutated tiger rumored to be produced in the lighthouse. Its power surpassed that of a handgun, with high accuracy, ease of operation, and the capability of being disassembled as needed. Most importantly, it was quieter than a handgun, making it extremely useful in the early years of the apocalypse. Furthermore, the arrows could be reused. The cost-effectiveness was simply remarkable. "How many of these do you have?" he inquired, pointing at the compound crossbow. 10, the bearded man replied. A smile crept onto his lips. This kid knew his stuff. "He'll take them all." "How many matching arrows do you have?" "About 300, the bearded man said. Zhang Sen nodded, agreeing to take them all, then added, "I want to visit the lighthouse country. It's too free there. I need to get some common weapons." The bearded man smiled and led Zhang Sen into another secret room filled with various firearms. Zhang Sen felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed Brother De Pao hadn't been mistaken. This guy indeed had some skills. Afterwards, he also took 20 hand grenades, 3 Type 54 pistols, and 3 AK-47s, clearing out all the ammunition in stock. He did not take any other firearms or precision instruments. Not only were they expensive, but they were also not very effective in the apocalypse. Months later, the entire Blue Star would experience extreme cold. The era of extreme cold in the apocalypse was a time when cold weapons shone brightly. Sometimes these flashy weapons were even inferior to cold weapons. Finally, Zhang Sen requested 10 machetes, 10 daggers, 10 straight knives, 5 sets of top-notch military cold weather combat suits, 5 sets of anti-cutting suits, and 5 bulletproof vests. This trip cost him over 3 million. He now had less than 4 million left, but it didn't matter. He would replenish his funds tomorrow. After loading the goods with the bearded man, it was already past 2 in the morning. As he was about to leave, Zhang Sen asked, "Can you get diesel and gasoline?" The bearded man paused, saying, "How much do you need?" "I can't get too much." "About 50 tons each," Zhang Sen replied. The bearded man thought for a moment, then said 3 million. Zhang Sen was amused and angry. Was he treating him like a fat sheep to slaughter? This guy had already quoted high prices when he was buying weapons. If he hadn't been well-versed in the prices of these items, he might have been ripped off. He had negotiated the price down before, and now they were trying another trick. Diesel was less than 10,000 per ton, while gasoline was over 10,000 per ton. Was this guy directly multiplying the price by 3? Zhang Sen responded, "He'll offer a maximum of 1.5 million. If you can't manage it, forget it." His statement wasn't meant to pressure the bearded man into lowering the price. Rather, he genuinely thought the price was too high and inappropriate. He needed to keep some money for other matters. To be honest, all the supplies he hoarded today were purchased as a precaution. If he couldn't buy any particular item, he wouldn't mind. There would always be other channels to acquire them. Thus, he wouldn't be a fool, but if this bearded man was generous, he wouldn't mind letting him earn a bit. The bearded man pondered for a moment before nodding. Zhang Sen provided him with an address and asked him to deliver the goods there tomorrow before driving away. When he reached a secluded path, he stopped the car and stored all the weapons into his space before continuing on his way. By the time he returned home, it was almost 4 in the morning. He entered the space to take a look. With so many supplies, it was merely the tip of the iceberg in the space. He shook his head helplessly. He was still poor. At 8 in the morning, Zhang Sen was awakened by Lu Hao's call. After washing up, Lu Hao arrived with the workers. After a brief exchange, Zhang Sen went downstairs. It was time to collect the money. With a benevolent smile on her face, she said, "Xiao Sin, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? An Air has cooked your favorite lean meat noodles. How about it?" Zhang Sen looked at her superb performance, filled with disgust. In his previous life, he was manipulated by her feigned kindness, believing they were his closest relatives. Countless times he had risked his life for them. Looking back now, this family, apart from their empty words of concern, had never truly done anything for him. Moreover, the love they showed was based on his inheritance and connections, as well as his foolish willingness to lend them money unconditionally. Thinking of this, his gaze turned colder. "No need, let's wrap this up quickly, though I have other matters to attend to." Li Yun's eyes reddened, her face full of reluctance. "Xiao Sun, we are your last relatives in this world. Do you really want to make it this way? Your brother really knows he was wrong. If you two turn against each other, it will hurt your second uncle and me the most." Zhang Sen lit a cigarette and couldn't help but chuckle. All right, miss. Please stop the act. No matter what you say today, it's 5 million, not a cent less. The Zhang Jianjun family finally dropped their masks, no longer showing him the same friendly faces as before. However, Zhang Sen didn't care at all. In his eyes, these people were already doomed to die and in agony. Zhang Sen, have you really thought this through? Once this matter is settled today, our uncle-nephew bond will be completely severed. Zhang Sen exhaled a puff of smoke. Thank goodness, just transfer the money quickly. Zhang Jianjun was so angry, he nearly passed out, throwing the confidentiality agreement in front of Zhang Sen. Zhang Sen casually flipped through it, finding it was just as he had guessed. Merely an end to the affair of Zhang Heng sleeping with his sister-in-law, and Zhang Jianjun seizing the factory with a prohibition on any further mention. After receiving the transfer, he signed with flair and deleted the video in front of everyone. With 5 million more in his account, Zhang Sen contentedly drove to his favorite breakfast shop and enjoyed a hearty meal. He ate 2 baskets of soup dumplings, 1 basket of steamed buns, 2 fried dough sticks, and a bowl of soybean milk before finally feeling full. As he was about to leave, he suddenly thought, since time doesn't flow in the space, why not buy more prepared meals to stock up? There would surely be many times when he would be too lazy to cook. He negotiated with the owner for 200 portions of various buns, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and wontons delivered every day for 5 days starting today. After sorting out the meals, he drove to the fresh market. He ordered nearly a ton of various live fish, requesting them to be cleaned and scaled. He also ordered 2 tons each of chicken, duck, pork, beef, lamb, chicken eggs, and duck eggs, along with a batch of fertilized eggs. Fresh shrimp and crabs were also included. In total, this trip cost around 1 million. Since the fish had to be killed fresh, there would be processing fees, and it would take 3 days to complete the delivery. However, Zhang Sen didn't mind, as he would be going to the warehouse to collect the ingredients delivered from various restaurants over the next few days. Clearly, Lu Hao alone was no longer sufficient. To make things easier, and to prevent Lu Hao from knowing too much, Zhang Sen hired a few more people specifically to oversee the warehouse and unload goods. After settling this, he went to the lumber market. A few days after the heavy rain, the entire summer would experience power outages. Following the extreme cold, natural gas pipelines in various countries could not withstand the low temperatures and would freeze and leak. Human demand for fire sources increased. Without fire, people could not eat cooked food or warm meals, and most survivors returned to a primitive lifestyle, living off the land. Countless people lost their lives due to hypothermia. The methods of obtaining fire sources also became primitive. Hence, firewood and coal became especially important for those trying to survive in the apocalypse. Zhang Sen directly purchased 700 tons of firewood, clearing out that lumber factory. He also bought 1,000 canisters of gas and 1,000 tons of coal. These 3 types of supplies cost just over 1 million. Adding the payments made to various restaurants today, Zhang Sen still had 6 million left. After completing this round, Lu Hao called to say that the glass and doors at home had been replaced, and the fireplaces in the living room and bedroom were also installed. Zhang Sen took a look when he returned and found everything was installed well, especially the 2 new doors. He tested them with a hammer. Both doors were very sturdy. With his current strength, his palms felt numb from the impact, and the only thing that had come off was a bit of paint. In addition, the doors were reinforced with a 10-centimeter thick steel bolt in 3 parts, ensuring that unless someone were to break through the walls, no one could enter. If it came to the point of breaking walls, he wouldn't be afraid. The thermal weapons stored in the space were enough to take out everyone in the building. A small hole was also opened at the top of the door, serving as a point for him to counterattack. After leaving home, Zhang Sen paid Lu Hao for the renovation costs, instructing him to settle the bills. It wasn't expensive, only around 100,000, which included the triple labor cost he had provided. There was no choice, the weather was so hot, and he was in a hurry. If he didn't offer more, no one would be willing to take the job. Just as Lu Hao walked out, Zhang Sen received a call from a high school classmate saying that the medicine had all arrived. Zhang Sen directly asked him to come to his house. Half an hour later, his classmate came upstairs with a colleague, bringing in a dozen large boxes into the living room. "It's all here, you can check the goods," said his classmate. Zhang Sen didn't bother to be polite. It wasn't that he didn't trust him, but these were life-saving supplies, and there couldn't be any mistakes. He carefully inspected everything. Medical bandages, disinfectant, alcohol, cold medicine, fever reducers, antibiotics, tetanus vaccines, various anti-inflammatory drugs. After settling the remaining payment of 1 million, his classmate happily refunded him 5,000, saying, "This is your commission. Thank you for helping me secure such a big order." Zhang Sen smiled. Over the years, their relationship had been pretty good with mutual exchanges. He casually said, "This year's weather is too unusual. Typically, such abnormal heat is followed by natural disasters. To be safe, you should stock up on long-lasting food and supplies at home." His classmate paused at his words, seeing Zhang Sen's serious expression, and nodded, "Thanks, bro." Zhang Sen didn't know if he took his advice to heart, but he had done what he could. He couldn't just grab his ear and say the apocalypse is coming. If you don't stock up on food, you'll starve. After seeing off his classmate, Zhang Sen closed the door and stored all the medicines in the space. He then called Lu Hao, asking him to drive to find vegetable and fruit farms and get some large quantities of fresh produce at a low price. After arranging these, he drove to the warehouse. The fresh produce had all been delivered. Just as he was about to leave, the courier arrived with 2 huge boxes. After signing for them and bringing them inside, he opened them to find the thermal clothing he had bought yesterday. He checked the quality, which was decent, and stored it in the space. When he arrived at the warehouse, it was nearly dark. Zhang Sen checked the goods briefly, ensuring everything was fine, and then directly allowed the workers to leave. Once the door closed, he repeatedly brushed his palm over the piled supplies. Moments later, the warehouse was once again empty save for puddles of water on the ground, proving that things had recently been placed there. After going out for a meal, Zhang Sen sat in the warehouse, smoked 2 cigarettes, and soon the people from various restaurants began to arrive with prepared meals. Each restaurant delivered 200 portions, not too many, and it took only about 10 minutes for each one to drive into the warehouse, unload, and leave. As soon as the people left, Zhang Sen immediately stored the dishes in the space. After all the deliveries from 7 or 8 restaurants were completed, it took no more than 2 hours. The time was now 8 in the evening. In another half hour, the firewood, coal, and gas would arrive. Zhang Sen continued to wait. The firewood arrived the fastest, 30 semi-trucks carrying 700 tons of wood. Just unloading the goods took several hours. In the meantime, the gas delivery also arrived. Once everything was unloaded, Zhang Sen closed the door and stored all the items in the space. He needed too much coal, and the supplier couldn't send anyone immediately. Zhang Sen told them to come back tomorrow. Just then, a bearded man delivering gasoline and diesel arrived. After confirming that the goods were correct, Zhang Sen settled the final payment. After unloading the gasoline and diesel, Zhang Sen didn't rush to store the items in the space. This bearded man had been in the business for many years and was quite cunning. He waited for over an hour, ensuring the person had left before he finally stored the items in the space. On his way home, he received another call from Chen Tiantian. He hung up directly. Since being caught in bed yesterday, Chen Tiantian had been persistently calling him, but he hadn't answered a single one. After such an incident, Zhang Heng probably wouldn't dare to mess with her anymore. Tomorrow it was expected to hit around 54 degrees. Before the apocalypse, the highest recorded temperature was 57 degrees. After showering, he went out for breakfast, then went to find Lu Hao. Lu Hao had already found the cheapest and most fully stocked fruit and vegetable wholesaler yesterday. Tomorrow it was expected to hit around 54 degrees. Before the apocalypse, the highest recorded temperature was 57 degrees. After showering, he went out for breakfast, then went to find Lu Hao. Lu Hao had already found the cheapest and most fully stocked fruit and vegetable wholesaler yesterday. He drove to the supplier. It had to be said, Lu Hao's work capability was truly impressive. He had managed to find such a remote and spacious warehouse. Due to the scorching heat, the owner, worried about the freshness of fruits and vegetables, proactively offered Zhang Sen an extremely low price. Zhang Sen generously emptied the entire stock for 1.5 million yuan. Now he had a vast variety of fruits and vegetables, enough to last a lifetime. He had only about 3 million yuan left. He called the snowmobile supplier he had ordered from earlier, and upon learning that the snowmobiles had arrived, he eagerly went to pick them up. 10 snowmobiles cost him nearly 500 yuan. There was no other choice. He had to have the best configuration for everything, and even then the seller had given him a discount. The snowmobiles didn't need delivery. He could load them into his box truck. After hauling the vehicles away to a secluded spot, he stored them in his space. Then he drove to the largest shopping mall in Nanyang and bought an iced Americano. Suddenly it struck him that after the apocalypse there would be no more such drinks. So he went to a few coffee shops he used to frequent, ordering 200 cups of iced coffee and 100 bags of coffee beans from each, plus 5 coffee machines, totaling 100 yuan. Only then did he start shopping. It was the hottest summer ever, and down jacket stores were having massive sales. Quilts were simply not selling. Zhang Sen made a grand gesture, buying 100 thick down comforters, 200 air conditioning quilts, and 500 sets of bed sheets and covers, clearing out the inventory of several stores. He also bought 100 sets of thermal underwear, 100 wool sweaters, 1,000 pairs of underwear, and 2,000 pairs of socks, all in his size. This trip cost over 500 yuan. Now he had less than 1 million yuan left. Zhang Sen decided to stop. The remaining money was only enough to settle the daily payments to the restaurants. At this point, he had already stocked up on all essential supplies. These supplies were enough for him to live comfortably and freely through the apocalypse alone. He sat in the box truck waiting as workers loaded the coffee down jackets, quilts, and other items one by one. Each time a delivery person got on the truck, the cargo compartment was empty. After receiving all the goods, Zhang Sen went to the warehouse. The coal and fruits had arrived. When Lu Hao saw Zhang Sen, he checked the inventory, asked nothing, handed over the keys, and prepared to leave. Zhang Sen transferred 500 yuan to Lu Hao to settle his assistant wages and reminded him that the weather had been very abnormal recently, suggesting he stock up on supplies. Lu Hao didn't say much, nodded in agreement, and was about to leave. Just a few minutes later, he transferred 200 yuan back to Zhang Sen. Boss, the renovation work was part of my duties as an assistant. 50,000 yuan for half a month is already a lot of you. I can't take advantage of you. If you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. Zhang Sen grew increasingly appreciative of Lu Hao. Although Lu Hao's expression clearly showed he didn't understand Zhang Sen's actions, he restrained his curiosity asked no inappropriate questions, and simply buried himself in work. He was also not greedy despite how hard it was to make money. He knew gratitude and refused what he shouldn't take. Though Lu Hao was the same age as Zhang Sen this year, Zhang Sen, having lived through the 8 years of struggling in the apocalypse, felt like a 30-year-old and naturally regarded Lu Hao as a decent young man. After receiving all the supplies, Zhang Sen waited until the meals from various restaurants were delivered, stored everything in his space, and then headed back. He finished work earlier than usual today. It was only a little past 9 in the evening when he got home. He took a bath to wash away his fatigue, then took out the large-capacity hard drive he had bought on JD.com and began downloading various learning materials, movies, TV series, and the like. The learning materials were meant to help him fare better in the apocalypse. Various mechanical knowledge, for instance. The movies and TV shows were purely for killing time, since life in the apocalypse alone was incredibly boring. In this life with his space, he naturally wouldn't choose to enter a base. His plan was to deal with the neighbors in this building first, then find a remote mountain near an official base, hide there, and live out the rest of his life. Decades after all, a lifetime wasn't that long. He had already bought all kinds of resources on Pinduoduo, and now just needed to keep downloading them. When he got to the Japanese language learning materials from the island nation, he couldn't help but release twice. As for spending money on pleasure, that could wait. After all, once the apocalypse came, if he wanted, even the most high and mighty top actresses would line up for him. The next morning, too lazy to go out, he grabbed a breakfast from his space and wolfed it down. Then he focused on improving his physical fitness at home. He kept training until he collapsed on the floor, unable to get up before stopping. His current body was far too weak. Fighting enemies could only rely on tools. By lunchtime, he had somewhat recovered. Downloading alone was too slow, and Zhang Sen feared he wouldn't finish before the internet went down, so he called Lu Hao over, handed him a few hard drives, and shared some learning materials, asking him to help with the downloads. That way, the only task today was to pick up the prepared meals. Zhang Sen decided not to have them delivered to the warehouse again. Instead, he drove the box truck to a location roughly equidistant from all the restaurants. He had them stagger their delivery times, and after collecting all the meals, it was just around dinner time. With some money left over, Zhang Sen decided to invite Lu Hao to the most expensive seafood buffet in Nanyang, priced at $1699 per person. Lu Hao, from an ordinary family, had never eaten anything so pricey and came over delighted. When they met, Lu Hao eagerly thanked him. "Boss, you're too generous." Zhang Sen smiled. "Cut the nonsense. Just eat your fill today. Maybe this is the last chance in our lives to enjoy such good food." Lu Hao grinned, his eyes nearly disappearing into slits. Without further talk, they set out to get their money's worth. In the end, they ate until they could barely walk, supporting themselves against the walls. Zhang Sen had deliberately chosen a seat in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. While Lu Hao was in the restroom, he slipped some of the dishes into his space. Over the next 2 days, Zhang Sen did little else, exercised at home in the morning, picked up meals in the afternoon, and in the evenings took Lu Hao to splurge at Michelin 3-star restaurants he had never dared to frequent before. Lu Hao gained a full 3 pounds. Zhang Sen also ordered some of his favorite delicacies and stored them in his. Time swiftly arrived at the last day before the apocalypse. As the two drove home, they passed by a supermarket. Zhang Sen suddenly remembered he had forgotten to buy personal care products and asked Lu Hao to pull over. They entered the supermarket, and Zhang Sen hurried to the personal care section, grabbing towels, bath towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, shampoo, body wash, and hand soap, without paying attention to brands, taking whatever he saw. He completely cleared one shopping rack. Lu Hao was utterly stunned. After purchasing these items, Zhang Sen realized he had bought too much and called for staff to help him check out first. Passing through the food section, Zhang Sen asked, "Did you stock up on supplies like I told you?" Lu Hao blankly shook his head. "I've been busy helping you download things these past 2 days and haven't had the time. I plan to stock up tomorrow." Since they were already there, Zhang Sen called for staff again and instructed them to pack up long shelf life foods like bread, self-heating, hot pot, self-heating, rice, ham, instant noodles, and so on, all within a budget of 20,000. He also had Lu Hao grab several bags of rice and flour and a dozen buckets of noodles. Lu Hao, bewildered, asked, "Boss, is it really necessary to buy so much? We're already here, and it's your 20,000 that you return to me. Just buy whatever. You live alone, so these things won't expire easily." Lu Hao sighed silently. Had he known that this 20,000 would return to him in this manner, he might as well have just kept it. After leaving the supermarket, they continued toward home. As they neared their destination, both of their phones received a news alert simultaneously. "Emergency notice, our city will face an extremely strong typhoon tonight at 10 o'clock with wind speeds expected to reach level 16-17. All schools and workplaces are to close. Aside from specific arrangements for essential jobs, such as ensuring public welfare, those still at work should leave promptly. Citizens are advised to stay indoors unless absolutely necessary." Lu Hao saw the news and turned to Zhang Sen, saying, "Wow, boss, you were really right. There is a natural disaster." Zhang Sen had no time to respond. He was filled with shock. The super typhoon had come earlier than expected. What was going on? Why was it changing? There was no time to think further. He had other things to do. He pressed the accelerator, and 5 minutes later the van stopped at the entrance of Lu Hao's building. Fortunately, the supermarket had helped pack everything into large boxes. Zhang Sen helped Lu Hao carry the items into the house and encountered two unfamiliar neighbors along the way, neither of whom greeted the other. The apartment Lu Hao rented had 3 bedrooms and a living room. The other 2 rooms were occupied by a man and a couple, all of whom were still out. Lu Hao felt a bit embarrassed to have Zhang Sen help him with the chores, saying, "Boss, you can just leave them in the living room." Zhang Sen insisted on taking them to the room. Luckily, Lu Hao's place was the master bedroom, with an en-suite bathroom spacious enough to accommodate several large boxes. After putting everything away, Zhang Sen suddenly recalled that in his past life, Lu Hao hadn't survived the natural disaster. He turned around looking at Lu Hao with a serious expression. "Lu Hao, I have a feeling this typhoon is not that simple. If it truly unfolds as I suspect, then the things we bought today might save your life, but they might also cost you your life. So remember, whatever others offer you for these things, do not sell them. It's best not to let anyone know you have food." After saying this, Zhang Sen ignored Lu Hao's reaction and turned to leave. He had done all he could. He had already repaid the favor from his previous life. If Lu Hao still didn't believe him, he could only blame himself. Zhang Sen drove the van to a secluded corner, then stored it away. He then took out another vehicle he had rented from the car rental agency, a black Hummer, which was suitable for driving in typhoon weather, and he had already removed the license plate. He changed into a black windbreaker, put on a baseball cap, and donned a black mask before getting into the car. He took out a map of Nanyang from his space, where he had circled several locations in red ink. These were his destinations for the night, and they were part of the homework he had done at home over the past few days. The black Hummer roared like a beast as it drove into the night. The advance of the strong typhoon had arrived, and the streets were filled with the howling of the wind. After more than half an hour, the black Hummer came to a steady stop outside a warehouse district. This was the largest warehouse area in Nanyang, home to the Tianmiao supermarket and Jingwang supermarket warehouses. Most importantly, there was a cold storage facility here. It belonged to a large meat processing company. Due to the low elevation of the area, it would be completely submerged in water on the first day of heavy rain following the strong typhoon, making it hard for the average person to find supplies here. So it was fine for him to benefit from it. He skillfully climbed into the district, his figure vanishing like a ghost in the darkness. He moved swiftly, reaching the Tianmiao supermarket warehouse in just 2 minutes. The warehouse door had a sensor lock requiring either a code or a card. But this was no challenge for Zhang Sen, as strength brought miracles. He took out a large hammer from his space and smashed the lock with one blow. As he rushed inside, he was overjoyed to see that the supplies had not been removed. The vast warehouse, spanning tens of thousands of square meters, was densely packed with various supplies, and just walking around would take quite a while. Zhang Sen certainly wouldn't browse leisurely. He took out a hoverboard from his space and rode it swiftly through the outermost row, causing an immense amount of supplies to vanish into thin air with each motion of his hand. Within 3 minutes, the large warehouse was left with only a few piles of goods that hadn't been processed in the corners. For the past few days, he had been hoarding supplies, worried that someone above would come and collect them ahead of time. In his past life, he had also visited this warehouse, and it had been completely cleared out. It was clearly the work of officials. Although he didn't know when the officials had emptied the supplies, he feared they had received news beforehand and cleared it out before the disaster. To be safe, he had cautiously hoarded a sufficient amount of supplies for his survival. Having these items would certainly be better. If not, he wouldn't be left empty-handed. It was a double safety measure. Next was the Jingwang warehouse, where he used the same method to clean it out. After that, he proceeded to the supplies of over a dozen smaller warehouses, not even knowing what was inside, all of which he stored in his space. Finally, he arrived at the cold storage. As soon as he entered, the cold air hit him, making him shiver. But the sight inside filled him with joy. The cold storage, spanning over 10,000 square meters, was lined with an array of pork, beef, lamb, and various poultry meats. There was so much meat that it probably weighed over 1,000 tons. It was enough for him to eat for 100 lifetimes. If he didn't take this meat away, it would spoil within 3 days after the power outage due to the heavy rain. To ensure they met a proper end, he had no choice but to work hard and store it all in his space. The entire zero-cost shopping spree in the district took less than an hour. To be safe in case someone came to relocate supplies during the typhoon, he also went to the surveillance room in the district. He dropped a grenade, completely destroying the surveillance room. This way no one would know how these supplies had disappeared. After completing all this, he swaggered out of the district's main gate. The strong typhoon had arrived. The howling wind roared as the black Hummer drove steadily down the road toward the port, where various supplies were shipped from Nanyang. Unlike the warehouse district, there would be guards here. When Zhang Sen arrived, he saw thousands of containers neatly lined up at the port. The black Hummer parked in a spot out of the range of surveillance. Zhang Sen got out of the car and rode a balanced scooter into the port. 20 minutes later, thousands of containers at the port vanished without a trace. Zhang Sen waved his hand and left, concealing his merits and fame. Next, he was headed to a large warehouse-style supermarket that had recently opened on his way home. Sama Membership Supermarket. This supermarket is known for its cost-effectiveness, and one must obtain a membership card to shop there. Zhang Sen did not have a membership card, but he had a hammer. With a single blow, he shattered the glass. While this was the largest supermarket he had ever seen, resembling a large shopping mall, The lights in the store were off and Zhang Sen donned a headlamp, starting his zero-cost shopping on the balance scooter. The first floor was stocked with daily necessities, and adhering to the principle of not missing any product, he gathered everything. After finishing the first floor, he proceeded to the basement level. The basement level was the food section, and when Zhang Sen arrived here, his eyes widened. Damn, if I had known it would be this smooth, I shouldn't have exhausted myself gathering supplies these past few days. I should have just come here for zero-cost shopping. How could one possibly eat all this in a lifetime? Well, enough with the lamenting. Let's get on with the zero-cost shopping. If I drag this out, I might just miss out. Roasted chicken, durian cake, red wine, cigars, various unsold cooked foods. They're all mine. Zhang Sen mumbled something, and the items beside him vanished into thin air. After this, he went to the second basement floor. Goodness, the items there were even more extravagant, and all neatly arranged, nearly stacked to the ceiling. After spending more than 40 minutes, he finally emerged from the now empty Sama membership supermarket. Alright, today's task is complete. Zhang Sen felt delighted and prepared to head home. On the way, he had to cross a stretch of railway, a must-pass for the freight trains of Nanyang. As the black Hummer arrived here, Zhang Sen saw a train not far away winding through the darkness like a giant snake. Freight train. Zhang Sen's heart skipped a beat. He took out binoculars from his space and took a look. There were things on it dark and obscured by the falling rain, making it hard to see clearly. Just a moment's hesitation, and the black Hummer sped past. When he reached the side of the train, Zhang Sen finally saw what was inside the cars. Cool. He didn't see anyone around, suggesting they had already evacuated in a hurry. Zhang Sen roughly counted, this freight train had at least 70 or 80 carriages, all filled with coal amounting to several thousand tons. Though he no longer lacked this stuff, he was already here. Time to act. In his previous life, he had also scavenged for supplies on such freight trains, and even now most train couplings still use Jan-style couplers. These couplers are easy to undo, and he could do it barehanded. However, if it weren't for the concern about limited space, he would have loved to take the whole train in. After unhooking 2 couplers, he began to draw the carriages into his space. On average, he could unhook 1 coupler in less than a minute, and just an hour later only the locomotive remained on the tracks. Zhang Sen thought for a moment, why not take the locomotive too? Otherwise it would be left here all alone, which would be boring. Besides, having the locomotive might prove useful one day. After all, there's plenty of space. After taking the locomotive, Zhang Sen continued on his way. He felt a faint anticipation of more surprises along the route. Sure enough, as he passed a large gas station, he spotted 6 massive fuel tankers parked inside. Zhang Sen drove over, took a look, and found that these tankers were all full. Each truck could hold about 40 tons of fuel. It seemed they hadn't had a chance to unload yet. Well, that would work in his favor. After collecting the tankers, he initially wanted to check how much fuel was left in the storage tanks, but there was no time. The Typhoon was growing stronger, and he didn't want to take any risks, so he decided to come back later and try his luck. He was already close to having 200 tons of diesel and gasoline reserves, which should last him for many years. Even if he couldn't get fuel here next time, there would surely be opportunities elsewhere. With that in mind, Zhang Sen decisively abandoned the idea. Driving the black Hummer, he sped away. The vehicle headed into the city. The roads were noticeably less crowded than usual, suggesting everyone had rushed home in a hurry. The fierce wind raged, lifting up a lot of trash and cardboard, even tearing some metal signs off. Many trees along the roadside had been uprooted. As he passed a luxury car club, Zhang Sen's gaze was inadvertently drawn to a motorhome inside. It seemed he indeed needed a motorhome. This small risk was worth taking. He drove over, smashed the dealership's glass, and entered to take a closer look at the motorhome. Just by looking at the brand emblem, he knew it was a luxury motorhome worth over 10 million. The body and glass were bulletproof, the tires were explosion-proof and wear-resistant, and it was a hybrid model equipped with foldable solar panels on the roof. A motorhome is a mobile home essential for travel and living on the road. This motorhome seemed tailor-made for him. He collected it. After the motorhome entered his space, he took a moment to survey the luxury car club, which truly was a playground for the wealthy, utterly devoid of humanity. Covering over 3,000 square meters, the interior was lavishly decorated. Zhang Sen walked around, and everything in sight was cleared out. He collected dozens of luxury cars, including Bentley, Ferrari, Maserati, and Rolls-Royce, into his space. Although in this apocalyptic environment there might not be many opportunities to drive them in the future, but having them to use as weapons was also nice. This was an attack method he had devised a few days ago. If anyone provoked him, he could take out some heavy objects from his space and smash them directly onto the person. They would be crushed. The store also had many low-temperature tires, a dozen fuel barrels containing about 500 to 600 liters of fuel, several barrels of engine oil and lubricants, and he graciously accepted all spare parts. After clearing everything out, he went to the second-floor office, which dazzled him with its golden decoration. Red wine, cigars, and a pile of extravagant decorations, including 2 safes, all went into Zhang Sen's space. Ding! Gold detected. Would you like to use it for an upgrade? Huh, there's gold. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Upgrade. Upgrade. Zhang Sen hurriedly responded. A strong golden light flashed, and he could clearly see the white mist in his space, retreating significantly, becoming much thinner, and he could even see what seemed to be ripples of water within. Could it be that the space also has a water source? Zhang Sen didn't have time to investigate. After spending over 30 minutes in the club, he planned to leave. As he was leaving, he caught sight of 3 giant containers in the corner, all with waterproof seals on the doors. Containers of this scale were either freshly shipped from overseas or used to protect the club's valuable vehicles. Zhang Sen felt a surge of excitement. With one blow, he opened one of the containers. Inside, he found a world-class luxury off-road vehicle. The Paramount Raider, worth 12 million, is known as the land behemoth. It is the most unstoppable vehicle in the world, impervious to extreme temperatures. Zhang Sen gasped, and after storing it in his space, opened another container. Damn. After 8 years of living in the apocalypse, Zhang Sen considered himself someone who had seen it all. But at this moment he was no longer calm. The Caber Shield. It outclassed the vast majority of off-road vehicles, globally valued at over 25 million. It came factory-equipped as a bulletproof SUV. He suddenly felt that all the luxury cars he had just stored in his space were insignificant compared to these 2 behemoths. No man dislikes cars. Zhang Sen felt his heart racing wildly. With excitement, he stored both super war vehicles in his space. He silently recited, "I vow to abstain for 3 months to repay the heavens for their mercy." There was just one last container left. Zhang Sen rubbed his hands together, saying, "Baby, here I come." He swung the hammer, striking it once. Perhaps too excited, he missed the mark slightly. Good things take time, good things take time, he consoled himself. He stood the hammer on the ground, brought his palms together, and blew into his hands. Then he picked up the hammer. Bang! The chains fell, making a crisp sound on the ground. Zhang Sen opened the container door, shining his powerful flashlight inside, only to find it completely empty, the floor a chaotic mess. A pile of rags and some weeds. There was also a foul stench of animal feces lingering inside. Zhang Sen frowned. What on earth is in here? Before he could finish his sentence, a dark shadow lunged at him. What the hell? Zhang Sen stepped back and fried a dagger appearing in his hand. He immediately raised the dagger, and upon looking down he saw a pair of 2-colored eyes. A sound like the chirping of a chick echoed in his ears. Upon closer inspection he realized it was a black cat. The black cat meowed twice and boldly licked his face with its tongue. Zhang Sen couldn't help but laugh. Although he preferred dogs over cats, this one sparked an urge to pet it. He sheathed the dagger and stroked its head. The black cat seemed even happier, rubbing its head against his neck. Zhang Sen felt that despite its size, this cat was very thin, nothing but skin and bones, likely having been trapped in the container for a long time. But how had it survived in this container without any oxygen? He examined the inside of the container closely with his flashlight, discovering specially designed ventilation holes at the top. "Looks like you're quite the precious little creature," Zhang Sen remarked with a smile. He carefully set the black cat down from his arms, squatted down, and took out a sausage and a raw fish from his space. "Here, eat up. You look so thin and bony, you must be hungry for quite some time." The black cat meowed twice and began to eat joyfully. In the blink of an eye, the sausage and raw fish were gone. In this apocalyptic world, it would be better to raise a dog with combat capabilities. A pampered cat. Not so much. He simply didn't have the patience for that. "Alright, I've got to go. Take care." Zhang Sen threw a few more fish and a box of sausages on the ground, patted the cat's head, and stood up, preparing to leave. The black cat looked surprised and meowed twice. Zhang Sen strode out without looking back. The black cat seemed to understand that he was about to abandon it, dropping the fish it had in its mouth and darting toward him like lightning. Just as Zhang Sen was about to step out the door, he felt something tugging at his foot. Looking down, he met the yellow eyes of the black cat. It looked at Zhang Sen and meowed twice, its eyes filled with grievance. Zhang Sen was taken aback. "You want to come with me?" The black cat climbed up his pants, leaping up, its front paws wrapping around his neck, rubbing its head against him. Zhang Sen sighed with a wry smile. "In this apocalypse, how am I supposed to take care of you? Besides, I've never raised a pet before. Aren't you afraid I might accidentally let you die?" The black cat softly mewed, continuing to rub its head against his neck. After a moment's thought, Zhang Sen decided, "Fine, if you want to come, then come along." A single cat doesn't consume much. With so many things in his space, keeping a cat wasn't a big deal. If it did die, he couldn't be blamed. After all, if he left it here, the chances of survival were slim. Following him meant at least having food. Seeing the little black cat being so clingy, if he raised it well, it might accompany him for many years in this apocalypse. After all, being alone was indeed quite boring. With this thought in mind, Zhang Sen made up his mind, pulling the black cat out of his arms and pointing at it, warning, "Alright, you can follow me from now on, but let me tell you, I absolutely despise betrayal. If you dare betray me, I'll skin you alive. Also, I have a bad temper. You must listen to me. If you don't, you'll get beaten 3 meals a day. Do you understand?" The black cat looked at Zhang Sen with a pitiful expression, gently meowing twice, its front paws gripping his fingers and licking them. Zhang Sen laughed. "Alright, first go and collect your food." He held the black cat with one arm and went back to gather the sausages and fish he had thrown on the ground. Then, he also stored the container he had initially intended for the black cat. The Typhoons' winds had reached their peak, even the Hummer shook in the wind. Zhang Sen dared not be distracted. He drove cautiously, taking almost an hour to cover a route that usually took 20 minutes. Fortunately, he arrived at the underground parking garage without incident. He parked the car in a blind spot of the surveillance, looked around to confirm that no one was present, and then stored the Hummer into his space. The black cat watched in astonishment as such a large vehicle disappeared suddenly, its eyes wide open. It glanced back and forth between Zhang Sen and the spot where the car had been. The entire cat was flabbergasted. Zhang Sen was struck by its adorably silly appearance and reached out to pat its head. Although his tactical jacket was waterproof, it still had some droplets of water on it. To ensure the black cat was comfortable, he unzipped his jacket and tucked it inside, carrying it all the way back home. Upon arriving home, he set the black cat down and began to play. He focused his mind on checking his space. There were many items from tonight's zero-cost shopping that he hadn't had the chance to examine, especially those containers from the port. He used his consciousness to take a look around the warehouse area. Aside from the Tian Miao Jing Wang and the meat in the cold storage, most of the other warehouses were filled with snacks, clothing, and daily necessities. After checking these, he began to unpack the port's blind box. The blind boxes at the port were mostly labeled with packing slips. He didn't rush to open them, but first glanced at the packing slip, discovering that many of these boxes contained daily necessities, though each box was filled with the same kind of items. For instance, one box contained cashmere garments, including coats, cashmere clothes, and long pants in various colors and qualities. Cashmere is warm, yet lightweight, making it pleasant to wear. As for the coats, while they looked stylish, they were impractical due to their bulk. There were also beddings, daily necessities, clothing, drinks, and alcohol. After unpacking several hundred boxes, he felt a bit fatigued. Then he spotted 4 massive shipping containers. The packing slip indicated that they were filled with off-road vehicles. Excited, he opened the containers and found 8 off-road vehicles inside. Although they couldn't compare to the 2 behemoths he received today, these 8 vehicles were luxury cars similar to the black Hummer he rented and would be quite functional in the apocalypse. As he continued forward, he found that these large containers were filled with ores, fertilizers, coal, toys, crafts, and various luxury goods. It was somewhat boring. Only a few containers contained pet supplies and a box of fitness equipment, which piqued his interest. The little black cat now had a bright future ahead. He could also use the professional fitness equipment to improve his physical fitness. After looking for over an hour, Zhang Sen arrived in front of a pile of green containers. Upon checking the packing slip, he felt a surge of excitement. These 20 to 30 labeled containers were all refrigerated. Such containers typically held fresh fruits and vegetables, or meat, seafood, special medicines, and high-end fresh drinks. His heart raced with excitement and his hands trembled. As he opened them one by one, he found that the medicines were rare and expensive, mostly various vaccines. There were also the medicines he had stockpiled, but since he couldn't use so many himself, there wasn't much to be thrilled about. At most, they could serve as a backup for emergencies. However, if he encountered someone in genuine need later, they might be able to trade for some precious resources. What surprised him even more was that many animal medicines and vaccines were also present. There was yet another reason for the little black cat to survive. As he looked further, the main attraction came into view. It was all imported food. Imported lamb chops and beef, each weighing several tons. There were also seafood with boxes upon boxes of it neatly arranged. Australian lobsters, king crabs, tuna, wild yellow croakers, golden fish, and countless oysters. Zhang Sen was grinning widely. Even if he could afford these items, he rarely consumed them before the apocalypse. Yet now that the apocalypse had come, they had become something he could enjoy freely. He had nothing to say but to thank fate for its bounty. The next few boxes contained industrial supplies, including mechanical parts, tires, machines, and factory raw materials. However, several low-energy silent generators did bring him some joy. These generators were far superior to what he had stockpiled. After unpacking several more boxes, he discovered a few boxes of electronics, all from international brands: air conditioners, televisions, rice cookers, ovens, and more. There was also a box of electronic products, including computers, tablets, phones, and watches, all the latest models. Unfortunately, their usefulness would be minimal. The most he could do was connect them to his hard drive for learning purposes. There was also a box of kitchenware complete with pots, pans, and utensils. After feeling a bit bored, he unpacked a box of drones with the packing slip stating there were a total of 3000 units. These were good items that would be useful in the future. After seeing so many good things, Zhang Sen's heart had finally settled down. Using his spatial abilities drained a lot of mental energy, and after using his space for so long today, his mental strength was already depleted. However, this was also an intentional effort to train his mental fortitude. After glancing at the packing slips of the remaining containers, he lost interest. He decided to save them for a day when he was bored. After taking out a bunch of pet supplies from his space, he checked the little black cat, and found it was just hungry and thin with no other issues, which relieved him. After giving the black cat a bath and drying its fur, he poured a pile of cat food for it, and finally could rest collapsing onto the sofa. On the balcony, the black cat merely sniffed at the cat food disdainfully, pushing it aside, and jumped onto Zhang Sen's side, licking the back of his hand and curling up on his belly. He raised his hand, absent-mindedly stroking its fur. Not eating this brand of cat food. Zhang Sen switched to another type, but the black cat still pushed it away. He thought it wasn't hungry and left it alone. To his surprise, the black cat began to meow repeatedly, and Zhang Sen looked at the black cat, suddenly feeling something was off. Previously in the club the lighting was too dim, and he had been busy giving it a bath, so Zhang Sen hadn't really paid attention to the black cat's appearance. Now that he had time to spare, he stared at it for a while and noticed something unusual. This cat seemed a bit different from any cat he had seen before. Although he had never owned a cat, he knew that cats didn't make such sounds. He took a photo of it, but Baidu couldn't identify it. After searching around, he finally found a video where the creature in the video bore a resemblance to the black cat. However, the creature in the video was a black jaguar. Zhang Sen was taken aback and continued searching until he finally confirmed it. The creature he had picked up was not a cat at all, but a jaguar. No wonder it had been shipped back in such a large container from overseas. Holy cow! Jaguars are carnivorous creatures. They can grow to about 180 centimeters in length and can weigh over 300 pounds, with incredible bite force. What if it decides to bite him while he sleeps? Zhang Sen broke out in a cold sweat, but looking at the little creature nestled against him acting all cuddly, he gradually relaxed. What was there to fear? This creature could also be domesticated. The wealthy person who had it shipped over must have intended to raise it. If others could raise it, why couldn't he? Besides, it was so small now, as long as he took good care of it, it would probably grow up only recognizing him and obeying his commands. If he got lucky in the future, and it mutated, its combat power would be even more astonishing. At that time, with just one command, it could charge out and take down anyone he wanted to eliminate. How impressive would that be? Thinking of this, Zhang Sen burst into laughter. He had truly struck gold this time. The more he looked at the black cat, the more he liked it, unable to resist the urge to keep petting its head. Little leopard, shall I give you a name? The little leopard paused its eating, clinging to his arm, and let out a sound that seemed a bit more excited than before. It looked adorably foolish. So silly, Zhang Sen laughed. How about I call you Silly Egg? What do you think, Silly Egg? Zhang Sen called out a couple of times, but the little leopard showed no reaction, looking a bit aggrieved. Come on, are you picky? It's affectionate and cute. Zhang Sen thought for a moment. It seemed inappropriate to call it Silly Egg when it grew up, and he took it out in public. That would diminish its intimidating factor. He negotiated with the little leopard. How about this? When no one is around, he'll call you Silly Egg, but when I take you out, or if there are outsiders, he'll call you Satan. How cool is that for a demon from your country? Zhang Sen recalled the video he had just seen where the fully grown jaguar looked fearsome enough to truly deserve the name Satan. The little cub seemed quite pleased with this name, excitedly meowing a few times before starting to lick Zhang Sen's hand. Since he had decided to take good care of Satan, he knew he had to teach it properly. Remembering the smell from the container, Zhang Sen resolved to start with potty training. He took out a litter box from his space, filled it with cat litter, and began teaching Satan how to use the toilet. However, Satan always seemed dazed, nearly prompting Zhang Sen to demonstrate for it. Fortunately, after a dozen attempts, Satan finally understood and left its first pee in the litter box. Zhang Sen rewarded it with a piece of sausage. It was already late, so he took out a large dog bed from his space for Satan to sleep on. After taking a shower, Zhang Sen lay in bed and scrolled through his phone. He thought he should cherish this time, as soon he would no longer have internet access on his phone. He watched some videos, mostly extreme weather reports. A few pessimistic individuals were posting doomsday comments online, unsurprisingly met with a barrage of brain-dead insults in response. A small portion of people were worried about how long the typhoon would last. Meanwhile, most were happy that they wouldn't have to go to work or school the next day. Zhang Sen observed these comments reminiscent of those from his past life, feeling a calmness within. Just wait and see. The moment the typhoon stops will mark the true arrival of the apocalypse. He closed the video website and opened WeChat, where a flurry of messages awaited him. Zhang Heng's chat box showed over 99 unread messages. After opening it, Zhang Sen glanced through, finding a screen full of insults. They were likely venting because they knew he had no evidence against them and wanted to reclaim their dignity. But the insults were mostly the same few lines, claiming he was incapable and that Chen Tiantian had climbed into his bed willingly, discussing how proactive Chen Tiantian had been in bed and how profound her knowledge was. Zhang Sen couldn't be bothered to read further. The apocalypse had already arrived. What awaited Zhang Heng was nothing but hellish torment. Then there were the WeChat messages from Chen Tiantian, also marked 99. He guessed it was because he had blocked her number, leaving her with no choice but to message him on WeChat. The content was mostly her admitting fault, claiming she had been forced to sleep with Zhang Heng and wanted to marry him immediately. Zhang Sen felt disgusted and simply exited the chat. He then checked the community group for homeowners. Upon opening it, his phone lagged significantly. After half a minute, the phone interface returned to normal. He scrolled back a bit. Wow, this is the biggest storm I've seen in my life. Look, the billboard across from the mall has been blown down. Property management, can you please park my car in the underground garage? I see some cars have already been damaged. Has everyone stocked up on food? I have nothing at home. Should I stock up on something? I also want to stock up. I've seen many people online saying the apocalypse is coming. Don't spread rumors in the group. If it causes panic, the neighborhood committee will definitely report it. The person speaking in an officious tone was Lu Xiuer, the deputy director of the neighborhood committee. She was extremely sharp-tongued and loved to take advantage of others. Generally, no one in the building wanted to engage with her, not out of fear, but because they felt it unnecessary. In this group, most members were young people with little time to argue with an elderly woman like her. After a few minutes of watching, Zhang Sen turned off his phone. It was dull, much like in his past life. The only difference was that in his past life he had intervened a few times, urging everyone to stock up on food, even if the typhoon ended soon. Long-lasting supplies wouldn't spoil, and it was just a matter of peace of mind. At that time, Lu Xiaoer had scolded him severely in the group, accusing him of spreading misleading information and saying she would be the first to report his crimes after the disaster. However, some young people listened to him and stocked up on instant food. Even so, most of them eventually betrayed him later. In this life, he only wanted to watch these people struggle under the merciless natural disaster with cold indifference. After watching the drama unfold, he would send them on their way one by one. After putting down his phone, he glanced outside the window. It had already started to rain. However, the rain was not heavy yet. If he was determined to stock up on supplies, he could still go out and get some. But he feared that no one in this building would venture outside. "It's different from my past life," Zhang Sen murmured. Not only had the super typhoon arrived a day earlier, but even the rain had come 2 days ahead of time. He didn't understand why this was happening, yet he felt no panic. After all, with the resources in his space, as long as Blue Star didn't explode, he could survive alone indefinitely. Zhang Sen stared blankly out the window, memories of his past life flooding his mind. Large groups killing each other, and people dying from natural disasters. He had barely survived in this building, managing to support nearly half of it himself, yet when the time came to evacuate, he was betrayed time and again. Flitting between various bases, he survived with great difficulty due to his lack of abilities. Time after time escaping from death, he ultimately perished at the hands of those closest to him. All of this weighed heavily on his heart like a massive stone. From the moment he was reborn, he vowed. This time he would not help anyone. He would not spare any of those who had harmed him in his past life. Perhaps due to exhausting his mental energy, he slept straight through to 10 o'clock the next morning. It was only when Satan scratched at the door that he finally woke up. Zhang Sen got out of bed and opened the door. Seeing Satan's resentful expression, he understood that the little one was hungry. It was also his fault for oversleeping. Instead of giving Satan sausage, he prepared some small fish snacks and a bowl of cat food along with a bowl of milk. He didn't like drinking milk, and since it would go to waste, he decided to give it all to Satan, just in time for the little cub to grow. Initially, Satan refused to eat the cat food and didn't want to drink the milk. Knowing it was the apocalypse, Zhang Sen naturally wouldn't indulge it too much, insisting that it finish everything as a snack. Satan, while feeling wronged, obediently finished all the food. Zhang Sen didn't take food from his space. Instead, he cooked a bowl of tomato and egg noodles himself. After finishing, he played with the jaguar cub for a bit, cleared out the larger guest room, took out fitness equipment from his space, and started his physical training. After a few days of practice, his physical fitness had improved somewhat. Although he still couldn't compare to his past life, now he should have no problem fighting 2 or 3 ordinary opponents with his bare hands. After 2 hours of working out, he rested for a bit, then began practicing with a knife. In his past life, his primary weapons were straight knives or dogleg knives. While practicing with the knife, he suddenly thought of something. Now that he had spatial abilities, why not apply them to combat? The space could not hold living beings, so imprisoning someone inside was out of the question. Yet he could draw weapons from it at any moment. Suppose he engaged an enemy with a kukri knife. The enemy, calculating his attack range, would dodge the strike. But at that very instant, if he swapped the kukri for a straight blade, the foe, confident in having evaded the kukri, would never realize that the weapon in his hand had already been replaced. This trick, though utterly shameless. Yet when he imagined the enemy's dying confusion, unable to fathom how he met his end, that shock, that disbelief, that utter existential crisis, wasn't that even more satisfying than simply killing them? Zhang Sen admitted that he was indeed a rather lowly person. The apocalypse was so tedious, a bit of amusement was hard to come by. He could treat this move as his ultimate trump card, or as a twisted personal indulgence. At the thought, his grin grew increasingly lecherous. Satan, who had been gazing at him with adoration, quietly took a step back. The little black leopard retreated to a corner, keeping a wary eye on his perverted master. Zhang Sen, immersed in his own dark amusement, remained oblivious to the fear and disdain in the creature's gaze. He cheerfully practiced his blade-switching routine. The room fell silent. Satan watched for a while, grew bored, and decided that watching the rain was a better pastime. After finishing his practice, Zhang Sen grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge, downed it in one gulp, then turned on the TV and switched to the official channel. Having gone so long without watching television, he often forgot it was even there. As the TV flickered on, the voice of a female news anchor filled the room. Satan, intrigued by the sudden appearance of the figure in the little black box, stared intently. The anchor, just as in his past life, told the public this typhoon is expected to end within 2 days. Please continue to stay indoors, keep your windows and doors closed, and do not go out unless absolutely necessary. This news report served as a reassuring pill for the masses. The group chat buzzed with activity once more. This time no one was preaching about doomsday. Instead, everyone cheered at the prospect of not having to work or attend school. But Zhang Sen knew that the world was doomed. In 3 days the typhoon would indeed pass, but it would be immediately followed by 5 days of acid rain. After the acid rain came the most torrential downpour in history. Following that, a month of catastrophic flooding. Disaster after disaster struck without end, reaping countless lives on this planet like the scythe of death himself. Zhang Sen couldn't bear to watch anymore. Exhausted from his training, he pulled 2 premium steaks from his space and fried up a few eggs. He ate his fill. Satan's lunch consisted of 2 of the fish that had been thrown on the floor the previous day. Overjoyed at not having to eat cat food, the entire leopard was practically buzzing with excitement. After the meal, Zhang Sen resumed practicing the other hidden skills of his space. His current goal was to learn how to store objects without touching them, and to place items from his space at any designated location rather than having them emerge from the same spot they entered. After practicing all afternoon, he finally made some progress. He could now store objects within a 1-meter radius into his space. But it still wasn't enough. He had to keep practicing. As time passed, Zhang Sen's life became simple and routine. In the meantime, Zhang Heng cursed him out a few more times, and Chen Tiantian sent him several messages and even video call invitations offering to come over to his place. She even sent him selfies so explicit that posting them online would likely result in a visit from the cyber police. Zhang Sen ignored all of them without a reply, though he did save the photos. It wasn't out of any lustful impulse, but rather a pity that such material should be seen by only one person. He ought to find an opportunity for everyone to appreciate them. After all, she had put so much effort into taking them, it would be wasteful if no one saw them. Chen Tiantian lived in Building 5, which he had rented out, so he had long ago joined the Building 5 owners group chat with a burner account. A convenient coincidence. He casually tossed her selfies into the group and typed, "Chen Tiantian, stop harassing me. There are plenty of men in Building 5, I'm sure someone out there doesn't mind your filth. Good luck." The Building 5 group chat instantly exploded. The women erupted in fury while the men frantically saved the images. Unbeknownst to Zhang Sen, his random act of kindness ensured that Chen Tiantian would not have to worry about food or drink for a considerable time to come. However, she also spent that long period looking rather worse for wear. But that was a story for later. By the afternoon of the following day, the wind had noticeably died down. By dusk, the typhoon had completely dissipated. Yet heavy rain still poured from the sky. Zhang Sen stared outside, his brow deeply furrowed. It had arrived early. In his past life, the typhoon hadn't ended until the middle of the 3rd night, followed by acid rain. By the next morning, the authorities had issued consecutive acid rain warnings. As things stood now, many more people would likely die from this acid rain. What exactly had changed all of this? Could it be the butterfly effect of his rebirth? The question lingered. Was he really that important? Just then his phone rang. It was Lu Hao. He answered, and Lu Hao's cheerful voice came through the receiver. "Boss, the typhoon's over, and this rain should be letting up soon. How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow?" Lu Hao was a grateful soul. Over this period, Zhang Sen had treated him to so many lavish meals that he felt had taken too much advantage and wanted to return the favor. "No need. I don't plan on going out anytime soon." Zhang Sen wasn't certain if the acid rain would come early, but to be safe, he wouldn't step a foot out of his home for at least half a month. Lu Hao didn't push it. "All right then, boss. I'm heading out in a bit to grab some food. I've been eating instant stuff for days. I need a change of taste. Do you want anything? I can buy it and drop it off at your door." Zhang Sen looked down from his window and saw people emerging from the building, some with umbrellas, others in raincoats. Suddenly the downpour intensified visibly right before his eyes. His heart jolted, and immediately he heard the desperate screams of those outside as they scrambled back inside. He shouted urgently, "Lu Hao, this rain is dangerous, don't you dare go out." As he spoke, a sound suddenly came from the TV. "Citizens, this is an urgent announcement. The rainfall in our city has suddenly intensified, and this rain is highly acidic. It can corrode human skin. Please be extremely cautious. Do not go outside. If you are already outdoors, seek shelter immediately. If you have been caught in the acid rain, flush your skin with copious amounts of clean water right away." Instantly, every news app and text message alert on people's phones pushed this very bulletin. The screams from outside continued unabated. Lu Hao's trembling voice came through the phone. "Holy crap, boss, acid rain. I can hear the guy downstairs screaming like he got doused in sulfuric acid." Zhang Sen said nothing, even though his heart had long turned harder than stone. But having witnessed days of peace and normalcy, seeing these scenes again still weighed heavily on his heart. Lu Hao continued, "Boss, you're incredible. You could tell something was wrong with the rain at a single glance. If you hadn't warned me, I'd have probably just grabbed an umbrella and walked right out." Zhang Sen sighed softly. "I only guessed because I heard someone screaming downstairs. Is acid rain falling from the sky? Help. My child just got caught in the acid rain. I've rinsed him with water for ages, but it's no use. Is there a doctor in the group? This is terrifying. The typhoon just passed, and now acid rain. How are we supposed to survive? I was about to go buy some food, but we're completely out at home. Same here, our food storage is totally empty. Would any kind soul help us out? Yuan Liping, we're out too. Does anyone have extra supplies? I'm willing to pay. Huangwei, I still have a box of instant noodles at home. No need to pay. Just come and take half a box each. Bless you, kind soul. Bless you, kind soul. Lu Shua, I have nothing to eat either. Could I have a few packs? Fine, then you 3 families can each take a box." Zhang Sen couldn't help but laugh. This Lu Shua, she always loved to take advantage of others. She habitually hoarded cheap food from supermarkets, and their community regularly distributed rice flour and cooking oil. Just 3 days in, and she's already out of food. Only a ghost would believe that. Sure enough, even Yuan Liping, who was originally entitled to half a box of noodles, couldn't sit still. Her family had 5 members, 2 adults, and 3 children. Under normal circumstances, she could have endured it. But now no one knew when the acid rain would stop. Even the authorities hadn't said anything. Perhaps her family of 5 would have to rely on that half box of noodles to survive for days. Now with only a third of the bucket left, she was naturally displeased. Yuan Liping, Lu Xiaoa, you're something else. Everyone in this group knows you're the one who always hoards food at home. When no one stepped forward to donate, you stayed silent. But the moment a kind soul appears, you come out to grab a freebie. Have you no shame? Yuan Liping was furious and had completely dropped all pretense. Lu Xiaoa, accustomed to being praised by others, faced public humiliation for the first time and immediately launched into a tirade. You are the shameless one. My family genuinely has no food left, so what? Are you saying only you deserve aid and not me? Should I and my old man just starve to death? You've got quite the nerve. Once this acid rain is over, it'll make you pay. Yuan Liping, you old hag, think I'm afraid of you. A mere deputy director of the neighborhood committee, and you think you're so important. Let's see what you can actually do to me. Everyone knows you love a freebie. You'd even take a sip from a passing manure cart. Yuan Liping, Huangwei dear, don't give it away for free. You paid for it. Charge them. They'll come over later. 500 yuan for half a box, I'll transfer it to you in person. Lu Xiaoa, if you're willing to pay 500 for half a box of noodles, then he'll believe your family really has no food. The woman who was originally entitled to half a box felt utterly exasperated. She lived alone and could have gotten half a box for free, but now she'd have to fork over 500 yuan. How could she not be furious? Fortunately, Yuan Liping was also a reasonable person and in desperate need of an ally. Privately messaged her offering to cover the 500 yuan. But since her family was large, she hoped the woman could give her 2/3 of the noodles. The woman happily agreed and stayed silent in the group. Lu Xiaoa meanwhile was livid. She had only wanted to grab a freebie. Instead, she had gotten nothing but a scathing rebuke. So she continued to rant in the group. But Yuan Liping simply ignored her, replying with a single line. Yuan Liping, if you want to buy, then buy it. 500 yuan isn't that much. Is 500 worth more than your life? Lu Xiaoa nearly choked with rage. She had stockpiled so much food at home. Why would she spend 500 on a few packs of instant noodles? She could only send a vicious voice message. Only an idiot would pay 500 for a few packs of noodles. If you want to buy, go ahead. I'd rather starve than waste that money. With that, everyone in the group realized that Lu Xiaoa was never truly short of food. Because if she were truly desperate, she'd pay 500 or even 5,000 without a second thought. Zhang Sen sipped his ice-cold beer, lit a cigar, stroked his leopard, and watched the drama unfold in the group. He occasionally exchanged remarks with Satan. See, this young woman. She'll regret her kindness later. That lad has got some serious firepower. She really put that old hag in her place. See how everyone in the group is staying quiet. They're probably just like us, enjoying the show. The acid rain had poured relentlessly through the night. Zhang Sen had retired early the previous evening and rose early this morning. He was determined to maintain a robust physique, ensuring he could face any danger in peak condition. Upon waking, his first act was to prepare breakfast for Satan, identical to what he had served the day before. Afterwards, he stepped onto the balcony to survey the scene outside. His residential complex was considered upscale in Nanyang, with well-executed drainage, yet water had already begun to pool in the streets. The depth was not significant, likely just reaching his ankles. News on his phone reported that in many low-lying areas and older neighborhoods, water had already flooded the ground floors. He shuddered to imagine the plight of those submerged in the corrosive acid rain. At this rate, he estimated that the strong acid rain would breach the first-floor entrances by today. Indeed, the residents of the first floor shared this concern. They repeatedly messaged the property management in the group chat, but the management had no viable solution. Given the hazardous acid rain, even if they wanted to assist, they dared not venture outside. After a bout of frustrated complaints, the first-floor owners had no choice but to devise their own contingency plans. They didn't divulge their specific rescue strategies in the group chat. However, Zhang Sen could easily guess they would likely seek refuge with residents on higher floors. Based on the trajectory of his past life, someone would soon come knocking on his door. In his previous life, he had taken in Zhao Hongwei and his family of 3 from the first floor. That family, however, turned out to be a pack of ungrateful wolves. They moved in and devoured his food supplies without a second thought. His 12-year-old son Zhaoyu, who weighed 150 g, constantly complained about the quality of the food. When it came time to venture out for supplies, they contributed absolutely nothing. Zhao Hongwei, a man in his prime, claimed to suffer from various chronic ailments and couldn't swim. This family merely sat around with their mouths open, waiting to be fed. Later, during the evacuation to the survivor base, they would only cower behind him whenever danger arose. In a crucial moment, Zhaoyu even shoved him towards the enemy to save his own skin. It was that incident that chilled his heart completely. He stopped caring for them entirely, enduring their constant veiled accusations of being heartless throughout the journey. It was a classic case of a favor becomes a grudge. After reaching the base, he never saw them again. He never learned their fate. At the time, he was too preoccupied with ensuring the survival of himself, Zhang Jianjun's family of 3, and Chen Tiantian, to worry about them. If he had to name the people in this building he despised most, it was Zhang Jianjun's family and Zhao Hongwei's family. Today, Zhang Sen didn't rush to breakfast. Instead, he ran 8 kilometers on the treadmill and practiced some boxing, working up a heavy sweat. He laid on the floor for half an hour before finally eating. After breakfast, he spread a map of Nanyang on the table and marked it with red circles. These were the locations he planned to visit once the acid rain ceased. It wasn't for supplies. He had enough and saw no need to compete with ordinary people. His target was gold. In the apocalypse, gold was useless to others, so he might as well collect it all to upgrade his space. He was intensely curious about what lay beyond the white mist. While the network was still functional, he researched all the necessary information about these places, formed a rough plan in his mind, and then put the map away. He began practicing his life-saving prank. After 3 hours of dedicated practice, he finally began to get the hang of it. He called Satan over, had him sit on the sofa, and performed a set of moves with his machete in front of him. Satan watched with intense focus, his face full of admiration. But the next second the machete vanished and a straight knife was thrust into his face. Startled, Satan leaped backward, tumbling over the back of the sofa and landing upright against the wall, eyes wide with shock. He looked utterly traumatized. Zhang Sen doubled over, laughing uncontrollably. Satan, being clever, realized he had been tricked. Slightly annoyed, he retreated to a corner and ignored Zhang Sen. Finding it amusing and being bored, Zhang Sen took out a small ball from his space and tried to engage him in a game of fetch. Satan was soon appeased. Outside, the rain poured down in torrents. Inside, it was serene and peaceful. A man and a leopard played fetch. Satan was ecstatic, and whenever Zhang Sen lost patience and wanted to stop, he would pick up the ball and nuzzle Zhang Sen's hand with it. Later, Zhang Sen decided to practice his telekinetic retrieval. He would throw the ball halfway, retract it into his space, and then release it again. Consequently, Satan would often chase the ball with gusto, only to find it vanish midair. He would look around with his big round eyes, only to have the ball suddenly drop onto his head. This made Satan even more excited, his face clearly expressing fun more. Thus, the seemingly mundane game of fetch lasted until 2 p.m. Zhang Sen's telekinetic skills became increasingly refined, and the ball gradually grew larger. Just as they were deeply engrossed in their game, the group chat became noisy again. Zhang Sen glanced out the window and saw the water had already reached the steps of the building's entrance. At this rate, the first floor would start flooding within 2 hours. Had it been ordinary rainwater, they might have endured it, but this was highly corrosive acid rain. They had to evacuate before the water entered their homes. The first floor owners were causing a commotion, demanding that the property management provide a solution. Helpless, the management suggested in the chat that they should move upstairs, but it required the consent of the other residents. At this moment, Lu Xiao stepped forward, self-appointing herself as the building leader under the guise of being the deputy director of the neighborhood committee. She posted a lengthy, grandiloquent essay in the group chat titled "Disaster is Merciless, but Humanity Prevails," and shared a screenshot of a phone call of dubious authenticity, with officials telling everyone the acid rain will end soon, please do not panic. Zhang Sen watched the events unfold exactly as they had in his past life, and couldn't help but laugh. Following her announcement, Lu Xiao got to work and sent a message in the group: everyone, the first floor is about to flood. We are all neighbors. Anyone with a spare room, please make it available to take in our neighbors from the first floor. The moment the message appeared, the group fell into dead silence. Lu Xiao waited for half an hour. Seeing that people were not cooperating with her work, her anger flared. Everyone, I know you've all seen my message. Don't stay silent. Today it's the first floor owners affected, but tomorrow it could be you. If you don't lend a hand to others, how can you expect them to help you in the future? We are all neighbors. I advise some of you not to be so selfish lest you face the condemnation of the entire building. She waited a few more minutes, but still no one responded. Lu Xiao could no longer sit still. Everyone, since no one is willing to volunteer, I will start naming names. Li Ting, your apartment is 160 square meters, and you live alone. You have at least 2 spare rooms. Clean up and take in 1 family from the first floor. Zhang Sen, you also live alone in 160 square meters, so you must also take in a family. Lu Qi, your place is 100 square meters, but you also live alone, so you can spare some space. Alright, that's the arrangement. The 3 families from the first floor, please pack your things and move upstairs as soon as possible. Zhao Hongwei, thank you Director Lu for arranging this. Li Ting, Zhang Sen, Lu Qi, hello neighbors, may I ask which of your homes I should go to? The tagged homeowners were furious, but they didn't want to be seen as selfish. Li Ting, being a woman with a thin skin, reluctantly stood up. I'm sorry, I just woke up and saw the group message. It's just that I'm the only woman living in my house, so it's really inconvenient to have men stay over. If there are 1 or 2 female owners on the first floor, I can take them in, but I must state up front that I don't have much food left. If anyone wants to come, they need to bring their own. Soon someone replied, Li Ting, that's great. Only my friend and I, both women, live in my place. We still have some food, so we can eat together. And just like that, one household was taken care of. After that, no one else spoke in the group. Lu Qi played dead, thinking that since Zhang Sen's house was even bigger than his, and he hadn't said anything, he could just wait. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Sen was filled with regret at that very moment. How the hell did I forget about that pair of girls on the first floor? Zhang Sen remembered clearly that those two were a couple. A couple. What a beautiful lily flower. In his past life they had gone to the shelter with him, and one night, he witnessed them kissing. And it was a French kiss. That image remained vivid in his mind. Not long after they left the shelter, and when he saw them again, they had built their own base. They absolutely refused to accept men. Just by looking at their faces and figures, one could tell something had happened at the shelter. Although Zhang Sen hadn't planned on letting anyone stay, he had to admit if it were that pair, and if they could pass his test, then it wouldn't be out of the question. Zhang Sen let out a long sigh. Missed opportunity. He put down his phone, no longer caring about how things would unfold. Zhao Hongwei, seeing no one reply, grew anxious and privately messaged Lu Xiao. Director Lu, what should we do if they don't respond? Lu Xiao had just put down her phone to watch a TV drama, but upon seeing Zhao Hongwei's message she frowned. These two young people are truly audacious, daring to defy her words. Lu Qi, Zhang Sen, stop playing dead. If you keep this up, I'll come to your doors myself. Compared to Lu Qi's place, Zhao Hongwei preferred Zhang Sen's. Zhang Sen's house was bigger, so it would certainly be more comfortable. Moreover, he had heard that Zhang Sen had some money, and was a fresh college graduate, likely naive and easy to control. Zhao Hongwei, Zhang Sen, hello neighbor, I'm Zhao Hongwei from Unit 101. Please let my family stay at your place for a few days to get through this together. If possible, I'm willing to pay you. Seeing the message, Zhang Sen curled his lips. He quickly replied in the group, get lost, stop bothering me. Lu Xiao, you old hag who acknowledged you as the building leader. How dare you order your father around? If you're so selfless, your place is also 100 square meters with just 2 people. Can't you spare a room for someone? Lu Xiao was hopping mad. Zhang Sen, do you have any manners? I'm old enough to be your grandmother, and you talk to me like this. With disaster upon us, how can you be so devoid of humanity? Zhang Jianjun, manager Zhang, your nephew, is like this. As his uncle, won't you do something about him? At the Zhang Jianjun residence, the family of 3 sat on the sofa, phones in hand, watching the drama unfold. This Zhang Sen, has he lost his mind? Zhang Jianjun sneered, an uncultured brat. Zhang Heng chuckled, he's probably just freaking out. That loser. Once the acid rain is over, let's see how people condemn him. You dare to talk? You useless spendthrift. Zhang Jianjun glared at him. If it weren't for your stupidity, unable to control your lower half, sleeping with his girlfriend, and driving him crazy, would our family have been extorted for over 8 million? Zhang Heng pouted, looking defiant, but inwardly his hatred for Zhang Sen grew. Seeing her son scolded, Li Yun protested, why are you picking on Ah Heng again? Isn't it all consensual between a man and a woman? Chen Tiantian thinks your son is outstanding and willingly climbed into his bed. Who can you blame? Blame that useless Zhang Sen for not being able to keep a woman. I heard from Chen Tiantian that in all her years with Zhang Sen, they never even did it. Zhang Heng perked up, exactly, Dad. Don't you always say you're better than Uncle? Look how much more successful you are in business. I'm your son, so isn't it only natural that I'm better than Zhang Sen? So Chen Tiantian was willing to give herself to me, not Zhang Sen. Isn't that normal? Zhang Jianjun had always been dissatisfied with his elder brother, and Zhang Heng's words hit the mark. The anger on his face subsided considerably. Zhang Heng pressed his advantage, in my opinion, we shouldn't be afraid of Zhang Sen. Let's teach him a lesson. He doesn't have any evidence now anyway. Li Yun, also furious about the sudden loss of 8 million, became instantly interested. What do you plan to do? Zhang Heng smiled coldly. After Zhang Sen's harsh words in the group, Lu Xiao's complaint to Zhang Jianjun went unanswered, and the group fell silent for a while. Zhang Sen's WeChat suddenly received 2 friend requests, one from Zhao Hongwei and one from Lu Qi. Zhang Sen rejected Zhao Hongwei outright, but accepted Lu Qi's request. Lu Qi was a few years older than Zhang Sen, and his house was bought by his family. He quickly sent a message, Brother Sen, you're so bold. You cursed them out perfectly. We bought our own homes, so why should we let that old woman play the hero and boss us around? Zhang Sen knew this guy was using him as a shield, but he didn't mind. There were many such people in the apocalypse. Even in peaceful times there were many like him. After all, there was a famous saying in Daxia, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Zhang Sen didn't resent him for it. Sometimes he too would play the turtle and let others charge ahead. It was only natural. He had no grudge against this Lu Qi. They hadn't crossed paths much in their past lives, probably because Lu Qi died too early. After a brief chat, he put down his phone and focused on playing fetch with Satan. A while later, someone tagged him in the group chat. He opened it, and a glint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Zhang Sen, bro, don't talk like that. We're all neighbors. You live alone, and your place is empty. Just let the neighbors from the first floor stay over. If you don't have food, I'll bring you some. This rain will stop in a few days anyway. Zhang Sen, what? Stocked up on a lot of food. Zhang Heng, not a lot, but enough. We're all neighbors. Aunt Lu means well. Don't take it out on her. They'll have Brother Zhao come up to you, and he'll bring you some food too. Zhang Sen, get lost. I don't have a brother like you who sleeps with his sister-in-law in front of his parents. I gave you face, and you didn't take it. Don't blame me for what happens next. Zhang Sen casually sent a screenshot of the video he recorded at Zhang Heng's house that day to the group. In the screenshot, Zhang Heng and Chen Tiantian were half-dressed, clutching at the blanket, their faces full of panic. Seeing the screenshot, Zhang Heng was consumed by rage. That idiot, didn't he say he deleted everything? How are there still photos? He immediately called Zhang Sen, but was blocked. He sent a WeChat message instead. Didn't you say you deleted them all? Zhang Sen, you motherfucker. You took the money and still bring this up. Have you no shame? Delete it now or he'll come up there and kill you. Zhang Sen smiled coldly, tossed his phone aside, and never looked at the group messages again. Thanks to Zhang Sen, the entire Building 9 was treated to another juicy scandal with pictorial evidence. Everyone was stuck at home and bored out of their minds. With such a salacious story at hand, screenshots of Zhang Sen and Zhang Heng's chat along with explicit photos of Zhang Heng and Chen Tiantian quickly spread throughout the entire residential community group chat. Countless people were astounded. A earth-shattering scream echoed from Building 7 as Chen Tiantian saw the photos. In that instant, her desire to kill Zhang Sen burned fiercely. She had been furious when he previously posted her pictures in the group, spending hours cursing him over WeChat, but he never replied or deleted her. She suspected Zhang Sen was deliberately trying to disgust her. Fortunately, those photos were carefully staged with good lighting and poses making her look beautiful, so she eventually let it go. But this time was different. These were photos of her caught in the act. It was utterly humiliating. Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun were also horrified when they saw the pictures. Zhang Sen's words were particularly cutting. I don't have a brother who sleeps with his sister-in-law right in front of our parents at home. Didn't this imply that Zhang Heng and Chen Tiantian's affair was something they knew about and allowed? They were renowned as great philanthropists in this community, known for their kindness and for taking care of the orphan child of a deceased brother. Now everything was ruined. Zhang Jianjun was furious. He stormed into Zhang Heng's room and slapped him hard across the face. You idiot. I spent 8 million to quell this matter. Why did you have to go and provoke him? Zhang Heng held his cheek, his rage consuming his reason. He rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and intended to charge up to the 16th floor. This terrified Li Yun. In her view, this calamity would eventually pass. If her precious son were to charge up there with a knife, even if he were killed by that lunatic Zhang Sen in self-defense, it would be a disaster. Even if her son succeeded in killing Zhang Heng, he would be guilty of murder and face prison. So together with Zhang Jianjun, they managed to restrain the enraged Zhang Heng and began to contemplate how to mitigate the scandal's severe impact. After much deliberation, they decided to contact Chen Tiantian and stage a scene claiming that Zhang Sen was abusive and unfaithful. They planned to say Chen Tiantian had long been fed up, had fallen for Zhang Heng, and wanted to break up with Zhang Sen. Zhang Jianjun even planned to play the victim if Zhang Sen retaliated, claiming Zhang Sen was an animal who would even hit his own uncle. However, to his surprise, Zhang Sen remained silent. He assumed Zhang Sen had no evidence left and was powerless, filling him with glee. Meanwhile, Chen Tiantian, the other party in this affair, was looking at the messages of comfort and insults directed at Zhang Sen on her phone, her eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction. She had initially wanted to win Zhang Sen back, knowing Zhang Heng was just playing with her. But now Zhang Sen's breach of trust in leaking the photos had inadvertently helped her. At least now she held leverage over Zhang Jianjun's family. With this leverage, she could surely marry Zhang Heng and get his family's factory. Although Zhang Heng wasn't from a super wealthy family, her reputation was tarnished now, and she couldn't find a better suitor, so she'd have to settle. As for Zhang Sen, she had thought about trying to appease him. After all, during their 3 years together, he had always been obedient and was a devoted admirer. Whenever they fought, no matter how unreasonable she was, he would always swallow his anger and come to comfort her. Before this incident, Zhang Sen had even suggested meeting her family and proposing. He had even voluntarily mentioned adding her name to the deed of this apartment after they got married. How did things come to this? She didn't understand. Was this incident really that devastating to him? She had only slept with someone else a few times, right? If he cared so much about her virginity, couldn't she just get it surgically repaired? Was it necessary to make such a fuss? Chen Tiantian had planned to coax him once the rain stopped, but now it seemed unnecessary. A man so petty and narrow-minded deserved to be alone forever. A smug smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Zhang Sen, don't blame me. You've gone too far. Everyone was elated, believing they had finally gotten their revenge on Zhang Sen and vented their frustration. Little did they know Zhang Sen was at that moment holding Satan, lounging on a beanbag on the balcony. He gently stroked Satan's head, his mood exceptionally good. The insults in the group chat didn't bother him at all. He was also aware of the four people's plan. It was simply a matter of striking first. He had no interest in arguing back and forth with a bunch of people about who was right or wrong. After all, these people were all going to die, debating right and wrong with the dead was pointless. A new plan was brewing in his mind. He would make these four tear each other apart. Once the acid rain stopped, Chen Tiantian would surely go to Zhang Heng. He was just waiting for that day. Zhang Sen smiled as he looked out the window at the incessant acid rain. Soon it's almost time to level up. Satan, not understanding his words, looked at him quizzically and licked the back of his hand. Although it was only a little past 3 in the afternoon, the continuous heavy acid rain had made the sky extremely gloomy. Suddenly the lights in the house went out, plunging everything into darkness. Not just his home, but every visible place outside the window went dark. It's beginning, Zhang Sen murmured. After days of corrosive acid rain, the cables outside had long since been eaten away. A power outage was inevitable. And it wasn't just the power, the internet would be gone in a couple of days too. Countless people were cut off from the world. The technological civilization humanity had spent so long building was largely destroyed by a single acid rain. The homeowners group chat buzzed with activity again. Is there a power outage? Probably the whole neighborhood seems dark. What's going on? Trapped at home with no power, and this damn acid rain won't stop. How are we supposed to live? Oh my god, my phone's about to die. Does anyone have a power bank I can borrow? No one cared anymore about the feud between Zhang Sen and Zhang Heng's families. All attention was focused on survival. No one remembered the two families on the first floor who were still waiting for someone to take them in. With no other options, the two families knocked on Lu Xiu's door. Lu Xiu was at her wit's end, so she could only make sarcastic remarks in the group chat at Zhang Sen's expense, but he didn't even look at the messages. Finally, the first-floor residents, based on their impressions, went knocking door to door asking those families with fewer people to take them in. But the people in the building either didn't answer, or if they did, it was the man of the house who came out and refused them. Left with no choice, they knocked on Zhang Sen's door. This time Zhang Sen opened it, because he heard Zhao Hongwei's voice. But he only opened the inner security door. He leaned against it casually and asked what's up. Zhao Hongwei's face was full of flattery. Brother Zhang, please help us out. Can we stay with you for a few days? Name your price, we'll pool our money together. No. Get lost. Zhang Sen slammed the door shut. Zhao Hongwei and the other residents' faces turned extremely ugly. What kind of person is he? So young but with such a cold heart. Zhao Hongwei gritted his teeth in anger and kicked the door hard, followed by a blood-curdling scream. The big toenail on his right foot had been ripped off. He hugged his right foot, hopping around in pain before crashing to the ground, wailing miserably. Seeing his father injured, Zhao Yu pounded on the door and cursed, "Motherfucker. Get out here. Your door hurt my dad. Come out." Zhao Yu shouted loudly, but Zhang Sen was in the kitchen preparing ingredients for a hot pot dinner and didn't hear a thing. The two families from the first floor had to leave in disgrace. With nowhere to stay, they eventually found an empty unit, broke the lock, and moved in. Lu Hao was now immensely grateful that Zhang Sen had generously bought him 2,000 yuan worth of food. Otherwise, he might have starved. Seeing the current situation and recalling the stockpile of goods in Zhang Sen's warehouse, he increasingly felt that Zhang Sen might know something. After all, rich people have far more access to information than the common folk like them. The two girls sharing the apartment with Lu Hao also liked to stock up on snacks, so they hadn't yet had to worry about food in their place. But with the sudden power outage and the acid rain showing no sign of letting up, only getting heavier, he felt a growing sense of unease. He took the advice Zhang Sen had given him even more seriously. For the past 2 days, he kept his door tightly shut when eating and rarely went out. However, yesterday, Yi shouting from the small bedroom knocked on his door. She asked to borrow some food. He made an excuse that he didn't have much and only gave her a pack of instant noodles. Today at noon, she came knocking again. He realized this could be a bottomless pit, so he insisted he had no food left either. Now he hid alone in his room, stuffing old clothes into the gaps of his door to seal it tight, happily eating a self-heating hot pot, even extravagantly adding a bowl of instant noodles to it. Poor Yi Shouting was starving in her own small room, her eyes glazed over. After finishing the hot pot with no entertainment and afraid to play on his phone, Lu Hao went to bed early. Before sleeping, he prayed that the acid rain would stop by morning. Unexpectedly, he was awakened around 2 a.m. by fierce arguing and the sound of things being thrown. Startled, Lu Hao thought someone had broken in. He threw on some clothes and listened at the door, only then figuring out what had happened. It started because Yi Shouting, who was too hungry, went to the couple in the next room to borrow food. But the girls said they had none left. Yi Shouting had no choice but to go back. Then the girl's boyfriend Zhou Bai secretly came to her and promised that if she slept with him once, he'd give her a pack of instant noodles, 2 sausages, and an egg. Yi Shouting was pretty liberal herself, and also wanted to spite the girl who refused to share, so she agreed. In the dead of night, while his girlfriend was fast asleep, Zhou Bai sneaked over to Yi Xiaoting's room only to be caught red-handed by his girlfriend. A fierce argument broke out among the three. Zhou Bai only explained at the very beginning, claiming that Yi Shouting had seduced him, and then like a scared quail hid in the corner and kept his mouth shut. The girl then got into a physical fight with Yi Shouting. The commotion lasted for over an hour before things calmed down. Lu Hao couldn't sleep at all after that. He secretly regretted not giving Yi Shouting a pack of noodles, a sausage, and 2 braised eggs. He could have even given her a big carrot. He didn't want to use his right hand anymore, it was getting calloused. Though the power was out, Zhang Sen retrieved a silent diesel generator from his spatial storage. Inside, everything remained unchanged. The blackout curtains had been replaced long ago, so even with every light blazing, no one would suspect his home still had electricity. But now that dawn had broken, there was no need for lights. He wasn't short on diesel, but there was no point in being extravagant. The acidic downpour had persisted for days. Despite never opening a window, the room felt damp, and the air was stale, carrying an unpleasant mustiness. The temperature had also dropped, now hovering around 20 degrees. He lit smokeless charcoal in the fireplaces of his bedroom and living room, then pulled several air purifiers from his space and switched them all on. An hour later the dampness was gone, and the air finally felt comfortable. The WeChat group had grown quiet. Likely many phones had died. After breakfast with Satan, Zhang Sen began his daily training. With his stamina improving, he started weight training. As he ran on the treadmill, Satan lounged nearby, lazily watching him. Zhang Sen suddenly wondered what other jaguars did in their youth. The more he looked at Satan's current state, the more alarmed he became. He walked over and felt the cat's flesh. It had grown a full size since had found it, now roughly the size of a medium dog. But the flesh was way too soft. Had he truly raised this beast into a cat that only knew how to beg for affection and gorge itself? That wouldn't do. This was supposed to be one of his most critical combat assets. He quickly retrieved another treadmill from his space and made Satan get on. Satan couldn't be bothered to move. It didn't understand. Wasn't life just eating, sleeping, and playing fetch? Why the sudden need for exercise? But Zhang Sen, cold-hearted as ever, refused to indulge him. He pulled out his tablet and played a video of a black leopard hunting a wild boar. Look at him, then look at you. Aren't you ashamed? Then he showed him a clip of a leopard being cornered by several lions. Sensing the danger, Satan arched his back, a low growl rumbling from his throat, and with a sudden burst he leaped onto the treadmill. Zhang Sen was highly satisfied and switched it on. But Satan was still young and had been pampered for too long. He tumbled off after just 5 kilometers, worse than his owner. Zhang Sen resolved to stop spoiling the fool and start training him properly. And so Satan was no longer the carefree simpleton of before. Man and leopard settled into a routine of daily exercise, eating, and rest. To preserve Satan's wild instincts, Zhang Sen added raw meat from his cold storage to every meal. After a few days, Satan was noticeably quicker and more agile, able to run for extended periods at the treadmill's top speed. Outside, the floodwaters had risen to the 3rd floor. The WeChat group had gone silent entirely. The network had been down for 2 days. One afternoon, after finishing their training, Zhang Sen and Satan lay on the floor too exhausted to move. A knock came at the door, followed by several voices shouting and demanding he open up. Zhang Sen initially ignored them, but the crowd grew bolder, threatening to break the door down. Reluctantly, he got up and peered through the peephole. Lu Xiao stood at the front with a dozen or so grimy-faced people trailing behind her. None of them carried weapons. Things hadn't escalated that far. Zhang Sen retrieved a straight blade from his space, opened the inner door, and asked through the iron gate, "What is it?" Lu Xiao, brimming with arrogance, declared, "Open the door. The acid rain has flooded the 3rd floor, and all these neighbors have nowhere to go. You're taking in at least one family today, no matter what." Zhang Sen's face turned cold. "And why should I?" "Because I'm the building captain, and am carrying out orders from above. I'm telling you, if you refuse to comply the moment the rain stops, I'll report you to the authorities, and they will hold you accountable." Lu Xiao had been playing this game for a while. She hadn't wanted to get involved, but the downstairs neighbors kept pestering her, calling her captain left and right, inflating her ego. In her mind, she was already a leader, and these people were supposed to listen to her. Only by subjugating the entire building would those who had crossed her, like that bitch in 902 and Zhang Sen, come crawling back to apologize. It was a nice fantasy, but Zhang Sen wasn't about to play along. Zhang Sen let out a cold laugh. Without a word, he flashed the straight blade. "Who wants to move in?" The crowd's faces paled. Lu Xiao trembled with rage. "Zhang Sen, what are you doing? You think you can kill someone? I have connections, you know. If you keep this up, they'll have you thrown in jail. Go ahead and try." Lu Chenhui, standing behind Lu Xiao, spoke up defiantly. "Zhang Sen, don't be so selfish. We're all neighbors here. Everyone else is taking people in. Why can't you? You've got a huge place, and you live alone." His words sparked a chorus of agreement. "Yeah, Zhang Sen, we're neighbors. We see each other all the time. Can't you be a bit generous? If you want house us, at least spare some food. There are kids here who are starving. Adults can tough it out, but the kids can't." A young woman pushed her way to the front, tugging at her collar and thrusting out her chest. "Brother Zhang Sen, why don't you take me in? Living alone must be so boring. I can move in, and we can keep each other company past the time." The crowd outside was stunned by her bold move, all eyes fixed on her. Several men's eyes widened their expressions, screaming, "Damn, that could actually work." The woman paid them no mind. She was tired and hungry. Besides, even if Zhang Sen was drenched in sweat, his face was still clean-cut, and he had a decent build. Even if it was just a casual fling, she wouldn't be losing out. Zhang Sen was, after all, a red-blooded young man. He understood her meaning immediately. He couldn't help but glance at her chest. Seeing this, the woman boldly shot him a flirtatious look and licked her cracked lips. But then he looked at her rough, uneven face, and his blood ran cold. Ugly. Rejected. Her seductive smile froze on her face. "You." LV Chenhui pushed her aside, squeezing to the front. He also frequently worked out. Just now, when he saw Zhang Sen open the door, his sports quick-dry t-shirt already soaked through, he knew that this kid had definitely been well-fed and clothed these days. Unlike them, who were starving at home, not daring to exert themselves in bed, how could they have the heart and strength to exercise? He and his girlfriend were determined to move into 1602 today. With Zhang Sen's food at home, he would definitely not go hungry. "All right, Zhang Sen, just do me a favor and take in me and my girlfriend." Otherwise we really won't survive. Zhang Sen cast a cold glance at him. This was also an old acquaintance. In his past life at the beginning of the apocalypse, several of them young men went out together to search for supplies. When the two of them acted together, they encountered another group of survivors. That bastard abandoned him and ran away, causing him to be robbed of his supplies. After returning, he even used this incident as an excuse to give him a much smaller share of the supplies. This was the first time Zhang Sen had seen LV Chenwei since his rebirth. It wasn't a major grudge, but if he hadn't seen him, he wouldn't have remembered. But now that he had seen him, he might as well just kill him. It was time to teach these people a lesson lest they think he was a pushover and come to bother him every day. He looked at LV Chenwei tapping the horizontal bar on the door in front of LV Chenwei, with the straight knife in his hand, a glint of murder flashing in his eyes. You want to move in? LV Chenwei looked at the straight knife before him, then at Zhang Sen's icy gaze, and couldn't help stepping back. But thinking of how every time he had met Zhang Sen before, this man had a scholar's air and always wore a smiling face, he assumed he must be bluffing. This knife looked like a decoration. It probably wasn't even sharpened. He steadied his nerves. Zhang Sen, don't try to scare me here. If it weren't for the disaster, I wouldn't have come to you. Everyone is struggling now. I'm just asking you to lend out a room. It's not like I'm asking for your life. Why do you have to put on a show like this? Zhang Sen was silent for a moment, as if seriously considering. Seeing this, LV Chenwei was filled with excitement. With his physique, once he moved in, he would be the one to control Zhang Sen. He was confident that he could take him down within 3 moves. After all, he had been practicing boxing for several months, and even his coach brother would often feel his muscles and praise him, saying one punch could kill a man. By then, all the supplies in Zhang Sen's home would be under his control. That's right, young man, one must have a spirit of dedication and not be so selfish. Lu Xiaoa was delighted to see that Zhang Sen, this stubborn rock, had finally been dealt with. She craned her neck, wanting to see the situation inside Zhang Sen's home. Zhang Sen ignored her, merely standing at the door to prevent her from entering directly. He stared at LV Chenwei. Are you sure you only want to move in? Not my life. LV Chenwei nodded excitedly. Of course, my girlfriend and I will get along well with you. Don't worry, my girlfriend is very good at housework. You can leave all the chores in your home too. Halfway through his words, LV Chenwei saw Zhang Sen's arm suddenly lift, and then a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. He looked down and saw that half of the straight knife had already sunk into his body. You. He looked up, staring at Zhang Sen in disbelief, and then the pain in his abdomen intensified. Only then did everyone realize what had happened. A scream erupted in the corridor, and everyone rushed out. Even LV Chenwei's girlfriend disappeared without a trace. Murder. Murder. Zhang Sen paid no attention to these people. Holding the handle of the knife, he gently rotated the blade, coldly watching LV Chenwei's pain-twisted face. But I want your life. With that, Zhang Sen pulled out the straight knife, and blood spurted. LV Chenwei staggered, only managing to stay upright by leaning against the wall. Zhang Sen, however, didn't even spare him another glance. He turned around, closed the door, and went back inside to take a comfortable hot shower. After coming out of the bathroom, he checked the monitor by the door. There was no one outside. Everything was just right. After this incident, the people in this building would know that he was not to be trifled with, and would leave him alone. As for LV Chenwei, with such a severe wound in his abdomen, without medical intervention, he wouldn't last long, and could only go back and slowly wait for death. The reason he hadn't killed him with one strike was that he knew, compared to instant death, the feeling of slowly experiencing life slipping away while being powerless was even more tormenting. But more importantly, he didn't want LV Chenwei to die at his doorstep. After all, it was still raining strong acid outside. If LV Chenwei died at his door, he would have to risk the acid rain to throw the body down. Although he had prepared protective clothing, he didn't want to bother with such a troublesome task. The injured LV Chenwei was taken away by his girlfriend. Although she had been scared and fled with everyone else, after calming down, she overcame her fear and quietly returned to the 16th floor. By then, LV Chenwei had crawled to the elevator lobby. Seeing that his injuries were too severe, she went door to door asking if there was a doctor. With her making such a commotion, the entire building knew that Zhang Sen had stabbed LV Chenwei. Unfortunately, there was no doctor or nurse in the building, but she managed to borrow a bottle of alcohol and a roll of bandages. She took matters into her own hands, using needle and thread from her home sewing kit to stitch LV Chenwei's wound. LV Chenwei endured another earthly torture. But he didn't last long. He died the following night. When his girlfriend woke up in the morning, she found him already cold. But that was later. At this moment, everyone in the building was shocked by Zhang Sen's cruelty and audacity. The most frightened now were Zhang Jianjun and his family of 3. The couple was extremely grateful that they had held Zhang Heng back at the time. Otherwise, if Zhang Heng had charged up with a knife and actually fought Zhang Sen, it would have been a matter of life or death. Zhang Jianjun's face turned pale with fear. This kid, he's really gone crazy. He quickly warned Zhang Heng, don't you ever provoke him again. Once the acid rain ends, someone will definitely call the police. Then he'll surely get shot. Zhang Heng nodded hastily. Li Yun suddenly realized something. Once this menace dies and he has no other relatives, won't his apartment be ours? Zhang Jianjun thought about it and realized it was true. His old face immediately broke into a wide grin. Right. As long as he dies, that apartment and the 8 million he took from us will all be ours. Then we'll transfer the apartment to our son's name. When uncle left, he left him several million. He must have over 10 million on hand. Then it will all be mine. Zhang Heng's heart also grew excited. He never expected that heaven would reward the diligent. He hadn't even had time to take revenge on Zhang Sen, yet this kid had dug his own grave. Zhang Sen remained unaware that his family had been dreaming sweet dreams because of his stabbing incident. At this moment, he sat on a recliner on the balcony, gazing at the rain curtain outside, a cup of steaming coffee in hand. He took a sip, his heart filled with delight. Finally, he had made his move. His patience was nearly exhausted. Satan, lying on the lazy sofa beside him, dozed off with half-closed eyes. Zhang Sen calculated the time. It had been 7 days since the acid rain began. It was time for it to stop. Indeed, the rain outside had lessened. By 6 in the evening, the acid rain officially came to an end. Everyone believed this disaster was finally over. But no one anticipated that just a few hours later a torrential downpour would begin. Compared to this torrential rain, the previous acid rain was merely a drizzle. Bean-sized raindrops pounded relentlessly against the windows. Even moderately good glass could hardly endure 2 days. The next morning, when Zhang Sen woke, he found the water level outside had risen considerably. Now the water had reached the 4th floor. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Before going to sleep, they were overjoyed, believing the world was finally getting better. Yet upon waking, they were greeted by an unprecedented torrential storm. In that moment, many people fell into utter despair. Increasingly, they realized this catastrophe was no simple matter. Short on food and water, they might not be able to hold on much longer. More and more households ran out of provisions. Moreover, this building was mostly occupied by young people who relied on takeout for their meals, with only snacks stored at home. After 7 or 8 days, those reserves were long exhausted. Those driven by hunger could only knock on other doors begging for a bit of food. But under these circumstances, those with food feared they might not last long themselves. Who would dare lend any out? The building descended into chaos. Screams and curses echoed from various homes at night. Initially, no one dared knock on Zhang Sen's door, but eventually some, driven by extreme hunger, and noting his reinforced doors and his strength to kill, assumed he must have food. So a man from the 17th floor deliberately brought his 80-year-old daughter to the 16th floor. He hid in the elevator lobby, sending his daughter to knock on the door. Zhang Sen, checking the surveillance feed, quickly figured out what was happening. He didn't even open the door, just shouted outside, "Get lost. Disturb me again, and it'll kill your whole family." The girl burst into tears and ran off in fright. Her father, cursing Zhang Sen for his cold-bloodedness, hurriedly carried his daughter away. 2 days later, Zhang Sen's door was knocked on again. This time it was 3 young men. Zhang Sen didn't open the door, but used the intercom to ask, "What is it?" The leader, Su Fan, a former PR director before the apocalypse, with exceptional eloquence, said, "Brother Sen, sorry to disturb you. It's like this: Building 9 has formed a building management committee. To overcome these tough times together, the committee has decided to collect all supplies for unified management. Starting tomorrow, each household will receive rations per person. Everyone in the building has agreed. Only your household is left." So it had come to this. Without a doubt, this was Lu Xiu's malicious scheme. In his past life, he had joined this committee, even being one of those young men knocking on doors. Except for a few troublemakers, or those with truly no food, most supplies were collected. Back then, he had handed over all his food. But the rations lasted only 3 days, and each day's share was pitifully meager. When he questioned Lu Xiu, she claimed there was nothing left. Later, when the building descended into total chaos, outsiders stormed in. Lu Xiu, resented by the residents, was reported and was the first to be broken into. People discovered that her home was stuffed with food in every corner, hiding in the kitchen, bathroom, ceilings, everywhere. The old couple could have lived on it for half a year if they rationed carefully. But in the end, the supplies weren't returned to the residents. They were snatched by the local toughs. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Xiu organized this committee, right? Su Fan had been nervous before coming, fearing that Zhang Sen might stab him without a word. Seeing Zhang Sen speaking calmly, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, Brother Sun. Director Lu is the head of our committee. If you have any grievances, take them to her." "Did she contribute anything?" Su Fan, with a fawning smile, replied, "Of course. She brought out a bag of noodles and a few eggs. That was all the food left in her home. Go look in the ceilings of her kitchen and bathroom. They're stacked with food, rice, flour, cured fish, and meat, everything." Upon hearing this, Su Fan and the two behind him were stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Su Fan cautiously asked, "Brother Sun, is this true?" How do you know?" Zhang Sen, losing patience, said, "Just go find out for yourself. Don't bother me anymore. I have no food here. That's it. Whoever knocks on my door again, I'll chop off their hands." The 3 were startled and hurried away. When Lu Xiu heard their report, she was furious. But she dared not confront Zhang Sen, so she could only condemn him at home. Director Lu Su Fan recalled Zhang Sen's words. "Zhang Sen said you have a lot of food hidden in the kitchen and bathroom ceilings. Is that true?" Lu Xiu was shocked. Could this kid have installed cameras in her home? How else would he know where she hid her supplies? But the bigger problem was that she had just collected supplies from several households under the committee's name. If it were discovered now that she had lied, things would get extremely serious. Lu Xiaoa hastily denied it. How is that possible? I've already done my best handing over all the food in the house to our building management committee. Su Fan, having navigated the corporate world for years, could see through a woman like Lu Xiaoa, slightly clever, but not truly shrewd. The look on Lu Xiao's face was clearly one of guilt. Su Fan and the other two men had already discussed their plan before coming downstairs. Although the supplies they handed over were not plentiful, they represented their last reserves. If Lu Xiaoa had indeed done such a thing, it proved she intended to hoard supplies for herself. In that case, what they would receive in return would certainly be far less than what they had contributed. Since Director Lu says so, would you mind if we conducted a search? Su Fan asked. 7 or 8 able-bodied men stood in the room, all summoned by Lu Xiaoa. Zhang Heng was among them. Though his family still had some food, it wouldn't last much longer. Hearing Su Fan's words, he also sensed something amiss. That's right, Director Lu. Since you say you have nothing, you shouldn't be afraid if we search right. Lu Xiaoa flew into a rage, slamming her hand on the table. How dare you? On what grounds do you search my home? Old man, throw them out. With that, she grabbed a broom and began swinging it at them. Her elderly husband, trembling, raised a rolling pin and joined in cursing the young men. But at a time like this, who had room for respect for the elderly? Besides, Lu Xiaoa was the one who had acted unreasonably first. Many onlookers watched the unfolding scene, each calculating their own advantage. This household had only 2 elderly people. If they truly had a stockpile of supplies, the others could take it all and eat their fill. The 7 or 8 able-bodied men, now frantic, paid no heed to the elderly couple. They shoved them aside and began ransacking the house. What a discovery! What they found was staggering. There were 5 large bags of rice, 3 bags of flour, and dozens of eggs. There were also piles of dried noodles and at least dozens of caddies of various sausages, cured meats, and salted fish. Eyes lit up at the sight of all this food. Zhang Heng said angrily, Director Lu, you've gone too far. You have all this food at home, yet you only gave us a pittance. You were trying to get something for nothing. Lu Xiaoa, shoved to the ground, lay there unable to move for a long time, then sat up, wailing and cursing the crowd. Ignoring her, the men exchanged glances and understood each other's intentions perfectly. Su Fan had naturally assumed the role of leader. Director Lu, in light of your actions, we have unanimously decided to remove you from your post and expel you from the building management committee. These supplies are now the property of the committee. Starting tomorrow, we will distribute provisions to your household on a fixed schedule. With that, the group carried away all of Lu Xiao's stockpiled food. Lu Xiaoa wept bitterly. You bunch of robbers. You're trying to kill me. After the door slammed shut, the group gathered in the elevator lobby on the 10th floor. A college student, hearing Lu Xiao's cries, felt a pang of pity. Should we really not leave her something to eat? What if they actually starve? Zhang Heng scoffed. Don't worry. That old hag knows how to hide things. I bet she's got more stashed away that we didn't find. Exactly. Besides, she tried to swindle us out of our food. She was never going to distribute it fairly anyway. Wasn't she just as willing to let us starve? Right, someone like her wouldn't be missed if she starved. And so the group took back the supplies they had contributed and split all of Lu Xiao's hoard evenly amongst themselves. They tacitly ignored the fact that some of the food they reclaimed had been the very last scraps offered by other families. Those who had pinned their hopes on the building management committee for rations and order were furious upon learning their hopes were dashed. Their anger towards Lu Xiaoa burning so fiercely they wished they could skin her alive. To vent their rage and secure their own survival, they organized another search of Lu Xiao's home, unearthing the few meager supplies that had been missed before. This completely sealed the fate of Lu Xiaoa and her husband. Zhang Heng and his group returned home laden with their spoils. As his gaze swept over the crowd, a cunning scheme formed in Zhang Heng's mind. Zhang Heng had contributed a box of crackers and 2 caddies of rice to the committee. This was just a small fraction of his family stockpile. Li Yun, having dealt with Lu Xiaoa extensively, knew her character well and had been cautious. She figured it was a gamble. If they won, they'd get supplies in return. If they lost, the loss was minimal, as what they contributed was only enough to feed their family for a single day. But she never imagined that on the very first day Zhang Heng would bring back so much food. And there was even meat. She knew that Zhang Heng and Zhang Jianjun only preferred fresh meat, not cured or frozen, so their own meat supply had run out days ago. Li Yun and Zhang Jianjun were overjoyed. Son, this building committee of yours is really something. They gave out this much food in one day. Whose family had such a large stockpile? Who else? Zhang Heng sat on the sofa like a lord, crossing his legs. That old lady across the way. Lu Xiaoa? Li Yun asked, puzzled. Zhang Heng explained the whole story. Li Yun cursed angrily. I knew it. I knew that old hag was up to no good. This time it's all thanks to my clever son. Zhang Heng was immensely pleased with himself. Mom, don't worry. As long as I'm here, our family will never go hungry. Zhang Jianjun was taken aback. What do you mean by that? I'm telling you, you must never do anything reckless like that bastard Zhang San. Guys like him will end up facing a firing squad. Zhang Heng waved him off impatiently. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Li Yun, knowing her son's temperament well, tried to soothe him. Son, tell me, have you been doing something big out there? Zhang Heng chuckled slyly. It's nothing major. I just dissolved the building committee and established a new group called the Old Nine Gates. I've got about 7 or 8 brothers under my command now. The torrential rain had persisted for 7 consecutive days. The downpour had finally lessened, yet showed no sign of ceasing entirely. Window panes of several households lay shattered, their homes flooded with water. The floodwaters had now risen to the 5th floor. Following the lead of Zhao Hongwei's family, the locks on the doors of the other vacant apartments had been forced open. Even so, 7 or 8 families were left to shelter in the corridors. Confined by this natural disaster for so long, tempers had grown increasingly frayed. Quarrels erupted sporadically throughout the building. Your apartment is too noisy at night. Our supplies are missing. What must have been stolen by your family? Those who still had shelter found the common areas turned into a foul mess, the stench of excrement overwhelming. They clashed with the corridor dwellers, arguments escalating into outright brawls. Everyone teetered on the brink of collapse. Only Zhang Sen remained at ease, living more comfortably than he had before the apocalypse. These days of rain had diluted the earlier acidic downpour considerably, rendering it largely harmless to humans. Zhang Sen planned to venture out for supplies before anyone else could react. Staying cooped up indefinitely would only arouse suspicion. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one's martial arts, a cleaver still poses a threat. If the entire building pinned their hopes of survival on him and were determined to fight him for it, he might not escape unscathed. Only by diverting everyone's attention, steering their hopes towards the outside world, could he ensure his own safety. Zhang Sen stood at the door like a father about to leave on a long trip, admonishing his child. He spoke to Satan, who was clinging tightly to him. The whole place is flooded now, though I can't take you out. Satan refused to listen to his explanations. Zhang Sen continued. Once the rain stops, he'll take you out to play, all right. Satan remained stubborn, grabbing his pant leg and whimpering softly. Zhang Sen tried every argument, but it was like reasoning with a brick wall, utterly futile. Finally his patience snapped. He produced a gun from his spatial storage and aimed it at the dog. Get the hell back inside, or it'll blow your head off. Satan immediately leapt backward, cowering against the wall. Damn it, you only respond to force. Zhang Sen chuckled despite himself, then called out, silly boy, come here. Satan cautiously poked his head out, and Zhang Sen pointed the gun at him again. I'm going out to find his food. If I come back and find someone's gotten in, he'll shoot you to understand. You guard the house. If anyone dares to enter, bite them to death. Got it. Satan stared at him, dropping the cute act, his expression turning serious. Show me a snarl. Zhang Sen commanded. Satan arched his back, a low, guttural growl rumbling from his throat. Good, keep that up. Daddy's heading out. Stay put and wait for me. These days of rain had diluted the earlier acidic downpour considerably, rendering it largely harmless to humans. Zhang Sen decided to venture out for supplies before anyone else could react. Staying cooped up indefinitely would only arouse suspicion. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one's martial arts, a cleaver still poses a threat. If the entire building pinned their hopes of survival on him and were determined to fight him for it, he might not escape unscathed. Only by diverting everyone's attention, steering their hopes towards the outside world, could he ensure his own safety. The elevator was out of service. Zhang Sen, clad in a raincoat and shouldering a massive hiking backpack, took the stairs. As he descended to the 15th floor, a pungent, foul odor assailed his nostrils. He frowned but pressed on. By the time he reached the 14th floor, he was spotted. As far as the eye could see, there were only numb, listless faces. Someone tried to exchange pleasantries, but he ignored them completely. He didn't stop until he reached the 6th floor. It had been cleared out. Thanks to his intensified training, recently forcing open a security door was hardly a challenge for him. After entering Unit 602, he discovered the balcony window was already shattered, saving him the trouble of breaking it himself. He checked behind him, no one had followed. He retrieved an inflatable motorboat from his spatial storage, donned his goggles, started the engine, and sped off into the deluge. The roar of the engine cut through the heavy rain, and nearly everyone who heard it rushed to their windows to watch Zhang Sen, a mere speck like a leaf on the vast expanse of water. Someone threw open a window and shouted, "Hey buddy, are you heading out for supplies? Can you grab something for us? I'll pay 10,000. I'll pay 20,000, get me a share. Me too, 30,000. Among the voices was Chen Tiantian from Building 5, 7th floor. She was ecstatic to see him. Zhang Sen, it's me. I've got nothing to eat at home. Can you bring me something back? But Zhang Sen only gave her a cold, indifferent glance before turning away, disappearing from sight in an instant. As he navigated the streets, the water was littered with debris, driftwood, plastic bags, cars, and even corpses. What was once a bustling metropolis was now a desolate, lifeless expanse of water. Residents in the buildings lining the street were stirred by the sound of the engine. Hey, are you with the official rescue team? Brother, do you have any food? Help me, I'm starving to death. Young man, please bring me something to eat. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Zhang Sen turned a deaf ear to their pleas, steering his boat forward. He had the map memorized, he just needed to identify the landmarks along the street to confirm his direction. Half an hour later, he finally reached his destination, a 30-plus story office building. Its floors were much taller than those in residential buildings, and the area was on higher ground, so only the first 2 floors were submerged. He brought the boat to a stop, pulled out a sledgehammer from his storage, and smashed the glass in one swing. He then stored the boat away and climbed inside. Zhang Sen's first destination on this trip was a high-tech company on the 21st floor. This company had a partnership with the military developing a batch of military supplies. He headed straight to the 21st floor, smashing the door open with a sledgehammer. The place was empty with items neatly arranged as if everyone had just gone on an extended vacation. Yet no one would ever return to work. Soon other survivors would flood in, carrying away all the usable supplies. Zhang Sen's primary target here was a type of nanofabric, a deep gray material called nanothermal clothing. As the name suggests, wearing it would keep the body at a constant temperature of 25 degrees Celsius. He had discovered this during the extreme cold in his past life. Back then, he and his base team had found this company while searching for supplies bringing back the thin fabric that no one wanted. Unfortunately, in his past life, he never got to wear this thermal clothing before his death. He had only witnessed that after he brought it back, the high-ranking members of the base noticeably wore fewer layers. Following his memory, Zhang Sen went to the innermost sample room and found the nanothermal clothing. Several sets of nanothermal clothing were displayed in the sample room, encased in glass. He shattered the glass, picked up the garments, and felt the fabric. The material was soft and smooth, much like silk. He decided to examine them later. Collecting all the samples into his space, he then searched the warehouse for over a dozen more pieces and stored them all. Next came the other supplies. This company had long collaborated with the military, designing and manufacturing numerous products, many of which had never been released to the market, just like the nanothermal clothing. Zhang Sen collected a batch of military-grade two-way radios, cold-weather combat suits, cold-weather sleeping bags, cold-weather tents, ultralight bulletproof vests, cut and stab-resistant clothing, and cut and stab-resistant gloves from this company. In truth, aside from the nanothermal clothing, he already had most of these items in his space. But the quality here was significantly superior to what he had hoarded. Since he had discovered this place in his past life, everything here must be his. He didn't have time to inspect each item individually. He nearly emptied the entire company, even taking office desks, bookshelves, and cabinets. They would serve as firewood when the cold arrived. He recalled that in his past life, his team members had found many good items in this building. So he began searching from the 30th floor. The 30th floor was an open-plan layout, clearly belonging to a wealthy company, a financial firm judging by the name. No wonder they were so affluent. The employee benefits were excellent, with the break room stocked with high-end items. Rows of expensive imported snacks and drinks lined the tables. After clearing the break room, he swept the office area clean and finally headed to the chairman's office. Good heavens, this office must be at least 200 square meters. On the walls hung several calligraphy and paintings by ancient masters, each worth over 8 figures. Behind the desk stood a row of antique shelves filled with curiosities, tangs, swords, and treasured blades. Unfortunately, Zhang Sen had no interest in such items. They were too light. He drew one sword and tested it, slashing it against a wooden crate. He was instantly amazed. Damn, it cuts through iron like mud. This thing, if he gave it to that little girl later, would surely win her heart. He stored everything into his space, including the antiques. A massive safe in the corner also went in. Immediately a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Gold detected. Used for space upgrade. Zhang Sen was startled. Damn, what a pleasant surprise. But he didn't rush to upgrade. He wanted to see how much gold was inside. He still needed to collect gold from other places and wanted to know how much was required to complete the space upgrade. Not yet, hold on to it. After collecting those items, he noticed several bottles of Maotai and over a dozen boxes of premium cigars stacked in a corner. The Maotai were not the standard Feiqian edition, but various collector's editions. There was even a 1982 5-star bottle starting at 1500 yuan each. And there were 4 cases of such astronomical Maotai totaling 48 bottles. President Mao had diverse interests and a vast collection. In his office, there were even several limited edition Patek Philippe watches worth millions. Thanks, President Mao. Zhang Sen then explored and found President Mao's restroom. The moment he entered, he felt his worldview shattered. The rich really know how to have fun. This was no restroom. It was a pleasure chamber. Waterbeds, chains, handcuffs, whips, candles. Zhang Sen was stunned. He might not need these items, but leaving them here would be a waste, wouldn't it? Since President Mao had put so much thought into them, and he had taken so many of his belongings, he ought to preserve the man's most cherished possessions. Yes, he would store them all. The room instantly became half empty, leaving only a small cabinet. Let's see what other treasures President Mao has. Zhang Sen opened the cabinet, his eyes widening. All sorts of little umbrellas. These were valuable items. In the apocalypse, the wealthy feared diseases and pregnancies from women. Later on, these would become priceless. Zhang Sen picked up one to examine. Ribbed, hot, ultra-thin. Everything was available. As he was about to store them all, he suddenly noticed something odd. He carefully checked the packaging of the little umbrella. Extra small. President Mao, you're not up to par. He had quite a few of these in his space too. But such a small size. He had never seen one before. Could it be a custom edition? He looked down and sighed softly. Is this why I can't become rich? Damn. I calculated everything, but I never expected to lose here. After a moment, Zhang Sen decided to store them anyway. Maybe one day he'd run into President Mao and sell them back at a high price, to spare him from finding suitable ones in the apocalypse. After all, children shouldn't wear adult shoes. They might slip off. After storing them, the only thing left in the restroom was a large refrigerator with a built-in battery packed with premium foie gras, Wagyu caviar, black truffles, Iberian ham, and 1982 Lafite. Everything was still fresh. Zhang Sen stored the entire refrigerator into his space. After leaving Mao's company, Zhang Sen continued his zero-cost shopping layer by layer. Unless he came across companies that piqued his interest, he would gather everything that hadn't deteriorated or was less useful than firewood into his space. Clothing companies collected. Makeup and skincare livestream sales companies collected. Food livestream sales companies collected. To his surprise, he found a company dedicated to agricultural research. They had all kinds of crop seeds and cultivation boxes. Since he hadn't planned on farming in the apocalypse, he hadn't stockpiled any seeds. But seeing these seeds, he suddenly recalled that since there was a water source in his space, perhaps after upgrading he could also farm. With that thought, he collected all the seeds and cultivation boxes. If farming turned out to be impossible in his space, these cultivation boxes could still serve a purpose. It was like finding something to do in the endless apocalypse. After busily working for 2 hours, he finally sat down to drink some water. At his feet were 3 large delivery boxes unopened by the recipients. Bored, Zhang Sen used a knife to slice open one of the boxes. Good heavens! The entire box was filled with small umbrellas. He picked one up and took a look. It was extra large. Hey, this will come in handy. He opened the other 2 boxes, and they were still small umbrellas. Together the 3 boxes must contain 2 or 3,000 of them. Zhang Sen glanced at the recipients, named Lu Ming. As the name suggests, Brother Ming, you probably won't need these anymore. I've been busy lately, and can't use them either. Once I have some free time, I'll help you make some. After resting, Zhang Sen continued his zero-cost shopping. Fearing theft, he didn't stop to look at anything else. He smashed the door and collected everything in sight. After half an hour, the building was completely stripped bare. Zhang Sen drove the speedboat to the next target. The next target was a shopping mall. Upon entering, he found the water level stuck between 2 floors. He couldn't step onto the ground, so he had to change into diving gear on the speedboat. This shopping mall would eventually sustain the survivors in the city. He already had enough supplies for himself, so he wanted to give those innocent people a chance to survive. His only goal today was gold. There were 7 or 8 gold shops on the first floor of the mall. After changing his gear, Zhang Sen submerged into the water. During college, he had specifically obtained a high-level diving certificate for traveling. Diving posed no difficulty for him. The shop doors in this mall were roller shutters, and not particularly sturdy. He could break them open with a pair of large pliers. Entering the first shop, he collected everything, including the cabinets and gold, into his space. Then he moved to the next shop. Within an hour, he had looted all the gold shops in the mall. Without even changing his clothes, he drove the speedboat to the next mall. By the time it was past 1 in the afternoon, all the gold from the 8 nearby malls had been stored in his space. He rested for a moment in the last mall, took out a bottle of water and 2 meals from his space, replenished his energy, and headed to the most famous gold street in Nanyang. The doors of the gold shops here were much sturdier than those in the mall, but adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, Zhang Sen still managed to clean out all the gold shops. He worked until it was nearly dark before he stopped, changed back into his clothes, and headed home. After being drenched in rain all day and diving back and forth for so long, he was starting to feel hypothermic. He took out a large umbrella from his space and poured himself a cup of ginger tea he had prepared in the morning. After drinking most of the cup, he felt a bit warmer. As he approached his neighborhood, it was already dark. When he was 500 meters away from the community, Zhang Sen turned off the speedboat's engine and took out the oars to paddle back. Many people had been watching when he left in the morning. Inevitably, some might block his way when he returned. To be cautious, he took out a handgun from his space. After today's rainfall, the water had risen to the 6th floor. Fortunately, it was only about knee-deep. Worried about ambushes, Zhang Sen did not exit from the 602 unit he had come out of in the morning, but instead went to the master bedroom of Unit 601. He shone a strong flashlight around to confirm that no one was lying in wait. Only then did he pry open the window and jump in, stowing the speedboat away in his backpack. Afterwards, he took off his raincoat and tossed it into his space. Holding a knife, he cautiously walked out of Unit 601. When he reached the 8th floor stairwell, someone noticed he had returned. They wanted to approach him, but hesitated, leaving only a few brave individuals. Brother Sun, did you go out looking for supplies? Brother Sun, how's it outside? Brother Sun, is there any official rescue? Brother Sun, could you spare some food? My son is about to starve. Zhang Sen held the knife, his face cold and silent. Unexpectedly, an old man dared to reach out and try to rummage through his bag. Zhang Sen certainly wouldn't indulge the old man. With a swift motion of his knife, he severed the old man's hand instantly. The old man fell to the ground, howling in pain. A middle-aged man rushed up. You cut off my dad's hand, you can't leave. Zhang Sen merely cast a cold glance at him and continued to ascend. The middle-aged man was terrified by his gaze, fearing he would be the next victim if he pressed on, and could only watch helplessly as Zhang Sen left. When he reached the 8th floor, a filthy woman blocked his path. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Sen recognized her as Lu Chenhui's girlfriend. Zhang Sen, you murderer. My boyfriend was killed by you. Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow. So what do you want? Do you want me to send you to join him? Tu didn't mean that. The woman was still somewhat afraid of Zhang Sen, but now she was at her wit's end. If she didn't cling to Zhang Sen's thigh, she would starve to death. Besides, she was attractive, and usually a stream of simps flooded the comments on her videos calling her a goddess. Previously, Lu Chenhui had spent a lot of money to win her over. Now, as long as she could make the leap, she didn't believe Zhang Sen could resist her. With this thought, she felt a bit more confident. Since you killed my boyfriend, you should compensate me. Give me some food, and let me stay at your place. While I'm living there, I can also give you some benefits. Later, when the water recedes, I can let you go and continue following you. Zhang Sen was almost brought to tears by her foolishness, looking at her with a hint of disdain. What if I refuse? If you refuse once the water recedes, I will call the police and have you arrested. Murder carries a death penalty. Zhang Sen's lips curled into a sneer. I absolutely loathe being threatened. Since killing one person warrants a death penalty, killing two people should too. I might as well make it quick. Just like your boyfriend, you're equally disgusting. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of silver appeared. The blood on the tip of Zhang Sen's knife turned bright red once more. A torrent of blood gushed from Lu Chenhui's girlfriend's neck. She clutched her throat, but found herself unable to make a sound or breathe. Moments later, she collapsed heavily to the ground. The onlookers were startled, covering their mouths, afraid to make a sound, lest they provoke Zhang Sen the devil and be silenced. Zhang Sen, however, didn't even glance at them, turning around and heading upstairs. As he approached the 10th floor, Zhang Sen sensed danger looming. Perhaps due to the countless perils he had encountered in his past life, he had grown highly sensitive to danger, a skill that had followed him through his rebirth into the present. His right hand rested on the pistol at his waist while his left held a powerful flashlight. He pressed himself against the wall and ascended slowly, straining to listen to the shadows for any sound. Catching only a faint noise, he glanced at the floor number and called out, "Come out." Zhang Sen had a rough idea of who it might be. After a dozen or so seconds, Lu Xiu's husband emerged from the darkness, clutching a cleaver and trembling violently. Zhang Sen was surprised to see him. He had expected Lu Xiu herself, not this old man. He remembered this old man. In his past life, the man had collapsed as soon as the extreme cold hit and never got up again. The old man was also known for his wandering hands, often groping the young women in the building. If any girl dared to call him out, he would unleash a torrent of abuse using the filthiest language imaginable. In short, he was no good either. Zhang Sen, you owe me for my grain. The old man snarled, pointing the cleaver at him. It's all your fault our place got ransacked by those people. Zhang Sen chuckled. Old man, your supplies got stolen because your wife's scheming backfired. How's that my fault? Or is it that there are too many for you to confront, so you came after me? Lu Xiu and this old man were two peas in a pod. They never reflected on their own actions, always blaming others for their misfortunes. The old man growled, enough talk. Hand over your backpack or he'll kill you. Are you kidding me? Look at your hands shaking like that, and you talk about killing. What makes you think I can't? Don't think you're the only brave one here. It's either I kill you or I starve to death. I've got no choice. If you don't do as I say, I'll fight you to the death. Cut the chatter. If you're going to act, do it now. I've got to get home and sleep. Zhang Sen had no time to waste. His clothes were soaked and a chill was setting in. The old man shook all over, but after a brief hesitation, he let out a roar and lunged forward with his cleaver. You little punk, I'll kill you. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Zhang Sen's eyes. Before the old man's blade could fall, Zhang Sen's own straight knife had already plunged into his heart. With a clatter, the cleaver hit the floor. Zhang Sen withdrew his knife, blood splattering onto his clothes. The old man didn't even have a chance to speak before he fell stiffly to the ground, his eyes wide open. Zhang Sen didn't spare him a glance as he continued upstairs. A moment later, Lu Xiu's anguished wail echoed from below. Old man. His straight knife slick with crimson blood, Zhang Sen hummed a tune as he climbed the stairs, looking utterly at ease. Those who had witnessed the killing were now too terrified to even meet his gaze. In their eyes, Zhang Sen had become a god of death, the kind of remorseless killer you'd see in a horror film. No one dared to block his path or speak to him. Even those on higher floors who hadn't seen the murder firsthand could guess from the blood on his knife and the rumors that he had snapped once again. And so Zhang Sen made his way home without any trouble. Meanwhile, Su Fan, accompanied by two members of the Old Nine Gates, burst into room 1303 as if fleeing for their lives. The apartment was a small 3-bedroom unit that Su Fan shared with his two brothers, now serving as their group space. They had learned that morning that Zhang Sen had gone out to scavenge for supplies, so they had been waiting here to ambush him. Just now the three of them had heard a noise and stepped out to confirm whether Zhang Sen had returned. Little did they expect to witness him killing Lu Xiu's husband. What are you all panicking about? Zhang Heng asked. Su Fan's face was pale as a sheet. Zhang Sen is back, and he's killed someone again. Zhang Heng was shocked. What? Who did he kill this time? Lu Xiu's husband. The old man tried to rob his bag, and Zhang Sen killed him in self-defense. Zhang Heng, maybe we should just call it off. That guy is insane. He kills without blinking an eye. Zhang Heng looked at his underlings with contempt, thinking them utterly useless for being scared by the killing of an old man. They were pathetic. But since he still needed them, he couldn't afford to alienate them. Feigning a moment of contemplation, he asked, how much food do you all have left at home? The others exchanged uneasy glances. Zhang Heng continued, since you've chosen me as the leader of the old 9 gates, I have to look out for you. So what if Zhang Sen dares to kill? In this world, who wouldn't kill to survive? When he came back today, didn't his backpack look stuffed full? Su Fan thought for a moment and nodded. Yeah, it was bulging. Exactly, Zhang Heng said. That's definitely supplies. Since he's so selfish, only looking out for himself and killing at the slightest provocation, we have no choice but to resort to unconventional methods. Besides, he's got a motorboat. If we can take it from him, we can go out and scavenge supplies on our own. Once we have food, who in this building would dare defy us? And with all those pretty girls in the building, just dangle a bit of food in front of them, and they'll do whatever we want. Think about that lesbian couple in 902. With those faces and bodies, aren't you tempted? The group felt a jolt of excitement at his words, their hearts stirring with desire. It had been so long since they'd been with a woman, and the pent-up frustration was unbearable. The thought of such forbidden pleasures was enticing. Though Zhang Sen's ruthlessness still frightened them, their resolve was beginning to waver. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Zhang Heng pressed on. I don't think we have anything to fear. Zhang Sen may be tough, but he's just one man. There are 9 of us, 1/each, and he's done for. Seeing Zhang Heng's confident expression, the others felt their fear of Zhang Sen suddenly fade. But the most crucial point was that as long as they had food, the beautiful women in the building would be theirs for the taking. As Zhang Sen entered his home, he saw Sa Dan sitting warily at the entrance. The moment the dog spotted him, it transformed from a vigilant guard into a silly pup, leaping into his arms and licking his face. Zhang Sen grimaced with disgust. Get lost, you stink. Unfazed, Sa Dan whined softly. Zhang Sen pulled the dog down and asked, did anyone try to break in today? Sa Dan didn't answer, remaining in its goofy state. Zhang Sen understood that meant no. He gently squeezed the dog's neck, then retrieved a piece of raw mutton from his space and tossed it into the food bowl. Good job, this is your reward. Sa Dan was overjoyed, and despite having already eaten the lunch Zhang Sen had left, it eagerly buried its head in the bowl. Zhang Sen tossed his backpack into the space, shed his wet clothes, turned up the electric heater, and added more charcoal to the dying fireplace. Only then did he take out the hot water he had stored earlier, enjoy a thorough bath, and emerge to sort through the supplies he had scavenged today. First and foremost was the gold. He emptied all the gold from his space, piling it into a small mountain on the living room floor. The entire room seemed to shimmer with golden light. He divided the gold into 5 portions and tossed one pile back into the space. Ding! Gold detected. Used for space upgrade. Upgrade. Inside the space, the gold transformed into a golden radiance, surging toward the swirling white mist. The mist trembled, visibly thinning and receding. This time Zhang Sen clearly saw a spring in the far right corner of the space. But the spring contained very little water, only a trace at the bottom. There really was a water source. Overjoyed, Zhang Sen added another pile of gold. Another flash of golden light passed, and the water increased. Another pile, and the water swelled further. This time he heard the sound of flowing water, faint yet unmistakable. He added the last 2 piles of gold, and the spring filled to about half its pool. The sound of the water grew louder. With his spiritual sense, Zhang Sen observed the crystal-clear spring, its bottom adorned with unknown aquatic plants. As his consciousness drew near, he felt a soothing comfort throughout his body. Beyond the white mist, he could discern the outline of a mountain. It seemed the water flowed down from there. A thought flashed through Zhang Sen's mind like lightning. Is this water flowing? Isn't the space supposed to be timeless? He looked around and found that the area where he stored goods indeed had no time flowing. But the sound of the running water was so distinct. Could it be that the space is divided into 2 parts? The part with the flowing water has time passing. Then does that mean this part can store living things? Zhang Sen was ecstatic. This space had given him another great surprise. He wondered what other marvels awaited him. Calming down, he began to ponder. Was this water drinkable? In theory, as the space's master, the space would not do anything harmful to him. Yet cautious as ever, he hesitated to test it directly. What if the water caused unforeseen problems? He walked over to Sa Dan, took some spring water from the space, and poured it into the dog's bowl. Sa Daner, drink up. Sa Dan, carefree as always, lapped at the water. After a single lick, it paused, lifted its head with brightened eyes, and then buried its face in the bowl again. Before long, the bowl was empty. The dog lifted its head, paws resting on the bowl, gazing at Zhang Sen with hopeful eyes. More. Sa Dan's eyes sparkled even brighter. Zhang Sen was taken aback. Is it that good, oi? He poured another bowl for Sa Dan. After draining it, the dog demanded a third, then fell into a deep, drunken slumber. Zhang Sen panicked, thinking it had been poisoned, and rushed to pat its face. Sa Dan showed no reaction, sleeping soundly. Zhang Sen checked, and found its breathing and body temperature normal, realizing it was merely asleep. He decided to wait until morning to see what had happened. Despite his decision, he remained uneasy, getting up several times during the night. Seeing Sa Dan sleeping peacefully with no signs of mutation, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, Zhang Sen was awakened by Sa Dan licking him. He distinctly remembered closing the door last night. How did you get in? Sa Dan turned its head away in its Sundara manner, walked out of the room, stood up on its hind legs, and closed the door. Then it stood up again, pressed the door lock open with its paw, and strutted back in triumphantly. Was it explaining how it had entered? Zhang Sen was stunned. Had the dog become this intelligent? Could it instantly understand his words? Wait, how had it grown so much? Zhang Sen knew Sa Dan had been growing, but at a normal pace. How had it gone from a medium-sized dog to a large one overnight? A suspicion arose in Zhang Sen's mind, but he asked Sa Dan first. Sa Daner, how did you get so big? Sa Dan used its paw to pull aside his blanket and headed for the door, glancing back to signal him to follow. The creature was so smart it seemed almost sentient. Zhang Sen climbed out of bed and followed. Sa Dan reached the water bowl and placed its paw on the rim. You mean you became like this because of the water? Sa Dan nodded. Zhang Sen was astonished. You can nod. Sa Dan looked at him with a pitying expression as if mocking his ignorance. It tapped the bowl again. Give me more. Zhang Sen asked, you want more? Sa Dan nodded again. Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Zhang Sen had no choice but to take another bowl of water from the space. Sa Dan ignored him, focusing on drinking. Zhang Sen pondered, was this spring really that amazing? Judging by Sa Dan's condition, the water seemed harmless. Finally reassured, he poured himself a cup. After drinking it, he was astounded. This water was divine. Not only did it carry a faint, refreshing sweetness on the tongue, but most importantly, after drinking it, one felt an invigorating ease throughout the body and a surge of vitality. He could sense that his mental strength had also been considerably enhanced. Truly a remarkable find. Unable to resist, Zhang Sen downed 2 more cups until he was completely satiated, then finally stopped. After the meal, he had Sa Dan stand against the wall and measured its height. He decided to record Sa Dan's height daily from now on to track its growth rate. Afterward, man and leopard resumed their training. Today's regimen was more intense than before. Zhang Sen gradually increased the weight he carried during the session, ultimately doubling the load from 2 days ago. Yet unlike before, they did not collapse onto the floor like exhausted dogs after finishing. When they emerged from the gym, Zhang Sen was only slightly out of breath with a thin layer of sweat on his skin. Sa Dan, on the other hand, seemed as if it had merely taken a leisurely stroll. Zhang Sen was once again astounded by the effects of the spring water. If they drank it daily, it wouldn't be long before they reached the level of a first-stage physical ability user from his past life. The space had undergone a significant upgrade, and Zhang Sen had set an example for the people in the compound, making it clear that he too had to risk his life to scavenge for supplies. So they should stop bothering him. For the time being, until the rain ceased, he had no intention of leaving. When he went to sleep that night, the rain had slackened somewhat. Based on the course of events in his past life, the downpour would diminish considerably within a few days. By then, venturing outside would no longer be as perilous. This realization kindled a glimmer of hope in the hearts of the compound's residents. In the dead of night, Zhang Sen was sleeping soundly when he was abruptly awakened by Sa Dan's low growls. Seeing him stir, Sa Dan turned and left. Sa Dan had never behaved like this at home before. A beast's instinct for danger is often far more acute than a human's. Zhang Sen knew that someone was approaching. He swiftly rolled out of bed and retrieved a pistol from his space. A clattering sound came from the iron gate outside. Someone was pounding on it. Zhang Sen walked to the door, activated the intercom monitor, and saw several young men standing outside. A faint smile curved Zhang Sen's lips. You've finally come. Outside the door, Su Fan and Zhang Heng stood at the rear, clearly the leaders of this operation. Zhang Sen snorted softly. They were shrewd enough to send others to the front. There were 9 people outside, and although Zhang Sen was confident he could handle them, it still carried some risk. There was no need for that. He could deal with them one by one. He put away the pistol, returned to the living room, and dragged a stool over. Outside, Zhang Heng was losing his temper. What's the matter? Knocking down a door, is this hard? The man working on the lock retorted irritably. Fine, you do it then. Damn it, what's wrong with this door? It's so sturdy. Who's the boss here, you or me? Hurry up. He's replaced the door. This idiot probably got wind of it early and stockpiled food. If you don't want to starve, break it open. Though the man was sulking, he didn't argue after hearing Zhang Heng's analysis. Instead, he struck with even more vigor. Inside, Zhang Sen took a hand crossbow from his space, loaded a bolt, then stepped onto the stool and quietly opened the pre-installed firing port at the top of the door. In his past life, Zhang Sen had killed many low-level mutant beasts and ability users with a hand crossbow. He had not neglected his practice recently, so killing a man was a simple matter. He ignored the others and first aimed at Zhang Heng. Seeing Zhang Heng mingling with Su Fan's group, full of bluster, it was obvious he hadn't suffered much hunger. He must have gotten a share of the spoils from Lucio's place. There was likely still food in his home. It was time to let that family taste the cruelty of the apocalypse. Zhang Sen aimed at Zhang Heng's shoulder. He pulled the trigger. Swish. A short bolt shot through the air, piercing Zhang Heng's shoulder. A scream echoed through the corridor. Su Fan and the others were startled. They turned around to see Zhang Heng sitting on the ground, his shoulders soaked in blood. Run. He has a weapon. In the blink of an eye, the hallway was empty. Fighting back the searing pain, Zhang Heng also fled in panic. Zhang Sen did not open the door to pursue. It was not yet time. The commotion had banished his drowsiness, so he lit a cigar, sat on the sofa, and puffed while stroking Sa Dan. Meanwhile, Unit 1002 was in utter chaos. Zhang Heng was nearly driven mad by the excruciating pain in his shoulder. He felt increasingly cold, as if the blood in his body was draining away. Dad, Mom, save me. I don't want to die. Li Yun sobbed uncontrollably. Don't be afraid, son. Mom and Dad will save you, don't be scared. Honey, what should we do? We can't take him to the hospital now. Zhang Jianjun's legs gave way from terror. How should I know? When Lu Chenhui was stabbed by that brat last time, there was no solution either. There's not even a doctor in this building. Zhang Heng wailed in fear. What's going to happen? Dad, I don't want to die. I'm still so young. Though furious, Zhang Jianjun held back his temper given the situation. Li Yun urged, honey, think of something. Are you really going to watch your son die? Zhang Jianjun brought the candle closer to Zhang Heng's shoulder and saw the wound with the arrow embedded inside. Cold sweat poured down his entire body. That bastard Zhang Sen was really trying to kill his son. How could he be so ruthless? He forced himself to calm down. There's no other way now. What are you going to do, honey? What else can I do? We have to gamble. Pull the arrow out and hope it doesn't get infected. Zhang Heng was terrified. Just pull it out. That's going to hurt so much. If you don't want to die, shut up. Zhang Jianjun's face was ashen. He said to Li Yun, go get the medical kit. Li Yun, panic-stricken and utterly lost, could only obey and fetch the kit. Zhang Jianjun helped Zhang Heng sit upright, examined the back of his shoulder, and found that it was a special arrowhead. Once embedded, to remove it, one would either have to break the shaft or tear out a chunk of flesh. Under the current circumstances, breaking the arrow was impossible. His precious son was about to endure severe suffering. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Jianjun pressed one hand on Zhang Heng's chest and grasped the arrow's fletching with the other. Hold him down. Li Yun quickly complied, not forgetting to comfort her darling son. Son, bear with it. Once the arrow is out, you'll be fine. Zhang Heng had also realized that the only alternative was to wait for death, so he clenched his teeth and nodded. Zhang Jianjun took a deep breath and yanked the arrow outward with a sudden forceful pull. Oh! Zhang Heng's agonized screams echoed across the entire residential complex before he fell into unconsciousness. Zhang Jianjun hastily disinfected and staunched the bleeding, then administered anti-inflammatory medicine, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Gazing at his son's pale face drenched in sweat from pain, Zhang Jianjun felt as if his heart was shattering. His son had suffered such torment, and his life might still be hanging in the balance. And the one who had set all this in motion was none other than his own blood relative, his nephew. How could he not harbor hatred? At this moment, Zhang Jianjun only wanted to kill Zhang Sen. He rose, grabbed a cleaver from the kitchen, and charged out. Li Yun quickly grabbed him. Honey, what are you doing? I'm going to kill that beast. Don't be impulsive. Zhang Sen has already lost his mind. If he attacks you and you get hurt, what will your son and I do? Zhang Jianjun, consumed by rage, insisted on going, but Li Yun clung to him desperately. After a long struggle, both were exhausted. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Li Yun peered through the peephole cautiously and saw Chen Tiantian drenched from head to toe. Li Yun opened the door. What are you doing here? Chen Tiantian's eyes were red. Auntie, I thought I'd never see you again. Li Yun felt a surge of anger at the sight of Chen Tiantian. In her view, if it weren't for Chen Tiantian sleeping with her son, their family wouldn't have fallen out with Zhang Sen, and her son wouldn't have been injured so badly by him. All of this was that bitch Chen Tiantian's fault. At this thought, Li Yun could no longer contain her fury and slapped Chen Tiantian hard across the face. It's all because of you, you slut, that my son ended up like this. How dare you still show your face? Chen Tiantian was stunned by the slap. She had believed that once she reached Zhang Heng's home, she would no longer have to endure her bizarre daily life, and would have plenty to eat and drink. To that end, she had even given herself to the only man in Building 5 who owned a boat. To be honest, that man was a nightmare. He had a peculiar fondness for playing on the water. He deliberately sailed the boat out, tied it to a tree, and tormented her inside the vessel. To make matters worse, she suffered from seasickness. In the end, after all that commotion, she couldn't remember anything except vomiting violently on the boat. That lipstick-wearing man, however, mistook her reaction for being overwhelmed by his prowess, and grew even more excited. To clean the filth off her body, she had no choice but to wash herself with the dirty water outside. In truth, Chen Tiantian could have survived in Building 5. By now she had a steady clientele in Building 5. But she was determined that no one should know about her activities, so she only sought out middle-aged men with families who were even more afraid of being discovered than she was. Still, there was always a risk. She had conducted business too many times in recent days. If she were found out, Zhang Heng would never marry her. So when she saw that Zhang Sen could leave the building, she began to scheme. She had thought she could come over and gain leverage over Zhang Heng's family, but before she even got through the door, she received a harsh slap. This made her feel utterly wronged. Covering her cheek, she asked, Annie, why did you hit me? How dare you ask? If it weren't for you, would my son have been hurt like this by Zhang Sen? Li Yun was about to shut the door, but Chen Tiantian, having endured so much to get here, was not about to leave easily. She pushed the door open and put on a pained expression. What? Ah Heng is injured. How bad is it? Is it serious? With that, Chen Tiantian squeezed in, and upon seeing Zhang Heng lying on the sofa, immediately threw herself on him, wailing, Ah Heng, what's wrong with you? Zhang Heng, jolted awake by the pain from his wound, pushed her away. Are you out of your mind? Chen Tiantian was overjoyed. Ah Heng, you're awake. Thank goodness. What are you doing here? Zhang Heng was now extremely irritable. I was worried about you and uncle and auntie, so I swam over here despite the danger. Despite everything, Zhang Heng still had some feelings for Chen Tiantian. Her words stirred a hint of gratitude in him. Although Li Yun was thoroughly dissatisfied with Chen Tiantian, the latter insisted on staying to take care of Zhang Heng, and eventually, she was allowed to remain. With Chen Tiantian's commotion, Zhang Jianjun forgot about going after Zhang Sen. Zhang Sen waited for Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun for a long time, but they never came. He guessed they were completely terrified of him. But it didn't matter. Even if they didn't come to him, that didn't mean he would let them off. Zhang Sen, with a straight sword in his left hand and a sledgehammer in his right, charged straight to room 1301. He knocked, but no one answered. Su Fan and the other two were hiding inside, trembling with fear. Zhang Sen laughed. You think just because you don't open the door I have no way in? 2 hammer blows shattered the lock, and he swaggered in. The living room was empty. It seemed the 3 were hiding in their rooms. Zhang Sen called out loudly. Come out now, and I might spare your lives. But if I find you myself, none of you will escape. The 3 in the room shook with terror. What should we do? Should we go out? Of course not. If we go out, we'll definitely die. Damn it, we shouldn't have listened to Zhang Heng and provoked him. We're idiots. That bastard Zhang Heng had a grudge with him because we slept with his girlfriend. Why did we have to get involved? What do we do? If we don't go out, he'll still find us. Don't forget he's armed. Maybe we should go out, play it by ear, and apologize sincerely. If he insists on killing us, we'll fight him. There are 3 of us, and we might not lose. Just as Zhang Sen was about to lose patience, the door to one of the bedrooms finally opened. The 3 men walked out, panic written all over their faces. Brother Sun, we know we were wrong. Please spare our lives. Yes, Brother Sun, we were all fooled by that bastard Zhang Heng into targeting you. If you let us go, we'll do anything you say. Brother Sun, please forgive us this once. We swear we'll never dare to oppose you again. Zhang Sen found their groveling amusing. If these men had succeeded tonight, he would have been dead beyond all doubt. Zhang Sen raised his high-powered flashlight, its blinding beam sweeping across their faces before settling on the man on the far left. That was the one responsible for picking the lock tonight. Zhang Sen held no fondness for him. In his past life, this man had often gone out with him to scavenge supplies, and Zhang Sen had once considered him a friend. Later, after arriving at the base, this man awakened his superpower. He not only ignored Zhang Sen completely, but also joined other superpowered individuals in mocking him and his team. Since these people dared to break into his home, he couldn't just let the matter slide. He would make an example of this man. Zhang Sen stared coldly at the lockpicker and asked, "You were the one who picked the lock, weren't you?" The man felt the murderous intent radiating from Zhang Sen and trembled all over. Knowing that Zhang Sen would not let him off, he decided to fight for his life. He pulled an axe from the small of his back and swung it at Zhang Sen. Zhang Sen didn't even dodge. Instead, he reached behind his back, pulled a dagger from his spatial storage, and hurled it. The dagger struck the man square in the heart. He died instantly, crashing heavily to the floor, and Zhang Sen hadn't even moved a single step. The remaining 2 men trembled in terror. They now clearly understood how terrifying Zhang Sen's strength was. It was not something the 3 of them could overcome, even if they fought together. Both men were relieved that they hadn't attacked earlier, or they would be dead for sure. If you're not going to resist, now throw your weapons on the ground. Zhang Sen had long suspected they wouldn't be so obedient. Since they had come out, they must have been armed, ready to fight to the death if necessary. Hearing this, the 2 men quickly dropped the steel pipe and cleaver they had concealed behind their backs. Zhang Sen was quite satisfied. You dared to break into my home tonight. I can't just let you off. Now I've already killed the lockpicker. I can give you a chance to live, but it depends on whether you can seize it. Su Fan hastily pledged his loyalty. Brother Sen, just give us your orders. Whatever you want us to do, we'll do it, even if it means death. It's not that dramatic, Zhang Sen said. Tonight there were 9 of you in total. Apart from Zhang Heng and the one lying dead on the floor, there are 7 of you left. Now I want you 2 to gather the rest and go to Zhang Heng's place to seize all his supplies. Just leave them alive. Once you've done this, our grudges are settled. Tell the others, anyone who refuses to act, I will come for them personally. The 2 men didn't hesitate and bolted out. Zhang Sen, seeing the room empty, kicked the corpse over, pulled the dagger from its chest, and whistled cheerfully as he returned home. On the other side, Su Fan led the group to smash down Zhang Jianjun's door. Zhang Jianjun initially tried to resist, brandishing a cleaver and fighting desperately, but he was quickly subdued. He took several blows and writhed on the floor in pain. Li Yun fared no better. She was knocked unconscious. Zhang Heng, already severely injured and unable to move, could only curse. The men, still furious that he had tricked them into going to their deaths, showed no mercy. Some even stomped on his wounds. Zhang Heng screamed in agony. Chen Tiantian was terrified out of her wits. Afraid they would attack her, she lay on the floor and pretended to faint. After subduing the resistance in Zhang Jianjun's home, the 7 men began searching the house thoroughly. Fearing that Zhang Sen would criticize them for being inefficient, they searched with extreme care. When they left, not a single grain of rice remained in Zhang Jianjun's home. Chen Tiantian, watching the plundered supplies, silently cursed her bad luck. How could it be that as soon as she arrived, before she even had a chance to eat, the food was taken away? Su Fan was at a loss as to what to do with the supplies from Zhang Jianjun's home. Though he longed to keep them for himself, he feared Zhang Sen might pursue the matter afterward. Without provisions, he could barely survive a few days. But if he angered Zhang Sen, he'd be bidding farewell to this world soon enough. At dawn the next day, Su Fan went to knock on Zhang Sen's door. He had initially planned to drop off the supplies and bolt, but he worried someone might steal them, and then he'd be the one taking the blame. After knocking, he hid behind the wall, too afraid of catching an arrow from Zhang Sen, daring only to peek his head out. Zhang Sen watched him through the surveillance camera and asked, "What's the matter?" "Brother Sun, I've brought the supplies for you." "I'm heading off now," Su Fan shouted, and then ran. Zhang Sen was thoroughly pleased with this effect. He wanted everyone to fear him. He summoned Satan to check that there was no danger outside before opening the door. Seeing the scattered supplies on the ground, he knew they had done their job well. Zhang Jianjun's home must now be completely emptied out. Zhang Sen had never really wanted those supplies anyway. His spatial storage was filled with premium goods he couldn't even finish, so he looked down on such junk. His original intent was to let Su Fan and his crew divide them up after their raid. But since Su Fan had delivered them, there was no reason to refuse a gift. His spatial storage still had plenty of room, and he could always trade these later for things he needed. After breakfast with Satan, Zhang Sen sat on the balcony with a cup of hot coffee, gazing outside. Today the rain had lessened once more. In a few more days it would stop completely. When that happened, Building 9 would become a true hell on earth. Ever since Zhang Sen's last outing, people had already begun venturing out to scavenge for supplies. Within a brief moment, Zhang Sen spotted over a dozen groups paddling out from various buildings on all sorts of makeshift watercraft. Some rode on bedboards with plastic bottles strapped underneath, some had oil jugs tied to their bodies, and others simply floated out wearing swim rings. Those without boats must have been truly desperate, able to ignore the corpses floating on the water's surface. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianjun's family of 4 had gone without food since last night. By noon, a hunger had overwhelmed all of them. The 3 healthy ones could still endure, but Zhang Heng, the injured one, couldn't hold on. His body grew weaker by the moment, and the fever returned. Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun had no choice but to go out and beg for food from the neighbors. But by this point, most households had no food left to spare. Even those who still had some dared not lend it out. They had begged door to door throughout the building except the 18th floor, yet returned empty-handed. When Li Yun got home and saw Chen Tiantian sprawled on the sofa, snoring away, her fury boiled over. She lunged forward and grabbed the girl by her greasy, tangled hair. Chen Tiantian screamed in pain. Li Yun cursed at her. "Zhang Heng's father and I are out there begging for food, and you just lie there without lifting a finger." Chen Tiantian shot back in anger. "I don't know a single person in your building. Who am I supposed to ask? Go ask Zhang Sen. You and Zhang Sen are the ones who reduced my son to this state. I'm telling you, Chen Tiantian, if you don't go out and get something to eat from Zhang Sen today, they'll spread your legs and throw you into the bed of some old man in this building to trade for food for my son. You wouldn't dare? If you do, we'll tell everyone that Zhang Heng seduced me, that you forced me to smear Zhang Sen's name. Let's see if you can keep your dignity then. Go ahead, tell everyone you're nothing but a slut who climbs into beds." Li Yun had nothing left to fear. She didn't even know if her family would survive, so what did reputation matter now? "My son is dying. Weren't you the one who said you'd take care of him? Right now he needs food." With that, Li Yun grabbed a knife from the kitchen and pointed it at Chen Tiantian. "I don't care what you have to do. Beg, sell yourself, whatever. I just want to see food, or I won't let you off." Chen Tiantian knew Li Yun was dead serious, and terror gripped her heart. She looked at Zhang Heng with a pleading gaze, hoping he would speak up for her. To her surprise, Zhang Heng said, "Tiantian, I'm really hungry. Please go beg Zhang Sen. Otherwise he'll really die. Don't worry, once I recover and this calamity passes, he'll definitely marry you. Alright, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. He'll go beg Zhang Sen right now." Chen Tiantian's eyes reddened, putting on a deeply moved expression. But the moment she stepped out the door, her face changed instantly. "You lot dare treat me like this. Even if I have to knock on Zhang Sen's door, I won't give you a single grain of rice." 10 minutes later, as Zhang Sen was cooking hot pot, Satan alerted him, and he spotted Chen Tiantian on the surveillance feed. Chen Tiantian had once possessed a baby face with fair skin and long straight black hair, always dressed in the girl next door style. She was the spitting image of the first love in countless men's memories. But now she was a far cry from that image. Her once cute face, though not much thinner, had taken on a sickly pallor. Her long hair was so greasy it had tangled into knots. Her clothes were filthy and crumpled. She looked as if she had aged 20 years. Even in her past life at the base, she had never been this unkempt. After all, back then he had protected her. Zhang Sen smirked. The woman who once prided herself on her cleanliness had fallen to such depths. Though it made sense, she had once claimed she couldn't accept premarital intimacy, refusing to live with him, making him rent her an apartment in the neighborhood. Yet in the end, Shed still ended up in Zhang Heng's bed. Seeing how Shed barely lost any weight, even now Zhang Sen had a reasonable suspicion that in Building 5, she might have long since traded herself countless times for a single ham sausage. He had no proof, but he remained deeply suspicious. Because this woman had no moral bottom line. In his past life, while he fought on the front lines to earn food for her, she too had stayed at the base, earning her keep through her own methods. He had heard such rumors a few times back then, but he dismissed them as idle chatter from bored people during the apocalypse. Besides, there was never any extra food at home, so he never took those rumors to heart. Now that he thought about it, damn it, the reason there was never any food at home was because his earnings were shared among everyone. This vile woman's earnings either went to her own mother for exclusive feasting or were shared with Zhang Heng's family. But never a crumb for him. How could he not hate her for that? Zhang Sen watched Chen Tiantian on the monitor, observing her fuss with her hair, then tug at her collar to reveal more cleavage, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his lips. Moments later, Chen Tiantian finally finished her preparations. She approached the door, leaned in, raised her hand to knock, and sweetened her voice. Sun, are you home? Won't you open the door? Zhang Sen, a cigar clamped between his teeth, opened the door with a perfectly timed expression of surprise and disdain. What are you doing here? He took the cigar from his mouth, holding it between his fingers, and frowned. What's that smell? Why do you reek? Chen Tiantian's face flushed with embarrassment. She knew she hadn't bathed in days, and on top of that she had washed herself with that disgusting water yesterday. The odor certainly wasn't pleasant. But what choice did she have? With this accursed catastrophe, she had loved to keep herself looking beautiful, but that required the right conditions. Still, how was Zhang Sen completely unaffected by the disaster? He even looked more handsome than before. His physique was better too. Even in his pajamas with 3 buttons undone at the chest, his pectoral muscles were clearly visible. And this guy was smoking a cigar. Did the apocalypse not affect him at all? More importantly, what was that smell coming from inside the room? Hot pot. In times like these, how could he still be eating hot pot? She couldn't help but swallow hard. This bastard. How was he living so well? She made up her mind on the spot. No matter what it took, she had to win Zhang Sen back and move into his place. Setting everything else aside, at least for now, only by Zhang Sen's side could she reclaim her former goddess status. With this thought, she immediately put on the tactic that had never failed her with Zhang Sen before her eyes reddening. Sen, are you disgusted with me now? Do you have any idea how worried I've been these past few days? You live alone, and I didn't know if you had stocked up on food at home. I wanted to call you, but I couldn't even send a text. I couldn't sleep every night from fear, terrified that something might have happened to you. When I woke up this morning and saw the rain had eased, I immediately set out to find you. But you, the moment we meet, you complain that I stink. Do you think I wanted this? Zhang Sen stared at her coldly, taking a drag on his cigar. This woman, what a performer. It wasn't entirely his fault that he had fallen for her tricks before. Chen Tiantian grew uneasy seeing him stay silent. She put on an even more aggrieved expression, her voice trembling more as she spoke. Sen, are you still angry at me? I've explained it all to you. It was Zhang Heng who forced me. At first he got me drunk, raped me, took photos, and then blackmailed me into continuing that relationship with him. He said he'd send the photos to you if I didn't. I was too scared. The things I said in the group chat before, they forced me to say them too. They said if I didn't help them they would kill you. I did it all to protect you. Sen, can you forgive me? I did all this because I love you so much. As she spoke, Chen Tiantian approached, clutching the iron door, crying pitifully. In the past, Zhang Sen would have held her in his arms with sympathy. But now he only wanted to ask, Stinky Annie, who are you? He cursed inwardly, damn, how unlucky. So much drama, it's like a prison visit. Just then Sa Dan came over. Chen Tiantian noticed it, but the light inside was dim and Sa Dan was pitch black. She mistook Sa Dan for a dog and immediately praised, Sen, you got a dog. How cute. Sa Dan also caught the stench, pinched its nose in disgust, and stepped back. Chen Tiantian. Zhang Sen kicked Sa Dan. Get lost and eat your beef. Chen Tiantian. This dog actually gets to eat beef? How much food did Zhang Sen have left? Sa Dan was clever enough to sense Zhang Sen's emotions. Knowing Zhang Sen despised Chen Tiantian, it rolled its eyes at her before leaving. Chen Tiantian grew even angrier. Having seen enough of the show, Zhang Sen lost patience and asked coldly, so you went through all this trouble just to see how I'm doing? Chen Tiantian felt a surge of joy. Yes, as long as you're okay, I'm relieved. I'm doing very well now, Zhang Sen said flatly. You can get lost now. Don't disturb my hot pot. Watching you put on such a grand performance, my tripe is practically boiled into a shoe sole. You'd be better off using your time to work on your old flame Zhang Heng, instead of trying to win me over. After all, you still carry his mark. If he's not up to the task, there are others. With that, Zhang Sen slammed the door shut, a smug smirk curling on his lips. Though this was tedious, seeing the wretched woman in such a pathetic state did give him a sense of satisfaction. Chen Tiantian stood outside the door stunned for a full 5 minutes before accepting that Zhang Sen still refused to let her in. She sniffled as her stomach growled twice. This hot pot smelled so good. That selfish man. He had liked her for so long, how could he suddenly become so heartless? She was suffering so much, and yet he showed not a shred of compassion. She angrily thought of going downstairs to find Zhang Heng, but the thought of going back to hunger and the possibility of being scolded or beaten by that old woman Li Yun made her swallow her pride and continue her campaign to win Zhang Sen over. With that in mind, she decided to wait right outside Zhang Sen's door. She couldn't believe that Zhang Sen, who had once loved her so much, would truly abandon her. In her eyes, once he saw the sincerity of her apology, he would surely forgive her. Then she could move into his apartment and share his hot pot. And that damn dog. How dare it treat her like that? Once Zhang Sen fell for her again, she would make him get rid of the dog, maybe even kill it, and make dog meat hot pot. Buoyed by this thought, she gently patted Zhang Sen's door and called out in a syrupy voice, son, I know you're still angry. They'll make you see my love for you. They'll wait right here at your door. If anyone comes to bother you, I'll drive them away. Open the door when you're ready to forgive me. It's okay, I'm willing to wait for you as long as it takes. Zhang Sen heard her, but acted as if he hadn't. He wouldn't be going out anytime soon, so he let her be. After all, a woman like Chen Tiantian couldn't possibly starve to death on his doorstep. After eating, Zhang Sen sneaked a look at the surveillance camera. Chen Tiantian was still sitting by the door. He ignored her, simply told Sa Dan to keep an ear out for any unusual sounds, and call him if anything happened, then headed to the gym. In the evening, instead of hot pot, Zhang Sen took out a ready-made swan caillou pickled fish from his space. Under normal circumstances, Chen Tiantian might not have smelled it, but she hadn't had any meat in days. She was extremely sensitive to the aroma of food. She was so hungry she was about to break down. This bastard. How does he have pickled fish to eat? Just then the door of the opposite apartment 1601 opened. Only old man, he lived in 1601. He was in his 60s with his children living elsewhere. Usually his son ordered redstones online which were delivered directly in bulk. A shipment had arrived just 2 days before the typhoon. These past few days he had been living comfortably. Standing at the doorway, he opened the door, just a crack poked out his bald head, and called softly, little girl, little girl. Chen Tiantian walked over. Grandpa, are you calling me? Are you looking for Zhang Sen who lives across the hall? Grandpa, he asked. Chen Tiantian nodded with feigned grievance. You'd better leave. Zhang Sen is extremely bold. He even dares to kill. Building 9 had always been peaceful before. Aside from Zhang Sen, no one dared to kill, at most just a few fights. So in Grandpa Yi's murder was an earth-shattering event. Little did he know that Chen Tiantian had already witnessed several murder scenes in recent days. However, Chen Tiantian was somewhat surprised that Zhang Sen had become so bold. This only strengthened her resolve to win Zhang Sen back. Once she had him, after the disaster passed, Zhang Sen would definitely go to prison and might even be executed. Then with just a crook of her finger, his house and savings would all be hers. Grandpa, it's fine. He's my boyfriend, he won't hurt me. Boyfriend? Grandpa, he was a bit disappointed. I thought you were a survivor from another floor. I was going to ask if you wanted something to eat. Chen Tiantian's eyes immediately lit up. Grandpa, yes please. I haven't eaten in days. Isn't he your boyfriend? Doesn't he give you food? Chen Tiantian's eyes reddened instantly. We had a fight, and he won't let me in. Grandpa, he chuckled, his gaze falling on the pale expanse of Chen Tiantian's chest. Then would you like to come to my place for a visit? Chen Tiantian immediately understood his intention and cursed inwardly, old bastard. How dare you covet this fairy? Is your thing even still working? She put on an apologetic expression. Grandpa, I won't come in. I got splashed by the water outside earlier, and I don't smell good. It's fine, I've had rhinitis for years. I can't smell anything. Besides, the moment I saw you, I felt you smelled one. I have plenty of food at home. Not just instant noodles, but also treasured big sausages. Chen Tiantian was truly starving. She hesitated for a second, glanced back at Zhang Sen's door, steeled herself, and said, You must never tell my boyfriend. I have no choice, I'm so hungry. Of course I'm afraid of him too. Only this once. Grandpa, he nodded vigorously and opened the door wider. Chen Tiantian squeezed in. She had originally planned to have just one meal at Grandpa Yi's, but in the end she ate 9 meals in 3 days. Later, whenever mealtime came, she would knock on Grandpa Yi's door. Although Grandpa Yi was old, he had been drinking deer antler wine and treated Chen Tiantian well. Chen Tiantian grew tired of instant noodles and sausages and still yearned to eat hot pot and pickled fish at Zhang Sen's place. So after each meal, she would return to Zhang Sen's doorstep and sleep on the floor. She had taken 2 quilts from Grandpa Yi's house, so these days were fairly comfortable. During this time, Zhang Jianjun, seeing that Chen Tiantian hadn't brought back any food, sneaked upstairs once and found her sleeping at Zhang Sen's door. Under Chen Tiantian's explanation, he thought she was genuinely begging Zhang Sen for the sake of their family and felt somewhat moved. He went back and waited another day, but when Chen Tiantian still didn't bring any food, he decided not to rely solely on her since his son was nearly starving to death. He mustered up his courage and knocked on Zhang Sen's door. As soon as he arrived on the 16th floor, Zhang Sen knew of his presence. He opened the door and looked coldly at Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun put on a fawning expression. Xiao Sun, can you lend your uncle some food? Your little brother is about to die. Zhang Sen smiled. Zhang Jianjun, have you forgotten? We've severed ties. Xiao Sun, don't be like this. Everything in the past was your uncle's fault. Just think of it as your uncle begging you, okay? For the sake of your father, give your uncle. Zhang Sen's face suddenly turned cold. Zhang Jianjun, you have no right to mention my father. If my father knew how you've treated his only son all these years, do you think he would agree to let me give you food? Zhang Jianjun felt despair in his heart, but he refused to give up. At his age, he wept with tears and mucus streaming down his face. Xiao Sun, your uncle was wrong, truly wrong. Your uncle begs you. With a thud, Zhang Jianjun knelt down. Your uncle is kneeling to you. Please give your uncle some food. Your uncle is willing to return the factory to you. I beg you. Chen Tiantian chimed in from the side. Son Sin, your uncle, as an elder, has knelt to you. Don't be angry anymore. Give us some food. I can kneel to you too. With that, Chen Tiantian also knelt down sobbing. Son, we really are starving to death. If it weren't for the fact that in his past life their family had killed him, Zhang Sen might have forgiven them at this kneeling. But now Zhang Sen's heart was utterly calm. Everything before him was the retribution he had deliberately brought upon them. How could he be soft-hearted? Chen Tiantian, haven't you acted enough? A contemptuous smile hung on Zhang Sen's lips. In room 1301, you can eat just by spreading your legs every day. 3 days, 9 meals, each meal leaving you glowing and ruddy. How dare you still claim you're starving to death? Zhang Sen looked at Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun, instead of begging me, you'd better beg your future fine daughter-in-law. She's been eating well and fully every day lately. With that, Zhang Sen closed the door and no longer cared what the two outside would do. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun understood the implication of Zhang Sen's words. He grabbed Chen Tiantian by the hair, slapped her hard twice, knocked her to the ground, and stomped on her repeatedly. Bitch! You have so much food every day, yet you didn't give my son a single bite. If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't be like this. You slut, where is your conscience? Did my son treat you badly? Chen Tiantian, beaten all over and thoroughly broken inside, cursed back. Your son is going to die? Why should I give him food that I earned with my own body? After beating her, Zhang Jianjun sat down on the ground, panting and wailing. Chen Tiantian, afraid he would go mad again, knocked on the door of 1601, hoping to hide inside. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jianjun suddenly stood up, grabbed the door of 1601A, and kicked Chen Tiantian away. Chen Tiantian's head hit the wall, and she immediately lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she found Grandpa lying on the ground covered in blood, and all the food in his home had been looted. Chen Tiantian was utterly in despair. On the 14th day of the torrential rain, it finally stopped. The floodwaters outside had already risen to the 8th floor. That day, more and more people ventured out. Building 9 also welcomed a group of uninvited guests, Wang Hu from Building 12 and his underlings. Before the apocalypse, Wang Hu had been a gangster and had recently moved into Yuan. On the day of the typhoon, he had called over a dozen of his brothers for a housewarming banquet. Those brothers were all trapped in his home, unable to leave. At first they behaved themselves and stayed indoors. But as the situation deteriorated, Wang, whose home ran out of food, with the power cut off and so many mouths to feed, he was forced to shed his disguise. He led his gang to run rampant in Building 12, doing whatever they pleased. How could ordinary civilians match those who had lived on the streets for years? Before the apocalypse, they were already known as the Ferocious Tiger Gang, and they kept that name in Building 12. Supplies, women, whatever the Ferocious Tiger Gang set their eyes on became theirs. At first some tried to resist, but the Ferocious Tiger Gang killed them outright. Through such brutal and ruthless means they became the tyrants of Building 12. In the past few days they had also taken over Buildings 11 and 10. Today they finally arrived at Building 9. As soon as they entered, they began banging on every door, smashing them open if no one answered. Screams of misery filled the air. Zhang Sen's apartment had good soundproofing, so he didn't hear a thing, but Satan sensed danger and kept snarling at the door, back arched ready to attack. Zhang Sen knew something was wrong and immediately went on alert. He prepared a pistol in his spatial storage, keeping it ready for instant use. He set up a stool and took out several hand crossbows, loading all the bolts so he could fire one after another without delay. He knew that even with the hand crossbows he could kill at most a few people, but every extra kill helped. His plan was simple: if Wang Hu showed his face, he wouldn't leave alive. In his previous life, the Ferocious Tiger Gang had also tried to take over Building 9. Building 9 had suffered heavy losses. Over a dozen killed, their supplies nearly stripped clean. Zhang Sen refused to sit idly by. He gathered the remaining able-bodied young men, arming each with a knife or an iron rod. They fought tooth and nail. Though half of them fell, the Ferocious Tiger Gang also paid a heavy price. Wang Hu had been a gangster for years, but he feared death. He knew that those who had no fear of dying were the most terrifying. So the two sides negotiated a truce, agreeing to keep their distance. In this life, Zhang Sen did not step forward to organize resistance. He wondered if anyone in Building 9 would rise up. Probably not. If the people of Building 9 had that much backbone, his life these past days wouldn't have been so easy. But that was no longer his concern. He had only one goal: now gather more gold, upgrade his spatial storage, and lie low. When the time was right, he would find a secluded place with Satan to live in seclusion. This time Wang Hu came with the intention of clearing out Building 9's supplies and women. They entered through a window on the 8th floor. On the 9th floor, one of the 3 apartments had lost its occupant to starvation, and the place was already empty. Another family worried about flooding had moved into the hallway long ago. The last apartment housed 3 girls, Li Ting and the lesbian couple from the first floor she had taken in. When the Ferocious Tiger Gang arrived, only Li Ting was home. The other 2 had gone out to scavenge for supplies. Li Ting had a fierce temper and would rather die than be taken advantage of. She raised a knife and fought a member of the Ferocious Tiger Gang, taking him down with her. In the end, their supplies were looted clean. Next, Wang Hu and his men moved to the 10th floor, where they first knocked on Zhang Jianjun's door. Zhang Jianjun had heard the commotion and hid inside, not daring to make a sound or open the door. Wang Hu ordered his men to smash the door and storm in. His underlings found Zhang Jianjun, and Li Yun dragged them out of the room and pulled Zhang Heng, who was recovering in the second bedroom, to the floor. Although Zhang Heng had survived the worst, he was still weak, suffering from recurring high fevers every night, and his wounds were beginning to fester. Wang Hu noticed that the family looked gaunt, but Li Yun had enjoyed a life of comfort over the years, and was still well preserved, appearing more alluring than most women now. Wang Hu placed his machete against Zhang Jianjun's neck. "Big brother, please don't kill me. I have money, I can give you a lot of money." Zhang Jianjun knew these men had blood on their hands, and were not as easy to manipulate as Old Manny. He was so terrified that he wet his pants. A foul stench filled the air. "Damn boss, this old man is too easily scared, isn't he? He wet himself before we even did anything." Wang Jun patted Zhang Jianjun's face with a knife. "I won't kill you if you hand over all your supplies. Alright, I'll get them right away." Zhang Jianjun obediently brought out half of the supplies he had taken from Old Manny. Wang Hu eyed him coldly. "Is this all? If my men find anything else hidden, you and your family will all die." Sweat dripped from Zhang Jianjun's forehead. There's a little more. I didn't take it all out at once. I'll get it for you." A moment later, he piled all the supplies together. "Big brother, this time it's really everything. All the food in my house is here." Wang Hu nodded in satisfaction. "Good, I'll take it. And your wife, we'll borrow her for a few days. Don't worry, we'll return her after we're done. But if she gets addicted to us and doesn't want to come back, don't blame us." Li Yun turned pale with fear. "No, please, big brother, I'm too old, I know nothing. Spare me." Wang Hu's expression shifted, instantly glaring at her. Zhang Jianjun, afraid of being implicated, slapped Li Yun hard. "Bitch, the big brother favors you. It's your blessing. Don't be ungrateful. Do you want to get me and our son killed?" Li Yun never expected her husband of so many years to show such a face. She cursed Zhang Jianjun. "Are you even human? You'd push your own wife out to save yourself." She turned to Zhang Heng. "Zhang Heng, say something. Are you just going to watch your father treat me like this?" Zhang Heng, still in pain from his wounds and terrified of death, averted his gaze. "Mom, just listen to Dad, or we'll all die." Li Yun was stunned. The son she had carried for 10 months and raised with such effort would treat her like this. She could no longer hold back and burst into tears. "Why am I so cursed?" Wang Hu loved seeing such drama and watched with glee. Li Yun propped herself up and knelt before Wang Hu. "Big brother, I'm really old and sickly, I can't do that kind of thing. But I can find you a young one, my nephew's wife. She's very beautiful. I can take you to her." Wang Hu's interest was piqued. "Oh, where? How old?" 22, just graduated from a prestigious university, very young. "She's a slut. She even tried to seduce my son before. By the way, have you seen that photo? My nephew posted it. She was caught in bed with my son." Wang Hu recalled the gossip that had spread like wildfire in the chat group before the power went out. A story of two brothers fighting over a woman. He remembered the woman in the photo was indeed beautiful. He was now thoroughly intrigued. Seeing this, Li Yun mustered her courage. "Big brother, I have another piece of news that can help you get more supplies. Just leave me a little bit, enough for me alone. I've made up my mind. Those father and son are beasts. I'd rather look out for myself." Wang Hu thought for a moment and laughed. "You're interesting. Fine. If you can find me better women and more supplies, I'll leave you some food." Li Yun thanked him profusely. Wang Hu's men gathered the supplies, leaving only a small portion for Li Yun. Fearing that Zhang Jianjun would snatch her share once they left, she hastily stuffed everything into her pockets. Wang Hu pointed his knife at Li Yun. "Speak. Where is your nephew's wife? Where can I find more supplies?" "On the 16th floor, all on the 16th floor. My nephew's wife lives in 1601 and my nephew in 1602. My nephew's home has a lot of supplies. He went out to scavenge a few days ago. He even has a boat, and it's fast." The Yuyuan Residences was a large complex comprising 15 buildings in total. Building 9 was in the second row, while Building 12 was in the third. Last time Zhang Sen went out, Wang Hu hadn't spotted him, nor had he heard the sound of an engine. Naturally, he had no idea that there was even a motorized assault boat in the complex. Otherwise, he would have come to seize it long ago. Now, upon hearing Li Yun's words, he was overjoyed. Fearing that Zhang Sen might catch wind of it and flee, he immediately ordered Li Yun to lead them to Zhang Sen. Li Yun knew that Zhang Sen was ruthless and harbored a deep hatred for her family, so she dared not accept this task. "Big brother, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but my nephew, because of the despicable things my son did, hates our entire family to the bone. If I go, he definitely won't open the door." Wang Hu didn't listen to her explanation. He grabbed her and said, "Let's talk. If you want to live, come with us now." Even if they were at odds, they were still family. Moreover, from what she said, the kid and his girlfriend were living separately. By then, with 2 hostages in hand, he wouldn't worry about Zhang Sen not opening the door. And even if, as Li Yun claimed, Zhang Sen refused to open the door, because of her he wasn't afraid. With so many brothers under his command, there was no door they couldn't open. Most importantly, what if Li Yun was lying? If they left and she ran away, what then? The young female college student would be gone, and the young wife would be gone too. Then they would have lost big. Li Yun knew these men were determined to have her lead the way. She dared not resist, and had to agree. However, before leaving, she raised a condition. "Big brother, can you wait for me? I want to kill this bastard first." Wang Hu became intrigued. "Oh, you want to kill your man?" Li Yun's gaze was firm. "Yes, I want to kill him. There's no supplies at home anyway, and I have to feed this ungrateful bastard. Once you leave I won't be able to beat him, so I might as well finish him now. Wang Hu laughed heartily. Fine, I'll give you this chance. He tossed down a dagger. Hurry up, don't delay the real business. Li Yun stared at the dagger on the ground, her mind churning with inner conflict. She had never killed anyone before, let alone her own husband. But now she had completely given up on Zhang Jianjun and his son. She had slaved away serving these two for so many years only to end up with this. How could she not hate? She knew that once Wang Hu and his men left Zhang Jianjun for the sake of the little food on her would most likely not let her go either. She might as well strike first. After all, it was Zhang Jianjun who had betrayed her first. With that thought, she picked up the dagger without any burden, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhang Jianjun's eyes were full of terror, and he cried in fear, "No, wife, don't kill me. I know I was wrong, wife. I won't dare do it again. Forgive me this once and I promise to treat you well from now on." Li Yun remained unmoved, raising the dagger and stepping closer to Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Heng had never expected his normally gentle and loving mother to show such a ruthless side. He panicked too. "Mom, calm down, don't be impulsive." Li Yun glared fiercely at her former precious son and cursed, "Shut up. When your father wanted to sacrifice me, you played dead. Now that your father is about to die, you can't bear it. Say one more word and he'll kill you too." Zhang Heng immediately fell silent, shrinking into a corner. Just then something unexpected happened. Zhang Jianjun, realizing that Li Yun was determined to kill him, suddenly stood up, trying to snatch the dagger from her. Fortunately, Wang Hu had prepared for this and sent a henchman to block Zhang Jianjun. They didn't care whether they kept the man, but women were still worth keeping. Seeing Zhang Jianjun move, the henchman immediately slashed him with a knife. Zhang Jianjun fell to the ground with a howl. Li Yun, having nearly been killed in a counterattack, completely lost her reason. The sharp dagger plunged into Zhang Jianjun's chest again and again. Blood splattered onto her face, which was twisted with hatred. Zhang Jianjun soon collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud. Zhang Heng trembled in the corner, not even daring to breathe loudly. He realized that the mother who had doted on him since childhood and always indulged him was gone. Li Yun stabbed Zhang Jianjun more than a dozen times before stopping. She stood up, her eyes numb, and returned the dagger to Wang Hu. "Let's go." When Wang Hu and his men reached the 16th floor, Chen Tiantian was leaning weakly against the door of 1603. She hadn't expected the people on the 16th floor to be so poor. She had even done the splits, yet no one could give her any food. Son, I'm starving to death. Even if you won't let me in, can you at least give me something to eat? After all these years of our relationship, how can you be so heartless?" "Big brother, this is my nephew's wife." Li Yun pointed at Chen Tiantian and stepped back. Wang Hu's eyes immediately lit up at the sight of Chen Tiantian. Although she was much more disheveled compared to the charming, lovely look in her previous photos, she was still decent among the women he had been playing with recently. Chen Tiantian, seeing Wang Hu and Li Yun standing together, grew nervous. "Annie, what's going on?" Wang Hu leered at Chen Tiantian. "Little sister kicked out by your boyfriend." Chen Tiantian saw the bloodstains on the knives in their hands and frantically pounded on Zhang Sen's door. "Zhang Sen, save me. Zhang Sen." Wang Hu burst into laughter. Scream louder. "It would be best if you called your boyfriend out." Chen Tiantian trembled and shrank back. "Thighs, big brother, what do you want? What do you think I want?" Wang Hu reached out and caressed Chen Tiantian's face. The lackeys behind Wang Hu gazed at Chen Tiantian with barely concealed lust. "Boss, this woman really looks quite something. After you're done, can you spare her for us?" "Yeah, boss, we want some too." "Boss, I'm calling dibs." Wang Hu roared with laughter. "Fine, grab her. Let's take care of business first." Hearing this, Wang Hu's men immediately stepped forward to seize Chen Tiantian. Chen Tiantian struggled in terror, screaming, "Zhang Sen, save me. Please, I beg you, save me, Zhang Sen." No, let me go. My boyfriend is very powerful, he's killed many people." Wang Hu and his men burst into laughter at that. Killed many people? Could they match the number they had killed? Is that so? I love dealing with tough guys the most. Wang Hu said, "Let's see if your boyfriend can outkill my brothers." Hearing this, Chen Tiantian instantly realized Wang Hu was a ruthless man, far more vicious than Zhang Sen. And that dog Zhang Sen actually refused to save her. She hated him with all her being. Knowing she couldn't provoke Wang Hu and understanding what men liked, she immediately threw herself at him. "Big brother, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I've already broken up with that man inside. Since you've taken a liking to me, how about I follow you from now on? That useless ex-boyfriend of mine has plenty of food at his place. Let's take it all. Only a big brother like you deserves to eat such good stuff." Then she leaned in and whispered something into Wang Hu's ear. Wang Hu's masculine vanity was thoroughly gratified at that moment. This woman was indeed interesting. She knew so many tricks. He lifted Chen Tiantian's chin. "You? Not bad." As if receiving the highest praise, Chen Tiantian nuzzled against Wang Hu's arm. "Tell me, what delicacies does your ex-boyfriend have at home?" Wang Hu asked. Chen Tiantian gave a light snort. "Plenty. He had hot pot and pickled cabbage fish just 2 days ago." She stared at Zhang Sen's front door, her eyes filled with venom. Since Zhang Sen refused to let her in and wouldn't share his food, he might as well not eat at all. Once he was killed and his supplies looted, she would use the knowledge she had honed over the years to firmly control Wang Hu. That way all the food would be hers. Wang Hu was so formidable, he would surely give her a good life. She would be the woman of a big shot. Thinking this, she pledged her loyalty more fervently. Oh right, big brother, he even keeps a dog that eats steak. Such a lifestyle can only be worthy of a heroic man like you. Giving it to a waste like him is a sheer blasphemy against heaven's bounty. Hot pot, pickled cabbage, fish, steak. It seemed that kid indeed had a stash of supplies. Although Wang Hu and his men had never gone hungry, they had merely filled their stomachs. The best thing he had eaten in the past few days was a self-heating hot pot. But soon he would be enjoying steaming hot pot, pickled cabbage, fish, and steak. Open the door. Wang Hu waved his hand grandly, and holding Chen Tiantian stepped to the back. Wang Hu had no idea he was already in the crosshairs. Open up. Open up. Listen up, you inside. We are the Fierce Tiger Gang. Open the door now, and we'll only take some supplies. If we have to resort to force, your life won't be spared. After a moment of waiting, there was no response at all. Wang Hu grew furious. This was wasting his time to get down to real business. Break the damn door down, he roared. His men swung their steel pipes and sledgehammers, starting to pound away. Loud crashes echoed through the hallway, but the outermost door of Zhang Sen's house only lost a bit of paint. Someone was stunned. Damn, what kind of door is this? Why is it so tough? Keep hammering. Damn it, I refuse to believe that so many of us can't break down one lousy door. Inside the house, Zhang Sen stood on a chair and saw that Li Yun was also outside the door. But she was smart enough to hide behind the wall. Zhang Sen didn't spare her a thought, his gaze fixed on Wang Hu. Wang Hu and Chen Tiantian were stuck together like conjoined twins. Seeing Chen Tiantian's look of utter delight, Zhang Sen recalled how in the past few days that woman had emerged from the opposite door 3 times a day after meals, her face glowing with satisfaction. And he thought of how he had been deceived for years by that woman's innocent pure flower facade. Rage consumed him, and he wished he could slap himself ferociously. He aimed his hand crossbow at Wang Hu's hand. Go to hell, all of you. Whoosh. A short bolt shot through the air, piercing Wang Hu's palm and driving deep into Chen Tiantian's chest. The woman's scream and the man's agony-filled roar erupted together. Wang Hu's men turned and shouted in unison, "Boss!" Zhang Sen wasted no time. He dropped the crossbow, grabbed another, and loosed a bolt straight into Wang Hu's heart. Wang Hu was killed instantly. Run, he has weapons. Only then did Wang Hu's men realize something was wrong and fled in panic. But the narrow hallway was packed with over a dozen burly men, all scrambling and blocking each other's escape. Zhang Sen kept switching hand crossbows, firing bolt after bolt. He hit 4 more men, but none were struck in vital spots. Outside, people were packed together, and time was pressing, so he couldn't aim precisely. But it didn't matter. Hitting them was enough. Even if those who were struck fled, they wouldn't live long. These bolts had been specially treated. They had been left on the windowsills soaked by the damp air and were now covered in rust. Today, those who were hit by the bolts would be claimed by tetanus fair and square. Not a single one would escape. The brothers of the Meng Hu gang came with high spirits, but fled in utter disgrace. As a result, their boss was left dead on the 16th floor, and 4 other brothers left with arrows still stuck in their bodies. They no longer had the heart to continue looting Building 9. The people of Building 9 were spared a calamity. Some even sighed. If it weren't for Zhang Sen, we wouldn't have been able to keep our food. Meanwhile, on the 16th floor in the corridor, the bodies of Wang Hu and Chen Tiantian lay together. Wang Hu's hand was still on Chen Tiantian, inseparable. The two had truly become conjoined twins. Chen Tiantian was not yet dead. The arrow had not hit her vital parts. She wanted to pull out the arrow, but every movement brought a sharp pain in her chest. Inside the room, Zhang Sen put away all the hand crossbows. Seeing that no one was outside but Chen Tiantian was still alive, he decided to go out and give her a final send-off. To be safe, he patted Sadan's head. Sadan, is there any danger outside? Sadan shook his head. Zhang Sen then opened the door and took Sadan out. Sadan, guard here. Alert me if anything unusual happens. After saying that, Zhang Sen walked toward Chen Tiantian. He crouched down and looked at the hand on Chen Tiantian's body with a sneer. Comfortable. Chen Tiantian cried in pain. Save me, please, husband, save me. Zhang Sen stood up, lifted his foot, and stepped on the arrow on the back of Wang Hu's hand. Chen Tiantian, when you betrayed me time and again, did you ever think this day would come? Chen Tiantian could feel the arrow slowly piercing through her thick fat, truly entering her body. She was drenched in sweat from the pain. Don't kill me, Zhang Sen, please don't kill me. You were going to marry me, don't you remember? Zhang Sen looked at Chen Tiantian like a god looking down at an ant. The image of Chen Tiantian hiding in Zhang Han's arms before his death in his past life appeared before his eyes. He gradually increased the pressure on his foot. Chen Tiantian, go to hell. Zhang Sen watched Chen Tiantian breathe her last, then pulled out the short arrow from Wang Hu's heart. It could be reused. As for the one on Wang Hu's hand, he left it there. Wasn't Chen Tiantian fond of men? Then he would give her one. Back home, Zhang Sen took out the 3 dishes and 1 soup he had packed earlier from his space, and also gave Sadan 3 gene of pork. The man and the leopard thus had a simple lunch. After the meal, Zhang Sen drank 2 cups of spring water from the space. Sadan drank an entire basin. It wanted more, but Zhang Sen didn't give it, afraid that if it drank too much it would grow too big too quickly and be mistaken for a mutated monster. Just as he finished eating and was about to take a nap, someone knocked on the door again. Sadan crouched at the door baring its teeth. Zhang Sen walked to the door and heard the voice of the person outside. Boss, are you there? Zhang Sen looked through the monitor and saw it was Lu Hao carrying a backpack, not very wet. He turned on the intercom and asked, "What are you here for?" Hearing Zhang Sen's voice, Lu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He had already seen that the door lock, though bearing signs of being smashed, was still securely closed. He had heard that the Menghu gang wouldn't kill anyone as long as you opened the door and didn't resist. Now that he heard Brother Zhang's voice, Lu Hao knew his life was safe and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. But he still wanted to confirm, "Boss, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Zhang Sen couldn't quite figure out what he was up to, but to be safe he didn't intend to open the door. "Good, you're fine." Lu Hao breathed a long sigh. "I saw the Menghu gang from Building 12 coming over. I was worried something might happen to you, so I came to check on you." "Check on him?" Zhang Sen was taken aback. What was there to see about him? Lu Hao continued, "Brother, don't be too sad. Those beasts like Wang Hu are like this. Every time they go to a building the residents suffer. Looting supplies is the least of it, but many people have lost their lives. As long as you can keep your life, it's fine. If the supplies are taken, so be it. I still have some left here. These are all things you bought for me before. I kept a portion for myself and the rest are in the bag. They'll leave it at your door. You can come out and get it later." Zhang Sen was completely stunned this time. In these times, supplies were life itself. This kid was actually willing to give them to him, and the bag looked full. There must be quite a lot inside. He could hardly believe that there was still someone so kind in this world. "You? If you give me all your supplies, what about you?" Lu Hao smiled foolishly. "It's fine. The rain has stopped now. Tomorrow I'm going with the people in my building to look for supplies. They'll bring you some more then. Boss, just stay at home and wait until the water recedes before going out." Zhang Sen was truly shocked this time. What was this kid up to? After experiencing so many betrayals in his past life, he had no hope left for humanity. But now suddenly someone was so sincere to him, not only willing to hand over life-saving supplies, but also casually saying he would bring more later. Could it be that he knew Zhang Sen had a large stash and was deliberately trying to curry favor? Impossible. The supplies he had stocked up in front of Lu Hao would definitely have spoiled and become inedible in a normal person's eyes. If Lu Hao wanted to curry favor, he would have come long ago. Forget it, he couldn't be bothered to figure it out. He wouldn't take Lu Hao's supplies anyway. "Lu Hao, take the supplies back. I still have some here. Don't worry about me." Lu Hao was taken aback. Could someone have escaped the Menghu gang unscathed? Impossible. His boss had thin arms and legs. How could he possibly fight off those beasts of the Menghu gang? His boss must be worried about him, not wanting to burden him, and deliberately said that to comfort him. His boss had been so good to him, giving him easy work, paying him so much money, taking him to eat so many delicious things, and even buying him a lot of food when things looked bad. If it weren't for his boss, he would have starved to death long ago. His life was given by his boss. His boss was like his second parent. Thinking this, Lu Hao became even more determined to become his boss guardian in the future. Otherwise, with his boss' delicate and helpless demeanor, who knew how he would be bullied in the future. "Boss, you don't have to put on a brave face, and don't worry about me. I've put the stuff at your door. You can come out and get it later when no one is around." Lu Hao knew that in this situation no one dared to open the door casually, so he didn't mind at all that Zhang Sen had been talking to him through the door. In fact, he was quite happy. At least Zhang Sen knew how to protect himself. Lu Hao was about to put down the backpack and leave, but Zhang Sen called him back. "Take the supplies back. I really do have some." If it had been someone else's supplies, he might have accepted them. But Lu Hao, this person who had done him a favor in his past life, and now seemed genuinely sincere. He really didn't want to take such a big advantage of him. Moreover, he didn't want to have too many entanglements with anyone. But Lu Hao was determined to believe that he was putting up a front. "Boss, do you look down on me? Do you despise me for being poor and not consider me a friend?" "Zhang Sen." Lu Hao continued. "I Haozi may be poor and have no skills, but I have a conscience. I remember who has been good to me. Boss, say no more. You don't have to pretend with me. This damn disaster has made everyone's life worse than a dog's. So what if the supplies were taken? It's not a big deal. Don't worry, I'll support you from now on." Zhang Sen was utterly speechless. So this fool had been thinking he was just putting on a brave face all along. Lu Hao, Zhang Sen sighed. "Why don't you turn around and take a look first?" Lu Hao blinked. "Turn around and look." "At what?" The moment he turned his head, Lu Hao was so startled, he blurted out a curse. How could there be two dead bodies? And in positions like that, no less. He walked over, took a closer look, then rushed back to Zhang Sen's door. "Boss, is that Wang Hu?" Lu Hao was dumbfounded. "You did this?" "Yes. My supplies really weren't taken." Lu Hao muttered to himself. "No wonder the Tiger Gang guys came out of your building so fast. I thought your whole building was full of pushovers who didn't put up any fight, and just let them take everything. I didn't expect you to take out their boss." Lu Hao grinned. "Boss, you're a real badass." When Zhang Sen was renovating, Lu Hao had supervised the whole process, so he naturally knew Zhang Sen had left a firing port in his door. "Alright, Lu Hao, you should head back. Take your supplies back with you. From now on, don't worry about me. I can take care of myself." Lu Hao thought for a moment. How about this? I'll leave half my supplies with you. I brought them all out today anyway, and the people in our building will get ideas if they see me carrying supplies. If I fail to guard them, all be for nothing. If I find more supplies tomorrow, I'll bring some over to you. Who knows how long these days will last. If you can stock up more too. As he spoke, Lu Hao pulled out a pile of food from his bag. He didn't take the dry goods like bread or biscuits. Everything was instant noodles, ham sausages, self-heating hot pots, and self-heating rice. These were the tastier things he had on hand. He said it was half, but Lu Hao actually pulled out more than half of what was in his bag, neatly arranged on the ground. Zhang Sen couldn't be bothered to argue with him further. If he truly had surplus supplies and wanted to share some, take them for now. Consider it holding them in safekeeping. If Lu Hao ever faced starvation, give them back. After Lu Hao finished placing the items, he felt someone staring at him from behind. He whipped his head around and met the eyes of the conjoined twins. Damn, that's creepy as hell. Goosebumps rose all over Lu Hao's skin. But leaving the bodies here wasn't good either. Apart from the stench, if there was a virus, it wouldn't be good for his boss. With that thought, he set down his backpack, stepped forward, yanked the machete from Wang He's hand, then searched his body and found a dagger. He took both, planning to use them for self-defense. His own building had descended into chaos too. Every time he went out, people eyed him with predatory intent. Lu Hao dragged the conjoined twins away and tossed them out the window of the elevator lobby. After that, he noticed Unit 1601's door was open and the old man inside was dead as a doornail. He threw him down as well. Unit 1602's door was closed, so he left it alone. Lu Hao hoisted his backpack and patted the door. Boss, I'm heading out. Remember to come grab the supplies. With that, he strode away. Entering the stairwell, he closed the fire door and hid behind it, making sure no one would sneak in and steal the supplies before Zhang Sen came out. 5 minutes later, Lu Hao saw Zhang Sen emerge and waved at him, signaling he was leaving. But he didn't actually leave. He walked to a spot where he couldn't be seen and kept watch, guarding against anyone trying to ambush Zhang Sen. After waiting a while longer, he peeked back and saw that Zhang Sen's door was shut and the supplies outside were gone. Only then did he leave satisfied. Unit 1002. Zhang Jianjun's corpse lay alone on the floor. Blood had stained the tiles beneath him, but no one paid him any mind. Zhang Heng slumped weakly on the sofa. He wanted to sit up properly, but he didn't have the strength. Li Yun was eating a bowl of instant noodles with a ham sausage in it. The spicy aroma filled the entire room, tormenting Zhang Heng, who hadn't eaten in a long time. Although Li Yun had been ignoring him, his hunger had become unbearable. He looked at her with pleading eyes. Mom, I'm begging you, can you give me something to eat? I'm your son. Can you really bear to watch me starve to death? Li Yun swallowed the noodles in her mouth and took a sip of soup. Back when your father wanted to sacrifice me, weren't you just as heartless? What? Now you remember I'm your mother. Zhang Heng sobbed uncontrollably. Mom, I truly know I was wrong. You know I've always been timid since I was little. How could I not be scared when something like that happened? I was just frozen with fear. Don't worry, once I recover, I'll definitely protect you. Li Yun sneered. You're timid. Then how come you weren't timid when you slept with that slut Chen Tiantian? It's all your fault. Li Yun suddenly went mad, shrieking. If you hadn't offended Zhang Sen, would our family have ended up in this state? Do you know what kind of life Zhang Sen is living now, how capable he is? The man's eating fine food and drinking fine wine at home, and even his dog eats steak. Even Wang, who lost his life at his hands. If you could just keep your pants on, given how stupid Zhang Sen is, that life would have been ours. With his protection, we wouldn't be suffering like this. But no, you useless piece of trash ruined everything and got yourself crippled by him. You can't even get yourself onto a sofa. What's the point of you being alive? You might as well die. The one thing Zhang Heng hated most in his life was being told he was inferior to Zhang Sen. Hearing this, he forgot that Li Yun was his only remaining support and hope, and snapped back angrily. Fine, I'm useless. I'm useless because you gave birth to me and raised me this way. Since Zhang Sen is so capable, go be his mother instead. Now you're saying I shouldn't have slept with Chen Tiantian. Didn't you not stop me back then either? Wasn't it you who kept telling me day and night that I had to outdo Zhang Sen? Wasn't it you who said I was always the most important and that I should always put myself first? What now? You're blaming me for not taking care of you. Do you even have the right? Shut up. Li Yun roared, lunging at Zhang Heng and swinging at him. I'm your mother, and you dare lecture me. Zhang Heng was consumed by rage, no longer feeling the pain. He shoved Li Yun away and continued, stop fooling yourself. Do you really think Zhang Sen treated us this way just because I slept with Chen Tiantian? When you were scheming with Dad to steal Uncle's factory, why didn't you think this day would come? Zhang Sen did this on purpose. He deliberately crippled me without letting me die. He wants revenge on our whole family to make us suffer miserably until we die. Well, now it's done. Dad's dead, I'm a cripple, and you've gone insane. He got exactly what he wanted. We all deserve this. Li Yun, you deserve everything that's happened to you. When I die, do you think a defenseless woman like you can survive in this building? Zhang Heng grabbed Li Yun's hand with all the strength he had left. Kill me. Don't you want me dead? Li Yun stared at Zhang Heng's madly twisted face, frozen in shock. Kill me then. Zhang Heng roared. Li Yun stumbled back 2 steps, then turned and staggered forward as if she had lost her mind. Ha 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 ha, I deserve this, we all deserve this. I'm the one who had your father take over Zhang Sen's family factory. That boy used to be so filial. It was me, I broke his heart. If it weren't for me, that boy wouldn't be ignoring us now. Her face was streaked with tears, lost in her own regret. But she didn't notice that her son had already walked up behind her, baseball bat raised high. Bang! A dull thud later, Li Yun crashed heavily to the ground, her eyes wide open. When Lu Hao arrived home, he first went to return the inflatable boat he had borrowed. It was the only vehicle in Building 5 that could be used on water. He had exhausted his eloquence to borrow it, and finally managed to get it by trading 5 packs of instant noodles. As soon as he entered the house, he heard an excited shout coming from his room. Found it! I knew this guy still had food. He still has food and hasn't shared it. When he went out before, he was carrying a big backpack, which must also be full of food. He's so selfish. We've been roommates for so long, and he sees us starving like this, yet he'd rather give supplies to others than to us. Lu Hao sensed something wrong and dashed to the door in one stride. The lock on the wooden door had been smashed, and the room was in a mess. Yi Shouting stood by his bed holding 2 packs of instant noodles and a bag of bread. The couple Zhou Bai and his girlfriend were holding bread and cookies respectively. This was the last bit of supplies he had kept for himself. What are you doing? Lu Hao shouted angrily. Yi Shouting hid the things behind her back and said, Lu Hao, you're so selfish. You clearly have food, but you didn't share any. You made me have to go out and sell my body to get some food. Exactly. I said you were hiding in your room every day. Now I see you still have so much food. Lu Hao, what's in your bag? Is it all food? That's not right. We're starving to death and you give food to others, but not to us. Lu Hao's face turned colder. Put my things down. Why? You eat so well every day, haven't lost any weight after all this time. What's wrong with helping us out? Exactly. Just consider it alone. When we have food, we'll definitely share with you. Lu Hao, are you even a man? Can't you see these 2 women are starving? Lu Hao's veins bulged with anger. He'll say it one last time. Put the things down. I'm not letting go today, so what? Zhou Bai, who had been starving for 2 days, naturally wouldn't let go after finally seeing food. As he spoke, he tore open the bag and shoved cookies into his mouth. Once he ate it, even if Lu Hao was angry, there was nothing he could do. At worst, they'd fight. The other 2 women followed suit. Lu Hao was completely enraged. He unzipped his backpack, pulled out a machete, and charged. Fuck you. You dare eat my stuff? He'll kill you all. None of the 3 had expected Lu Hao to have such a machete, and that he would actually use it. They screamed in terror and threw down the things in panic. Murder. Take it. We don't want it anymore. I'm sorry, Lu Hao, don't kill me. Seeing that they had put everything down, Lu Hao stopped. He wasn't afraid of fighting or being ruthless, but when it came to killing. After all, he had a military background, and the doctrine of not harming the people was ingrained in his bones. He glared coldly at the 3. Get the hell out of here. If anyone dares to come in again, I'll chop them to death. The 3 turned pale with fear, trembling as they sidled along the wall and out of the room. As soon as they were out, they dashed back to their own rooms and locked the doors. Lu Hao closed the door and looked at the ransacked supplies, feeling heartbroken. Fortunately, they hadn't eaten much. Zhou Bai had taken a few bites of his cookies, and the 2 women had each taken a big bite of the bread and instant noodles. Though he felt disgusted, he couldn't afford to be picky about others' saliva anymore. He first finished the cookies, took a couple of bites of bread, then put the rest aside to eat as dinner. After stowing away the supplies, he checked the door. It was completely beyond repair. After today's incident, he knew he had been marked by them. These people might very well break in while he was asleep to deal with him. Now he fully understood why his boss had warned him never to let others know he had food. There was no helping it. Since it had already happened, there was no use thinking too much. He pushed the wardrobe and desk in the room against the door. He decided that from now on he would sleep with the knife in his arms. Outside, Yi Xiaodong, hearing no sound, quietly went out. After the rain stopped, the temperature rose, and now it was over 30 degrees outside. The water level had also receded, now down to the 7th floor. If it weren't for the Ming Hu gang causing trouble, Zhang Sen would have gone out yesterday. Sa Dan remembered that he had promised to take it out to play once the rain stopped. So it had been making a fuss from yesterday afternoon until now, even pulling the hunger strike act. Zhang Sen didn't indulge it at all. He gave it a hard slap and pointed at it, asking, "You ungrateful brat. Can you fucking swim? The water outside is so deep. If you drown, I'll have raised you for nothing." Sa Dan lowered its head in grievance. "You stay home and guard the house well," Zhang Sen said, alternating between a slap and a sweet date. "I promise you, in at most 20 days, all the water outside will be gone. Then I'll take you out to play every day." Hope kindled in Sa Dan's eyes. It lowered its head and nuzzled into his palm. Seeing it so docile, Zhang Sen knew it had been cooped up for too long. He said, "All right, that's settled. When I get back, I'll take you to the rooftop for a walk." Hearing this, Sa Dan immediately became happy and whimpered for a long time. Zhang Sen left it 2 meals worth of food and generously left a large basin of mineral water. Then he went out. Before stepping out, Zhang Sen checked the situation outside through the surveillance camera and happened to see Lu Hao running up drenched in sweat. Frowning slightly, he wondered, what is this guy doing here again? Instead of opening the door immediately, Zhang Sen peered through the peephole as Lu Hao took off his backpack, dumped all the supplies onto the ground, and arranged them neatly. Then he knocked on the door. "Boss, are you up yet?" Zhang Sen waited for a moment before asking, "What's the matter?" "I went out and found a lot of supplies. They'll share half with you. There are people waiting for me downstairs, so I have to go. You'd better come out and take it before someone steals it." After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Sen's reply, Lu Hao quickly walked behind the fire door and hid. Zhang Sen sighed, waited a while, then opened the door. Lu Hao swiftly left. Zhang Sen glanced at the food on the ground. It was obviously the same stuff he had bought at the supermarket before the typhoon. This kid's so foolishly naive. He didn't even bother to draft a lie. Who goes out looking for supplies and comes back at dawn? Zhang Sen didn't want to meddle in others' affairs. He tossed the food into the room, walked to the balcony, and looked outside. Sure enough, he saw Lu Hao sitting on a canoe with a backpack. The canoe carried 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. Lu Hao and another man were rowing. Their direction was toward the outside of the residential area. Zhang Sen inspected the food on the ground. Aside from the same items delivered yesterday, there were also some biscuits and bread. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment, guessing that Lu Hao had encountered some trouble. The most likely scenario was that someone had discovered he still had supplies after he delivered them yesterday, and now he was being targeted. Fearing that he couldn't keep these items while out searching for more, he simply gave them all away. Zhang Sen sighed, decided not to dwell on these trivial matters, collected all the supplies into his space, and left. Yesterday, the news of him killing the Tiger Gang leader had spread far and wide. Even if no one had witnessed it firsthand, the sight of the other Tiger Gang members fleeing in panic, some with arrows still stuck in them, made it clear how formidable Zhang Sen was. Someone eager to seek Zhang Sen's protection approached him obsequiously. "Brother Sen going out for supplies. Need a follower. I can help, and all the supplies go to you. I just need a bite to eat." Zhang Sen leveled his straight blade and snarled, "Scram." The man quickly backed away. After that, no one dared to speak to him along the way. Everyone who saw him immediately made way, not even daring to meet his gaze. Thus Zhang Sen reached the 7th floor without any hindrance. Over the past few days, some people had also gone out in search of supplies, so the glass windows of several apartments on the 7th floor had been shattered. He randomly chose a room, took out an inflatable motorboat from his backpack, and pumped it up. As he emerged from Building 9, Zhang Sen felt the long-lost sunlight. He looked up. The sun was veiled by clouds, no longer as scorching as before. The entire sky appeared gray and murky. Yet even this kind of sun would soon become a luxury. He sighed inwardly, started the engine. The motorboat sped away, drawing the gaze of a group of people rowing manually. Lu Hao, who was rowing, heard the engine sound and turned his head, spotting the motorboat. "Big shot again. Damn, how impressive. To actually have such a thing. Lu Hao, what are you doing?" Yi shouting suddenly shrieked. "Do you even know how to row? The water splashed onto my face." Lu Jie shot her a glare. "Why don't you try?" Yi shouting threw a dramatic eye roll at Lu Hao. "I'm a woman. How could I have the strength for this?" The canoe belonged to Old Chow. Originally, they had agreed yesterday that the 4 strong men would go out to find supplies. But when they set out that morning, Yi shouting suddenly claimed she had arranged with Old Chow to join them, and she also insisted on bringing Zhou, by which meant replacing 1 person. Lu Hao had initially wondered why they suddenly needed to bring someone as pretentious and useless as Yi shouting along with her skinny, pale-faced roommate. But later, when he saw Old Chow's hand almost slipping into Yi Ziding's clothes, everything became clear. Old Chow had been convinced by sleep. He now felt immensely grateful that when Yi shouting knocked on their door in her pajamas, he had refused her resolutely to avoid exposing his stash of supplies. Otherwise, having to watch her sleep her way through the journey would have been unbearably disgusting. His first time absolutely must not be given to a woman like her. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen drove the motorboat toward the largest commercial district in the southern part of the city. That area housed several shopping malls and a few gold shops. With his previous experience, he now favored shopping malls for gold. After all, the gold shops and malls were concentrated, and the doors were easy to open. When Zhang Sen arrived at the first mall, he noticed that some people had already gathered there. These were probably residents from nearby neighborhoods. Seeing the crowd, Zhang Sen worried that his motorboat might attract unwanted attention. So not far from the shore, he detached the engine and stored it in his space. The motorboat turned into an ordinary canoe, and he paddled alone toward the mall. Taking advantage of the wind direction, Zhang Sen entered the mall after about 10 minutes. The southern part of the city was higher in elevation, and the mall's floors were taller than residential buildings. The water level in this mall had submerged the 2nd floor. Zhang Sen swam to a secluded corner, directly stored the canoe in his space to avoid having to inflate it later. Most people who came out for supplies were after food. The 5th floor of this mall was the food court, featuring various trendy snack shops, restaurants, and even a small supermarket. Thus, the 3rd floor had very few people. It was usually where people stepped ashore. Zhang Sen quickly found a secluded corner, changed into a diving suit, and deliberately hung a bag on his body to avoid suspicion. After all, who would believe he came out just for a dive? After suiting up, he walked out and nimbly jumped into the water. Several groups of people who had just come ashore were startled by Zhang Sen. "Holy crap, a wetsuit. This guy's gear is too awesome. Is he crazy? The food is all up here. What's he looking for underwater? Fishing. We're collecting clothes. There seems to be a Walmart on the basement level. Whoa, then he's rich. If only we had wetsuits too. The people above discussed fervently. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen underwater had already arrived at the entrance of a gold shop. The gold shop's doors were all chained up, but for Zhang Sen, it was a piece of cake. He took out a large iron pliers from his spatial storage and easily snapped the chains. During this period of continuous weight training coupled with drinking spatial spring water every day, he felt that his physical fitness had improved greatly and his strength had increased considerably. According to his feeling, his current stamina and speed should be comparable to the first-order physical type ability users from his past life. After opening the gold shop door, Zhang Sen swam inside. To save time, he stored all the counters directly into his space. He was no longer required to touch items to store them, as long as they were in the same space, and within 1 meter, as long as he could see them, he could store them at will. In just a moment, there was nothing left in this gold shop except water. After finishing, he quickly went to the next shop, clearing 3 shops in a row before surfacing to rest for 10 minutes, then continued diving. An hour later, only when there was not a single gram of gold left in this mall, did he emerge. After changing out of his wetsuit, he dragged his kayak out. As soon as he emerged, he saw a group of people charging at him with various iron rods. Zhang Sen's eyes narrowed, knowing these people were looking for trouble. Perfect opportunity to test his current strength. This group of 6 people each carried backpacks, but none were full. The leading man was burly with a crew cut, wearing a vest and shorts, his arms and one calf covered in tattoos. There was also a knife scar on his shoulder. He was probably a minor thug before the apocalypse. "Bro, can you lend us the wetsuit?" the thug asked. No, Zhang Sen refused bluntly. The thug was a well-known figure in his own neighborhood, and no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. He immediately laughed. "Bro, while I'm still talking nicely to you, you'd better listen obediently. Right now, we only want your wetsuit. In a moment, it'll be your life." Zhang Sen was in a hurry to get to the next mall, and couldn't be bothered to argue. "If you want my stuff, come and get it yourselves." The thug looked at his underlings. Since this kid doesn't know what's good for him, teach him a lesson. All together, with that, the 6 of them raised their weapons and charged together. Zhang Sen watched their movements, feeling as if it had been set to 0.5x speed, and he knew his training these days had not been in vain. He shook his head and sighed, too slow. It seemed that his wish to test his skills today wouldn't be fulfilled. Seeing the thug about to rush at him, Zhang Sen reached behind his back and pulled out 2 cookery knives from his spatial storage. Just as the thug's steel pipe was about to reach his eyes, Zhang Sen turned around and backhandedly plunged the cookery knife into the thug's chest. The thug froze, his eyes full of disbelief. "You? How? So fast?" Zhang Sen's eyes blazed with even more killing intent. "Faster, sister. I'm damn slow." The moment he withdrew the knife, Zhang Sen's other cookery knife also pierced another man's chest. Zhang Sen pulled back the knives. The 2 men sprayed blood and collapsed to the ground. The other 4 finally realized something was wrong. This was no weak, pretty boy, as such brutal methods were not something they could provoke. They wanted to run, but Zhang Sen only wanted to kill them all. He rushed over with extreme speed, 1 knife per person, quickly finishing them off. Many people on the upper floor saw this scene and were stunned by Zhang Sen's skills. Just now, some people had seen Zhang Sen alone and wanted to snatch something from him. Either the kayak, the wetsuit, or the supplies he had salvaged. But they thought they were no match for that crew-cut thug, so they didn't act. Now they were immensely grateful for their cowardice, having escaped disaster. Zhang Sen turned and walked back, and as he passed the thug, he bent down and yanked the gold chain from his neck, stuffing it into his pocket. Although this bit of gold was a drop in the bucket compared to what he had just thrown into his space, even an ant's leg is meat. He couldn't let it go. He held the gold in his hand and tossed it into his space. Normally the space should have sent a notification, but there was no response for a long time. Zhang Sen's intuition told him something was wrong. He took out the gold chain and examined it closely. Damn brass. Would the space mistake him for trying to cheat it with a fake? What bad luck. He threw the chain far away. After leaving this mall, Zhang Sen headed directly to the next one. The several malls in this area were not far apart. Zhang Sen didn't use the motor, he simply rode over. After clearing the gold shops of 5 malls in a row, Zhang Sen was exhausted. He found a random corner in the mall first, took out the spatial spring water he had prepared earlier, and drank 2 cups in a row. Only then did he recover his strength. He took out a few sandwiches he had collected from a supermarket, ate his fill, and continued on his way. The gold shops were all along the street. Now survivors mainly searched for supplies at various malls, and almost no one would set foot on that street of gold shops. He no longer had any worries and directly installed the motor, roaring all the way to the gold shop street. There were 7 gold shops on this street, and the smallest one was several times larger than the ones in the mall. When the assault boat arrived, Zhang Sen first found a low building close to the water to go ashore. He changed into his wetsuit and went into the water. The gold shops here were large, so after clearing one, he had to surface to rest. To quickly replenish his physical and mental energy, he drank a cup of spatial spring water each time he rested. By the time only the last shop remained, he felt that his mental energy was clearly difficult to sustain. But the last one was the largest gold shop in Nanyang. If he gave up today, he would have to come again tomorrow, which was a huge hassle. His schedule for the past few days was all planned out, and he didn't want to disrupt it. After drinking 2 more cups of spring water, he felt better and continued diving. This time it was clearly not as easy as before. The door of this gold shop was also sturdier than the others, requiring several more hammer blows just to break it open. Once inside, Zhang Sen dared not delay and stored all the counters into his space. He didn't let go of the huge gold display ornaments at the entrance either. This shop took a full 10 minutes to clear. But just as he left the gold shop and was about to swim upward, his left leg suddenly cramped. Excruciating pain instantly seized Zhang Sen with panic. He struggled for a moment, but the more he thrashed, the deeper he sank. The air regulator nearly slipped off. Fortunately, he managed to cover it and adjusted in time, otherwise he would have swallowed a mouthful of that foul sewage. Damn it, was this where he was going to meet his end? Zhang Sen refused to accept it. His post-apocalyptic life had barely begun. He quickly steadied himself. Luckily, a tree stood not far away. Ignoring the cramping agony, he grabbed hold of it and climbed until he finally emerged from the water. Zhang Sen sat on a branch, removed his oxygen mask, and gasped in the fresh air. It had been too close. He had almost wasted his rebirth. He stretched for half an hour on the branch until the cramping finally subsided. When his strength partially returned, dusk was approaching. He dared not linger, so he stood on the branch and stripped off his diving suit. The stench on his body was unbearable. He took out water from his spatial storage, gave himself a quick rinse, changed into the clothes he had worn before leaving, and retrieved an inflatable speedboat. At last he could go home. Perhaps because he had nearly met his great-grandmother just now, his eagerness to return this time was far more intense than before. Half an hour later, he could already see the buildings of Yuyuan. Various oddly shaped boats carrying people who had gone out to scavenge supplies floated on the water. Some people looked at him with envy while others glared with jealousy. But none of that affected him. Even if they wanted to attack him, they couldn't catch up. When he was only 500 meters from Yuyuan, he turned off the engine to avoid attracting the covetous eyes of those who might ambush him. Just then he heard a furious roar, "Fuck you, I'm fighting you to the death." The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Zhang Sen glanced over and saw Lu Hao clutching a backpack with one hand while wildly swinging a knife with the other. "Zhou Bai, what are you standing there for?" Yi shouting shrieked. Zhou Bai flailed an oar which was longer than the knife and was about to strike Lu Hao. Lu Hao abandoned his backpack, grabbed the oar, and tried to pull Zhou Bai closer to slash him. But he didn't notice a middle-aged man behind him quietly picking up another oar and shoving him off the boat. Lu Hao floundered in the water for a moment, steadied himself, and raised his knife to cut the inflatable boat. "Fuck you all, if I'm going down, everyone's coming with me." Panicked, Yi shouting snatched the oar and wildly swung it at Lu Hao's head. The blow landed and blood immediately trickled down. After a while, the knife was knocked from his hand. Lu Hao had been foraging all day and rowing non-stop, and his strength finally gave out. He was about to sink. Watching everything from a distance, Zhang Sen now understood how Lu Hao had died in his past life. The memory surfaced of Lu Hao taking a blow meant for him in that former life, and then of the supplies Lu Hao had brought him over the past 2 days. Zhang Sen sighed. "Damn it, that's why you never owe anyone a favor." He restarted the speedboat's engine and raced toward Lu Hao. Yi Xiaotong stared at the speeding boat, momentarily stunned. Who was that? Zhou Bai, quick-witted, feared being rammed. Let's go, let's go." Lu Hao's head had dipped under the water several times when Zhang Sen finally arrived. He grabbed Lu Hao, hauled him up, and tossed him into the boat. Zhang Sen shut off the engine again. Lu Hao gasped for air, taking a long time to recover. Then he saw Zhang Sen sitting at the stern, leisurely chewing gum. Only then did he realize that the big shot on the speedboat he had envied was none other than his own boss. "Boss, what are you doing here?" "Just passing by." Zhang Sen jerked his chin toward Yi, shouting. "What happened?" Lu Hao followed his gaze. "Damn bastards. I spent all day leading them to find supplies, and they not only try to rob me, but also want to kill me. I'm going to kill them all tonight." "You want to kill them?" "Of course. I shouldn't have been soft-hearted when I caught them stealing my food last night." Zhang Sen thought for a moment. Since he had already meddled, he might as well go all the way. "How about we kill them now?" "Now?" Lu Hao was taken aback, then a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. "All right, now it is. Boss, lend me a knife." Zhang Sen chuckled, reached into his backpack, and pulled a hand crossbow from his spatial storage. He aimed it at Lao Chao's inflatable boat. Yi shouting spotted the situation and screamed in terror. "Ah, what are you doing?" Zhang Sen squeezed the trigger expressionlessly. The arrow whistled through the air and instantly punctured the inflatable boat. The boat visibly deflated, and the 4 remaining people on board all cried for help. But half a minute later they all fell into the water. Though all 4 could swim, they were terrified out of their wits, desperately paddling through the filthy water, afraid that Lu Hao would catch up. Regret filled their hearts. Especially the 3 men on the boat. Damn it, if only they hadn't slept with that viper, Yi shouting. Yes, last night, Yi shouting had seduced all 3 of them. Zhang Sen started the engine and pursued them. When he reached the 4, he tossed the straight sword at his feet to Lu Hao. "Go ahead." Lu Hao looked at the sword at his feet and hesitated for a moment. Zhang Sen could tell he had never killed before. But in this apocalypse, if you didn't kill, you couldn't survive. He didn't urge him, simply waiting silently for Lu Hao to decide. If Lu Hao finally said forget it, Zhang Sen wouldn't think it was a big deal. it was just a personal choice. But Lu Hao would probably still meet the early death from his previous life. However, to his surprise, Lu Hao only hesitated for a few seconds before picking up the sword. Fuck it, I'm going to kill every single one of them today. Lu Hao first located Yi Shouting. He pointed at her. Boss, move a bit closer. I want to kill this bitch first. The four were all near the speedboat. Zhang Sen adjusted the direction and soon reached Yi Shouting. Yi Xiaoting's eyes were filled with terror. No, Lu Hao, please don't kill me. Lu Hao's eyes blazed with fury. This bitch. Now she begged him, but she didn't think about how she had wanted him dead just moments ago. Go to hell. Lu Hao swung his sword at Yi Shouting. She didn't have time to dive, let out a scream, and the water was instantly stained red. Lu Hao stabbed her again in the chest, and she died on the spot. He raised his head and found Zhou Bai. Boss, next is him. Zhou Bai and the other two were all in roughly the same area. Zhang Sen drove the speedboat over. The three begged incessantly. Brother Hao, don't kill me, please. How's he? It was that bitch Yi Shouting who tricked me. She made me help. Brother Hao, please spare me. I'll be your slave for life. Lu Hao stared at them coldly. The setting sun was like blood spilling over him as he stood in the speedboat raising the straight sword like the Grim Reaper itself. Lu Hao had become an expert at killing, knowing exactly how to take a life with a single stroke. Though the others desperately surfaced and dived, they could not evade his pursuit. In an instant, blood stained the surrounding water. Lu Hao expressionlessly retrieved the 4 backpacks floating on the surface, tossing them into the inflatable boat, and returned the knife to Zhang Sen. Thank you, boss. Could you trouble yourself to chase that boat for me? The supplies I gathered today are still on it. Zhang Sen did not refuse. Soon Lu Hao retrieved his share of supplies. Still got some energy left? Zhang Sen asked. Lu Hao nodded. Zhang Sen shut off the engine, tossed him the oars, and said, row. I'll take you back first. Lu Hao did not ask why they were no longer using the engine. He silently took the oars and began to row. His mind was in turmoil. After all, this was his first time killing someone. Yet he knew he had done nothing wrong. Those people deserved to die. He should have killed them last night. If he had, he wouldn't have nearly faced danger today. Without the boss, he would have been dead. He sighed. He owed the boss another life. Now, even if he served as a beast of burden, he could never repay that debt. Amid Lu Hao's turbulent thoughts, the inflatable boat arrived at the entrance of Building 5. Lu Hao shouldered his own backpack, leaving the other 4 on the boat. Boss, you saved my life again today. Consider these supplies as a token of gratitude. Zhang Sen nodded and did not refuse. If he didn't accept, Lu Hao might not be able to keep them anyway. Moreover, compared to offering help without expecting anything in return, he preferred this kind of purely transactional relationship. After all, he understood better than anyone the principle that a favor done to excess breeds enmity. Lu Hao stepped off the boat and looked at Zhang Sen, hesitating as if he wanted to say something. Zhang Sen couldn't be bothered to ask. He turned the boat around to leave, but was stopped by Lu Hao's call. Boss, Lu Hao said awkwardly, can I move in next to you? Zhang Sen frowned, instinctively about to refuse. Lu Hao continued, boss, don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. I just want to live in 1601 across from you. Rest assured, I'll handle my own supplies and won't trouble you. If you need anything, just tell me. Once the flood recedes and society returns to normal, I'll move out immediately. If anyone causes you trouble, I'll take care of them. Zhang Sen was silent for a moment. Apartment 1601 wasn't his. In fact, Lu Hao moving in was none of his business. Now everyone in Building 9 feared him and dared not approach. But when the extreme cold arrived, those people faced with life or death choices would be determined to move upstairs. If it had to be someone, it might as well be Lu Hao. Still, he didn't fully trust Lu Hao. For now, he seemed slightly better than the others. Most importantly, the incident earlier today, when his leg cramped in the water and he nearly drowned, served as a wake-up call. Diving alone was too dangerous. He really needed a partner. He needed someone above to pull him up immediately if anything went wrong underwater. However, he didn't intend to tie himself too deeply to Lu Hao, so he merely tossed out, 1601 isn't my apartment. Live there if you want. Lu Hao, who had been expecting refusal after Zhang Sen's long silence, was about to find a graceful way out. To his surprise, the boss agreed. Overjoyed, Lu Hao hurriedly thanked him. Zhang Sen waved his hand and rode away. Lu Hao immediately went upstairs to pack his belongings. The first thing he saw when he entered the apartment was Zhou Bai's girlfriend rushing out of the room. She was startled at the sight of Lu Hao. Why are you here? Lu Hao understood at once. She must have known about Zhou Bai and Yi Xiaoting's plan to kill him. He sneered, why can't it be me? Disappointed I'm not dead. What are you talking about? I don't understand. The woman forced a smile. Where's Zhou Bai? Is he coming? Did you find supplies today? He's not coming back. Neither is Yi Shouting. The woman's face drained of color. What do you mean? You killed them. They wanted to kill me. Isn't it only natural that I killed them? Lu Hao tossed his backpack to the floor and walked toward her. Sensing danger, the woman stepped back in terror. What are you going to do? Lu Hao, please don't hurt me. Lu Hao's eyes were filled with resolve. The one lesson he had learned from Yi Shouting and Zhou Bai was this: never show mercy. It was his own softness that had nearly cost him his life. He drew the dagger from behind his back, plunged it deep into the woman's abdomen, pulled it out, and stabbed again. He repeated the motion several times until the woman collapsed to the floor, dead beyond a doubt. The moment Zhang Sen opened his front door, Sadan lunged at him. Exhausted after a long day, he was startled to see Sadan had grown even larger. With swift reflexes, he delivered a firm slap. "Get off. Don't you know your own weight?" Sadan froze, stunned by the slap, then lay on the floor looking at him with pitiful eyes, its body trembling, as if it were a child crying. "Dad, don't you love me anymore? Have you found another leopard outside?" A pang of guilt rose in Zhang Sen's heart. He crouched down and patted its head. "It's not that I'm rejecting you. I've been out all day and soaked in the water for so long. I'm filthy. Let me take a shower, finish my chores, and then I'll take you out to play." Hearing this, Sadan immediately stood up, wagging its tail as it saw Zhang Sen off. At that moment, Zhang Sen realized once again that raising such a creature in this apocalyptic environment had its benefits. At least he wouldn't go mad from loneliness. But he had checked before, jaguars only lived about 22 years. He could only hope that Sadan would undergo a mutation and live longer, long enough to see him off. After showering, Zhang Sen sank his consciousness into the space and began upgrading it with gold. This time, he didn't bother testing how much gold was needed for the space upgrade. Instead, he let the space absorb all the gold at once. Ding, gold detected. Use for upgrade. Zhang Sen couldn't wait. Upgrade. Piles of gold instantly transformed into a beam of golden light, striking the white mist. The mist thinned a little more and receded further. The sound of flowing water grew louder, and Zhang Sen saw the current had more than doubled. The outline of the mountain behind became clearer, and a patch of lush green faintly appeared before his eyes. In just a few minutes, the spring, which had been only half full, was completely filled. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have unlocked the inexhaustible space spring. The space spring enhances the boat's physical constitution and mental strength. Zhang Sen had already discovered these effects of the space spring through experiments on himself and Sadan. But the fact that it was inexhaustible still surprised him. After all, the space spring's effects were so significant, it would be a pity if it were non-renewable and ran out. Zhang Sen shifted his attention from the spring to the small patch of land beside it. The land wasn't large, entirely covered in green grass with a few wildflowers scattered among it. Zhang Sen touched it with his consciousness. They were all real plants. He could feel the vibrant life force emanating from them. The possibility that the space could contain living things grew stronger. He looked at Sadan. Should he let Sadan give it a try? He looked at Sadan. Should he let Sadan try? No. Sadan was too precious to him. If he accidentally killed him, it would be a greater loss. Forget it. He would see if he could get lucky and find a living creature later, or find a damned person. Suddenly a person came to mind. A few minutes later, Zhang Sen walked through the door of 1001. Inside the living room of 1001, a pile of firewood was burning with a stack of unburned logs beside it, clearly dismantled from various pieces of furniture. Zhang Heng lay on the sofa, his gaze vacant, unaware even of when Zhang Sen had entered. Zhang Sen watched his chest rise and fall weakly, a faint curl at the corner of his mouth. Tough life. With such severe injuries, he still managed to survive. The room stank of rotting corpses. Zhang Sen looked around and spotted two corpses in the dining room covered in flies. One of them was just a head with some scraps of flesh still clinging to the skeleton. It was Li Yun. Zhang Jianjun's body, though beginning to decompose, still had its flesh intact. So this was how Zhang Heng had managed to hold on. To survive, he would even eat his own parents' flesh. A ruthless man. Zhang Sen poked Zhang Heng with the long knife in his hand. Wake up. Zhang Heng finally opened his eyes. Seeing Zhang Sen, he thought he was hallucinating. Brother. Zhang Sen looked at Zhang Heng, who was more like a ghost than a man, and recalled what he had done to him in his past life. He felt no pity or sympathy, only hatred. With a cold smirk, he said, "You're indeed tough to survive." Zhang Heng then came to his senses and struggled to get up, kneeling before Zhang Sen. "Brother, give me some food. I'm so hungry. I'm sorry, everything in the past was my fault. I apologize to you. Please save me, give me some food." "Don't you have food?" Zhang Sen pointed at the corpses of Zhang Jianjun and Li Yun. "How does your mother's flesh taste?" Zhang Heng broke down sobbing. "Not good, brother, not good at all. Brother, I didn't mean to betray you. I was misled by my parents. They were jealous of uncle and aunt and told me to surpass you no matter what. That's why I did wrong." Zhang Sen sneered at this explanation. Instead, he pointed to the two corpses in the dining room. "Did you kill both of them?" Zhang Heng shook his head. "No, I only killed my mother. My father was killed by my mother." Zhang Sen smiled. This family without his protection had not disappointed him. They had slaughtered each other cleanly. Seeing his smile, Zhang Heng thought he was also feeling secretly pleased, and hurriedly said, "Brother, I've avenged you. It was my mother who instigated my father to deliberately bankrupt uncle's company. It was all her fault. I've already avenged you." As he spoke, Zhang Heng crawled on his knees to Zhang Sen's feet. "Brother, please, for the sake of our growing up together, take pity on me and give me some food." Zhang Sen kicked Zhang Heng away and looked at him coldly. "Zhang Heng, I told you long ago, I don't have a brother like you." With that, Zhang Sen said no more. With a thought, he absorbed Zhang Heng into his space. The previous second, Zhang Heng was in the dark, cold, stinking room. The next second, he arrived on a grassy field filled with the scent of fresh grass. He was completely stunned. Looking around, he spotted a spring behind him and quickly got up intending to drink from it. Naturally, Zhang Sen would not let him defile the spring in his space. He used his mind to trap him, freezing him in place. Brother. Zhang Heng panicked, pounding on the invisible wall before him. Brother, where is this? Brother, is it you? Did you bring me here? Zhang Sen watched Zhang Heng breathing freely inside, moving as if he were outside, and felt a surge of joy. Just as he had expected, living creatures could be kept in the space. Having experimented enough, Zhang Sen no longer allowed Zhang Heng to pollute his space. Zhang Heng returned to the house and saw Zhang Sen's smiling face, his heart filled with terror. His body trembling, he said, "How did I come back? Was it you who brought me to that place? Where was that? How was it? Nice scenery. Isn't it much more comfortable than your home?" Zhang Heng's face was full of terror. You're not my brother. You're not human. Who are you really? Go to hell. Zhang Sen smiled faintly, raised the straight knife in his hand, and with one stroke severed Zhang Heng's head. Then his gaze swept over the 3 corpses on the floor, yet he felt no pleasure of revenge, fulfilled only endless sorrow and lament. These were the people closest to him in this world, and also the ones he hated most. They, along with Chen Tiantian, had all vanished from this world. If they could know after death why they ended up like this, would they regret it? Zhang Sen didn't know, and he didn't care anymore. The past was all over now. After finishing the most important matters, Zhang Sen returned home, ready to fulfill his promise to Sadan. "Silly one, come on, let's go out and have some fun." Sadan was already eager. Upon hearing this, it immediately dashed over, stood up, and rubbed its head against Zhang Sen's face. "Stop!" Zhang Sen pushed it away. He could have actually put Sadan into his space and taken it to the rooftop before releasing it, but the space's movable range was too small. Moreover, he would have to take Sadan out sooner or later, so better let it get used to it in advance. Zhang Sen began teaching Sadan the rules for going out. First, no barking outside. Second, you must absolutely obey me, follow my commands in every action. Third, don't approach anyone before I give the order, and definitely don't bite anyone. Sadan could no longer wait to go out. It walked to the door, looked back at Zhang Sen, and whined softly. "Sadan, hurry up, stop talking, you're going to suffocate this leopard." The building where Zhang Sen lived had 18 floors. The corridors on the 17th and 18th floors were occupied. Zhang Sen didn't care. Holding the straight knife in one hand, and leading Sadan with the other, he headed for the stairs. Before leaving, despite Sadan's reluctance, Zhang Sen still put a leash on Sadan, promising to take it off once they reached the rooftop. The leash was only to keep Sadan as far away from people as possible, to prevent others from realizing that Sadan was a leopard, which would cause panic and affect Sadan. If Sadan were provoked and unleashed its wild nature, it would be difficult for him to handle. Although he didn't care about others' lives or deaths, he wasn't twisted enough to enjoy the death of strangers. After all, he wasn't a psychopath. Sadan had now grown to over 80 centimeters tall, looking completely black, but if you looked closely, you could see golden stripes hidden within its black fur. However, it was so dark outside now that as long as Sadan didn't make a sound, anyone who saw it would just think it was a big dog. Sure enough, the first thing the residents in the corridor noticed was Zhang Sen and the straight knife in his hand, and only then Sadan. When they saw Sadan, there was little fear in their eyes. More of envy and longing. Damn, it's really a comparison that kills. They were cold and hungry every day, yet this guy was keeping a dog. And what's more, the dog was fat and strong, clearly well fed. They hadn't eaten meat for a long time and couldn't stop swallowing saliva. At that moment, in their eyes, Sadan was nothing but a pot of dog meat, hot pot. Zhang Sen's face was cold, his eyes filled with murderous intent, so no one dared to cross his path. The crowd pressed together, afraid of blocking his way. Zhang Sen walked unimpeded to the rooftop with Satan, pulled an iron rod from his space, and jammed it through the door handles, locking it completely. He then warned Satan not to get too carried away or make noise. Satan nodded hastily, signaling that he understood. Only then did Zhang Sen untie the rope from Satan's neck, letting him run free. The rooftop was spacious, and Satan took off at full speed. Zhang Sen brought out a lounge chair from his space and lay down, gazing at the moon in the sky. The moon, hanging high in the night, was no longer its usual yellow but tinged with an eerie red. Satan quickly grew bored of running, listlessly pawing at small stones on the ground. Zhang Sen found the sight pitiful. "Well, we rarely get out. Might as well play with him." He pulled a frisbee from his space and threw it. "Satan, fetch." Satan's ears twitched, and seeing the frisbee appear in the air, he leaped up, caught it in his mouth, and trotted back. Zhang Sen stood up and threw it again. Satan was clearly much happier now. After a while, Zhang Sen increased the difficulty. He would throw the frisbee, and just as Satan leaped to catch it, he would retract it into his space. Then when Satan looked bewildered, he would release it again. This way he could train both Satan's agility and his own control over his spatial ability. The man and the leopard played like this for over 2 hours. Upon returning to the door of 1602, Zhang Sen heard a noise coming from Unit 1601 across the hall. Had Lu Hao moved in already? That guy works fast. Zhang Sen didn't bother to greet him and opened his own door. Just as he opened the first door, he heard the door across the hall open, followed by a loud shout. "Who's there? Get the hell out." Zhang Sen turned around and saw a figure standing in the darkness holding a machete. With a flick of his mind, a pistol appeared in his hand, and he heard Lu Hao's questioning voice, "Boss, Zhang Sen let out a long breath. This guy, why is he so jumpy? He tossed the pistol back into his space and shone a flashlight on Lu Hao's face. Moved in. Lu Hao squinted, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the light. Boss, it's you. You scared me. I thought someone was trying to break into your place in the middle of the night. Zhang Sen nodded. The guy was quite alert, but he didn't need it. Lu Hao, there are a few things I need to make clear with you up front. Go ahead, boss. Zhang Sen paused, noticing Satan still at his feet. He opened the second door. Satan, you go inside first. Only then did Lu Hao notice Satan and exclaimed, damn boss, you keep a dog too. Satan silently walked into the apartment. Zhang Sen didn't want to continue that topic, leaving the door ajar to ensure he could quickly retreat if he encountered a situation he couldn't handle. At the same time, he aimed the flashlight beam at Lu Hao's feet, staying on guard. If Lu Hao made any sudden move, he would act immediately. Lu Hao, let's get this straight. I agreed to you moving into 1601 only because this apartment isn't mine. If you or anyone else wants to move in, it's none of my business. I understand, boss. Don't worry, I won't. Let me finish, Zhang Sen interrupted. I'm not a good person. Don't expect that just because you live across from me, we can look out for each other. I don't need anyone's help, and I won't be helping anyone else. Lu Hao didn't actually expect Zhang Sen to do anything for him. He simply didn't want to live in Building 5 anymore. Besides, Zhang Sen had helped him so much that he had long considered him a close friend and wanted to do something for him in return. Even if it was just watching over his door and helping with trivial matters, it would make him feel better. But hearing Zhang Sen's cold and ruthless words, he still felt a pang of hurt. However, he thought again, in this world survival is so difficult. If he had the strength, he wouldn't want to drag around a burden either. Zhang Sen's words were justified. Besides, without Zhang Sen, he might already be dead. With that thought, he felt a sense of relief. He didn't say anything, though, sensing that Zhang Sen had more to say. Sure enough, Zhang Sen spoke again. Lu Hao, we are not friends, and I don't need friends. I saved you today purely because you delivered supplies to me twice. I don't like owing anyone a favor. From now on, don't bring me supplies. Just take care of yourself. If I ever need you, I'll come to you, and pay you accordingly, just like before the apocalypse. Likewise, if I do anything for you, I'll charge you for it. And one last thing, the most important one. I like peace and quiet. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. With that, Zhang Sen pushed the door open and went inside. Boss! Lu Hao suddenly called out. Zhang Sen paused his closing of the door and looked back at Lu Hao. Lu Hao hesitated for a moment, then said, I've remembered everything you said, and I'll follow your rules. But there's one question I'd like to ask you. Don't worry, just one question. Go ahead. Is this really the apocalypse? Will things never get better? Zhang Sen thought for a moment, deciding not to hide the truth. After all, in a while the extreme cold would come, and most people would realize the collapse of social order. He nodded. At least for a very long time it won't. So you'd better improve your abilities as quickly as possible. Otherwise next time you might still die. After saying this, Zhang Sen turned and went inside. Lu Hao closed the door in a daze, his mind in a whirl. This world will never be good again. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen lay on his bed, his consciousness sinking into his space, casually organizing his belongings and depleting his mental energy. This kind of mental energy was like weight training. Only by constantly practicing, constantly pushing to the limit and recovering, would the brain's storage of mental energy increase. He thought since he could do anything he wanted within his space with a thought, bending a finger-thick steel bar or shaping the space spring water into any form. Maybe if his mental strength were strong enough, he could bring this ability out of the space and apply it to reality. In his past life, he never awakened an ability, so he harbored an intense desire for one. If his theory could be realized, his spatial ability could be used in combat, no longer just serving as a storage space. He practiced until midnight, exhausting his spiritual energy. After drinking a cup of spatial spring water, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning at 6, he woke up, had breakfast with Satan, prepared a day's worth of food and water for the dog, and then got ready to leave. Today he still had several shopping malls and jewelry stores to raid. Nanyang was too vast, with gold shops scattered across the city. According to his past lives timeline, the extreme cold was only half a month away. However, the typhoons, acid rain, and torrential storms in this life had shifted slightly, so he couldn't be certain whether the freeze would arrive earlier. Given the locations of the jewelry stores he had gathered, he could not afford a single day's delay. Remembering the dangers he had encountered yesterday, he did not hesitate to knock on Lu Hao's door. Do you have any plans today? Lu Hao was somewhat surprised. Based on their conversation the previous night, this seemed to indicate that Zhang Sen needed his help. But from his analysis of Zhang Sen, the man was extremely rational and probably disliked idle chatter. He spoke directly. I was planning to ask around this building about any supply gathering teams hoping to join them. I need to go out and could use a helper. It's not complicated, but I'll only spend at most 2 hours a day looking for supplies. The rest of the time I have other arrangements. I'm in. Only a fool would refuse. An inflatable boat was far better than a kayak. Even with just 2 hours, he could still hit at least 2 shopping malls. With Lu Hao joining, Zhang Sen honestly carried a huge hiking backpack when he went out today. He left earlier than yesterday since he had to leave some time for Lu Hao to gather supplies. The temperature had risen a bit more and the water level continued to drop. It was now down to the 5th floor, but the water surface was still closer to the 6th floor, so they still departed from the 6th floor. Lu Hao's eyes brightened as he watched Zhang Sen pull the inflatable boat out of his backpack. He knew that going out with Zhang Sen was a bargain no matter what, so he wanted to pull his weight. Boss, he'll drive the boat. You just sit back and rest. No need. Zhang Sen refused bluntly. His inflatable boat was very small, capable of holding at most 4 people with the engine and helm at the rear. He felt safest sitting there. Having been reborn, he trusted no one and would never turn his back to anyone. Bringing Lu Hao along as a safety net was a reluctant move. He was genuinely terrified of yesterday's unexpected incident, and the only person he could slightly trust now was Lu Hao. Last night, he had mentally rehearsed every possible scenario that could occur in the water. As long as Lu Hao didn't have a gun, even betrayal would be futile and couldn't harm him. Lu Hao, rejected by Zhang Sen, said nothing more. He would just stick to his role as an assistant. The nearby jewelry stores and shopping malls had already been cleared out by Zhang Sen, so today's destination was farther away, requiring a cross-district trip. With the inflatable boat at full throttle, it took a full hour before they reached the first shopping mall. Zhang Sen removed the engine, took out a folding paddle from his backpack, and tossed it to Lu Hao. Fortunately, the distance was short. Lu Hao paddled into the mall in just over 10 minutes. The water level in this mall was stuck in an awkward spot right between the 2nd and 3rd floors. If they wanted to search for supplies, they would have to go via the escalator. Unfortunately, that area was packed with people, some of them arguing heatedly over which team should go up first, and it looked like a fight would break out soon. Having experienced yesterday's events and influenced by Zhang Sen's caution and rationality, Lu Hao suggested, "Boss, let's switch to another mall. There are too many people here, and we drove the inflatable boat all the way, so we're bound to be watched. Besides, there are only 2 of us. If trouble starts, we'd be at a big disadvantage." Zhang Sen had no intention of squeezing in anyway, so he nodded. "Then I'll go do my thing first." Based on his memory of the mall store layout, he had Lu Hao paddle the boat to the area with jewelry stores. He took off his outer clothes, revealing the wetsuit underneath. From his backpack, he took out an oxygen tank, various diving gear, and a rope. "Boss, you're going diving." Lu Hao was stunned. Zhang Sen nodded, clipped the buckle of the rope to his waist, and handed the other end to Lu Hao. "Tie it around yourself, and don't let go of the rope. If I tug the rope 3 times underwater, pull me up immediately. Take out the knife for self-defense. If someone comes causing trouble, and you can't handle it, tug the rope 3 times too." Lu Hao nodded seriously. "Got it, boss." The water was murky. From above, he couldn't see anything below. Zhang Sen took a hammer from his spatial storage, smashed the glass of the jewelry store, and looted it clean. To conserve energy, he tugged the rope 3 times. Instead of struggling to swim up, he waited for Lu Hao to pull him up. Lu Hao was quick. Within half a minute, he had hauled Zhang Sen out of the water. After resting for a while, Zhang Sen dove again. With Lu Hao's help, he cleared out the jewelry stores in this mall in less than half an hour. They went to another mall which was also unsuitable for supply gathering. Zhang Sen dove for gold again. The water level at the 3rd mall was fairly good, nearly reaching the top of the 2nd floor, so a hand's push was enough to climb to the 3rd floor. Zhang Sen didn't go ashore to avoid wasting time moving items around. He gave his large backpack to Lu Hao, telling him to gather supplies while he watched the boat. They would split the collected supplies evenly. After all, Zhang Sen's backpack was more than twice the capacity of Lu Hao's. If Lu Hao filled it up, he would have more supplies than he had found yesterday. Lu Hao also thought this was efficient, so he grabbed the big backpack and ran off. Only Zhang Sen remained on the boat. He took out a cup of spatial spring water from his storage and drank it to replenish his energy. Then he lay on the boat, watching people rush around the mall, occasionally seeing fights over supplies, and even backstabbing, feeling immensely at ease. Over an hour later, Lu Hao came back on board satisfied. He opened the backpack. "Boss, look. I found a lot of food, including 5 pounds of rice." Zhang Sen noticed blood on his face, as if splashed, and asked, "Did you get into a fight just now?" Lu Hao nodded proudly. 2 idiots tried to rob me when I was leaving. They thought I was easy prey with just a broken dagger. I gave them a good thrashing and scared them off." "Not bad," Zhang Sen said, while changing into his diving gear. "In this world, only those with strong fists survive." With that, he tossed the rope to Lu Hao and flipped into the water. Lu Hao pondered Zhang Sen's words, thinking back on his experiences over the past 2 days, and felt that this was the absolute truth. This mall was larger than the previous 2. Zhang Sen went up and down, taking over an hour to collect all the gold. When he came up, it was already mealtime. He was a bit tired from all the diving and also very hungry. Since his stamina had increased, he ate much more per meal than before. The 2 went up to the 3rd floor, dragged the inflatable boat all the way up, and found a corner to have lunch. Lu Hao had deliberately come out with an empty backpack to maximize the supplies he could carry. Now that he had found so much food, it was perfect for lunch. He took out 2 boxes of self-heating rice and some bread. Zhang Sen didn't mind. They quickly ate their lunch. Just as they were packing up to head to the next mall, a group of people blocked their way. "Big brother, it's him. Big brother, it's him." A young man wrapped in bandages pointed at Lu Hao, speaking to the middle-aged man beside him. "Kid, you're the one who hurt my brother." The middle-aged man, bulky and standing at the center, brandished a watermelon knife in his hand, appearing to be the most formidable fighter among the group. The others held steel pipes and axe and kitchen knives. Lu Hao's heart sank as he looked at them. Yet his greatest guilt was bringing trouble to Zhang Sen. If he hadn't provoked that guy, they wouldn't have called for backup. He forced himself to stand protectively in front of Zhang Sen, whispering, "Boss, did you bring that crossbow?" Zhang Sen was taken aback. Was he counting on him? Yes. Good. Lu Hao sighed in relief, tossing the inflatable boat onto the water, throwing his backpack on board, and shoving Zhang Sen forward. "Boss, install the engine and get out of here as fast as you can. If anyone chases you, shoot them with that crossbow." Zhang Sen was stunned, never expecting such an arrangement. "What about you?" Lu Hao urged him. "Just go, don't worry about me. I can handle these punks. And besides, this is my mess. I shouldn't drag you into it." The middle-aged man, seeing them whispering, snapped, "What are you two muttering about? Let me tell you, neither of you is getting—" Lu Hao turned around and shouted defiantly, "Yeah, I did it. Your brother tried to steal from me. I was merciful not to kill him." The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. "Fine, you've got guts. Boys, get them." The middle-aged man led the charge. "Boss, go!" Lu Hao yelled, brandishing his machete as he rushed forward. He was clever enough to know he couldn't win, so he focused on taking down the leader, charging straight at the middle-aged man. Anyone in his way got slashed. Since the apocalypse, these people had committed murder and arson without hesitation. Killing someone was as easy as swatting a fly. But they had never seen anyone as reckless as Lu Hao, who dared to take on a gang single-handedly. They didn't take him lightly, each bracing for the fight. As Lu Hao charged, the middle-aged man's watermelon knife came down. He sidestepped, dodging the blow, then kicked the man in the stomach, sending him to the ground. He swung his blade, fiercely cutting into two more men. Zhang Sen stood still, watching Lu Hao fight in a blood-soaked frenzy, raising an eyebrow. This kid had some skills. His 2 years in the army weren't wasted, but had never been in a real battle. Soon enough, Lu Hao was kicked down, his machete flying away. "Fuck you, dare fight me. They'll kill you today." The middle-aged man spat, picked up his watermelon knife, and walked over to strike Lu Hao. Lu Hao knew it was over. He was about to die. He didn't bother struggling, glancing back at Zhang Sen, who was still there. Panic surged in his heart. "Go. Run." Zhang Sen watched him calmly, sighing inwardly. This guy with such little skill dared to stand in front of him and fight a crowd to the death. He felt a grudging respect, adding a point of approval for Lu Hao. He reached behind his back, and with a thought, a black hand crossbow materialized in his hand. He raised it, swiftly aiming. Just as the middle-aged man's blade was about to fall on Lu Hao, Zhang Sen pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A short arrow shot through the air, piercing the middle-aged man's neck. The man froze, turning his head in disbelief at Zhang Sen before collapsing without a word. Lu Hao waited, expecting the blow, but heard only the clatter of metal. Opening his eyes, he saw the middle-aged man, lying before him, an arrow in his neck, his yellowed white t-shirt stained red with blood. He turned to Zhang Sen in shock. Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow at him, and Lu Hao suddenly burst into laughter. The sudden turn stunned the other thugs. When they snapped back to reality, they realized what had happened. Their leader was dead, so they had to avenge him. Besides, Zhang Sen's crossbow could only fire one bolt at a time. Without it, he was defenseless. They charged at him with their weapons. "Boss, run!" Lu Hao panicked, grabbing the watermelon knife and scrambling to his feet. "Fools!" Zhang Sen sneered, tossing his crossbow aside. He reached behind his back and pulled out 2 cookery knives from his spatial storage. He dashed forward like lightning, blocking a descending axe with one blade, while the other severed the attacker's head. Lu Hao stood frozen as the head rolled on the ground. Another knife pierced a man's heart, blood spraying a warm splash on his cheek. Zhang Sen's heart raced with excitement, his cookery blades moving so fast they left afterimages. In the blink of an eye, bodies littered the ground, blood pooling beneath them. Only one man remained. The one who had been scared into falling earlier, the same guy Lu Hao had injured, and who had called for revenge. Zhang Sen, drenched in blood, approached him step by step. The man screamed, scrambling backward, his gray pants darkening as he wet himself. He was terrified of Zhang Sen, who killed as easily as breathing. Not just him. Lu Hao and the onlookers were also petrified. Lu Hao's mind was spinning. His boss was a freaking beast. But Zhang Sen suddenly sheathed his knives, glancing coldly at Lu Hao. "He's yours." Lu Hao froze, then realized Zhang Sen was reminding him that all this had happened because he had shown mercy earlier. If he had killed that guy from the start, none of this would have occurred. "Boss, I understand." Lu Hao stepped toward the man, who was sobbing. "Please don't kill me, big brother. I'm sorry." But Lu Hao's heart was now steel. He drove the knife into the man's chest. The man coughed blood and died instantly. Lu Hao pulled out the blade, found the watermelon knife unsatisfactory, and tossed it aside. He picked up his machete and walked over to Zhang Sen. Zhang Sen had already tidied up, stashing the crossbow and backpack into his spatial storage. He boarded the inflatable boat and installed the engine. Lu Hao followed, sitting in silence, watching Zhang Sen. Zhang Sen took out wet wipes, roughly wiped his face and hands, then tossed them away. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and offered one to Lu Hao. He then half lay on the boat's stern, smoking lazily in silence. Lu Hao wasn't usually a smoker, but his mind was a mess, and he needed to calm down. He couldn't comprehend how his seemingly frail, helpless boss, who only built fortresses and shot from behind, could be so ferocious in battle. Lu Hao took a few deep drags of his cigarette, and his thoughts cleared somewhat. Forget it, he decided. His boss was formidable. That was the boss' own skill. This was the apocalypse after all. No matter how brutal, it was only for self-preservation. He would become just like his boss in the future. Anyone who provoked him would be eliminated. Boss. Zhang Sen looked up at him. I was wrong today. I shouldn't have let those two go. From now on, he'll show no mercy. Zhang Sen remained silent for a moment, only speaking after he finished his cigarette. Only the dead cause no trouble. Lu Hao nodded earnestly. He'll remember. Zhang Sen suddenly broke into a grin and tossed away the cigarette, and damn it, learn to use better words. Show no mercy. I call it leaving no loose ends. Lu Hao was stunned for a moment, then laughed along with him. Let's move. The engine roared to life, and the assault boat sped away. In the afternoon, Zhang Sen cleared out 2 more shopping malls and 3 street-side gold shops. By the time he returned home, the sky had darkened. As he climbed the stairs, Lu Hao, carrying a large backpack, could clearly sense that the others treated him differently than the day before. The previous day, when he was moving, people kept asking him for food, and some even tried to rummage through his backpack. Each time, he had to brandish a knife to scare them off. But today, walking behind Zhang Sen, not a single person dared to speak to him. The formidable man behind him was his boss. At that thought, he felt an inexplicable sense of pride. When they reached the 16th floor, Zhang Sen noticed that the doors to both 1603, next to his apartment, and 1601, where Lu Hao lived, had been forced open. Damn, my door's smashed in. Lu Hao exclaimed, then glanced at Zhang Sen's door. At least yours is still intact, boss. He paused, then covered his nose. What the hell is that stench? Go check if your supplies are still there, Zhang Sen said. Lu Hao, jolted back to reality, rushed into his apartment. Zhang Sen shone his flashlight on his own door lock. There were signs of tampering, but it hadn't been breached. The intruder, perhaps out of spite, had smeared some disgusting substance, likely excrement, on his door. Son of a... Zhang Sen's mood turned foul. He pulled 2 bottles of water from his backpack to wash off the filth, but then he heard a faint noise behind him. He spun around, one hand reaching behind his back to draw his pistol. 2 female figures emerged from the fire escape. Are you Mr. Zhang? Zhang Sen directed his flashlight at their faces. It was the lesbian couple who lived with Li Ting. He raised an eyebrow. 2 stunning beauties arriving at once improved his mood considerably. But he didn't let his desire cloud his judgment. Suppressing the urge to smile, he asked, what do you need? The short-haired woman in front introduced herself. Mr. Zhang, hello. My name is Tu Sai, and this is my friend Yang Yike. Zhang Sen looked at the pair before him. One exuding heroic grace, the other gentle and charming. He fought to contain his excitement and put on a cold facade. Get to the point. What's your purpose in seeking me out? Tu Sai appeared nervous. She cleared her throat. Mr. Zhang, we saw you have an assault boat. Would like to form a team with you to scavenge for supplies together. If this were before the apocalypse, Zhang Sen would have agreed without hesitation. But now, no matter how sweet the scent of a lily, it wasn't worth risking his life. He had suffered too much because of women. He wouldn't make that mistake again. Sorry, I don't need a team. Mr. Zhang, Tu Sai said urgently, please hear me out. Since you're attractive, I'll give you a moment. Mr. Zhang, we're not here to morally blackmail you using our gender. We want to make a deal with you. I used to be a national martial arts champion specializing in swordsmanship. If you ever need my help, I won't hesitate. Tu Sai turned to Yang Yike behind her. Kiki, show Mr. Zhang my sword. Yang Yike stepped forward timidly and handed the sword to Zhang Sen. If you need to verify my skills, I can perform a sword routine right here. Zhang Sen understood Tu Sai's intention. She didn't want him to perceive her as a threat. He was actually quite tempted to watch her perform. But he already knew exactly what Tu Sai was capable of. In his past life, she had single-handedly established a base populated entirely by women. He had no need to verify her abilities through a sword routine. Moreover, asking her to perform and then turning her down would be despicable. He couldn't do that. No need. I trust you, but I really don't need a team. Sorry, find someone else. Tu Sai refused to give up. Her and Yang Yike's supplies were running low. They could barely last until tomorrow. Last time, Wang Hu and his men had stolen all their supplies. Fortunately, she and Yang Yike were out scavenging at the time and escaped unharmed. Otherwise, even with her martial arts skills, dealing with a pack of lust-driven men while protecting the defenseless Yang Yike would have cost her dearly. Previously, she and Yang Yike had joined a supply-gathering team from Building 8, introduced by a friend. But the team was all male, and every man kept making advances on them. Today, the owner of the rubber boat even flatly demanded that she and Yang Yike sleep with him, or he would never take them out again. Enraged, she had beaten him up, and the 2 parties parted on bad terms. She had no choice. Without supplies, she and Yang Yike would soon starve. She knew exactly how many men in this building coveted them. If she fell, Yang Yike would be unable to protect herself. Her only option was to turn to Zhang Sen. Despite his reputation as a murderous madman, in her eyes, even if he had killed many, they were all people who had provoked him. He had never actively sought trouble. For that reason alone, she considered Zhang Sen at least an honorable man. Mr. Zhang, we truly have no other choice. Wang Hu stole our supplies, and by the time we found out, it was too late. Our supplies won't last beyond tomorrow. That's why I brought Yang Yike to beg you today. If you go out to scavenge and can take us along, I will be indebted to you. Whenever you need help, I will do my utmost. Additionally, I promise to hand over half of whatever we find as payment for using your boat. Zhang Sen's gaze shifted between Tu Sayas and Yang Yike's lovely faces. Any kind of help. Could I savor the fragrance of lilies? Yet despite his thoughts, Zhang Sen was not the type to force others. He stared at Tu Sai with a blank expression, his refusal almost palpable. Tu Sai had no choice but to relent. In that case, I apologize for disturbing you, Mr. Zhang. Let's go, Kiki. The two turned to leave, and Yang Yike couldn't help but glance at Zhang Sen. Her eyes were filled with grievance, but without a trace of resentment. Zhang Sen sighed, inwardly thinking himself a true gentleman who remained unswayed by temptation. A lily blossom had grown right to his hand, yet he refused to pluck it. Just then Lu Hao stormed out with a furious expression. Damn it! Which bastard stole all my supplies? Tu Sai halted and turned back. It was Zhao Hongwei. What? Lu Hao grew even angrier. Who is Zhao Hongwei? I'm going to find him right now. Zhang Sen looked at Tu Sai, somewhat surprised that she would tell them given that he had already rejected her. Tu Sai, thinking Zhang Sen doubted her words, explained, It's true. I came up to see you earlier and happened to see Zhao Hongwei leading a group trying to break into your door. Sorry, but there were several of them all armed. I wasn't confident I could take them all, so I didn't intervene. Having said that, she took Yang Yike's hand and left through the fire door. Zhang Sen pondered. This move from Tu Sai was indeed unexpected. In the apocalypse, everyone prefers to mind their own business, avoiding anything unrelated. Yet she had revealed the truth even after he had explicitly refused her request for cooperation. This proved that her moral compass was still intact. Zhang Sen turned to look at the excrement smeared on the door lock, a surge of anger rising within him. Such incidents were likely to recur. Moreover, Tu Sai and Yang Yike were truly alluring. If they could appear before him often, perhaps one day, he might actually catch the scent of lilies. What if, right? He called out to Tu Sai, who stopped and turned to face him. Was Zhao Hongwei the mastermind? Zhang Sen asked. Tu Sai thought for a moment. It should be him. I saw him walking at the front giving orders. Go bring Zhao Hongwei up here. Lu Hao, go with Tu Sai and retrieve your supplies. Tu Sai was taken aback. Mr. Zhang, you mean? A faint smile curled at the corner of Zhang Sen's lips. You've done this, then we'll talk about the rest. Tu Sai was overjoyed. They'll go right away. Kiki, wait here for me. Mr. Zhang will be right back. All right. Tu Sai drew her sword and led Lu Hao away, leaving only Zhang Sen and Yang Yike in the corridor. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Yang Yike was a bit frightened. Since the apocalypse began, every man she had encountered had harbored ill intentions toward her. She couldn't be sure if Zhang Sen would be any different. Sensing her tension, Zhang Sen was also surprised that Tu Sai had left her here. Did she trust him that much? He walked over to the elevator lobby, leaned against the window, and lit a cigarette. You don't need to be afraid. I'm not going to do anything to you. Unless you agree. Yang Yike, fearing he might be angry, quickly explained, Tu didn't mean that. Zhang Sen smiled, but didn't call her out. Instead, he changed the subject. You and Tu Sai, you're more than just friends, right? Yang Yike nodded. We're lovers. Zhang Sen smirked. Good for you. True love above all. Thank you. Yang Yike felt a little more at ease, and her impression of Zhang Sen improved. Noticing that Yang Yike was still afraid of him, he fell silent, turned his back to her, and gazed out the window. Yang Yike let out a sigh of relief and crouched against the wall. A dozen minutes later, Zhang Sen lit a second cigarette, and finally heard commotion from the stairwell. Lu Hao followed behind, clutching his supplies, cursing under his breath. Damn it, he ate 4 packs of my instant noodles and a self-heating hot pot. If my boss didn't want to see you, I'd have killed you already. Zhao Hongwei kept begging for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. I really know my mistake. My family was starving. Once I find supplies, I'll pay you back double. No, triple. The fire door swung open. Tu Sai dragged Zhao Hongwei over. Mr. Zhang, I've brought him. Zhao Hongwei had several wounds on his body, clearly from a sword. He must have resisted. Zhang Sen nodded, stepped forward, and kicked Zhao Hongwei hard in the chest. Zhao Hongwei screamed and fell to the ground. Zhang Sen's cigarette dangling from his lips glared coldly. You've got some nerve, you bastard. I'm sorry, Senj, I'm sorry. I was possessed. I want dare again. Zhang Sen grabbed him by the collar, dragged him to the door, and snarled, Lick it clean. If you don't, you can kiss your life goodbye. He'll lick it. He'll lick it. Zhao Hongwei was terrified out of his wits. He knew Zhang Sen wasn't joking when it came to killing. At that moment, he regretted deeply why he had done such a disgusting thing. The nauseating smell made his stomach churn. He had just eaten too much. After finally getting such a meal, if he threw it up, it would all be for nothing. But if he didn't lick, he'd lose his life. He steeled himself, feeling on the verge of vomiting. Zhang Sen threatened, If you dare throw up here, I'll wash my door with your blood. Now lick. Zhao Hongwei dared not delay. Resigned, he did as he was told. Everyone except Zhang Sen felt a wave of nausea. They looked at Zhang Sen's calm expression with even greater admiration. Little did they know, in his past life Zhang Sen had witnessed far worse. Many people, just to fill their stomachs, would eat even excrement. After Zhao Hongwei finished licking, he knelt before Zhang Sen, kowtowing repeatedly. Senj, I was wrong. I really know my mistake. But it was useless. Anyone who dared to do such a vile thing to Zhang Sen, even without Tu Sai's accusation, he would have found the culprit and killed him. But now he wasn't going to do it himself. Tu Sai, kill him. Tu Sai hesitated for a second, then looked up to see Zhang Sen staring straight at her. She understood. This was his test. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward and slit his throat. A straight gash appeared on Zhao Hongwei's neck. He clutched his throat, but it was futile. Torrents of blood gushed through his fingers. Zhao Hongwei's face turned crimson, but he couldn't make a sound. His trachea had been severed. Zhang Sen was startled by Tu Sai's decisiveness. He raised an eyebrow and asked, killed before? Tu Sai nodded. When I was searching for supplies earlier, 2 men tried to rob me. I killed them. Zhang Sen nodded approvingly, and then told Lu how to throw the body downstairs. During that time he stepped into room 1602 and took a look. It was already empty. He had no idea where the original residents had gone. He remembered that before the apocalypse a young couple had lived in this apartment and were home. But now the apartment was utterly empty. Zhang Sen speculated that perhaps they had fled elsewhere, but more likely unable to endure the mental torment of the apocalypse, they had ended their own lives leaping from the 16th floor. Because on the balcony he noticed a chair. In the apocalypse, taking one's own life was a common occurrence. Dying meant less suffering. It was also a viable option. Room 1602 was vacant, perfect for the 2 beauties to move in. He looked at Tu Sai and asked, regarding today's incident, do you know who the other participants were? I know. I'm the kind of person who repays a grudge. Go ask them for a finger. Tell them if they don't give it, I'll come and take it myself. After that, you and your girlfriend move into room 1602. When Zhang Sen said, your girlfriend, he couldn't help the slight upward curl of his lips. Especially when he saw Yang Yike's obvious shyness, the corners of his mouth rose even higher. Tu Sai was surprised that Zhang Sen had discerned their relationship. Although she worried he might have ulterior motives like other sleazy men, she didn't say much. After all, they were the ones who needed his help. Okay, I'll go right now. Tu Sai didn't think Zhang Sen was cruel. Instead, she admired his decisive and resolute character. Over these past days, she had come to understand that the order of society had completely collapsed. In the future, only people like Zhang Sen would survive. She would become like that too. About 10 minutes later, Tu Sai came back up with 6 little fingers. Seeing that Zhang Sen's door was closed, she didn't dare knock. She placed the severed fingers in room 1602 first, then went downstairs to pack her luggage. When they came back upstairs, Zhang Sen had just finished showering, wearing casual clothes with his hair half-free, crouching in front of the iron door outside, fiddling with something. She quickly tossed her luggage into the room and asked, Mr. Zhang, do you need any help? No, go find Lu Hao. I'll tell you my rules. Tu Sai nodded and turned to knock on room 1603's door. Lu Hao opened the door holding a self-heating rice bowl. Seeing Tu Sai, he understood her purpose and invited her in, repeating what Zhang Sen had told him the night before. After listening, Tu Sai's worries about Zhang Sen eased a bit. A person who preferred solitude was far better than those who liked to gather and fantasize about women. Noticing Tu Sai occasionally staring at the self-heating rice in his bowl, Lu Hao knew she was craving it. Tu Sai and Yang Yike had been eating only compressed biscuits all day and hadn't even dared to eat their fill, because she wasn't sure if she could persuade Zhang Sen beforehand. If not, they would have to make do with the remaining compressed biscuits for a while longer. She really wanted some hot food now, but she also knew that she and Lu Hao were strangers, so it wasn't appropriate to ask for food. On the contrary, Lu Hao had an idea and asked, you and your girlfriend haven't eaten enough, have you? Tu Sai didn't want to take advantage. It's fine, we still have some food. But Lu Hao had his own calculations. He had just seen Tu Sai deal with Zhao Hongwei and knew that this girl had real skills, more practical than what he had learned in the military. He had some martial arts ability, but not much. Nowadays, everyone was armed. If Tu Sai could teach him a few moves, it would be very useful for him. At least then he wouldn't always hold Zhang Sen back. Although Zhang Sen was even more capable than Tu Sai, he felt embarrassed to ask Zhang Sen to teach him. Moreover, he knew that even if he asked, Zhang Sen wouldn't agree. I can give you some food, but not for nothing. Tu Sai's heart leaped with joy. What do you need me to do for you? Teach me how to kill. Kill, eh? Yes. I have some martial arts skills, but when facing a group, I can only slash wildly with a knife. I hope you can teach me some techniques to improve my abilities. This request was very simple for Tu Sai, and she also needed a sparring partner to keep improving. So without any hesitation, she agreed on the spot. As payment, Lu Hao gave her a self-heating rice and a pack of instant noodles. When she came out of Lu Hao's place, Zhang Sen had finished what he was doing. He stood up and looked at Tu Sai and Lu Hao through the security door. All done. Done, boss. Don't worry, I made it very clear. Mr. Zhang, rest assured, Coco, and I will abide by your rules. Zhang Sen nodded and pointed to the iron door in front of him. I've electrified this door. It can kill you. Don't touch it. The two were stunned for a moment, both thinking this guy is really something. By the way, we're going out to find supplies at 8 tomorrow morning, Zhang Sen said. Don't be late. Also, Tu Sai, you don't need to go out. Well, take Yang Yike. What? Tu Sai was shocked. Mr. Zhang, Coco can't do anything. What if something happens? Zhang Sen's expression turned cold. If you're seeking my help, don't question any of my decisions. Next time our cooperation ends here. Tu Sai was afraid of angering Zhang Sen and losing his help, so she dared not say more, but her mind was still pondering his intentions. Zhang Sen naturally understood what she was thinking. Seeing such a beautiful woman standing before him looking pitiful, he would feel guilty if he was too harsh. He softened his tone and continued. In this situation outside, how long can you protect your girlfriend? Besides, I'm willing to take you in because I have a task for you. I don't want to see such disgusting things happen at my doorstep again. Your task is to guard the home. Kill anyone who comes. He took out 2 bottles of pepper spray from his pocket and tossed them to Tusai. One for you and one for Yang Yike. Have her bring it tomorrow. As for the supplies we find each day, they'll be divided into 5 shares. He'll take 1/5. The rest you and Lu Hao will split equally. Having said that, he turned and went into his room. Tusai stared at the 2 bottles of pepper spray, lost in thought. Lu Hao whispered to comfort her, "Don't worry. My boss is really capable. Your girlfriend will be fine." At night, Tusai held Yang Yike in her arms as they lay in bed. Tusai told Yang Yike all the details about moving into room 1602 and the cooperation with Zhang Sen. When Yang Yike learned that she would have to go out alone with Zhang Sen and Lu Hao to find supplies, she was terrified. Tusai had no choice but to soothe her for a long time, repeatedly assuring her that Zhang Sen and Lu Hao were not the kind of beasts who would take advantage of her. Only then did Yang Yike feel a little at ease. Afterwards, Tusai specifically reminded Yang Yike that if she had questions or uncertainties, she could ask Lu Hao more. From her interaction with Lu Hao tonight, she felt that Lu Hao was more human and approachable than Zhang Sen. He seemed simple and not very scheming. As for Zhang Sen, Tusai's advice to Yang Yike was to do whatever he said as long as it didn't harm herself. Don't pry into or question any of his decisions or actions. I understand. Yang Yike nodded with a flushed face. Seeing her like this, Tusai's heart stirred. They hadn't been intimate for a long time. When they were staying in room 902, there was another person at home, and in the past 2 days they had been upset about the stolen supplies. Now the situation was like thunder and lightning igniting a wildfire. The next day the water had indeed receded considerably. The surface now reached near the top of the 4th floor. At 8 in the morning, when Zhang Sen stepped out, the other 3 were already waiting by the door. Noticing Yang Yike's reddened eyes, Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow. Not want to go? Yang Yike quickly replied, "No, it's not that." Tusai held Yang Yike close, saying, "It's all right, they're not bad people. They'll be waiting for you at home." She paused, then smiled. "Find more supplies, I'm counting on you to take care of me." Yang Yike couldn't help but laugh, her gaze gradually turning resolute. "Don't worry, he'll take care of you." Tusai smiled and gently kissed Yang Yike's lips. "Will wait for you." Zhang Sen and Lu Hao stared dumbfounded at this alluring scene, feeling a surge of heat rush straight to their heads. In that instant, Zhang Sen felt that bringing this young couple along was an incredibly wise decision. Life should be embraced with open arms, basking in the light and savoring the fragrance. His gaze flickered to Lu Hao, and he was instantly amused to see 2 streams of bright red blood trickling from the man's nostrils. What a pathetic sight. Lu Hao caught Zhang Sen's expression and grinned back at him with a wink. Brother Hao, why are you bleeding from the nose?" Yang Yike exclaimed, startled. Lu Hao froze, then frantically wiped at the blood. Sorry about that. Been eating too much instant noodles and hot pot lately, must be getting heaty. Let's get going." With that, he fled in a fluster. After Yang Yike followed him, Zhang Sen also set off. Tusai called out to Zhang Sen and bowed deeply. "Mr. Zhang, I entrust her to you." Zhang Sen understood her meaning, but made no promises. He simply tossed out a "guard the home well" and left with a wave. Today's destination was farther than yesterday's. The assault boat traveled for a full hour before reaching it. No one spoke during the journey. Lu Hao's mind was still replaying the scene from before they left, while Yang Yike was too timid to speak. Since the apocalypse began, she had never been separated from Tusai. This time, she was venturing out with 2 men she had only met a day ago to scavenge for supplies. Even though Tusai had assured her repeatedly that these 2 were of better character than their previous companions, she couldn't suppress her anxiety. They arrived at the first mall, but the water level was awkward, making both entering and exiting difficult. Zhang Sen dove underwater alone, leaving only her and Lu Hao on the boat. Only then did she find the courage to speak. "Brother Hao, they all went upstairs to look for supplies. Why did Mr. Zhang go underwater?" Lu Hao chuckled. "I don't know, and I never asked. The boss must have his reasons for what he does. Don't worry, we'll definitely have time to find supplies today." Yang Yike recalled Tusai's advice, and fearing Lu Hao might misunderstand, quickly explained, "I'm not trying to pry into Mr. Zhang's private affairs, nor do I have any objections to his arrangements. I'm just curious." "Sorry, I shouldn't have asked." Lu Hao felt helpless inside. This girl was probably too sheltered at home. So timid. He thought of his younger sister back home, who was a bit like Yang Yike. He wondered if she was still alive. He sighed softly and reassured her, "You don't need to be afraid of us, and there's nothing to fear from the boss. He's formidable, but he won't kill without reason. Since he's willing to take you in, it means he's already accepted you. Just focus on finding supplies later." Yang Yike breathed a sigh of relief. "I understand. Thank you, Brother Hao." Lu Hao nodded. Just then the rope was tugged 3 times, and he hurriedly pulled Zhang Sen up. After resting for a while, Zhang Sen dove back down. After several repetitions, he had collected all the gold from this mall. He climbed back onto the boat, and they set off for the next one. The water level at the second mall was just right. Zhang Sen lay on the assault boat to rest while Lu Hao took Yang Yike to scavenge. Each of them carried a large backpack, and Lu Hao also lugged a duffel bag. There were more and more scavengers now, and fewer supplies. After more than an hour of searching, they had only managed to fill one bag. Of the remaining two, one was still empty, and the other was only a third full. With only half an hour left before their agreed time, Lu Hao was getting anxious. Fortunately, he then discovered a storage room in an accessory shop. It was stocked with a large amount of snacks, spicy dried tofu meat sauces, canned goods, various imported instant noodles, chocolates, and the like. They were probably secretly hoarded by the staff who worked here to snack on during their shifts. Lu Hao and Yang Yike's eyes lit up. There was enough here to fill the remaining space in their bags. They quickly stuffed everything into their packs. Just as they were finishing up the last bit, a loud shout came from behind them. "We found these supplies first." Lu Hao's heart jolted. He picked up the machete from the ground and said to Yang Yike, "Keep packing. They'll deal with them." Yang Yike trembled with fear, but her hands never stopped moving. Having gone hungry too many times, she knew the importance of food. The accessory shop was small. The other group consisted of 4 men. The one in the center held a machete, while the other 3 brandished steel pipes. With the counter and the 2 of them on Lu Hao's side, the space felt extremely cramped. Lu Hao stared at the 4 men opposite him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Leave the woman and the supplies behind, and we might let you live," said the leader, raising his machete. Lu Hao sneered. "Your supplies? Don't you know the rule of first come, first served? I found these supplies first. I just stepped out to call my brothers, and you beat me to it. Cut the crap. Anything that gets into my hands is mine. If you want it, you'll have to pay with your life. Fine, have it your way." Brothers attack. The 4 charged at him together, but Lu Hao was undaunted, raising his blade to meet them. His only philosophy in a fight was, if you can run, run, if you can't, fight to the death. Clearly these men had no intention of giving Lu Hao a chance to escape. They had already locked the door. Lu Hao kicked over one man wielding a steel pipe, slashed off another's hand with a single stroke, and then drove his blade into a third man's chest. During the scuffle, he took a blow to the back as well. The leader of the attackers fought recklessly, swinging his knife wildly, but Lu Hao narrowly dodged each strike. Both sides had taken wounds. By now the 2 remaining lackeys were growing fearful. They had only wanted to grab some supplies, not risk their lives. But the leader's words reignited their resolve. "Brothers, kill him, and we'll split his 3 big bags of supplies and the woman. We'll all have our fun." The 3 charged again. At that moment, unnoticed by all, Yang Yike, who had finished gathering supplies and was hiding behind the counter, stood up. She rushed out and sprayed pepper spray wildly at the 3 men. They immediately burst into tears and mucus, howling and clutching their eyes, sneezing uncontrollably. Lu Hao was stunned. Though his eyes stung too, the danger had completely vanished. "Kiki, nicely done." Yang Yike stood trembling beside him. Lu Hao got back on his feet and dispatched 2 of the men with quick strikes. Just as he was about to finish the last one, a thought crossed his mind. He turned to Yang Yike and asked, "Ever killed anyone?" "No. Come here and kill him." Lu Hao picked up the leader's machete and handed it to her. Yang Yike was horrified. "Me." Lu Hao sneezed a couple more times and said, "Hurry up, kill him, and we're out of here. It's too smoky in here." Yang Yike took the blade with trembling hands and walked up to the man who was still sneezing violently, tears and snot smeared across his face. "I can't, brother, how I can't do it." Lu Hao stood nearby. "Think about it. If I had died just now, what do you think they would have done to you? These are your enemies. If you let him go, next time you run into him, it might be you and your girlfriend who suffer." Yang Yike hesitated for a moment. "Kill him." Lu Hao roared, "This is the end of the world, not a time to play the delicate miss. If you don't kill him, you'll be the one waiting to die. Kill him." "Ah!" Yang Yike screamed and raised the blade, slashing at the man. Again and again she struck until he was lifeless, collapsing like a pile of mud. Lu Hao stepped forward, took the knife from her hand, and handed her a backpack, speaking gently. "Let's go. You did well." Yang Yike took the pack in a day, strapped it on, and followed Lu Hao outside. The 2 soon reunited with Zhang Sen, who saw their blood-soaked clothes and knew they had run into trouble. He didn't let them board the assault boat and asked, "You okay?" Lu Hao shook his head. "Just a few scratches, nothing serious. Let's eat first. We'll hit the next place after we eat." Zhang Sen climbed ashore, hauled the boat up, and found a secluded spot. Lu Hao opened a bag and pulled out a loaf of bread. "Take whatever you want." Yang Yike, still distracted, took a loaf and began nibbling on it. Zhang Sen watched her in silence. She wasn't his woman, and he had no inclination to care for anyone's mental well-being, no matter how beautiful she was. If she couldn't get over such a hurdle, she'd be better off dead early, lest she drag others down. He glanced at the 2 deep wounds on Lu Hao's arm, almost reaching bone, and sighed softly. This kid wasn't bad. It would be a shame to lose him. He reached into his bag, pulled out gauze, disinfectant, alcohol, and a strip of anti-inflammatory pills from his face, and placed them before Lu Hao. "Treat your wounds first." Lu Hao looked at the medical supplies, knowing how precious they were these days, and felt a surge of gratitude. "Thanks, boss." Zhang Sen said nothing. Lu Hao put down his bread and stripped off his shirt. He first rinsed the wounds with alcohol, then began to dress them himself. After struggling for a while, and growing increasingly frustrated, Yang Yike had calmed down by then. She set down her bread and took the bandage from Lu Hao's hands. Brother Hao, let me help you. Lu Hao paused then nodded. Yang Yike silently began wrapping the bandage around his wounds. Lu Hao looked at her pale face and couldn't help but sigh. I have a younger sister. She should be about your age. I don't know if she's dead or alive. If she's still alive, I hope she's as tough as you were just now. The world has changed. I've suffered from indecisiveness a few times myself, nearly lost my life because of it. It was the boss who saved me. Only by being ruthless can you survive. That's what the boss taught me. Yang Yike looked at Lu Hao with a serious expression and said, Brother Hao, I know you're doing this for my own good. Thank you. He'll grow up quickly and won't be so weak anymore. After the meal, Zhang Sen continued as planned, sweeping through a few more malls and scattered shops before heading home. Back home, they first went to room 1602 to divide the day's spoils. Zhang Sen, as agreed, took only 1/5. Returning to his own place, he showered, ate, and played with Satan for a while. Satan had grown a bit more over the past few days, now nearly a meter long. He used the gold he had found that day to upgrade his space once more. Though the white mist had thinned a bit, the change was subtle, hard to notice without close inspection. It seemed the space's appetite had grown. Still, some transformations were discernible. The area around the space's spring had expanded, and more wildflowers had bloomed. The water level was steadily receding, and once it dropped to the second floor, the extreme cold would arrive. Over the following days, Zhang Sen continued to lead Lu Hao and Yang Yike out to scavenge for supplies and gold. In the evenings, Lu Hao systematically studied blade techniques under Tu Sai's guidance. Though Tu Sai was most skilled with a sword, she was also proficient with a blade. Lu Hao's skills improved rapidly. Now 3 or 4 ordinary men couldn't lay a finger on him. Initially, Lu Hao tried to pay Tu Sai for her lessons, but after learning of his kindness toward Yang Yike, she refused any compensation. After all, sparring also helped her improve her own abilities. Yang Yike had changed greatly. She now actively sought to better herself, training with Lu Hao and Tu Sai every day, exercising and practicing martial arts. The water kept receding, and Zhang Sen had nearly cleaned out all the gold shops in Nanyang City. Yet the space's transformation remained minimal. Even after clearing the last area on his map, the space's upgrade fell short of his expectations. Besides growing a bit larger and sprouting a few more wildflowers, there was nothing else. Zhang Sen felt helpless. This space was, to put it bluntly, a veritable gold-devouring beast. The water level was about to drop to the 3rd floor, and the extreme cold was imminent. He had basically obtained all the gold he could from Nanyang. He had coveted the gold in bank vaults, but he simply lacked the ability to get it, so he never dared to hope. He lay on the sofa, his mood utterly gloomy. He took out a bottle of red wine from his space and drank while stroking the leopard. In the middle of the night, he was suddenly roused by Satan pawing at him. He opened his eyes to see Satan trembling, its breath forming white mist in the air. He felt a bone-piercing chill. The extreme cold had arrived ahead of schedule as well. Was it another consequence of the butterfly effect? Zhang Sen couldn't fathom it. Was he truly so crucial to this universe? It was merely a rebirth. How could it alter so many things? Zhang Sen pulled out a thermometer and saw it was minus 21 degrees Celsius. Damn, that nearly froze me to death. In his past life, countless people never woke up on the first night of the extreme cold. He had been perilously close to death. If not for Satan, he might have survived the previous extreme cold, only to perish in this one. Shivering with lingering fear, Zhang Sen added more firewood to the fireplaces in the living room and bedroom. He also retrieved an electric heater from his spatial storage and placed it in the bedroom. Soon the temperature inside rose, and the chill on his body began to dissipate. Just then a loud banging on the door rang out. Zhang Sen frowned. Had barely a few days of peace passed before someone came to cause trouble again. He walked to the door, checked the monitor, and saw it was Lu Hao and the other 2. All 3 were wrapped in blankets, shivering uncontrollably. Lu Hao was wrapped in the extra thick blanket he had helped by earlier, but the blankets of Tu Sai and Yang Yike were noticeably thinner. What's the matter? He asked. Boss, are you okay? Mr. Zhang, the temperature suddenly dropped. Are you alright? Zhang Sen was momentarily stunned. They had come out of concern for him. I'm fine. You all go back. Keep warm, put on all your thick clothes, break down any furniture you can spare, and start a fire for warmth. Okay, we understand. Boss, take care of yourself too. The 3 returned to their homes, and Zhang Sen went back to his bedroom. The temperature in the room had risen to over 20 degrees Celsius, comfortable, but a bit dry. He took a basin of water from his spatial storage and placed it by the bed, then called Satan into the room and prepared to sleep. But the image of Tu Sai and Yang Yike wrapped in thin blankets lingered in his mind. Although based on the events of his past life, those 2 would surely survive the extreme cold and reach the base, he still couldn't bear the thought of the 2 young women huddling together for warmth. Moreover, after spending time together, these 2 girls had always been considerate and decent. They had helped him out a bit too. Not to mention just the fact that they came to warn him today. He owed them that favor. He still had plenty of thick blankets in his spatial storage anyway. It was but a trivial effort, and maybe it would touch this young couple. As Zhang Sen thought about it, he moved himself first. He quickly got up, wrapped himself like a bear, and retrieved a thick blanket from his spatial storage, one he had collected from a warehouse. With this plus their own thin blankets and a brazier, it shouldn't be so unbearable. He carried the blanket and knocked on the door of room 1602. Unfortunately, there was no response for a long time, and Zhang Sen began to regret it. This was no trivial effort anymore. He was risking his life to deliver warmth. After over a minute, the door finally opened. Tu Sai, seeing Zhang Sen shivering on the doorstep, asked, "Mr. Zhang, is something the matter?" Zhang Sen held up the blanket. "I noticed you didn't seem to have thick blankets, so I brought you one. It's new." Tu Sai's heart leaped with joy. They were exactly what she needed. "Thank you so much, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Sen smiled, trembling from the cold. Tu Sai quickly said, "Mr. Zhang, you should go back inside. It's freezing out here." "All right." Zhang Sen nodded and turned away. The moment Tu Sai closed the door, he stopped shaking. He muttered, "She didn't even invite me in to warm up." The next day, when Zhang Sen woke up, he checked the temperature again. It was minus 40 degrees Celsius outside. Tomorrow it would likely reach minus 60 degrees. He took out a heating stove from his spatial storage, lit the charcoal, and placed steaming meat buns and wonton on top. This kind of stove was a household staple in the northeastern cities of Daxiao, where winters were so harsh that food turned cold as soon as it was served. With this stove underneath, not only did the room stay warmer, but the food also remained hot. After breakfast, he glanced down at the street. The accumulated water had completely frozen over. Satan still remembered the promise he had made before that once the outside froze, he would take him out to play. So after eating, he stared out the window, waiting for Zhang Sen to fulfill his word. Zhang Sen had no choice but to abandon his plan of staying cozy at home and take Satan out. Worried that Satan might not adapt to the extreme cold immediately, he took out a high-end down jacket from his spatial storage and put it on Satan. He tied the sleeves with rope where they were too loose and wrapped several pieces of cotton cloth around its paws. After all the preparations, he looked at Satan. Perfect. Now it looked exactly like a silly dog. Once Satan was equipped, Zhang Sen changed into a thermal suit from his spatial storage, then put on a cold weather coat, hiking boots, and gloves. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lu Hao and the other two standing at his doorstep. Zhang Sen was taken aback. "Something up? Boss, we were just about to ask if you wanted to join us in searching for supplies and firewood. We don't have much furniture left in our place. It won't last long. Right, mister? Zhang, are you coming?" Zhang Sen thought for a moment. He was heading out to walk the dog anyway, so why not go wherever the group went? There was safety in numbers. Besides, if he never went out to gather firewood, it would seem very suspicious. "All right, let's go together then," Zhang Sen said. "But since you don't need my inflatable boat anymore, whatever supplies you find you can keep for yourselves. No need to share them equally." Zhang Sen had plenty of supplies, and the three people before him had left a good impression. He had no intention of taking advantage. "Fine," said Lu Hao, thinking his boss was truly generous, a real man. "Let's head out then." Zhang Sen nodded. "Satan, let's go." Lu Hao knew Zhang Sen had a dog, but Tu Sai and Yang Yike didn't, and they were momentarily puzzled by his words. Until they saw Satan clad in a black down jacket emerge from the house. They were utterly stunned. "Mr. Zhang, this is..." Yang Yike's round eyes went wide. Zhang Sen smiled. "My dog. This dog was enormous." Even Lu Hao, who had caught a vague glimpse of Satan before, was startled. It seemed the dog had doubled in size in just half a month. But the three adhered to the principle of not asking too many questions and said nothing. The four of them and the leopard descended the stairs floor by floor. There were far fewer people in the stairwell now, only those below the fourth floor remained. Almost every household had someone who had frozen to death the previous night. The surviving relatives dared not weep, for tears would freeze on their faces the moment they fell, causing frostbite. Zhang Sen could feel the venomous glares from everyone he passed along the way, as if they were saying, "We're all suffering like this, yet you still look so well off, and you even keep a dog." Zhang Sen did not even spare them a glance, his straight blade clenched tightly in his hand. Always ready. If anyone dared to cause trouble, one swift slash would follow. The group exited through a third-floor window. Once outside, the light brightened instantly. Only then did everyone get a clear view of Satan's attire, utterly stunned. Good heavens, this dog was dressed better than all of them. They could only bundle themselves in every thick garment they had, wrapping up like dumplings. Yet this dog was wearing a Canada Goose jacket. Truly, humans were inferior to dogs. But they merely sighed in resignation, knowing full well that without Zhang Sen, they might have perished long ago. After all, the thick clothes they now wore were only obtained because Zhang Sen had casually mentioned a few days ago, while scavenging supplies, that the temperature seemed to be dropping and they should find some warm clothing. Though they didn't quite understand, they still followed his advice. Now it seemed fortunate that he had reminded them, otherwise they wouldn't even have clothes to leave the house today. They had abandoned their thick coats when moving, for who could have known that in the scorching summer they would need down jackets. The cold outside was unbearable, so they didn't plan to venture far. Their goal was simply to find some firewood nearby. As for supplies, they weren't in urgent need for now. Over the past few days they had hauled back large bags each day, enough to sustain them for a while. As they walked out of the residential area, they drew the gaze of nearly everyone along the way. In this brutal apocalypse, everyone was grimy and disheveled, yet these four people radiated vitality, accompanied by an absurdly large dog. But no one dared approach, for Zhang Sen's fearsome reputation had already spread throughout the entire neighborhood through recent interactions among the buildings. "Mr. Zhang, thank you for bringing us thick blankets last night," Yang Yike said, deliberately waiting to walk alongside him. Zhang Sen smiled. It was nothing, no need to thank me. Yang Yike's eyes crinkled, and along the way she stole a few glances at Zhang Sen, making his heart flutter with delight. Is there something you want to tell me? Zhang Sen turned to look at her. Yang Yike grew nervous, taking a deep breath before gathering her courage. Mr. Zhang, are you collecting gold? Was she probing him? Zhang Sen's expression instantly darkened. Yang Yike became even more frightened, stammering an explanation. Mr. Zhang, please don't misunderstand. I'm not prying into your privacy. I just think you've helped Sai and me so much that I want to do something for you. Hearing this, Zhang Sen found it intriguing and gestured for her to continue. Encouraged, Yang Yike felt more at ease. Mr. Zhang, 2 days ago when the water level wasn't as deep, I saw you dive into the gold shop every time. So I thought you might be collecting gold all along. Although I don't know, and am not curious about what you need gold for, I just want to ask, do you still need gold? If you do, perhaps I can help you. Zhang Sen's heart jolted. He quickly asked, can you get gold? How much can you get? Yang Yike thought for a moment. I don't know the exact amount because the gold isn't in my hands. Then whose hands is it in? It's in the bank's vault. Zhang Sen was speechless. Was this girl trying to repay kindness with malice? He felt that his earlier ecstasy had been a complete waste of life. Thank you, but do you think it's possible that everyone knows the vault has gold, but no one can get it out? Yang Yike now only hated her own clumsiness, with words panicking inwardly. Sai also looked exasperated, stepping in. Alright, Mr. Zhang, let me speak for Kiki. Kiki's uncle is the president of Daxiao Bank. He holds the vault key. Before we were afraid you'd worry, we were prying into your secrets, and we thought this disaster might pass soon, so, if you touched the vault it could bring you trouble. She pointed to the sky. But judging by the current situation with no official action at all, we've fully accepted that this is truly the apocalypse, and we might die any day now. Everything is frozen over now, so you can't go get gold anymore. You've helped us so much. If you still want gold, just say the word and Kiki, and I will get the key for you. You can go take the gold yourself. Zhang Sen's eyes widened more and more as he listened, and he broke into the biggest smile they had ever seen from him. Sister Kiki, so that's what you meant. I misunderstood you. I apologize. No, Mr. Zhang, it was my fault for not explaining clearly. Hey, why still call me Mr. Zhang? From now on you're my sworn sister, different mothers, but same bond. Just call me Brother Sen. Yang Yike was stunned. Say it, Lu Hao urged. If you call him Brother Sen, he'll protect you from now on. Brother Sen. Yang Yike became even more nervous. Good girl. Zhang Sen beamed. Then this matter is in your hands, Sister Kiki. Rest assured, if you truly get the key for Brother Sen, you will be handsomely rewarded. Being able to help Zhang Sen made Yang Yike happy as well. She smiled and nodded firmly. Brother Sen, I'll do my best. By now the four had reached the entrance of the residential area. Sai and Lu Hao were discussing which direction to go for firewood. Zhang Sen was still pressing Yang Yike about the vault. Where does your uncle live? When do you plan to visit him? Yang Yike thought for a moment. I can go anytime. How about tomorrow, Sai, and I leave early? My uncle lives quite far, and since we can't drive now, it'll take at least a full day to go and come back. Zhang Sen pondered briefly. Tell you what, I'll see if I can find some transportation. If I can, I'll go with you tomorrow. It's too dangerous for you two to walk such a long distance alone. Yang Yike consulted Sai, who now trusted Zhang Sen's character, and agreed it would be safer. With the prospect of soon owning an entire vault of gold, Zhang Sen was in high spirits, and became more proactive in scavenging supplies with them. The decision to bring blankets to that young couple last night was truly brilliant. Looking at the three people before him, he suddenly felt that having a small team in this apocalypse wasn't so bad. If one day he and Satan had to hole up in the deep mountains with no one to talk to, life would be far too dull. He had no interest in building his own base. That would be too exhausting, and he didn't want to vie for territory or engage in scheming with others. That was too tiring. He only wanted to lie on his supplies and live out his life comfortably. But having a few like-minded and trustworthy friends to live with, he no longer minded that idea. After all, with a small team, it was not only safer, but also added a bit of fun to life. For now it was just a thought. If he encountered such people in the future, it would be his luck. If not, he wouldn't force it. As for the three before him, he still needed to observe them further. Life was at stake, and he dared not act rashly. After walking for over 10 minutes, the group arrived at a furniture market. Most people had been focused on scavenging for supplies, and few had shown interest in furniture, so the store remained relatively intact. Though a few people inside now harbored the same intentions as them, they were ultimately in the minority. The sudden onset of extreme cold had claimed more lives. They had walked for a while, and only encountered a few other groups. Each person claimed a store for themselves, minding their own business, without conflict. Zhang Sen found a specialized wooden furniture shop, filled with solid wood tables, chairs, and benches. Lu Hao and Yang Yike each wielded a machete. The task of chopping the furniture into transportable pieces fell to Lu Hao and Sai. Soon they were sweating from the exertion and sat aside to catch their breath. Zhang Sen, unimpressed with their stamina and unwilling to waste time, reached into his backpack and pulled out a moderately sized axe. Guess I have to do it myself. The three others were speechless. Why didn't you bring out the axe earlier? How's he find furniture that isn't painted? He'll chop it. All right. Lu Hao hurried off to find suitable pieces. Sai and Yang Yike didn't idle either, following to help search. Before long, a pile of chopped firewood had accumulated at Zhang Sen's feet, with another stack of unchapped furniture beside it. Tu Sai and Lu Hao had already taken care of the pieces the machetes could handle. Yang Yike found a wooden board and neatly stacked the firewood upon it. Everyone had a task, no one was idle. Zhang Sen pulled a coil of rope from his bag. As soon as the firewood was tied up, Lu Hao prepared to act as a human hauler. Zhang Sen pushed him aside and called out Satan. Satan, who had been playing happily nearby, dashed over like a bolt of lightning. "I've fed you for so long time to earn your keep. Pull this wood home." Satan's eyes gleamed with intelligence, and he nodded. The three others were stunned. This dog was incredibly smart. Zhang Sen tied a knot suited for Satan at the front of the rope and secured it around the dog. Satan pulled the several hundred pounds of wood with ease. Zhang Sen nodded in satisfaction. Good, the meat wasn't wasted. The other three looked on in utter astonishment. This dog was unbelievably strong. Tu Sai watched Satan's retreating figure thoughtfully. She had observed him closely before, and he didn't seem like an ordinary dog. If Zhang Sen hadn't told him not to run too fast, he would have left everyone in the dust. Upon reaching Yuan, Satan stopped at the entrance of Building 9. The survivors in the community, if Zhang Sen hadn't told him not to run too fast, he would have left everyone in the dust. Upon reaching Yuan, Satan stopped at the entrance of Building 9. The survivors in the community eyed the firewood with envy. But one look at the straight blade in Zhang Sen's hand kept them at bay. There was too much firewood for them to carry in one trip. They had to haul it up bundle by bundle. Zhang Sen naturally wasn't going to carry any. Someone had to stay downstairs to guard the wood, or it would all be stolen. No one was better suited for this job than him. Zhang Sen untied the ropes from Satan's neck and front legs, letting him run free in the community. Given Satan's current strength, he wasn't worried about anyone daring to harm him. And if any unexpected situation arose, he could get there in time. Satan ran around excitedly. Before long, 6 burly men wielding machetes entered the community from outside, shouting obscenities. "Where's the dog? Where's the dog? Damn, I've never seen such a fat dog. I haven't had meat in ages. Once we find that dog, we can finally have a feast tonight." Zhang Sen watched them, narrowing his eyes. They had some nerve eyeing his Satan. Just then, sensing danger, Satan sprinted back to Zhang Sen's side. "There, the dog's over there." Satan glared at the group, arching his back, a low growl rumbling from his throat as he assumed an attack stance. He was hungry and wanted to rush forward and tear these men apart. But the master wouldn't let him eat people, so he'd just tear them up instead. He looked at Zhang Sen, waiting for the command. Zhang Sen patted his head, signaling him to be patient. There were too many of them, and this would be Satan's first time killing. Caution was needed. A scratch was fine, but he couldn't afford serious injury. He was still too young. "Hey kid, is this dog yours?" The 6 men approached, believing they were intimidating Zhang Sen. Zhang Sen remained silent, just staring at them coldly. "If you want to live, hand over the dog, strip off your clothes, and offer them to us as tribute." Zhang Sen laughed. Why were there always such idiots demanding things from him so boldly the moment they met? As if he would just give it to them. He drove his straight blade into the ice. "And if I refuse, then we'll just have to take it from you with our blades. Boys, get the kid and the dog." As the 6 charged, Zhang Sen reached behind his back. When his hands emerged, they held 2 curved blades. He charged forward and hurled them with force. The blades flew like lightning, embedding themselves in the chests of the 2 men in front, who dropped instantly, lying side by side. The remaining 4 were terrified. Holy crap, that was some flying blade skill. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Zhang Sen was already upon them, moving like the wind. He yanked the blades from the fallen men's chests and struck again, one blade piercing a man's neck, the other nearly severing another's head. The severed head rolled a couple of times at his feet. Seeing this, Satan trotted over, swatted the head with a paw, crushing it, then looked at Zhang Sen with a proud expression, seeking praise. "Master, wasn't I good?" But Zhang Sen wasn't looking at him. At that moment, only 2 of the 6 burly men remained. The 2 men, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground, begging for mercy. "Boss, spare us, please. Boss, I know we were wrong. Please have mercy." "Spare you?" Zhang Sen chuckled. "Fine if you can run fast enough." A flicker of hope rose in their hearts. They scrambled to their feet and ran with all their might. Zhang Sen turned, walked over to the firewood, and tucked the blades back into his waistband, though he actually stashed them into his spatial storage. "Satan, go play. Remember, don't eat them." Satan let out a low growl and shot forward like lightning. Zhang Sen sat on the woodpile, watching Satan's performance with interest. Indeed, a beast remained a beast. No matter how long it was confined, the scent of blood would unleash its chilling ferocity. Zhang Sen calmly watched the 2 men scream under Satan's sharp fangs. Satan was playful, preferring not to kill quickly, but to torment slowly. He'd bite off a chunk of one man's shoulder, then tear at the other's arm. But he was obedient to Zhang Sen, not eating the flesh, spitting out anything he bit off quickly. Zhang Sen grew more and more satisfied. Where else could you find a pet so obedient and with such combat prowess? He was increasingly eager to see what Satan would become after evolving. Meanwhile, the 2 men, now Satan's playthings, were filled with utter despair. This wasn't a dog, it was a demon. And that man, he was the king of demons. Since death was inevitable, it would have been better to end them with a single stroke. Anything was preferable to becoming toys in this beast's jaws, enduring the agony of being torn apart piece by piece. Fortunately, 3 minutes later the two finally found their release and breathed their last. Satan stared blankly for a moment. This wasn't fun. They died too quickly. A flicker of irritation rose within it, and it swiped a paw across each of their faces, causing the sides of their heads to cave in. Satisfied with its work, Satan scurried back to Zhang Sen's side and nuzzled against his palm. After all, this was its first kill, and Zhang Sen indulgent patted its head. Well done. Meat for you when we get back. Satan let out a soft, low whimper. It remembered its master's words. It couldn't let outsiders hear its voice just yet. It needed to grow bigger to become strong enough to withstand human cruelty. Only then could it stride out, boldly howl at will, and roam wherever it pleased. Zhang Sen turned and saw Lu Hao and the other two standing by the window of the building's entrance. Lu Hao remained composed, having witnessed Zhang Sen's lethal capabilities before. But the other two were utterly shaken, their gazes fixed on Zhang Sen, filled with shock and awe. Zhang Sen returned to the pile of firewood, speaking nonchalantly. Hurry up and finish. The sooner we're done, the sooner we head back. It's freezing out here. The three snapped back to reality and rushed over to haul the wood. After their trip, only a few logs remained. Zhang Sen and Satan each carried some upstairs as he needed them himself. Back home, he tossed some logs into the fireplace, helped Satan out of its clothes, and pulled several pounds of raw beef from his spatial storage, dropping it into Satan's food bowl. Too lazy to cook, he retrieved a 3-dish meal with soup from his storage and made do with a quick dinner. Satisfied, he began to plan how to retrieve the vault key the next day. Had considered simply pulling an off-road vehicle from his storage, but with the official system not yet fully collapsed, there was a risk of encountering military patrols out scavenging for supplies, which could lead to his vehicle being commandeered. Opting for a snowmobile, however, meant Yang Yike would have to sit behind him. Though he hadn't fully earned his trust, Satan was there as a safeguard. If she tried anything, it would be a mere bite for the beast. The next morning, he woke at 7 a.m. After breakfast, he went to dress Satan in its down jacket, as usual. But as soon as he brought the jacket over, Satan swatted it away with a single claw. Zhang Sen froze. Don't want to wear it. Satan trotted over to the jacket, picked it up in its jaws, and tried to tear it apart. Zhang Sen quickly intervened. Hey, you little ingrate. Why are you ruining a perfectly good jacket? Satan spat the jacket out in a huff, glaring at Zhang Sen, with pure disdain written all over its face. It's freezing outside. Aren't you cold? Satan turned its head away with an air of arrogance. Zhang Sen pondered for a moment. It was fine if it didn't wear it. If people recognized what Satan was, it didn't matter much. In fact, it might even deter some of the more foolish and reckless types. And so Satan got its way. The man and the leopard headed out. Zhang Sen knocked on the door of room 1602. Tu Sai and Yang Yike were having breakfast, a small pot bubbling over the fire, cooking a meat and rice porridge. Accustomed to his own exquisite meals, Zhang Sen couldn't help but frown. How awful must that taste? Sungu, are you heading out for the vault key now? Yang Yike asked. Zhang Sen nodded. He'll go get the vehicle. Come down in half an hour. Tu Sai, noticing she hadn't been included, quickly asked, Sungu, what about me? Stay here or go find supplies. Your choice. With that, Zhang Sen turned and left, ignoring any further questions from Tu Sai. The rules were set from the very beginning. His decisions were not to be questioned. Had he not needed Yang Yike's help with the vault key today, he would have simply walked away. Half an hour later, Yang Yike, Tu Sai, and Lu Hao emerged from the third-floor window. Their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Zhang Sen astride the snowmobile. Lu Hao exclaimed, Damn, boss. You're incredible. You've got one of these. A friend's, Zhang Sen replied, casually tossing a helmet to Yang Yike. You sit behind Satan. Yang Yike didn't argue, but glanced back at Tu Sai. Tu Sai nodded. Be careful, you two. Yang Yike mounted the vehicle and flashed a brilliant smile at Tu Sai before turning back. Her gaze inadvertently met Satan's yellow eyes, and a chill ran down her spine. She quickly realized this wasn't a dog. It was a leopard. Yang Yike instinctively swallowed hard, her nerves tightening. Zhang Sen seemed to read her thoughts and turned to reassure her. Don't be afraid. It doesn't bite. Yang Yike nodded. Zhang Sen looked at Lu Hao and Tu Sai, thinking for a moment. The good times won't last. Things might get chaotic soon. It'd be wise to add another door to the 16th floor. Keep an eye out for something suitable while you're scavenging. With that, he put on his helmet, and the engine roared to life. The snowmobile sped away. The sound drew the attention of nearly everyone in the compound, their eyes filled with envy and resentment. Why? Why did he get to live so well, even having a rare snowmobile? Tu Sai and Lu Hao, their minds preoccupied with Zhang Sen's warning, noticed the cold, venomous stares from the crowd. Goosebumps prickled their skin, and they hurried away. Yang Yike's uncle lived in a villa district in the western part of Nanyang City. The area was on higher ground, free of flooding, with ice only reaching the front gate. Life seemed largely unaffected here. The survivors in the district, seeing Zhang Sen's snowmobile pull in, opened their doors with hopeful eyes, a clear sign that the wealthy were faring far better than the common folk in this apocalypse. Hearing the noise, people flung open their doors, asking about the outside situation, and some even trying to buy supplies. Zhang Sen ignored them all, not even slowing down, heading straight for Yang Yike's uncle's house. Some realizing he wouldn't stop rushed into the middle of the road trying to force him to halt. Hey man, stop. Let's talk. Zhang Sen didn't indulge them. He even accelerated, charging straight at them. They scattered in a panic, cursing as they fled. Soon Zhang Sen arrived at the doorstep of Yang Yike's uncle's home. The two of them and the leopard dismounted. Zhang Sen took off his helmet. Go knock. Yang Yike obediently did as she was told. Zhang Sen looked at Satan. I'm going to handle some business. You guard the vehicle. If anyone causes trouble, tear them apart. Don't hold back. As he finished speaking, they heard the sound of the door opening and a hoarse male voice. Kiki. Yang Yike cried, tears of joy. Uncle, thank goodness you're all right. Yang Zheng quickly pulled her inside. What are you doing here? How's your mother? Yang Yike's mother was abroad. They had lost contact long ago. Her eyes reddened, and she shook her head. Uncle, I don't know. All communication is down. I can't reach her at all. Yang Zheng let out a heavy sigh. Zhang Sen walked over, and Yang Yike quickly got to the point. Uncle, this is my friend. We're here for something important. Yang Zheng studied Zhang Sen's bearing and knew at once that he was no ordinary man. Come inside to talk, it's too cold out here. The three entered the house, and Zhang Sen surveyed the interior, realizing this family was also struggling. The valuable rosewood furniture had been dismantled, and the room bore the marks of a violent struggle. Yang Zheng led them to the smallest room in the house, where a campfire crackled. His wife and son lay on the bed, gaunt and sallow from hunger. The son was still asleep, his face flushed with an unnatural red. Sensing that Yang Yike seemed to share a close bond with her uncle, Zhang Sen decided to give them some time to catch up, settling comfortably by the fire to warm himself. Uncle, what's wrong with my cousin? Yang Yike asked. Yang Zheng's eyes reddened instantly as he recounted the events. It turned out that just 2 days prior, after the extreme cold had set in, the security guards of this villa complex had become utterly despondent upon realizing the severity of the disaster. Their former professionalism and restraint were completely consumed by the instinct to survive, and fueled by resentment towards the wealthy, they turned to looting and violence. The Yang family, with only 3 members, naturally became a prime target. Yang Zheng's son, only 18 and just finished with his college entrance exams, was hot-blooded and quick to anger. Seeing intruders break in to steal their precious food supplies, he grabbed a knife to fight them off, sustaining 2 slash wounds in the process. Fortunately, these men were not accustomed to killing and were still somewhat afraid of it. They ended up just taking most of the family's food and leaving. Yang Yike's heart ached for her feverish cousin lying on the bed, but she felt utterly helpless. She knew Zhang Sen's temperament. He disliked others meddling in his affairs and wouldn't help without reason. She could only hope that he might, in consideration of the vault key, offer some aid to her uncle's family. Turning to Yang Zheng, she said, Uncle, we actually came to ask you for the bank vault key. Yang Zheng was startled. What do you want the vault key for? If I give it to you, we'll have nothing left for the rest of our lives. Not knowing how to persuade him, Yang Yike looked at Zhang Sen with pleading eyes. Zhang Sen raised his head, glanced at Yang Zheng's son, and said, Director Yang, you probably don't have much food left at home, do you? Do you think at this rate you or your family have any future? Yang Zheng was stunned. Zhang Sen continued, If I'm not mistaken, your son has a fever by now. Without anti-inflammatories or fever reducers, he probably won't survive long in this godforsaken weather. Yang Zheng's face darkened. Young man, are you threatening me? He then turned to glare at Yang Yike. Kiki, how do you know him? He's the one who asked you for the key, isn't he? Yang Yike nodded. Uncle, the world outside has already fallen into chaos. It's the end times now. The vault key is useless to you now. You might as well give it to brother's son. You don't have any food left, right? He'll ask him to give you some, consider it in exchange. She paused, turning to look at Zhang Sen. Brother's son, is that all right? If my uncle gives you the key, can you give them some food? Zhang Sen looked at Yang Yike and smiled. This girl was quite clever, knowing how to negotiate some benefits for her uncle. He nodded. Fine. If Director Yang can really help me with this, it's only right that I offer some compensation. Yang Zheng remained adamant. No. Kiki, stop talking. Take your friend and leave my house immediately. You're talking about robbing a bank. That's a capital offense. If I give it to you, I'd be ruining you and myself as well. Zhang Sen stood up. Director Yang, how about this? If you're afraid of being held responsible, you can say I stole it or robbed you when anyone asks. You can push all the blame onto me. Yang Zheng still refused, and Zhang Sen's patience was wearing thin. Just then he heard Satan's furious roar. He rushed outside to find 7 or 8 burly men wielding iron bars blocking the Yang family's doorstep, with 3 more men lying on the ground covered in blood. Satan's black fur was stained red with blood. He was crouched low, a guttural growl rumbling from his throat as he poised to attack. Yang Zheng whispered, Damn, they're from the security team. Zhang Sen walked over to Satan, checking him for injuries. Are you hurt? Satan instantly relaxed, shaking his head and nuzzling Zhang Sen's hand. Seeing this, the leader of the security guards demanded, Is this leopard yours? Zhang Sen gave him a cold, dismissive glance. If you want to live, get the hell out of here. Your leopard mauled my brothers to death, and you have the nerve to tell us to leave. That's right. How dare you bring such a wild beast into our community? Hand it over. Exactly, our brothers didn't die for nothing. You have to compensate us for our losses. Zhang Sen let out a cold, incredulous laugh. Satan never attacks, unprovoked. If you hadn't been looking for trouble, why would he have bitten your men? Bullshit. It's just a beast. Can it control itself? We're the security guards for this villa area. We got a report that a leopard had gotten in, so we came to check. We figured if it was a leopard, we'd need to drive it out quickly to prevent it from hurting anyone. We didn't expect this beast to go crazy and kill our brothers. Hand over the beast and compensate us for our losses. Yeah, hand it over. Hand it over. Zhang Sen smiled. All right, whoever wants it can come and get it. Satan, go play. Satan let out a thunderous roar and shot forward like lightning, snapping one man's neck in a single bite. The rest recoiled in fear. The leader, swallowing hard, barked, "What are you afraid of? There's more of us. We can beat this beast to death with our bars. Let's get it together. Kill it, and we'll have meat to eat. Yeah, I've never tasted leopard before. Once this beast is dead, that snowmobile over there is ours. Charge." Spurred on, they steeled themselves and rushed forward in a group. Despite his agility, Satan couldn't evade the encirclement. He took several heavy blows from the iron bars, but also left deep, bloody gashes on two of his attackers. Zhang Sen had intended this as a training exercise for Satan, thinking a bit of hardship in battle would be beneficial. However, Satan was still too young, akin to a toddler in human terms. Against so many opponents, he couldn't gain the upper hand. To prevent Satan from suffering severe injuries, Zhang Sen reached into his bag and retrieved a hand crossbow and a bolt from his spatial storage. He quickly aimed at a guard who was about to bring his iron bar down on Satan's head and shot a bolt straight through his heart. He reloaded with practiced speed and fired again, dropping another man. With several more bolts loosed, more bodies joined the pile on the ground. Only 4 of the attackers remained alive. Seeing their fallen comrades and the crossbow bolts protruding from the corpses, and then looking at the weapon in Zhang Sen's hand, they understood the situation perfectly. This guy was utterly insane. They had only come to commit a robbery, but this man had not only set his beast on them, but was also killing without a shred of hesitation. The 4 of them bolted away in a panic. Zhang Sen drew a dagger from his waist, stepped forward, and patted Satan's head, asking, "Want revenge?" Satan wagged his tail and nodded vigorously. "Go, but come back to me if there's danger." Satan turned and dashed off like a bolt of lightning. Soon agonized wails echoed from not far away. Yang Yike and Yang Zheng stared blankly at the courtyard, watching Zhang Sen calmly finish off the survivors, ensuring each was thoroughly dead, then pull the arrows from the corpses. Though it wasn't Yang Yike's first time witnessing Zhang Sen kill, it was her first time seeing Satan act with such brutality. Yang Zheng trembled and asked, "Kiki, what exactly is the background of this friend of yours?" "Sun Gu is my neighbor. Has he killed many people, eh?" Yang Yike thought for a moment, nodded, then explained, "But Sun Gu has never harmed ordinary people. Uncle, the world outside has descended into chaos. Laws no longer hold. It's relatively calm here with only these security guards causing trouble. In the city, those still alive won't survive if they cling to the old rules." Yang Zheng was stunned for a moment. "You've killed people too?" Yang Yike nodded. Yang Zheng sighed and murmured, "Is this truly the end of the world?" Just then Satan finally returned, his fur stained with even more blood. Yet his leopard face was full of pride. Zhang Sen packed all the crossbow bolts into his bag, strode into the house, and approached Yang Zheng. "Director Yang, how about it? I've avenged your son, haven't I?" Yang Zheng remained hesitant, unwilling to agree. He knew all too well as a bank director the catastrophic consequences of handing over the vault key. Zhang Sen lit a cigarette and offered one to Yang Zheng. A seasoned smoker who had long run out, Yang Zheng accepted it without a second thought. Zhang Sen lit it for him, then took a drag himself, and said coolly, "Director Yang, you saw just now. I'm not a patient man, and I have even less tolerance. I'm willing to talk nicely out of respect for Kiki. I must have the vault key today. If you hand it over now, it'll give you some food and life-saving medicine for your son as a token of appreciation. Enough to keep you going for a while. But if I don't get the key, Director Yang, think it over yourself." Zhang Sen raised an eyebrow at Yang Zheng, his eyes brimming with menace. Cold sweat dripped down Yang Zheng's forehead. Minutes later, the vault key was in Zhang Sen's pocket. True to his word, Zhang Sen went outside, pulled supplies from his spatial storage. Items had scavenged with Lu Hao and the others, stuffed them into his bag, and grabbed some medicine for external injuries. Back in the villa, he dumped everything on the floor. Yang Zheng's heart raced with excitement at the sight of the scattered goods. "Let's go," Zhang Sen said to Yang Yike. She nodded, then embraced Yang Zheng. "Uncle, who knows when we'll meet again. Take care of yourself." Yang Zheng patted her head. "You take care too." Zhang Sen didn't disturb the uncle and niece. This might well be their final farewell. After a long moment, they released each other. Zhang Sen turned to leave, but was stopped by Yang Zheng's voice. "Young man, I entrust Kiki to you." Zhang Sen glanced at Yang Yike, unwilling to make such a hollow promise. "In this world, no one can be relied upon. Only yourself. This villa district is about to fall into chaos. You'd better go out and gather anything useful from those security guards, especially weapons. Those iron batons they use are decent for self-defense." Yang Zheng realized the gravity of the situation and nodded firmly. "Thank you for the warning, young man." Zhang Sen waved his hand and walked out of the villa. As Yang Zheng followed him out, Yang Yike was about to get into the car. He thought for a moment, walked over, and said, "Young man, there's one more thing." Zhang Sen's patience was wearing thin, his brow furrowing. Yang Zheng felt a pang of guilt. This key alone can't open the vault. What? Zhang Sen's murderous intent flared. Why not? Is this a fake? Sensing the thick, killing aura radiating from him, Yang Zhang's legs went weak with fear as he stammered. No, the key I gave you is real. It's just that the vault requires 2 keys, one held by the bank director and one by the deputy director. Only with both can the door be opened. Zhang Sen cursed inwardly. What a damn hassle. Fortunately, Yang Zhang had told him, or he might have made the trip for nothing. After getting the deputy director's address, Zhang Sen rushed over without delay. The deputy director's home was less troublesome as none of his family had survived the disaster. The stench of rotting corpses filled the house. Yang Yike vomited uncontrollably the moment she entered. Zhang Sen told her to open the windows while he searched for the key, eventually finding it on the floor next to the study safe. The safe had been pried open, its contents long gone. But fortunately, an inconspicuous key had been overlooked, and he got lucky. Otherwise, the vault would have remained forever out of his reach. With the key in hand, Zhang Sen couldn't wait a second longer and headed straight for the bank. Upon arrival, he found the bank untouched. The lock on the door was still intact. Zhang Sen pulled out a pair of heavy bolt cutters, snapped the lock, and said to Yang Yike, "You and Satan stay at the entrance. He'll protect you. Leave the bank robbery to me. If the apocalypse ever ends and justice comes calling, I don't want you caught up in it." Zhang Sen saw the deep gratitude on Yang Yike's face and felt immensely pleased with himself. "Once this is done, he'll treat you to a feast tonight." Yang Yike nodded eagerly. Finally, a decent meal. Zhang Sen searched around and spent over 10 minutes before locating the vault door. Wary of unexpected trouble, he pulled a gun from his spatial storage and tucked it into his waistband. After unlocking the heavy, intricate vault door, he shone a flashlight inside, and his pupils dilated in shock. Holy shit! Zhang Sen had never in his life seen so much money in gold. Before him lay piles of pink banknotes and gleaming gold bars. Unable to discern the exact amount, he confirmed that all surveillance cameras were defunct, then swept everything in the vault into his space in one fell swoop. He didn't leave a single bill behind. Even though they would be useless later, he could still use them to light a cigar and show off. Ding! Gold detected. Upgrade. No upgrade. I need to go back and oversee this upgrade carefully. Zhang Sen turned and left the vault. Worried that someone might later discover the empty vault and trace clues, he locked the door, tossed the key into his space, and jammed a steel bar into the keyhole. Only then did he depart with peace of mind. To avoid arousing Yang Yike's suspicion, he made a show of stuffing a stack of gold bars into his bag and carrying them out. All done. Yang Yike smiled as soon as she saw him. In high spirits, Zhang Sen couldn't help pinching her fair cheek. Done. Let's go home. The pair along with a leopard set off on their return journey. Along the way, several groups attempted to ambush Zhang Sen, but they couldn't catch up. Those who dared to block his path received no mercy. He simply twisted the throttle to the max. These people wanted to rob him, but they feared death more. Before the motorcycles even got close, they scrambled aside in panic. Yang Yike found it amusing and giggled behind him. Halfway back, they passed a small hill. Zhang Sen suddenly braked hard. What's wrong? Sun Gu, Yang Yike asked. Zhang Sen pointed into the distance. Look over there. Yang Yike focused and exclaimed joyfully, chickens. Zhang Sen patted Satan's head. Satan, your turn. Be careful, don't kill them. Satan let out a cry and dashed off like lightning. Let's go check it out to see if there's anything else. Okay. Zhang Sen drove the snowmobile in the direction Satan had gone. After getting off, he sent Yang Yike away. Satan is catching chickens. You go look around for a big bag. Don't go too far. Call me if there's danger. Got it. Yang Yike obeyed immediately. Once she was far enough and he was sure no one was around, Zhang Sen stored the snowmobile into his space, then followed the path into the mountains where Satan had gone. After a few steps, he spotted a wild rabbit darting past. He still needed to test how long living creatures could stay in the space, so he grabbed the rabbit and tossed it inside. To prevent the rabbit from damaging the spring water, he willed a small enclosure of about 1 square meter around it. Then he continued searching and soon caught sight of Satan. Satan came bounding over with 2 wild chickens in its mouth, dropped them at Zhang Sen's feet, and looked up at him with soft whines as if begging for praise. Zhang Sen rubbed its head. Good job. He'll reward you tonight. Satan wagged its tail proudly. Go catch more. The more the better. If you find any other live creatures, bring them too. Satan sped away. Sun Gu. Yang Yike's voice came from the foot of the hill. Over here. Moments later, Yang Yike arrived carrying 2 dirty woven bags, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the wild chickens on the ground. Caught them so fast. Zhang Sen smiled. Satan caught them. There should be more. That's wonderful. Watching Yang Yike's delighted face and recalling the mountain of gold bars in his space, Zhang Sen felt elated. I promised you a big dinner tonight. We'll have hot pot. Really? Yang Yike's eyes curved with joy. Of course. Before long, Satan returned with 2 more wild chickens, though one was already dead and motionless. Zhang Sen said nothing. After dropping the chickens, Satan ran off again. Zhang Sen chuckled. Looks like today will be a great harvest. Yes, Satan is amazing. Zhang Sen found a rock and sat down. Come take a break too. Yang Yike sat beside him. After a while, feeling bored, Zhang Sen asked, how long have you and 2 Sai been together? Zhang Sen chuckled. Looks like today will be a great harvest. Yes, Satan is amazing. Zhang Sen found a rock and sat down. Come take a break too. Yang Yike sat beside him. After a while feeling bored, Zhang Sen, sensing her tension, Zhang Sen chuckled inwardly. Relax, I was just asking. No hidden meaning. Of course, if someday you develop an interest in men, we could talk about that too. Yang Yike gave a faint smile. Just then Satan returned, dropped 2 wild rabbits on the ground, and ran off again. Oh, rabbits too? Yang Yike exclaimed, but Zhang Sen didn't respond. She stole glances at him several times. Noticing her hesitation, he smiled. Say what you want to say. Yang Yike spoke cautiously. Sengu, I'm not asking for any reason, just pure curiosity. It's fine. Ask. Is Satan really a leopard? Zhang Sen nodded. I'm a jaguar. How did you end up keeping such a pet? I didn't plan to. I found it by chance during the typhoon. At first I thought it was a starving cat. I fed it something, and it latched onto me, refusing to leave. Yang Yike laughed, her eyes full of admiration. You're so lucky to have such an amazing pet. They chatted idly as Satan piled up a small mountain of prey before them, and they even had lunch in between. By around 3 in the afternoon, Satan was finally tired. So they headed back. The prey Satan caught filled 2 large bags. Zhang Sen carried the heavier one, while Yang Yike's bag was smaller. At the foot of the mountain, Zhang Sen set down his bag, walked aside, and pretended to retrieve the snowmobile. Half an hour later they arrived near Yuyuan. After getting off, Zhang Sen left Satan with Yang Yike, found a secluded spot, and stored the snowmobile into his space. Then he tied both bags of prey onto Satan, and the two walked back to Yuyuan. Along the way they once again faced envious and resentful stares from the crowd. But Zhang Sen was used to it, for now no one dared to cause him trouble. Yang Yike, however, still felt uneasy. She kept her head down and walked quickly. After days of training, with Lu Hao and Tu Sai, her stamina had improved somewhat. As they approached the building entrance, her anxiety grew. Sengu, what if someone finds out we brought back chickens? Will they try to rob us? Don't worry. They wouldn't dare. Tu Sai and Lu Hao had already returned. Their main task today had been to search for a door, so the supplies they brought back were meager. When Zhang Sen and Yang Yike came up, Tu Sai was at Lu Hao's place, discussing with him how to install the door they had found in the corridor. Back already. Tu Sai and Lu Hao spotted Zhang Sen and Yang Yike returning, and immediately went to greet them, taking the bag from Yang Yike's shoulder. What did you find? That's a big bag. Yang Yike beamed with delight. Satan caught some wild chickens and rabbits. Brother Sun said he's treating us to hot pot tonight. Really? Lu Hao and Tu Sai exclaimed in unison. Brother Sun, can we still have hot pot now? Boss, you're the best. Lu Hao crouched down and opened Yang Yike's small bag. Seeing 6 chickens and 3 wild rabbits inside, he was overjoyed. I haven't had meat in so long, I'm drooling just looking at this. Zhang Sen said. Alright then, tonight we eat our fill. Yang Yike also crouched down, pulling out a rabbit and a chicken. Brother Sen, is it okay for us to eat this much tonight? Eat as much as you want. No need, this is more than enough. Yang Yike said, feeling a bit embarrassed. She set the rabbit and chicken aside and tied the bag back up. Brother Sen, let me help you carry this to your door. Lu Hao quickly interjected. No, you two have had a long day. He'll take it for the boss. Zhang Sen was taken aback. Why would you bring it to my place? Yang Yike explained, because Satan caught all of this. We'll just eat our fill for tonight. If we want more tomorrow, we can go hunting together on the mountain. It was only then that Zhang Sen understood. He glanced at Yang Yike. She didn't like taking advantage of others, as she preferred to work for what she wanted. He was increasingly impressed by her character. He thought for a moment. Keeping some in his space to raise them wasn't a bad idea. That way they could even keep breeding. He nudged the bag at his feet. Alright then, I'll take this one back with me. Leave the smaller one here with Hausi. It's cold out so it won't spoil. You guys handle the cooking for the next few days. Kill 2 chickens, and make some soup. If there's anything left over, do what you want with it. They'll go tidy up and come back in a bit. With that, Zhang Sen didn't wait for a reply and headed back to 1601 with his things. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, but once it sunk in, they were all deeply moved. They all marveled at how kind Zhang Sen was. After a moment, Yang Yike asked, does anyone know how to kill a chicken? He'll do it. I did it back in my hometown, Lu Hao said. Well, help. I can learn, Tu Sai added. Yang Yike, not wanting to be left out, said, I can learn too. Back inside, the 3 of them happily divided up the tasks, bustling about in preparation for the evening's feast. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen returned home, fed 2 chickens to Satan, and tossed the gold bars from his bag into his space before sinking his consciousness into it. Gold detected. Used for space upgrade. Upgrading. The moment the words fell, the pile of gold transformed into a brilliant beam of light that shot towards the white mist. The entire space was suddenly enveloped in a dazzling golden radiance. Here it comes. Zhang Sen's heart pounded with excitement, his hands trembling. A full 5 minutes passed before the golden light gradually faded and the white mist vanished completely. The space had expanded significantly, revealing a mountain range behind the spring and a boundless grassland at its foot. Beside the spring there was also a large patch of fertile black soil. He could clearly sense that the space had been divided into 2 distinct areas. One side was frozen in stillness, while the other was filled with gentle breezes and lush greenery. Space upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete space. This space can house living creatures. The black soil can be used for farming with growth rates 10 times faster than normal and a 100% survival rate. Zhang Sen turned his attention to the mountain range and discovered a variety of fruit trees. Holy crap, this space is incredible. He couldn't help but exclaim. He casually picked an apple, didn't bother washing it, and took a big bite. It was sweet and delicious. It was the best apple he had ever tasted. He laughed heartily as he ate, and the laughter didn't stop for a good 10 minutes. This was the happiest he'd been since the apocalypse began. After a while, his heart finally calmed down. Time to get ready for tonight's hot pot feast. He retrieved the rock-hard frozen potatoes and sweet potatoes he had deliberately taken out of his space that morning from outside the window. He also took out some slightly wilted greens, a few boxes of beef and lamb rolls, 2 large packs of assorted hot pot balls, hot pot base, and dipping sauce from his space. He had been planning this hot pot since last night. If he successfully got the gold, he would treat Yang Yike and the others. Now that everything had gone smoothly, he was in high spirits and certainly wouldn't be stingy. After preparing everything, he headed to 1601. Everyone was stunned by what he brought. Zhang Sen had his excuse ready. I stocked up on all this before. It would have gone bad if I didn't use it. The greens I grew myself in a culture dish. They didn't turn out great, but ITLL do. The 3 of them were almost in tears. They had expected the hot pot to only have chicken and rabbit, maybe some instant noodles, and canned meat at best. They never imagined he'd bring all this. Especially the vegetables. In this day and age, who could even get their hands on fresh vegetables? Boss, you're my god. Lu Hao dropped the half-plucked chicken he was holding and rushed over to hug Zhang Sen. Zhang Sen quickly stepped back. Get away from me, you stink. Lu Hao wasn't offended. Alright, I'm going. Back to the chicken. Zhang Sen. Lu Hao was fairly quick, and with Tu Sai and Yang Yike helping, the 3 of them finish processing all the chickens and rabbits in less than 2 hours. The chicken soup had been simmering for half an hour already, and the room was filled with its rich aroma. Calling it simmering was a stretch, really. They just found a big pot and boiled it. With their limited resources, there wasn't much else they could do. Zhang Sen, meanwhile, was crouched on the floor examining the door Lu Hao had found. The dimensions were about right, it would fit with a few adjustments. Zhang Sen left the cooking to Tu Sai and Yang Yike, and took Lu Hao with him to install the iron door. Lu Hao had become a very competent assistant. In this post-apocalyptic world, as Zhang Sen produced extension cords, an electric saw, a drill, and even a new lock from his home, one after another, Lu Hao didn't show a hint of surprise. In his eyes, a godlike boss was supposed to be this impressive. It took the 2 men just over an hour to install the door. Afterwards, they wired it up with electricity, and the job was done. Boss, is this building about to fall into chaos? Hard to say. It never hurts to be prepared. Lu Hao thought for a moment. But doesn't everyone fear you? Even if it gets chaotic, they wouldn't dare mess with you. Zhang Sen chuckled softly. They don't fear me. They fear death. Once they can't survive anymore, they won't care about the consequences. Enduring means certain death. Coming after me means possible death. If it were you, which would you choose? Besides, I'm not the only one living on this floor. A chill ran down Lu Hao's spine. Damn, doesn't that mean we're in danger too? Zhang Sen was in such a good mood today that he didn't mind elaborating. The people still alive right now are just barely holding on, still clinging to hope for the future. They always think the authorities want to abandon them. Once they realize the authorities don't have the ability to help them anymore, they'll have no choice but to fight for survival. Once they cross that line, there's nothing they won't dare to do. When that happens, the 16th floor will be the first to bear the brunt. And the people we need to guard against in the future won't just be the ones inside this building. Lu Hao was shocked. People from outside will come looking for trouble too. Zhang Sen didn't want to say for certain. It's a possibility. Now that there's no morality or law to constrain people, there will always be those who want to carve out their own little kingdoms. Our neighborhood is big enough to be a tempting target. I really need to get stronger and fast, Lu Hao muttered, hanging his head. A moment later, he lifted his head, his eyes burning with resolve. Fuck it. If anyone dares to come after us, we'll take them down one by one. Even if it means going down fighting, so be it. Snow had begun to fall outside the window, the flakes not large like coarse sand. In times past, children would have already come out to play in the snow. But now, with nighttime temperatures plummeting to over 70 degrees below zero, no one dared to venture out. The corridors of Building 9 were empty of residents. The recent extreme cold had claimed another wave of lives, leaving fewer than half of the building's original inhabitants. The homes of those who had perished were all broken into, and those who had previously refused to share quarters had now acquiesced. The building grew increasingly chaotic. Prolonged oppression and despair slowly unearthed the darkest aspects of human nature. Fights and brawls became ever more frequent. Survivors huddled together. Not only did it keep their rooms warmer, but it also offered mutual protection against troublemakers. Outside, the world was pitch black, the myriad lights of homes long extinguished. Only scattered points of firelight signified that this world was not entirely stagnant. People gathered around fires for warmth and sleep, reminiscing in their dreams about the comfortable lives they once led. Those who couldn't sleep were either tormented by hunger or consumed by despair. Meanwhile, in room 1601, a warmth radiated throughout the firelight, illuminating the faces of 4 people. The pungent, spicy aroma of hot pot was sharp and enticing. Beef, mutton, and a variety of meatballs tumbled in the boiling broth. A pot of chicken soup beside it also steamed gently. Come, a toast to my boss. Thank you for being so generous in such harsh times, allowing us to enjoy such a delicious hot pot. Lu Hao raised his glass of matai, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Zhang Sen. Tu Sai and Yang Yike were not fond of alcohol, so Zhang Sen had given them bottles of cola. They also raised their glasses and said in unison to Brother Sun. Zhang Sen didn't stand on ceremony. No need for all this formality. Everyone's happy today, just eat and drink your fill. He had asked Lu Hao about his alcohol tolerance, knowing he could usually handle a full bottle. To avoid anyone getting drunk and causing trouble, and also worried about him forgetting to add firewood in the middle of the night due to the cold, he had agreed they would only drink a little. Setting down his glass, Zhang Sen picked up a slice of beef with his chopsticks. Come on, eat up before it gets overdone. Only then did the other three pick up their chopsticks. In recent days their meals had consisted of nothing but instant noodles or self-heating rice. It had been a long time since they'd even had a self-heating hot pot. Now finally enjoying a steaming hot pot, the three swallowed the delicious beef rolls with a myriad of emotions welling up inside them. Yang Yike, being the most fragile, immediately teared up. Zhang Sen noticed, but pretended not to. There was nothing he could do about it. He recalled that in his past life, after being hungry for a long time, he had found some food, and taken a bite of roasted chicken, and his own eyes had welled up too. Tu Sai held Yang Yike, and comforted her for a while until she calmed down. She smiled at the group, and said, sorry, it's just been so long since I've had something this good. I got a bit emotional. Lu Hao sighed, but said nothing. Tu Sai hesitated for a moment, then raised her cola to toast Zhang Sen. Brother Sin, thank you for taking Cuckoo and me in. If it weren't for you, we might be dead by now. Zhang Sen raised his glass. You're overstating it. I'm not taking you in, we're just cooperating. And don't sell yourself short. You and Cuckoo, despite being women, have capabilities that go far beyond this. Even without me, you two would survive and thrive in this apocalypse. Upon hearing this, Tu Sai's eyes reddened as well. She nodded and took a large gulp of her cola. Brother Sin, from now on, no matter what happens, if you ever need us, Cuckoo and I will be there without hesitation. Yes. Brother Sun will definitely listen to you from now on. Yang Yike added, her eyes still slightly red, her gaze filled with admiration. Boss, me too. You're a god to the three of us, Lu Hao chimed in. Satan, who had been lazily curled up in the corner, stood up upon hearing this, looking disgruntled. He nudged Zhang Sen, looking at him with pleading eyes. What about me? Zhang Sen smiled and rubbed Satan's head. The other three laughed as well. Yang Yike quickly added, and our Lord Satan. We're now 4 people and a leopard. Satan gave Yang Yike an approving nod. You're smart. This brought a wave of laughter to the room. Amidst the flickering firelight, Zhang Sen looked at the faces of the 3 people, and one leopard illuminated before him, and for the first time, he felt that the apocalypse wasn't so lonely. If these 3 never betrayed him, perhaps he could keep them close as his own people. The boisterous meal lasted over 3 hours before it ended. As they were leaving, Zhang Sen pulled out 2 walkie-talkies, and gave one to Lu Hao, and one to Tu Sai's group. It's cold outside now. If anything comes up, don't bother knocking back and forth. Use these. The 3 had grown accustomed to Zhang Sen producing these inexplicable items from nowhere. They didn't ask questions, simply figured out how to use them, and tucked them into their pockets. Afterwards, they agreed to meet early the next morning for a bowl of chicken noodle soup before heading to the mountains to hunt. Zhang Sen returned to room 1602 and remembered that after upgrading the space today, he hadn't taken Satan inside to look around, and the wild chickens and rabbits from the hunt hadn't been put into the space either. Satan, come here. I'm taking you somewhere. Thinking he was going out to play, Satan sprinted over. Before he could reach Zhang Sen, the dim living room transformed into a vast, endless prairie. Satan was instantly dumbfounded. He spun around in circles, looking at his master with utter confusion. Zhang Sen found his silly demeanor amusing. Go run wild, but no biting things, and no playing in the water. On command, Satan bolted towards the mountains. Zhang Sen glanced at the wild rabbit he had placed inside earlier. It was sleeping soundly, showing no signs of its previous injury. It seemed Satan had been careful, probably only inflicting a minor wound. With a flicker of his mind, he moved a small shipping container from the static zone. He used his will to split the container in 2, designating one for the wild chickens and one for the rabbits. The side for the chickens was made taller to prevent them from flying out. Afterwards, he placed some spring water and their respective favorite foods in each container. He wanted to experiment and see if there was any difference between animals raised inside the space and those raised outside. He also considered planting some seeds in the black soil to observe the growth rate of vegetables, but he felt too lazy to do it. After all, there was plenty of time. Satan, come back. Satan had run off somewhere and took over a minute to return. Time to go out and sleep. Satan slammed on the brakes upon hearing this and shook his head vigorously. You don't want to go out. Satan nodded, looking at Zhang Sen with pleading eyes. It's comfortable here, I don't want to leave. Zhang Sen thought for a moment. No, you can play again tomorrow. If you're not home, what if someone tries to break in tonight? Satan hung his head as if in deep thought. He had a point. If he wasn't there and no one was around to protect the master, what if the master got bullied? Zhang Sen thought for a moment. No, you can play again tomorrow. If you're not home, what if someone tries to break in tonight? Satan hung his head, as if in deep thought. He had a point. If he wasn't there, and no one was around to protect the mask, as Zhang Sen descended the stairs, nearly everyone in the compound who could move had already gathered. He had left Satan behind, knowing that having an official see him accompanied by a jaguar at a time like this could invite unnecessary complications. Lu Hao and his two companions had come down before him, but by the time they arrived it was already late, and they could only stand at the periphery. The trio had no intention of pushing their way inward as the officials had yet to enter the compound. Only the blare of a loudspeaker could be heard. Attention, attention, this is the official rescue team. All residents of Yuan upon hearing this notice please come downstairs immediately. Lu Hao had been scanning the crowd for Zhang Sen, and waved as soon as he spotted him. Boss over here. As Zhang Sen walked over, Yang Yike greeted him with a beaming smile. Morning, Sun Go. Tu Sai also nodded at him. Morning, Sun Go. Zhang Sen, cheered by Yang Yike's smile, replied, Morning. Still not interested in men today. Yang Yike paused, then seeing Zhang Sen's grin realized he was joking, and shook her head with a laugh. And you? Zhang Sen turned to Tu Sai. Are you also not interested in men today? Emboldened by last night's hot pot gathering, Tu Sai playfully punched Zhang Sen in the chest. No way, bro. Oh, what a pity. He'll ask again tomorrow then. Tu Sai and Yang Yike, the young couple, burst into peals of laughter. Lu Hao stared wide-eyed at his boss' flirtatious demeanor. Boss, were you just hitting on them? Hitting on them? Didn't you hear them say they're not into men at all? I was probably hitting on the guys. Times are tough, you gotta find your own fun. The three of them were speechless. Just then a modified military green truck rumbled slowly into view. It didn't enter the compound, but stopped at the gate, its front facing outward. The officials sent this time were all military personnel. An officer raised a loudspeaker and shouted, Everyone mind the order. Don't push, don't panic. The compound erupted with excitement, a cacophony of voices rising up. Some collapsed in despair, some wept with relief, and others seethed with fury. You're finally here. Thank goodness the authorities haven't abandoned us. Comrade, please give us some food. We've been starving for days. What are you officials even doing? You take our tax money, but don't care for us. It's been so long since the disaster struck, and you only show up now. My mother starved to death. My house is completely ruined by the disaster. Will the government compensate us? Zhang Sen nearly laughed out loud. Even at a time like this they still acted like entitled lords. He had long forgotten exactly when the officials had arrived in his past life, because it simply didn't matter. These people were only here to count the number of survivors. No food, no rescue, and certainly no compensation. If there was one benefit they brought to these survivors, it was a crushing blow to those who stubbornly believed the disaster would soon end. In this moment, everyone would clearly realize that the authorities were no longer what they used to be. Now, even murder would go unchecked. As the crowd swelled, their demands grew more absurd. Some even asked the government to arrange hotel accommodations for them immediately. The rescue team members seemed accustomed to such entitlement. They wasted no energy and waited for the crowd to vent their frustrations before coldly speaking into the loudspeaker. Are you all done? If so, line up by building. Believing supplies were about to be distributed, the people hastily fell into formation. Moments later, the crowd at the compound gate split into over a dozen groups. Now the first person in front of each building count your group and report the number to me. Soon the officer received a dozen numbers. After recording them, he raised his loudspeaker. In this time of calamity, please trust that the authorities have not abandoned you. We are working day and night to construct shelters for you. Until the shelters are completed, please uphold the indomitable spirit of Daxia and persevere to survive. Once they are ready, we will return to escort you there. At these words, the crowd exploded. What do you mean? Aren't you here to rescue us? No supplies. Are you trying to kill us? We don't care. You must give us supplies today. You have a duty to protect us. Yeah, you're not leaving without handing out supplies. Lu Hao's face darkened. What's this? They just came to count us. Zhang Sen smiled and said nothing. In theory, the authorities had truly done their best. But with everything frozen over, most supplies were trapped beneath the ice, making it incredibly difficult for them to find anything. The military had to resort to the most primitive and laborious methods to break through the ice. Even though the city's population had halved, they still couldn't sustain everyone. To avoid starvation, survivors had to rely on themselves. Yet some refused to see it that way. In their minds, they shouldn't have to fight against such a disaster. The officials they supported were supposed to support them in return. Seeing the survivors growing more agitated and surging toward the truck chanting, "Supplies! Supplies!" the rescue team remained unfazed. A sudden gunshot silenced the crowd. It was then that everyone noticed the dozen soldiers in the truck bed had all stood up, their dark gun barrels aimed squarely at the survivors. The lead officer raised his loudspeaker, his face stern and unyielding. Everyone stepped back. From within the crowd, an unknown voice shouted, "Surround them. They wouldn't dare shoot civilians." Others caught on. Yeah, that's right. There are too many of us. They want fire. Surround them. The truck's huge. There must be supplies inside. The crowd surged forward again. We want supplies. We want supplies. Two more gunshots rang out, and two people at the front crumpled to the ground. A wave of screams erupted. Only then did the crowd realize these officers would indeed shoot. Despite their numbers, they no longer dared to clash. Hedon, and quickly crouched down covering their heads. Stay alive. If you want supplies, go find them yourselves. The officer's cold, merciless voice echoed through the compound. He turned to his subordinates and ordered, "Let's go next compound." As his subordinate headed toward the back of the truck, an aged voice rose from the crowd. "Officer, please seek justice for me." A white-haired old woman stood up, raising her hands, her face twisted with resentment. Instantly, all the gun barrels swung toward her. She trembled in fear, but pressed on. "Officer, I want to report someone who has been killing innocents in our building. He killed my husband and stole our supplies." As her words faded, many others rose to their feet. Right. Our building too. It's the Tiger Gang. They're thugs. Even if you don't have supplies, you should at least deal with these criminals for us. Otherwise, what's the point of us finding supplies if they'll just take them? Our building too. They killed my son and raped my wife. Please arrest these thugs. Otherwise, we truly can't go on. The old woman, surprised by the flood of accusations and fearing the officer might overlook her, scanned the crowd until she found that calm, indifferent face. "Officer, the man who killed my husband is Zhang Sen. He slaughtered many in our building and keeps a huge dog that has bitten people to death. You must arrest them." She pointed at Zhang Sen, her voice dripping with hatred. "Officer, he's Zhang Sen." Zhang Sen was stunned to hear his own name. When he saw the aged face he almost didn't recognize, he couldn't help but laugh. So Lu Xiao, that old witch, was still alive, and she was reporting him. Did she really think that would work? How laughable. He remembered clearly the fate of those who had reported the ferocious Tiger Gang in his past life. They had all been beaten to death and dumped at the entrance of their buildings. Tu Sai, hearing Lu Xiao's accusations, felt both worried for Zhang Sen and furious. "You old hag, all you know is stirring up trouble. Your husband tried to kill my brother's son, and he was killed in self-defense. And you have the nerve to blame my brother's son." Yang Yike also stepped forward. "That's right, officer. This old woman is the worst of them all. When the typhoon first hit, we could have gone out to buy supplies, but she persuaded us not to. Then she tricked many households in our building out of their supplies. Her own supplies were taken by the people she deceived, and now she's blaming my brother's son." Zhang Sen looked at the two young women defending him, and a warmth spread through his heart. "You're lying. You're just trying to bully an old woman like me. You two little sluts probably been bedded by Zhang Sen countless times already. You're the one lying, you old bat. He'll tear that filthy mouth of yours apart." Tu Sai, enraged, lunged forward to attack, but Zhang Sen held her back. "Calm down." Zhang Sen turned, meeting Lu Xiao's gaze filled with utmost hatred, and curled his lips into a mocking smile. "Fool. Did she really expect the authorities to handle this? Boss will block her, you go hide." Lu Hao said with a worried expression. "No need," Zhang Sen said indifferently. But before Lu Hao could finish, the sound of engines roared to life, and the military green trucks began to drive away. The people who had just made the accusations were panicking. Why were they leaving? Were crimes like murder and rape no longer dealt with? Once these people were gone, wouldn't they face deadly retaliation? Lu Xiao chased after them. "Officers, are you not going to deal with a murderer? By leaving, are you sentencing us to death? Aren't you supposed to serve the people? This is when we need you most. You can't just do nothing. He'll report you. He'll report all of you." Despite Lu Xiao's desperate shouts from behind, the trucks showed no sign of stopping. The officers didn't even spare her a glance. Lu Xiao knew then that she was finished. She knew she was no match for Zhang Sen, which was why she had been hiding in her home, trembling for days, terrified of his revenge. Finally, people more powerful than Zhang Sen had arrived, and yet these bastards refused to right her wrongs. So her report was all for nothing, and she had incurred Zhang Sen's wrath once more. "You dare to report me?" Surprised. "So what if I had my way with your wife? See, no one's going to do a thing about it now. I was merciful enough to spare your life, but since you still thought of reporting me, you can kiss your pathetic life goodbye." When Lu Xiao turned around, the scene that greeted her was of those who had reported with her being viciously beaten. Even though they were on the ground clutching their heads and begging for mercy, no one showed any leniency. She glanced fearfully at Zhang Sen, who swept a cold, piercing gaze over her before turning and walking away. Back on the 16th floor, the faces of the three others, except Zhang Sen, were grim. When they had learned the rescue team was coming, they had been overjoyed, thinking their days of suffering were finally over. But now they understood that the team's visit was merely to ascertain how many were still alive, to offer a glimmer of hope. As for the progress of that so-called sanctuary, or when it would be completed, they were left completely in the dark. The crushing weight of shattered hope was truly unbearable. Zhang Sen didn't bother to comfort them, simply asking, "I'm going hunting today. Are you coming?" Seeing Zhang Sen's calm and composed demeanor, the three of them inexplicably felt their hearts settle. It was as if with Zhang Sen around there was nothing to fear. And indeed, no matter what, they were still better off than those still being beaten downstairs, or those who didn't know where their next meal would come from. At least they had hot pot to look forward to. Even if the next time was unknown, their gloom was dispelled in an instant. "We're in," the three said in unison. "He'll make some chicken noodle soup. Brother Sen, come over in half an hour." "All right." Zhang Sen nodded and returned to his own place. Half an hour later, after a steaming bowl of chicken noodle soup, the four of them set out for the mountain from yesterday. The mountain was at least an hour's walk from Yuyuan, but with no transportation available, they had no other choice. The four of them along with the leopard chatted as they walked, and before they knew it, they had arrived. Once they entered the mountain, Lu Hao asked, "Boss, should we split up or stick together?" Zhang Sen considered it. These three had no hunting tools, and even together they probably couldn't match Satan. But he couldn't let them idle around and develop lazy habits. It was time to test their sharpened senses. All that training had to show some results. Let's split up. You're on your own, Tu Sai and Kiki are a team, and he'll go with Satan. Each team gets 1/3 of the total catch. The three of them didn't agree with this arrangement. Brother Sun, we definitely can't hunt as well as Satan. He's probably going to catch the most today. Let's just keep what each of us catches. Yeah, Brother Sun, that's fairer, and we'll be more motivated. Exactly, boss. If we're splitting it equally, well, just end up relying on Satan. Let's keep our own catches. Seeing that everyone felt the same way, Zhang Sen didn't insist. Fine, let's go our separate ways then. Don't wander too far. If you run into danger, just shout. With that, Zhang Sen headed deeper into the mountains. Satan, the hunting is up to you. Remember, I want them alive. Satan gave a mighty howl and bounded off into the depths of the forest. Zhang Sen's main objective today wasn't actually hunting. With all the food in his space, it was hardly necessary. He had come all this way because while finding a place to store the snowmobiles yesterday, he had discovered a quarry nearby, filled with stones of various sizes. He wanted to collect some large stones into his space for use in future battles. Following his memory, Zhang Sen made his way to the quarry, casually collecting any notably large stones he passed. After a dozen or so minutes, he entered the quarry. Several cargo trucks and tractors were parked inside, looking thoroughly ravaged by the acid rain. But Zhang Sen didn't leave them behind, either storing them directly into his space. After all, since the space's upgrade, its area had multiplied several times over, and there was plenty of empty room. The quarry wasn't large, and it took Zhang Sen only a little over 10 minutes to collect all the stones. With today's task complete, he prepared to go find Satan. The chicken noodle soup Tu Sai had made in the morning was a bit salty, and Zhang Sen was now parched. Plus, gathering all those massive stones had consumed a portion of his mental energy. Just as many people in the pre-apocalyptic world refused to leave home without a full phone battery, he now made it a habit to keep his mental energy topped up when going out. As he walked, he pulled out a bottle of spiritual spring water from his space and downed a large gulp. On his way back, he passed a small river. The river's water level had risen, and the ice now extended all the way to the foot of the mountain. Zhang Sen had just crossed the frozen river and was about to enter the mountain when he suddenly heard a rustling sound. He turned to look, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Could it be the wind? Zhang Sen sensed no impending danger. Thinking himself overly cautious, he shook his head and continued his journey back. Rustle, rustle. This time the sound was louder. Zhang Sen abruptly turned around, ready to draw a firearm from his spatial storage or hurl a boulder. Yet what he saw were several willow branches flying toward him. Damn! Zhang Sen had no time to ponder why a mutated plant would appear here now. 2 cookery knives materialized in his hands. Swish, swish. With a few slashes, the severed branches littered the ground. Only then did Zhang Sen spare a glance at the willow tree. He hadn't noticed before, but now he realized it was distinctly different from the others, thicker, sturdier. Among a cluster of trees that seemed to have lost all vitality, its greenness was unsettling. How could a mutated plant appear at this time? The moment he spoke, Zhang Sen felt something crawling up his body. Panic seized him, and he tried to flee. But the thing was incredibly fast, quickly coiling around him. Zhang Sen was immobilized, cold sweat drenching his back. He shouted, "Sadan!" Sadan, who had been joyfully chasing a rabbit, sensed the danger upon hearing his master's call and sprinted wildly. Fortunately, the distance was short, and Sadan, empowered by the spatial spring water, ran with all its might. Within a few breaths, it reached Zhang Sen. Seeing Zhang Sen entangled in vines and a thick willow branch thrusting toward him, Sadan let out a howl, leaped up, and bit the vine, pinning it under its claws. Zhang Sen barely managed to catch his breath when he noticed several vines emerging from the base of the willow tree, creeping along the ground toward Sadan. "Sadan, watch out!" Sadan sensed the danger and sprang up swiftly, but it couldn't outpace the vines. The vines wrapped around Sadan's forepaws, yanking it downward. With a flick of his mind, Zhang Sen summoned a massive boulder out of thin air, pinning the vines that reached for Sadan. But soon countless vines emerged from the other side of the boulder, still ensnaring Sadan. Now neither man nor leopard could escape. Seeing the willow branches and vines rushing at him from above and below, Zhang Sen quickly calmed down. An AK-47 suddenly appeared in his hands. Since stones can't stop you, ill, just blast your nest to hell. He twisted his wrist with difficulty, aiming the gun at the willow's roots. To save himself, this was the only option, now, even if it meant alerting Lu Hao and the others. Preserving his life was paramount. At that moment, the branches and vines had already reached him. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he realized that the willow branches and vines seemed to have no intention of harming him. Their tips clung to a patch of frozen water stain on Zhang Sen's chest, as if sipping. Zhang Sen was stunned for a moment before recalling that this was the ice formed from a drop of spatial spring water he had spilled earlier. Remembering the miraculous properties of the spatial spring water, he asked, "You want to drink this water?" Upon hearing this, the willow branch and vine withdrew from Zhang Sen, straightened up like snakes, and nodded. Sentient mutated plants, huh? Zhang Sen tried to negotiate with them. How about this, you let me go, and he'll give you water to drink. After all, in his current situation, even with an AK, he might not escape unscathed. If a little water could secure his freedom, it would be for the best. The vine and willow seemed to confer with each other, then nodded. The vines instantly withdrew from Zhang Sen and Sadan. Zhang Sen let out a long sigh, flexing his limbs. Sadan, come here. Sadan, arching its back and growling low, approached him. True to his word, Zhang Sen took a basin from his spatial storage and filled it with spatial spring water. Drink up. The vine and willow immediately plunged into the basin, and in the blink of an eye the water was gone. They straightened up in front of Zhang Sen as if staring at him. Want more? The vine and willow nodded. Zhang Sen gave them another basin. Soon that one was also empty. After drinking 5 basins in total, the vine and willow were finally satisfied. They released Zhang Sen and returned to the tree. Zhang Sen looked at the willow. It seemed greener with more branches and leaves. As for the vine, he couldn't see any change since he hadn't paid much attention to it before. He'll be going now? Zhang Sen asked tentatively. The willow extended a branch and nodded. Zhang Sen chuckled, patting Sadan's head. Silly boy, this willow seems smarter than you. Sadan snorted in disdain and turned away in annoyance. Zhang Sen followed, but after a few steps, he suddenly halted and glanced back at the willow. He recalled hearing in his past life that some mutated plants, though most lacked the intent to kill, were extremely formidable once they developed murderous intent, easily overpowering ordinary superpowered individuals. Later on, many superpowered beings met their end at the hands of such plants. Judging by what the vine and willow had just done to him, they were clearly aggressive. This willow and vine had mutated so early and were so intelligent that they would surely become formidable in the future. What if he could recruit them as his underlings? Wouldn't that make him incredibly powerful? The more he thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. He eagerly rushed back to the willow. Hey, you two, come out for a chat. The willow and vine each extended a representative. You like my water? They nodded. Isn't it delicious? You've never had anything like it before, have you? They nodded again. Would you like to drink it every day? They nodded frantically. I'm telling you, I have plenty of this water. This hill is nothing special. How about you stick with me? As long as I'm alive, I'll make sure you get your fill every single day. The two exchanged glances and quickly made a decision. The vine detached itself from the willow, its long, slender body lying in a tangled heap on the ground. It raised its head like a snake. Zhang Sen looked at its coiled form and sighed. Can't you change your shape? Make yourself smaller, like wrap around my wrist, or turn into a little stick. The way you are now, it's hard for me to take you along. The vine quickly understood. A single tendril flew to Zhang Sen's wrist and coiled around it, resembling an ordinary blood vine bracelet. Is this your main body? Zhang Sen touched the vine bracelet. The bracelet straightened up on his wrist and nodded. Zhang Sen was quite satisfied. Good. Then your main body will stay with me. They'll store the rest of your parts for now. When we get back, I'll plant them and let them climb a tree. With that, Zhang Sen collected all the vines on the ground into his spatial storage. Now only the willow remained. Zhang Sen looked at it and asked, what about you? Do you have a main body? A thick willow branch shot straight toward him and wrapped around his waist. Zhang Sen, do you realize how ridiculous I look right now? And with that thickness, even if I tuck it under my clothes, if I ever run into a girl later, she'll think I've got some weird thing wrapped around my waist. Can't you shrink like that vine and wrap around my wrist too? The willow branch pondered for a moment, then slid down from his waist, shrinking further, and crawled onto his wrist, coiling around the vine. The vine and willow twisted together into a braided pattern. Zhang Sen touched the new bracelet, quite pleased. He looked at the willow tree. So what about this tree? Do you want to bring it along? The willow extended a branch and wrapped around Zhang Sen. He knew the willow meant no harm as its grip was very gentle. Zhang Sen thought for a moment. Your tree is a bit big. I can't take it now. They'll come back tomorrow, dig you up by the roots, and plant you on the mountain in my space. Seeing the willow branch release him, Zhang Sen turned to leave. He had only taken a few steps when he heard the sound of ice cracking behind him. Zhang Sen spun around abruptly, only to see the willow tree had uprooted itself. The colossal willow tree, using its countless thick roots as legs, swiftly strode before Zhang Sen. Zhang Sen was utterly stunned. Holy! Seeing the willow so eager to follow him, Zhang Sen didn't waste words. With a grand wave of his hand, he brought it and Satan into the space. The moment they entered, Zhang Sen noticed the vine had already submerged its roots in the spring water. The willow's dozen or so legs charged towards the spring with equal urgency, as if ready for a brawl. Zhang Sen quickly exerted his control, moving them to the foot of a mountain about 10 meters from the spring. With a flicker of his intent, a deep pit appeared beneath the willow's roots. Before the willow could react, its roots were buried in soil. Hey vine, wrap yourself around it on your own. The vine obediently complied, and the willow and vine continued their harmonious coexistence. The moment they entered, Zhang Sen noticed the vine had already submerged its roots in the spring water. The willow's dozen or so legs charged towards the spring with equal urgency, as if ready for a brawl. Zhang Sen quickly exerted his control, moving them to the... After receiving an affirmative answer, Zhang Sen promised, from now on, I'll give you this much every day. Don't you dare mess with the other springs or creatures. Zhang Sen knew all mutated plants belonged to the wood-type ability, and their greatest fear was fire. So he used his will to bring out a clump of gasoline, ignited it, and made the fireball circle the willow in midair. Out there I might not be able to touch you, but this is my territory. Disobey, and you die? Understand. The willow and vine trembled in fear, nodding frantically. His goal achieved, Zhang Sen prepared to leave with Satan. But suddenly he noticed that on the transparent walls at two ends of the space, two display screens had appeared one above the other. The top screen displayed Zhang Sen, wood-type ability level tier 1. The bottom screen displayed Strangler Vine, wood-type ability level tier 1 Willow Tree, wood-type ability level tier 1. Zhang Sen was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. The top screen displayed Zhang Sen, wood-type ability level tier 1. The bottom screen displayed Strangler Vine, wood-type ability level tier 1 Willow Tree, wood-type ability level tier 1. Zhang Sen was stunned for he could envision a future where he captured various ability users into his space and obtained all types of abilities himself. Zhang Sen couldn't wait to test his wood-type ability. Generally, when humans awaken the wood-type ability, they can control their bodies to undergo plantization. Though it might be ugly, it can be quite effective in battle. After all, stretching out your hand and having countless wooden tendrils shoot out to pierce through an opponent is pretty cool. However, his ability seemed to be quite weak. He tried for a long time, but no part of his body showed any sign of plantization. Instead, the patch of green grass beneath his feet grew thicker and stronger. So my ability can only control plant growth. Zhang Sen tried several more times and found this to be true. If that's the case, can I control plants to fight for me? Reality quickly slapped him in the face. Forget about fighting, he couldn't even control the growth of slightly larger plants. Zhang Sen was deeply disappointed. Damn. In my past life, the weakest wood-type user ID ever seen could turn his hand into a sapling and extend it several meters. Why is it that all I can do is make grass grow faster? So, I'm just a walking bag of fertilizer. Zhang Sen gritted his teeth in frustration. He brought Satan out of the space back to his pile of prey. He sent Satan to gather some firewood and took out some charcoal from the space to start a fire. Satan had previously caught 7 wild chickens, 3 wild rabbits, and even 2 field mice. Although Zhang Sen had eaten field mice in his past life, he disliked the taste. So with a wave of his hand, he set them free. Not wanting to carry too much back, he kept 2 wild chickens and 2 wild rabbits. The rest he placed into the space to raise. Satan, unable to stay idle, went off hunting again. As the fire crackled, Zhang Sen's mood calmed. Heaven had already granted him a rebirth and given him such an amazing space. A mediocre ability was still better than having none at all in his past life. Besides, he was only at tier 1 now. As he gradually levels up in the future, this wood-type ability might just bring him surprises, right? Moreover, even if his wood-type ability remained underwhelming, it didn't matter. He still had the vine and the willow. Judging by their earlier performance and the Strangler Vine's domineering name, with proper nurturing, they could become 2 powerful subordinates. With this in mind, he woke the vine and the willow from his wrist. Upon learning they had never killed before, Zhang Sen decided it was time for them to practice. Their targets were the wild chickens Satan had caught. Zhang Sen raised his hand, go. The vine and willow instantly shot towards the 2 wild chickens. As the Strangler Vine flew, countless sharp thorns appeared on its tendrils. It coiled around a chicken, squeezing tightly. The thorns pierced the chicken's body, and it died without even a single squawk. Zhang Sen's eyes widened in surprise. He imagined this move used on a person. Brutal, but cool. He then looked at the willow, which had split into 2 branches. One branch wrapped around a chicken, while the other relentlessly slapped its head so fast it became a blur. After a moment, the chicken, having endured countless slaps, finally died. If this were used on a human, it would feel like being beaten to death by an endless barrage of slaps. It was truly a method of killing and humiliating. He could only say, it works, but it's just not necessary. Through this experiment, Zhang Sen drew his conclusions. When it came to killing, the Strangler Vine was superior. It could kill in an instant. The willow, on the other hand, felt like a less serious plant with more moderate methods suitable for humiliation. In the future, when facing powerful ability users, he definitely wouldn't send the willow out. After all, if they had time to react, they could easily break free from its control and counterattack. Based on their respective traits, Zhang Sen gave them 2 fitting and resounding names. The Strangler Vine was named Thornvine. The willow was named Slap. Zhang Sen was filled with confidence in the future of Seeding and Bidu. At the same time, he felt immense relief at his own wise decisions. These 2 underlings had mutated so early, it was like winning at the starting line. Moreover, he had the spatial spring water as a cheat. When mutated beasts and ability users were everywhere on Blue Star, his Seeding and Bidu would not fall behind. Thinking that mutated plants had already appeared, Zhang Sen asked, "You 2, have you seen any mutated animals in these mountains?" Seeding and Bidu shook their heads in unison. Zhang Sen was a bit disappointed. He had hoped to find a mutated beast to see if he could trick it into his space and copy its ability. It seemed it was indeed too early. Either the mutated beasts hadn't appeared yet, or their numbers were extremely rare. He wasn't sure when mutated plants had appeared in his past life, but he knew that mutated beasts appeared before ability users. If he could acquire several more abilities before ability users emerged, his future days would be much more secure. He decided to explore other places during this time to collect more mutated beasts and copy their abilities while they were still first order. So on this mountain besides you two, are there any other mutated plants? Zhang Sen asked again. Bidou had no reaction, but Seating nodded. He guessed that Bidou stayed in its pit all day while Seating often crawled around, giving it a broader experience. Take me to find them. Even though he expected to find only wood-type abilities which he couldn't copy again, since he was here, he might as well take advantage of the opportunity. Who knew if they might find something new and interesting? Most ability plants were first order anyway, and he had a natural killing weapon like Seating on hand, so there was no need to worry. While searching for mutated plants, Zhang Sen kept them busy by hunting. He then discovered that these two little things were more effective for hunting than Satan. After all, Satan was intelligent and playful. Sometimes when encountering prey, even if it could take it down in one move, it preferred to toy with it first. But these two little things were more straightforward. Wherever Zhang Sen pointed, they would shoot out with a whoosh wrap around the prey and quickly drag it back to his feet. This hunting trip was incredibly easy for Zhang Sen. The number of wild chickens and rabbits in his space quickly doubled. Soon Zhang Sen arrived at the place Seating had indicated. He had expected a tree or a flower, but was surprised to see Seating pointing at the ground. Zhang Sen wasn't very knowledgeable about plants. He glanced at a weed-like plant on the ground, but couldn't identify it. Seating, can you get it out? Zhang Sen asked. Seating nodded, swiftly detached from Zhang Sen's wrist and plunged its body straight into the ground. In a moment the plant was uprooted. Then transforming from a fruit platter shape back into a vine, it shook itself to remove the dirt before returning to Zhang Sen's wrist. Zhang Sen crouched down to look. Looks like ginseng. He focused his mind and entered the space. The display screen indeed showed some new text. Ginseng wood-type ability level first order. Thinking that the black soil was still empty, Zhang Sen planted the ginseng there, watered it with some spatial spring water, and then left. Zhang Sen crouched down to look. Looks like ginseng. He focused his mind and entered the space. The display screen indeed showed some new text. Ginseng wood-type ability level first order. Thinking that the black soil was still empty, Zhang Sen Seating shook its head. Zhang Sen wasn't disappointed, as he had already gained more than enough unexpected surprises today. Returning to the previous campsite, Lu Hao and Tu Sai had already returned. The three of them sat around the fire. Tu Sai and Yang Yike each held a wild rabbit to roast while Lu Hao was skinning one. Zhang Sen glanced at their catch. It wasn't much, just a few in total. It couldn't even compare to what Satan had caught on its own. However, they were quite satisfied, as it was their first time hunting, and it was good enough that they hadn't come back empty-handed. After eating the roasted rabbit, the group of 4 and a leopard headed home. When they reached the 16th floor, they saw 2 bodies lying beside the newly installed door. Zhang Sen chuckled, not expecting someone to fall for it the very next day after the door was installed. He glanced at the bodies, which were charred black and unrecognizable. It seemed the electricity was quite effective. These 2 must have died peacefully. He was truly merciful. Dispose of the bodies. Zhang Sen stepped over them, turned off the current to the door, and went inside with Satan. The remaining 3 were filled with worry, knowing these 2 were just the beginning. As long as those people remained persistent, they would soon figure out a way to bypass the door. The 3 of them joined forces and threw the 2 corpses out the hallway window without any hesitation. Meanwhile, at Lu Xiu's residence, Lu Xiu knelt on the ground, her deeply lined face streaked with tears. A man in a woolen hat kicked her hard, and she lay on the ground gasping in pain. You old hag, you didn't tell us his door was electrified. We lost 2 brothers because of you, including our locksmith. Are you trying to get us killed? If our boss hadn't been so skilled and quick today, he would have been electrocuted too. Lu Xiu cried and begged for mercy. Young man, I'm innocent. Ever since that bastard Zhang Sen killed my husband, I've been hiding from him every day. How would I know his door is electrified? The man in the woolen hat glanced at Ben Gu, who was sitting on the sofa with a grim expression. Ben Gu, that kid is back now. Should we go deal with him tomorrow? A subordinate chimed in. Yeah, Ben Gu, I've asked around, and that kid is really weird. Since the apocalypse started, several groups have tried to mess with him, and none have succeeded. I heard the leader of the Black Tiger Gang fell to him. A subordinate leaning by the door scoffed. What the hell is the Black Tiger Gang? Never heard of it. That kid just has a crossbow. With this many of us, we can just block it with a wooden board. What's there to be afraid of? Ben Gu was short but burly, with a fierce face, wearing a fur coat, looking like a hawk perched on a cliff, appearing menacing whenever he wasn't smiling. He crossed his legs, stroked his chin, and thought for a moment before speaking. But those 2 chicks are at home right now. You've all seen them, right? They're quite something. I heard they're a couple. Damn, that little brat Zhang Sen gets to enjoy such fortune. Why shouldn't I, the boss of Jinxiu family, have the same? I've subdued thousands of people, so why the hell would I be afraid of a little brat? Besides, we've come all this way in force. If we go back empty-handed, won't we be a laughingstock in Jinxiu? These words made everyone in the room look serious. So what if the door is electrified? We just won't touch it. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. That kid has so many supplies, an electrified door, he must have a generator, and he's got a snowmobile. He doesn't deserve any of these things. Only our Ben Gu is worthy. Bingu was very pleased with this, giving the subordinate an approving look. Grab your weapons, let's go. There was still some leftover hot pot from yesterday, and the trio of Lu Hao gathered again tonight for a meal. Zhang Sen couldn't be bothered to join them, so they simply tossed in a wild chicken and a few packs of instant noodles, planning to make do and finish off the hot pot. As Bingu and his crew dragged Lu Xiao up, the spicy aroma of the hot pot hit them, making everyone's mouths water. Damn, they even have hot pot. Break the door down. Bingu waved his hand grandly. Two underlings picked up a wooden stake and began slamming against the door. To guard against any ambush, they had also carried a wooden door panel with them. The three men cooking the hot pot heard the thunderous noise, and their faces changed drastically. Damn, someone's breaking in. Quick, notify the boss. Lu Hao was the first to charge out, weapon in hand. Tu Sai hastily grabbed the walkie-talkie, filled Zhang Sen in on the situation, and then joined Yang Yike in the hallway, each armed with their own weapon. Lu Hao roared, "What the hell are you doing? Looking for death? You're about to die, and you're still acting tough. Once I smash this damn door down, you'll be the first to die. Hey ladies, why not open the door now, and come with our brother Ben? You'll live a life of luxury. Yeah, our brother Ben is a boss with over 1,000 men under him. He won't treat you badly." The man holding the door panel flashed a grin full of yellow teeth. Tu Sai, quick as a flash, thrust her sword into his waist. "Ah, you bitch. How dare you attack me?" The man yelped in pain, dropping the door panel. Fearing Zhang Sen might ambush them at any moment, Bingu shouted urgently, "Quick, someone else pick up the panel." Just then Zhang Sen's door swung open. Lu Hao and the others immediately looked over. They saw Zhang Sen, hands behind his back, dragging a water hose as he walked over. Lu Xiao, cowering in the corner, immediately screamed, "Zhang Sen. Zhang Sen's out. Hurry up and smash the door. Kill him, and everything will be ours." Bingu noticed Zhang Sen's hands behind his back. "Keep that panel up. That bastard has a crossbow." The men rammed the door with renewed vigor. The whole door was shaking. Given a little more time, it would surely give way. Zhang Sen sneered coldly. "A crossbow? Who said he had a crossbow?" Today had showed them something new. He had already cut the power to the door. He brought his hands from behind his back, revealing something none of them had expected. A high-pressure water gun. Without a word, Zhang Sen started spraying. At first, a powerful jet of water slammed into the men at the door, then swept across the feet of the one holding the panel. Stop. Stop spraying. Freezing to death, damn it." Screams of agony echoed through the entire 16th floor. Zhang Sen adjusted the nozzle, switching from jet to spray, hitting everyone indiscriminately. Some of the quicker ones managed to escape through the fire door, including Bingu and Lu Xiao, who were closest to it. The rest couldn't escape. In the -70-degree air soaked to the bone, they were a step too slow and instantly froze into ice sculptures. In just a moment, scattered around the elevator lobby, there were 7 blocks of ice, some sitting, some lying. The survivors were pale, their exposed skin turning purple. They stared at Zhang Sen in utter terror, as if looking at a demon. Lu Hao and the others looked at Zhang Sen with pure admiration. Kill the survivors, then dispose of the bodies. Zhang Sen put the water gun back in his room, brought out Satan, and pushed open the fire door. Lu Hao quickly asked, "Boss, where are you going?" "To eliminate the roots." "They'll come with you. They still have several men." "Yeah, welcome too. They're as good as dead anyway," Tu Sai added. "No need. I got this." Zhang Sen closed the fire door and headed downstairs with Satan. Meanwhile, Bingu and Lu Xiao stumbled and panicked. Two of them even stripped completely naked. They had no choice. Their underwear was soaked and their bodies were covered in frost. Everyone shivered violently, lips blue, each wishing they could climb right into the fire. Lu Xiao also stripped down to her thermal underwear. Two of them even stripped completely naked. They had no choice. Their underwear was soaked and their bodies were covered in frost. Everyone shivered violently, lips blue, each wishing they could climb right into the fire. Lu Xiao also stripped down to her thermal underwear and tried to squeeze in among the men, but was shoved away. "Get lost, you old hag. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have almost lost our lives." Lu Xiao couldn't argue, so she dashed into a room, wrapped herself in a quilt, and came back to hover at the edge of the fire for warmth. "Give me that quilt, old woman." "No, I'll freeze to death." Lu Xiao clung to the quilt, begging pitifully, but no one took pity on her. The quilt was quickly snatched away and draped over Bingu. Just then, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Everyone was startled. The first thing Zhang Sen saw upon entering was a circle of nearly naked men and one old woman in bright red thermal underwear. The scene was bizarre beyond words. It was quite an eyesore. Zhang Sen closed the door behind him. "Satan, guard the door. No one gets out." Lu Xiao was the first to react, sprinting into the bedroom and locking the door behind her. "Kill this bastard." Bingu bellowed. "Boys, get him." Several of the underlings had lost their weapons on the 16th floor, so they grabbed whatever they could find. One completely naked man even picked up a flaming torch. They all charged at Zhang Sen. Zhang Sen sneered, raising his hand. "Thorn vines, willow whips, spare no one." The moment the words left his mouth, the thorn vines and willow whips shot out. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, until there were 8 strangling vines and 8 willow branches filling the room. "What the hell is this? Ah, it hurts. Snakes. Snakes. He's not human. A ghost." Zhang Sen clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Forgot to shut their mouths." Willow whips stopped swinging. Seal their mouths. The willow whips immediately stopped their thrashing and wrapped tightly around everyone's mouths. One by one the people in the room collapsed, bodies riddled with bloody holes, faces frozen in sheer terror, their deaths utterly horrific. Only Bingu, wrapped in his thick quilt, still had a breath left. The quilt was too thick, the thorn vines had just barely pierced through. Thorn vines, hold on. The thorn vines stopped contracting, sparing Bingu's life. I ask you, answer. Don't make any sound that annoys me, understand? Zhang Sen walked up to him, hands behind his back, producing a straight blade from his spatial storage and holding it to his neck. Bingu, terrified, tears and snot streaming down his face, nodded frantically. Willow whips, release his mouth. The whip slid off him. Zhang Sen asked, which territory are you from? Jinshin Garden next door. You're the boss. Why wise? You have 1,000 or 2 brothers. And no boss, I was just bragging. That was the number of residents in Jinshin Garden. All my men are here today. Boss, I'm sorry, I know I messed up. It was that old hag who put me up to it. Please just let me. Too noisy. Thornvines kill him. Bingu's eyes widened in shock. He opened his mouth to speak, but the willow whip immediately wrapped around it again. While Zhang Sen had been questioning him, the thorn vines had quietly coiled around Bingu's neck. Now they suddenly tightened, thorns digging deep into his flesh. Even his carotid artery was pierced. Bingu let out a choked sob and went limp. There was still one more to go. Lu Xiao, wrapped in a quilt, curled up and trembled inside the wardrobe. Though she couldn't see what had just happened outside, she had heard the commotion, especially the agonized wails of those first few. She knew that Zhang Sen had emerged victorious once again. Now she was consumed by regret. She had even eaten her own husband's flesh to survive this long. Why was she so foolish as to report Zhang Sen and conspire with the people from Splendid Community to seek revenge? Now her revenge had failed, and she was back in Zhang Sen's hands. She listened to the footsteps outside, now near, now far, like the tolling of her own death knell. Recalling Zhang Sen's unblinking ruthlessness, she knew her fate was sealed. Outside the door, having confirmed no other survivors in the apartment, Zhang Sen walked over to the room where Lu Xiao was hiding. The door was locked, so he simply kicked it. With a resounding bang, the wooden door splintered. Lu Xiao's body, already stiff with fear, was jolted by the sudden noise, and she tumbled out of the wardrobe. She burst into loud sobs, kowtowing on the ground and begging for mercy. Don't kill me, Zhang Sen, please spare me. I know I was wrong, I truly know I was wrong. Please have mercy on an old woman, I won't dare do it again. Zhang Sen sneered. Oh, didn't you think about this outcome when you reported me and hired others to deal with me? Aren't you the one who was shouting so fiercely upstairs just now? Weren't you so eager to kill me? Why beg for mercy now that I want to kill you? Zhang Sen often found these people rather amusing. They were always the ones causing trouble, yet they had the audacity to beg for his forgiveness. As if a few words could make him forget how they had wished to slice him into 1,000 pieces. Where did these people get the nerve? Lu Xiao was crying pitifully, her face a mess of tears and snot. Seeing Zhang Sen approaching with his knife, she knew he was determined to kill her. In that instant, a surge of desperation gave her an inexplicable burst of courage. She stood up, grabbed a cleaver, and charged at him. But she was old and her attack was nothing to Zhang Sen. He kicked her, sending her crashing against the wall. She winced in pain. Zhang Sen found the situation suddenly more interesting. You old hag, you've got some nerve. No wonder you've survived alone all this time, keeping your home from being taken. Lu Xiao dropped the pretense, her face filled with malice. You ill-mannered little beast. You've been targeting me, an old woman, from the start. You just want to kill me, don't you? Come on then. I'm not afraid of you. I've had enough of this miserable existence, not knowing if I'll have my next meal. Living like a ghost, neither human nor beast. Zhang Sen was amused by her twisted logic. Me targeting you? You must be out of your mind. Did I force you to take in others? Did I force you to trick people out of their supplies? Did I force your old man to come after me? Lu Xiao roared. I'm old enough to be your grandmother, and I was the deputy director of the neighborhood committee. Who are you to disobey me? You're clearly so capable and have so many supplies at home. What harm is there in sharing a little? And you have a boat and a motorcycle. If you had been willing to help us find supplies, would so many of us have died? It's all your fault. Insubordinate and selfish. You're the reason so many of us are dead. The hell I owe you anything? Zhang Sen was completely dumbfounded by the old woman's twisted reasoning. Even now she was still clinging to her title of deputy neighborhood committee director. He let out a helpless sigh. Fine. I was going to give you a quick death out of respect for your age. But now let's have some fun instead. Lu Xiao's heart skipped a beat at his words. Trembling, she asked, What are you going to do? Zhang Sen said nothing, raising his hand. Bindweed, seal her mouth. The moment he spoke, Lu Xiao saw a small wooden stick fly out from his wrist. Ah, a monster. Before she could finish, her mouth was bound, and she couldn't utter another word, only whimpering in terror. Thornvine, go play. Don't let her die too quickly. Lu Xiao watched another stick fly towards her, wrapping around her in circles. Soon she felt thorns on the stick begin to prick her flesh. Her eyes wide with horror, she watched Zhang Sen across the room light a cigarette and take a leisurely puff, a cruel smile playing on his lips. She grew colder and colder as if all the blood was draining from her body, but bound as she was she couldn't even end her own life. Zhang Sen finished his cigarette and stubbed it out. All right, Thornvine, that's enough. The moment he spoke, the thorns constricted violently. She grew colder and colder as if all the blood was draining from her body, but bound as she was she couldn't even end her own life. Zhang Sen finished his cigarette and stubbed it out. All right, Thornvine, that's enough. The moment he spoke, the thorns constricted violently, and Lu Xiaoa heard the sickening crunch of her own bones breaking. The next second, the vines retracted swiftly. Lu Xiaoa collapsed limply to the floor, her eyes wide open in death. With that, the apartment was devoid of any living soul except Zhang Sen. He glanced at the bloody hole in Lu Xiao's neck and sighed. I was too busy showing off. If anyone sees these bodies, they'll be scared out of their wits. If the beasts had already appeared, this wouldn't be a big deal. But for now, it was best not to draw any attention. If the authorities found out, it could bring him trouble. So he had Thornvine and Bindweed drag all the bodies downstairs. He then went down, doused them in gasoline, and set them ablaze. Returning to the 16th floor, Lu Hao and the other two were still waiting at the door. They had seen the blazing fire outside. Though they didn't understand why Zhang Sen had been so kind as to cremate those people, they remained silent as usual. Seeing him unharmed, they silently marveled at his prowess before heading back in to eat the hot pot that was on the verge of boiling dry. Back in his apartment, Zhang Sen continued his experiments with Thornvine and Bindweed. When those people had been banging on his door earlier, he had been studying their abilities. It was then he discovered they could each split into up to 8 branches at once. Lu Xiao's group had numbered exactly 8 when they ran downstairs. Zhang Sen had intended to test the killing power of Thornvine and Bindweed. Of course, even if they had left someone behind, he wasn't concerned. Given how quickly Thornvine could kill, as long as they didn't have guns, their numbers were meaningless against him. The next morning, Zhang Sen rose early and entered the space. He wanted to check the changes in the mutant ginseng he had planted in the black soil the day before. Upon seeing the ginseng, he was startled. The leaves above had nearly doubled in size. He then went to inspect the strangler vine and the slapping willow, discovering that the vine had thickened considerably. Previously only as thick as his thumb, it was now as thick as a child's arm. The willow's trunk had also grown sturdier, its branches denser, though its height remained unchanged. Turning to the pit he had dug the day before, he found the spring water had vanished. Is the space spring this miraculous? It can spur such growth overnight. Could it have advanced? With this suspicion, he glanced at the large screen. Holy crap. Zhang Sen would element ability level first order strangler vine, would element ability level second order willow, would element ability level second order ginseng, would element ability level second order. Whose space is this anyway? Everyone advanced, and am the only one left out. Zhang Sen was furious, but his anger was met only by the cries of a few pheasants. After a moment, he calmed down, recalling how the strangler vine and slapping willow had relished the space spring water the day before, and realized a problem. Why had they advanced so quickly? Was it the power of the space? Zhang Sen turned to the slightly cleverer strangler vine. Strangler vine, how did you all suddenly advance? The vine's roots submerged and the pit swished. Because of the spring water. The vine nodded. Zhang Sen grew even angrier. Damn it, I've been drinking the spring water for so long with Sha Daner, and neither of us has awakened any ability. Sha Daner, you useless thing. He plopped down on the ground, lit a cigarette, and smoked in silence. A few minutes later, he tossed the cigarette, but as if resigned to his fate, and added spring water to the pit. As soon as the water went in, he saw the roots of the vine and willow swaying inside, as if in great comfort. A flash of insight struck Zhang Sen. His head suddenly felt itchy, as if his brain was growing. He quickly filled the pit, watered the ginseng, tossed some food to the pheasants and rabbits, and then hurriedly brought Sa Dan in. During the earlier zero-cost shopping, he had collected some wooden bathtubs. He took out 2 and filled them with spring water. Sa Dan, get in the bath. Sa Dan jumped in immediately. Meanwhile, Zhang Sen stripped naked and climbed into his own tub. The moment he sat down, an unprecedented comfort washed over him. Every muscle relaxed, and a tingling numbness spread through his bones. He let out a satisfied sigh and closed his eyes, ready to enjoy the moment. Suddenly, a sharp, stinging sensation prickled his skin, followed by a burning heat, as if fire were scorching him. Holy crap, whoa. Both Zhang Sen and Sa Dan let out agonized screams. Both wanted to leap out of the tub, but before they could move, Zhang Sen blacked out. He didn't know how long passed before he slowly opened his eyes. Dazed for a few seconds, his consciousness gradually cleared. The scene before him sharpened. He noticed his vision had improved. He had always been slightly nearsighted, not severe, probably around 100 degrees. He had to squint to see distant objects which would otherwise appear blurry. But now he could clearly see the veins on leaves a dozen meters away. Not only his sight, but also his hearing had sharpened. The sound of a gentle breeze brushing against the leaves was now crystal clear in his ears. Zhang Sen suddenly realized something and turned to look. Sure enough, the large screen had changed. He stared at the screen, utterly dumbfounded. His name had grown larger, occupying a single line. Below it read space element ability first order, wood element ability, second order physical body element ability, first order. Holy crap. I've not only advanced, but also awakened 2 new abilities. Then as if gone mad, he burst into laughter. I have abilities. And 3 of them. His excitement was understandable. In his past life, the most formidable person he had heard of possessed only dual abilities. And even among those dual ability users, most could only effectively utilize one of them. As for their second ability, even the highest had only reached the second order. Though Zhang Sen's highest ability was currently only at the second order at this point in time, even animals with awakened abilities were scarce, let alone humans. Having awakened so early, he would likely advance much faster than others later, especially with the space spring water as his trump card. By the time others awakened abilities, he might already be far ahead in rank. Simply put, with his current power, as long as he avoided heavy firearms and human wave tactics, no one in this world could threaten him. Staring at the few simple lines on the large screen, Zhang Sen was ecstatic. After calming down, he remembered Sa Dan. He turned to look. The leopard was still lying in the tub unconscious. Zhang Sen panicked. He had grown attached to Sa Dan after raising him for so long. Earlier, lacking confidence in his own ability awakening, he had hoped Sa Dan would awaken an ability and live longer to see him off. Now seeing Sa Dan like this, he suddenly felt that even without an ability it was enough that he was alive. He leaped out of the tub, not even bothering to dress, and rushed over stark naked. He checked Sa Dan's breath, steady, but his body temperature was much higher than usual. In his past life, he had witnessed comrades awakening, and their bodies had also burned scalding hot. It seemed that Sa Dan was not only safe, but also about to awaken an ability. Zhang Sen finally relaxed. He picked up his watch from the ground, and was utterly stunned. Holy crap, I slept for 2 days and 1 night. Worried that Lu Hao and the others would be anxious about his absence, and fearing that someone might breach the 16th floor while he was away, he quickly left the space. The moment he returned to reality, he heard a loud banging on the door. Zhang Sen's heart skipped a beat. Had the 3 of them failed to hold the line? He furrowed his brow, walked to the door, and checked the camera. Standing outside were Lu Hao and the other 2. Their faces were full of anxiety. Despite the freezing weather, Lu Hao, who was holding a log, was drenched in sweat. It seemed they had been pounding for a long time. Having spent this time together, Zhang Sen trusted that Lu Hao and the others would not betray him without reason, so he opened the door. What's wrong? The 3 were stunned for a second upon seeing Zhang Sen, then burst into joy. Boss, you finally opened the door. Are you okay? Sunga, what happened to you? Why didn't you answer? Yeah, we called you on the walkie-talkie and knocked, but you didn't respond. We thought something had happened to you. We were scared to death. Your door is too strong. We've been banging for so long, and only a bit of paint chipped off. If you hadn't opened, we wouldn't have known what to do. Zhang Sen looked at the 3 of them, their faces etched with genuine concern, and felt a warmth spread through his chest. Sorry about that, I caught a bit of a cold and dozed off. Fell asleep. Lu Hao blinked in confusion. Since you've been out for 2 days and a night. This is more than just a cold, isn't it? Are you feeling any discomfort now? After speaking, Yang Yike thought for a moment, turned around, and hurried back to her own place. When she emerged, she was holding 2 blister packs of medicine. Senj Hey Race, some cold medicine and fever reducers. Take them right away. Right, boss, I know a place where we can trade for medicine. What else do you need? They'll go exchange for it tomorrow. Senj, have you eaten tonight? How about I whip something up for you? With the 2 partially used packs of medicine in his hand, and the sound of their caring voices around him, Zhang Sen was deeply moved. Having survived the apocalypse for so long, they knew the true value of medicine and supplies, yet they gave them to him without a second thought. He knew part of it was because he had helped them plenty, but more than that, it was their genuine concern for him. Having experienced the coldness of family, this kind of friendship felt especially precious. He smiled and pushed the medicine back into their hands. You keep these for yourselves. Medicine will only become more valuable from here on out. I've slept it off, and I'm mostly better now, no need to waste it. Yang Yike was still uneasy and insisted on pressing the medicine into his hands. Zhang Sen's mind was still on Satan, so he didn't refuse any longer. After reassuring the 3 of them, he closed the door and returned to the space. Satan was still asleep. Zhang Sen didn't force him awake. Instead, he took out some food and sat down to eat. Having not eaten for so long, and with his ability newly awakened, he felt hungry enough to devour an entire ox. It wasn't until he had polished off 5 dishes, a bowl of soup, and 4 boxes of rice that he finally felt full. After the meal, he sat on the grass, breathing in the scent of grass and flowers, savoring a rare moment of tranquility. Suddenly, Zhang Sen heard the sound of splashing water, followed by Satan's call. He scrambled to his feet and saw Satan leap nimbly out of the bath barrel. Satan. Hearing the sound, Satan turned his head, stared at Zhang Sen for a moment, then charged towards him at full speed. Zhang Sen sensed no ill intent from Satan, so he opened his arms to catch him, only to be knocked flat on his back. He had been too excited to notice Satan's size earlier. Now, with the full weight of Satan pressing down on him, he realized the beast had grown even larger. Perhaps remembering the suffering he endured in the space's spring water, Satan seemed to be seeking comfort, rubbing against Zhang Sen for a long time and refusing to get up. But Satan was so big now that having him lying on top of Zhang Sen was quite uncomfortable. After Satan had his little tantrum, Zhang Sen shoved him off. With his own increased strength, and since Satan was completely off guard, he sent the beast flying several meters away. Satan landed on the ground dazed for a couple of seconds. Ignoring him, Zhang Sen looked up at the display screen. Sure enough, new content had been added to the screen. Jaguar physical type ability level tier 1, Satan come here. Zhang Sen beamed. Satan, still holding a grudge about being flung, walked over with a hint of displeasure. Zhang Sen put his arm around him and pointed at the screen. Look, you've awakened an ability. Satan gave him a smug look, seeming even more intelligent than before. Zhang Sen ruffled his head and praised him sincerely. Good boy. Afterwards, Zhang Sen tested the abilities of himself and Satan. He discovered that both his speed and strength had dramatically improved. He could bend a steel pipe as thick as his arm with his bare hands. A single punch from him could also leave a massive dent in a shipping container. Satan's strength and speed were even more terrifying. His sharp fangs could bite straight through a steel pipe, and one swipe of his claws could shred the side of a container. As for Zhang Sen's spatial ability, it had also seen some progress. He could now at least project a ball of compressed air. The force was enough to knock a flower askew, which would then spring back. His tier 2 wood-type ability could make that same flower bloom a little larger. In short, neither was particularly useful. But Zhang Sen wasn't discouraged. He had faith he could train them to be stronger. His tier 2 thorn vine could now release thicker vines with sharper, more numerous thorns, and could launch up to 16 at once over a longer distance than before. The spite vine's progression was similar, thicker, longer, and also capable of releasing 16 vines. As for that ginseng, aside from growing a bit larger, it was no different from before. Still as clueless as ever. After watering the 3 mutated plants and replenishing the food and water for the pheasants and rabbits, Zhang Sen brought Satan out of the space. Knowing Satan must be starving, he gave him twice his usual portion of food. But Satan still wasn't full. Zhang Sen had no choice but to bring him 2 more helpings. In the end, Satan devoured 3 pheasants, 5 pounds of raw beef, and 5 pounds of raw pork before he was finally satisfied. You ungrateful brat, your dad can barely afford to keep you fed. Zhang Sen kicked him in frustration. Satan, full and content, wasn't bothered by the kick and let out a comfortable grunt. Come here, let me measure your height. Satan trotted over and obediently let Zhang Sen fuss over him. A moment later, Zhang Sen put away the measuring tape and looked at Satan's noticeably larger frame with a hint of worry. Last time he measured, Satan was just over 80 centimeters tall. Now he was nearly 110 centimeters at the shoulder and almost 180 centimeters long. Still a cub by age, yet he had grown to the size of a fully grown adult leopard. The whole cat had inflated like a balloon. Had only been out of sight for a few days and had grown this much. How was that even possible? Forget it, no use dwelling on it. As long as he didn't say anything, even if they noticed and found it strange, they probably wouldn't ask. With that thought, Zhang Sen went back to his bedroom and fell asleep. The next morning he woke up and started some light exercise. He could clearly feel that his physical stamina was much better than before. After exercising, he began to train his spatial ability. He tried to condense air into blades and swing them, but it wasn't very effective. After practicing for a while, the spatial blades couldn't hold their form for more than 3 seconds. A little while later, Yang Yike's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Senja, you up? Yeah, I'm up. Are you feeling better? We're planning to make some kanji. Do you want to join us? Much better. Sure, go ahead and make the kanji. They'll bring over some buns, and we can eat together. Zhang Sen put down the walkie-talkie, pulled 2 bags of frozen buns from his space, and took them to room 1601 for Lu Hao to steam. Lu Hao was overjoyed at the sight of the buns. Even frozen ones were a treasure. It had been ages since they'd had a proper meat bun. After taking a quick shower, Zhang Sen had a little something to eat at home, first afraid his appetite might shock them, before heading to 1601. The 3 of them asked about his health, and seeing that he didn't look like a sick person, they finally relaxed. It had been a long time since they'd had buns, so the 4 of them eagerly devoured the kanji and meat buns, the meal a lively affair. After eating, Zhang Sen asked Lu Hao, "How's he? Where was that place you mentioned yesterday where you can trade for medicine?" Zhang Sen had heard of the place in his past life. It was a spontaneous supply trading hub formed by survivors. However, he had never been there in his past life because there were always people trying to pull a double cross. Going there often meant a one-way trip. To be safe, he hadn't dared to go. This time around, he had no such worries. After all, as long as he didn't rob others, they'd be lucky. It was still early in the apocalypse, and the prices for trading supplies weren't as outrageous as they would become later. He wanted to see if he could find a bargain. He also wanted to trade for some medicine to repay Yang Yike. After all this time, the 3 of them probably didn't have much medicine left. After breakfast, Zhang Sen put Satan back into the space and headed out with the others. After walking for an hour, they arrived at the supply trading center. It was originally a wholesale market that sold clothes. When the extreme cold hit, the bottom 2 floors were completely frozen over, and the clothes on the upper floors had been stripped clean. Now the place was filled with stalls, each one displaying whatever surplus goods the owner had. Nearly 80% of the people there were looking to trade for food. As a result, food had become the standard currency. For instance, 1 fever reducer was worth 3 pounds of rice. Upon entering, Zhang Sen looked around, scanning the various stalls to get a preliminary sense of the current prices. As he was heading towards a medicine stall, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar face. In a past life, by the third year of the apocalypse, the concept of sanctuaries had vanished from the land. The places that took in survivors were now called bases, some run by the government, others by civilians. Despite lacking any supernatural ability, Zhang Sen's grit and tenacity earned him a place at an official base. Unfortunately, in those days, he was blind and foolish, determined to protect the Zhang Jianjun family and Chen Tiantian. His skills, however, weren't exceptional enough for the authorities to support his dependents, so he was forced to take all four of them to a mid-sized civilian base. His first assignment at that base was to find a 13-year-old girl named Maya. Initially, he assumed she was a relative of the base leader. Only later did he learn that every base in G City was searching for her. She possessed a rare ability, the power to foresee the future. In his past life, Zhang Sen was the first to find her, but he was far too weak. His squad was made up of ordinary people. They managed to protect her for 2 days, but ultimately failed to bring her back, losing her to an official base. Zhang Sen never expected to encounter her again in this life. Had he not seen her here today, he might not have even remembered her, for their previous acquaintance was brief. Seeing her alone with such a timid look, he recalled her fate and frowned slightly. Could it be that she was already an orphan by now? Though his time with Maya in his past life was short, he could tell she was a sensible and well-behaved girl. Despite her tragic circumstances, she possessed an indomitable will to survive, or she wouldn't have lasted this long in this cannibalistic world. Lu Hao noticed Zhang Sen standing at the entrance, staring and not moving, and grew puzzled. "Sen Ge, what's wrong?" Zhang Sen shook his head, sending the three of them to trade for supplies, then walked toward Maya. Her face was grimy, and she wore a filthy blue down jacket as she cautiously navigated the market. Zhang Sen didn't dare approach her directly. After all, she was just a 10-year-old girl, and striking up a conversation would likely make him look like a creep. In his mind, he was already plotting how to gain her trust to somehow replicate her ability. Meanwhile, Maya had stopped in front of a stall. The vendor was a middle-aged man with a young boy around 7 or 8 years old. The vendor was in the middle of trading supplies with a young man. No one displayed their goods at these stalls. Everyone knew the world had descended into chaos. Putting supplies on display would only invite trouble, and you might not even get what you wanted in return. You could even lose what you had. So each stall was simply a vendor, a piece of cloth spread on the ground, and a sign. The sign listed what they had and what they wanted. This particular sign read, 2 gene of dog food for 1 gene of rice. The price was reasonable. Though dog food wasn't human fare, it was more filling and nutritious than rice. It made sense for those with surplus dog food to trade it for rice. Zhang Sen watched Maya hesitate before the stall, curious about her intentions. He saw the vendor's eyes light up at the sight of her. He smiled and asked, "Little girl, where are your parents?" Maya remained silent, clearly nervous. The vendor looked her up and down, his smile turning lecherous. "Little girl, are you looking to trade for some dog food?" Maya mustered her courage and stepped forward. "Uncle, I don't have any rice. Is this okay?" She pulled her hand from her pocket and opened it, revealing a diamond ring with a stone the size of a pigeon's egg. The vendor's eyes gleamed at the sight of the ring, then he pretended to look troubled. "Little girl, in times like these, no one has much use for such things. Besides, I can't tell if it's real or fake." Maya quickly explained, "It's real. My father bought it at an auction for my mother." "Well, could you let me take a look? If it's genuine, I might make an exception and give you some dog food for it." Maya hesitated for a moment before handing the ring over. The vendor examined it closely. Though he couldn't assess the diamond's quality, he noticed English letters engraved on the inner band, like someone's initials, which lent credence to her story. He thought to himself that he could take it home to appease his shrewish wife. As for the girl, if she behaved, he'd toss her a bit of dog food. After all, a child wandering alone with such a valuable item likely had no family left. "Little girl, this ring isn't of much use, but since you're about my son's age, I'll give you some dog food for it. How much do you want?" Maya thought for a moment, then tentatively asked, "F5 gene, is that okay?" "Sure, but I only have 1 gene here. If you want 5, you'll have to come with me to get the rest. Could you give me the 1 gene you have now?" The vendor was taken aback, then chuckled. Well, you're a cautious one. Fine, here you go." He pulled a small bag of dog food from the black pack behind him and handed it to her. Maya opened it to check, finally feeling relieved. At least she had something now. Even if the man went back on his word, she had a gene of dog food. With that thought, she followed the vendor and his son. Zhang Sen, being a man, could easily guess the vendor's intentions from his expression. He followed, but kept his distance to avoid alerting him. The vendor led the 2 children out of the market, weaving through alleys until they entered a narrow side street. His home was nearby, and it was empty at the moment. His wife was out scavenging for supplies with others. Maya grew uneasy as they walked. "Uncle, how much further?" "Not far, we're almost there." The vendor turned back with a smile. "Son, give your sister some dog food. She must be hungry." The boy obediently pulled a handful from his pocket and offered it to her. "Here." Feeling anxious, Maya glanced at the deserted surroundings, took the food, and stuffed it into her pocket. "Uncle, never mind. I'm too tired to go further. They'll just take the 1 gene. That won't do. We agreed on 5. I'm an adult. I can't cheat a kid. It's fine, 1 gene is enough. Thank you, Uncle, I'll head back now." With that, she stepped back. The vendor's smile vanished, and he lunged forward. "That's not up to you." Terror filled Maya's eyes. She swiftly pulled her hand from her pocket and hurled something at his face. As he clutched his face and howled in pain, she turned and bolted. Zhang Sen realized she had thrown a handful of pebbles. Clever girl. But she was still too young. A bit of cunning was nothing against sheer, overwhelming force. The stall owner recovered quickly. He released his grip and noticed frozen bloodstains on his gloves, fury burning within him. You little wench daring to hit me. I'll make you pay today, he cursed as he dashed out and grabbed Maya. Maya struggled and screamed. Let me go. You villain, let me go. Think you're tough, do you? Keep resisting and you'll regret it. Zhang Sen vaguely understood why in his past life this girl had such a strong aversion to men when he found her. Hearing Maya's cries, Zhang Sen felt an inexplicable ache in his chest. He stepped forward. Old man at your age picking on a little girl. Doesn't seem right, does it? Mind your own damn business. I'm warning you, get lost. Or it'll make you regret it. And what if I insist on meddling today? Zhang Sen showed no fear, continuing his advance. The stall owner, already enraged, grew even more incensed seeing his words ignored. But he didn't want his son to witness him kill someone, nor did he want the boy harmed in a scuffle. Son, go home and wait for dad. He'll be right back. Now go. You're dead meat. The chubby boy, utterly unfazed, apparently confident in his father's prowess, hurled a threat and scurried off. The stall owner set Maya down. To prevent her from fleeing during the fight, he grabbed her collar and delivered a vicious slap. The frail girl couldn't withstand the blow. She collapsed unconscious, her head striking the ground with a heavy thud. A fierce, murderous glint exploded in Zhang Sen's eyes at that moment. The stall owner pulled a cleaver from his waistband, glaring at Zhang Sen with fury. Zhang Sen, eager to test the lethal power of his first-tier physique, surged forward. The stall owner watched in disbelief as the man who had been 7 or 8 meters away closed the distance in the blink of an eye. So fast. His contempt instantly turned to terror as he instinctively raised the cleaver to strike. But Zhang Sen easily caught his wrist, his grip so powerful it felt like it would shatter bone. Zhang Sen tightened his grip further, and the cleaver clattered to the ground. The stall owner shrieked in pain, then hastily begged for mercy. Boss, please no. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I'm wrong, I beg you show mercy. Fury blazed in Zhang Sen's eyes. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? That you're a piece of trash. Don't kill me, please. My son is young, he can't lose his father. Your son has nothing to do with me. He's not my blood. Zhang Sen shoved the man down while driving his knee into the stall owner's stomach. The stall owner instantly broke into a cold sweat from the pain, collapsing to the ground and curling into a ball, clutching his stomach. It felt as if his internal organs had been rearranged. How could anyone be this strong? However, his nightmare was only just beginning. Zhang Sen raised his leg and kicked him hard in the abdomen. The man flew several meters before crashing to a stop, feeling as if had been hit by a speeding car. He vomited a mouthful of blood, his breathing now shallow and ragged. But Zhang Sen's wrath was not yet spent. He stood above the stall owner and stamped down hard on his chest. In the narrow, oppressive, and silent alley, the sound of cracking bones was unmistakably clear to Zhang Sen's enhanced hearing. The man beneath his foot stared with bulging, lifeless eyes, his breath gone for good. Too merciful. If not for his concern over Maya's condition, he wouldn't have let this scum die so easily. He reached into the stall owner's breast pocket, retrieved the diamond ring, and hurried to Maya's side to check on her. A wound on her forehead from the fall after she had fainted wasn't severe, and the bleeding was minimal, the cut and blood already frozen solid. She was still unconscious, but her breathing was normal, a good sign for someone like Zhang Sen who knew nothing of medicine. Worried the bitter cold might cause hypothermia, he scooped the girl up and hurried back, deciding it was too far to take her home. He headed for the market instead. There with plenty of people and indoor warmth, it would be warmer. Back at the market, Zhang Sen found a secluded corner, used his backpack as a shield, and pulled out bandages and iodine from his spatial storage to clean and dress Maya's wound. Though his technique was crude, he did what needed to be done. Looking at the girl's pale face, he took extra precautions and fed her some lukewarm spatial spring water. He had great faith in the miraculous properties of that water. Barring severe injury, it should do the trick. Sure enough, before long the girl's complexion regained its color. Maya woke up in Zhang Sen's arms. Perhaps the terror before she lost consciousness was too vivid for her first reaction upon waking was to scream. It's all right. Sure enough, before long the girl's complexion regained its color. Maya woke up in Zhang Sen's arms. Perhaps the terror before she lost consciousness was too vivid for her first reaction upon waking was to scream. Her head throbbed. She reached up to touch it, but felt a bandage instead. Don't touch it. You're injured. I've bandaged it for you. The terrifying memory resurfaced, and she felt tears welling up, but before they could fall she heard a warning. If you cry now, the tears will freeze and damage your face. Indeed, Maya dared not cry, her tears glistening in her eyes, threatening to spill, but held back. Zhang Sen, seeing the pitiful state of the girl, felt a pang of regret. He should have intervened sooner, sparing her this terror and injury. If you cry now, the tears will freeze and damage your face. Indeed, Maya dared not cry, her tears glistening in her eyes, threatening to spill, but held back. Zhang Sen, seeing the pitiful state of the girl, felt a pang of regret. They'd probably consider him a beast. Well, this way was better. Having gone to such lengths, her guard should be lowered somewhat. And it also served to show her just how terrifying this apocalypse truly was. A young girl like her couldn't simply trust strangers. With that thought, Zhang Sen felt better. He set her down and asked, "Any other discomfort? My face hurts and my head feels dizzy. Anything else?" Maya shook her head. "Probably a mild concussion. Rest for a few days and you'll be fine. Nothing serious." Maya suddenly remembered something, patted her pocket, and sighed with relief when she found the dog food still there. "Was it you who saved me?" "Who else?" Maya studied Zhang Sen, her fear not yet fully dissipated, and bowed. "Thank you, big brother. I need to go home now. Goodbye, big brother."